Introduction. In ancient times, the malevolent Lord Harmageddon, along with the world-destroying sword Nihal, wrought havoc upon all. The ethereal, once divine presence that descended upon the mortal realm. The Holy Church, steadfast in its faith, and the valiant heroes of the Hermon Continent. Can those long-forgotten legends, buried for a millennium, be sung anew? Will the calamities, bloodshed, and despair of your descend upon us once more? In times of peril, who shall rescue the continent and the gods, the angels, or the heroes of humanity? Is the age-old epic truly as simple as the dichotomy of good versus evil? Who, then, continues to pen that grand saga? Who bears the hopes of the Empire and the entirety of the Hermon Continent? A seemingly ordinary youth, heir to the legacy of the ancient dragons. Wielding the enchanted sword of sealing, can he rise to the occasion? I shall grasp the sword of evil until the very end. Chapter 1. The Genesis of the Sword. In the year 1015 of Hermon, in the Lohe Empire, at the border village of Benning, nestled at the foot of Mount Livial. It was a serene spring morning. The trees and grass were freshly green, and the sun shone gently. The only sounds in the village, apart from the crowing of roosters and barking of dogs, were the rhythmic clangs of metal being forged. Following the sound, one could see an elderly man with a white beard, laboring at his forge, hammering a piece of iron. Though his beard was entirely white, the man's visage suggested he was only in his 40s. His upper body was bare, revealing a robust physique. It was hard to fathom that this man had surpassed 70 years of age. Occasionally, villagers would pass by and greet him. "Good morning, Old Red, up so early." Old Red smiled in response. "What can I do? My son is quite unambitious, leaving this old fellow to do the work." The villager chuckled. "Who would dare say that your Arthur is unambitious? Such a fine lad. My, it has been nearly 15 years since you moved to Benning, hasn't it?" Old Red set down his hammer, glanced at the sun's position, and murmured, "Indeed, 15 years have flown by." Suddenly, he stood up and exclaimed, "The sun is already high, and that little rascal still hasn't risen." With that, he hurried into the forge. The villager, watching Old Red's retreating figure, smiled and continued on his way. Old Red approached a small room within the forge, kicked the door, and both the door and its frame were sent crashing inside. He peered into the room where a boy, seemingly around 14 or 15 with red hair, lay fast asleep on a small bed, occasionally smacking his lips. Seeing this, Old Red's eyebrows twitched. "You little rascal, not even a commotion like this can stir you awake." He then playfully placed his foot on the boy's face, yet the boy remained oblivious to the disturbance. This infuriated Old Red, who promptly covered the boy's nose and mouth with his foot. After a moment, the boy, likely feeling discomfort, shook his head. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes wide and vigorously slapped Old Red's calf. Old Red, amused by the sight, smiled satisfactorily and removed his foot. The boy sprang up, gasping for breath, and slurred, "You old codger, are you trying to suffocate me?" Subsequently, the bleary-eyed youth beheld the damaged door within the room and exclaimed in exasperation, "What enmity do you harbor against this door, old man? I have repaired it over 500 times." Old Red retorted, "Gather your belongings and follow me up the mountain." Without another glance, he strode out. The youth rose, tousling his unruly, vibrant red hair. He stood approximately 1 meter 85 tall, with a fair complexion and sharply defined features. Although a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, his eyes conveyed a resolute determination that belied his expression. The vivid red of his hair contrasted starkly with his pale visage. The warmth of his smile, juxtaposed with the steadfastness in his gaze, created a strikingly paradoxical visual impact. He propped the door up, attempting to reattach it, but ultimately abandoned the effort. Shaking his head in resignation, he returned indoors and lifted a long object, approximately 1 meter 50 in length, that lay beside his bed, resting it upon his shoulder. This object was shrouded in gray cloth, leaving its nature unclear. He then followed Old Red outside. On the eastern slopes of the Livier Mountains, which serve as a barrier between the Harl Desert and the Low Empire, the landscape differs significantly. The western side is home to numerous beasts due to its proximity to the desert, while the eastern side, inhabited by humans from the Low Empire, is relatively devoid of wildlife. Old Red and the youth stood before a waterfall nestled within the eastern foothills of the Livier Mountains. Old Red carried a long iron box on his back, while Arthur bore the mysterious object. Old Red addressed the youth, "Arthur, draw your sword. Today marks your final day of training here tomorrow. You shall embark on your journey to the Imperial Capital's War Academy." Arthur, taken aback, responded, "So soon?" A sense of reluctance flickered in his eyes. He then lowered the object from his shoulder and, unveiling it from its cloth, revealed what resembled a large sword. However, it bore little resemblance to a traditional sword. It was more akin to an oversized club. The sword appeared unfinished, entirely black, with the most striking feature being a red magical stone embedded at the base of the blade. This magical stone seemed to be of inferior quality, lacking transparency and appearing hazy. A fine magical stone, in contrast, should be brilliantly clear and emit a gentle magical glow. In a certain light, this object could be classified as a magical sword, but more accurately, it resembled a combination of black scrap metal and a flawed stone. Old Red spoke slowly. 15 years. It has been 15 years. Does that seem swift to you? Arthur lowered his gaze in silence, fully aware of his lineage and the weight of the mission he bore, yet he felt a profound attachment to Old Red. Old Red continued, "Do you understand the purpose of your journey?" Arthur raised his head and declared with conviction, "To gain admission to the Hermon War Academy from the Imperial Capital's War Academy, and to restore my family's honor, allowing my surname to echo throughout the Hermon Continent once more." At that moment, Arthur appeared a world apart from the boy who had just awakened in the forge. Old Red stroked his beard, smiling with approval, and then remarked wistfully, "Do not let your father's expectations go unfulfilled. He has sacrificed far too much for you." Arthur set aside his habitual smile, met Old Red's gaze earnestly, and nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. "Today's training is quite straightforward. Engage in a duel with me. Face a true demon sword master." Old Man Reed proclaimed. To think that Old Man Reed was a demon sword master. "Please, we've sparred before. What's with the arrogance?" Arthur remarked dismissively, shedding his earlier seriousness. Old Man Reed countered with gravity. "Today is different. I will employ magical martial techniques." He then inquired, "Do you understand what a demon sword master is?" "How could I not? I'm a demon sword master," Arthur declared proudly, brandishing his sword. "Just you? Never mind, perhaps I should wait a couple of years before sending you to the Imperial Capital?" Old Man Reed sighed in resignation. "Please no, I was wrong. Is that not enough?" "I will listen to what you say," Arthur pleaded, fear evident in his voice. Though Arthur was reluctant to part with Old Man Reed and the village of Benning, his youthful spirit longed to venture forth and fulfill the aspirations of his father and Old Man Reed. "You should read more books. I've given you countless tomes on demon sword masters, yet you haven't read a single one, merely treating them as toilet paper," Old Man Reed scolded. He continued, "The origin of the demon sword master traces back to the continent we inhabit, the Hermon Continent, a land that has borne legends. Countless heroes have risen and fallen across this vast expanse. Among them, the Demon Lord Harmageddon stands out as the most luminous figure in the continent's history yet. He is not the paragon of virtue, but a figure of terror, a true demon. Even a millennium later, tales of this dark epic, the reign of the Demon Lord Harmageddon, remain etched in memory. It must be noted, however, that Harmageddon was a prodigious talent. As the first demon sword master of this continent, he wielded unparalleled swordsmanship alongside profound magical prowess, seamlessly combining the two to forge magical martial techniques of devastating power. Moreover, he possessed 3 immensely powerful magical gemstones: the purple gem, the grip of the abyssal thunder, from another realm the red gem, the blood rain, a crystallized heart from the vampire progenitor Dracula, and the most fearsome of all, the black gem, the flame of annihilation, known as the Eternal Night, whose origins remain a mystery. The Demon Lord Harmageddon embedded these 3 gemstones into a colossal sword forged from the combined essence of otherworldly meteorite, the bones of the abyssal dragon, and his own blood, creating the world-shaking sword of annihilation, the Nighthawk. Nighthawk, what a magnificent name, second only to my own sword, the Emperor Dragon. Arthur laughed. Old Man Reed struck Arthur on the head with a chestnut. "Stop interrupting. Pay attention." Subsequently, wielding the demon's sword, Harmageddon led his indomitable demon cavalry across the continent. Under his iron steed, the Hermon Continent was ravaged, its populace suffering greatly. Even the ancient dragons tasked with guarding the realm were vanquished, leading to a drastic decline in their numbers and nearly driving them to extinction. However, when he shattered the soul passage to the celestial realm, the spine of the world, an unexpected event transpired. The cursed sword, the blade of oblivion, turned against its master, unleashing a backlash that transformed a vast expanse of verdant forest into a desolate wasteland, devoid of life, nearly leading to the extinction of the elven race. This act provoked the wrath of the entire celestial realm, prompting the supreme gods and righteous angels to mobilize their celestial army to vanquish Harmageddon. Yet, weakened by the sword's backlash, Harmageddon was unable to withstand the onslaught of the angelic forces, sustaining grave injuries. In his moment of vulnerability, he attempted to traverse the sea of nihility to escape to the second continent. However, at his most feeble state, the holy Pope Abrail, in alliance with the resistance from the Hermon Continent, succeeded in slaying him. Fearing his formidable power and potential resurrection, they interred his remains within the Church of St. Michael, subjecting it to purification by divine power for a century before casting the body into a colossal whirlpool in the sea of nihility. Concurrently, a war raged outside the church for 100 years, the cause being none other than the apocalyptic sword, the Blade of Oblivion. Subsequently, the righteous angels, together with the newly appointed Pope Albert, the Dragon Kin, and 3 valiant figures of immense power, halted the war and seized the apocalyptic sword. The righteous angels sacrificed their lives to obliterate it, fragmenting it into 5 parts: the amethyst grip of the Netherstorm, the ruby crimson rain, the onyx eternal night, the blade, and the hilt. Each was entrusted to the Pope, the Dragon Kin, and the 3 champions, after which the Dragon Kin retreated into seclusion, one champion departing across the sea, while the Pope and the remaining 2 heroes parted ways. Thus, the darkest era of the Hermon Continent came to a close. Yet this tale gradually transformed into legend among the populace. The Demon Lord Harmageddon, aside from his identity as the harbinger of destruction, garnered increasing reverence and awe throughout history as the Swordmaster. To commemorate the cessation of the century-long war, this year was designated as the Year 1 of Hermon. Arthur listened intently. Although he was not fond of reading, he relished stories, particularly those recounted by Old Man Red. Old Man Red remarked, "Now you understand what a Swordmaster is, right? Although the Demon Lord Harmageddon was a harbinger of chaos, he, as a Swordmaster, single-handedly devastated the entire continent. Would you not say the Swordmaster is formidable?" "Indeed," Arthur exclaimed, drooling with excitement. "Then tell me, since the Swordmaster is so powerful, do you think it is easy to become one?" Old Man Red inquired. "Not all," Arthur instinctively replied. Suddenly, Old Man Red playfully smacked Arthur on the head with a chestnut, saying, "Then after leaving Benning Village, be sure not to casually declare yourself a Swordmaster. Do not bring shame upon the name of the Swordmaster." Arthur clutched his head, retorting, "Is that necessary?" Old Man Red raised his hand as if to strike again, prompting Arthur to duck. "I won't say it, I won't say it." Old Man Red waved his hand. "The story is concluded. Now, let us commence the final round of training." Chapter 2. Grandfather and Grandson. Arthur firmly gripped the hilt of his sword. Old Man Red then set down the iron box from his back and drew forth a large sword. The great sword of Old Man Red emanates a sense of majesty intertwined with vigor, its entire blade radiating a gentle luminescence. The white magical stone embedded in the hilt shines brilliantly, clear, and resplendent. This is the true magic sword. In contrast, the object grasped by Arthur pales dramatically in comparison to Old Man Red's magical blade, resembling the disparity between scrap metal and gold. Yet, Arthur appears undeterred by this comparison. Old Man Red steps back several paces, then faces Arthur, sword raised before his chest. "Ready to begin? Let's commence," Arthur asserts resolutely. With that, Red lunges forward with astonishing swiftness, displaying an intensity that belies his 70-plus years. Clang! The sound of metal colliding reverberates through the air. Red strikes towards Arthur's chest, which he parries with his sword. However, Red exerts a powerful force, pinning Arthur's sword against his chest. Leaning in closer, Red whispers, "As a magic swordsman, while the essence of magic is paramount, one must also possess unparalleled swordsmanship to truly harness its potential." Arthur grits his teeth, channeling his strength to push Red back, and then advances, transforming defense into offense. His attacks are wild and fierce, yet Red deftly counters each one. Shaking his head, Red remarks, "Chaotic and disorganized, how many times have I instructed you on this?" Unyielding, Arthur retorts, "This is my swordsmanship, what you taught me is merely your style." Old Man Red chuckles, a spirited lad indeed. Thus ensues a fierce exchange of offense and defense. Abruptly, Red evades Arthur's frenzied assault, nimbly leaping back several paces before plunging his sword into the ground. Frost Nova. As the sword strikes the earth, A layer of white frost swiftly radiates outward in a circular pattern from the blade's point. Caught off guard, Arthur is enveloped by the frost mist that ensnares his feet, solidifying him in place upon contact. At this moment, Reed calmly states, "As a magic swordsman, mastery of magic, when employed in the appropriate circumstances, can yield unexpectedly potent effects." Following this, Reed swings his sword through the air, unleashing a flurry of ice blades toward Arthur. With his feet bound, Arthur cannot evade and can only attempt to block with his sword. Yet, with each ice blade he deflects, his movements grow increasingly sluggish, until he is ultimately encased in an icy sculpture. Reed furrows his brow, discontented. Is this truly the end? It cannot be. No sooner has he spoken than the once white ice sculpture transforms into a fiery crimson, erupting with a fierce roar. Dragon fire, transformation. The ice explodes into fragments. Steam fills the air, and as the wind stirs, the vapor disperses to reveal Arthur engulfed in flames, resembling a deity of fire. The flames swirl around him, spiraling inward as they enter his very being. What manner of magic is this? He does not even require the amplification of the magical stone embedded in his sword as Arthur find the stone on his blade inadequate. Old Man Reed squints thoughtfully, realizing this boy has deepened his understanding of both his own body and the arcane arts. Yet, Reed does not grant Arthur a moment's respite with a powerful surge. He covers the distance of 10 meters in an instant, launching an aerial assault. Charge. Arthur, in a state of panic, found himself grappling with the overwhelming force that had created a vacuum of power within him. Soon after, Old Red, with a swift follow-up attack, struck Arthur, sending him flying with the hilt of his sword. Yet, Old Red was relentless, treating the airborne Arthur as a living target. Several spells promptly followed, propelling Arthur even further until he plunged into the lake by the waterfall. Fortunately, Old Red refrained from inflicting severe harm, and after a while, Arthur emerged from the water. At that moment, Old Red proclaimed, "The fusion of swordsmanship and magic is the weapon of the magic swordsman." He then addressed Arthur, stating, "What follows is the ultimate technique of the magic swordsman, the magic martial arts." Determined, Arthur stood firm and retorted, "Umph. I can wield the magic martial arts too." With that, Arthur grasped his sword with both hands, channeling a crimson light from the pale red magic stone embedded in it. This light coalesced into tangible flames, enveloping the blade entirely. Seeing this spectacle, Old Red chuckled. "Is this your version of the magic martial arts? Huh, you've merely attached flames to your sword. Even a common magician could achieve that." Arthur was rendered speechless, consumed by frustration. Old Red, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "You insolent brat, becoming a magic swordsman is far from simple, otherwise they wouldn't command such respect in the world. Today, I shall demonstrate what a true magic swordsman embodies. Behold, magic martial arts, ice condensation slash." Arthur was momentarily blinded by a flash of white light, and in an instant, he found himself encased in ice. However, this state was fleeting as the ice shattered around him. Dumbfounded, Arthur noticed that his lower body remained frozen, while a neat cut encircled his waist, causing the ice above to break apart. Old Red, who had been mere feet away, had vanished. Then, unexpectedly, Old Red's voice resonated from behind Arthur. "Cough, cough, alas, I am truly aging. Just a slight movement, and my body falters." Arthur was bewildered. How had Old Red moved from in front of him to behind? Was it in that moment of blurriness, or had it occurred prior? Could it be that both events transpired simultaneously? Moreover, if Old Red had not held back, would he have met his demise, cleaved in two like the ice? Old Red continued, "The magic martial arts, each magic swordsman's understanding is unique. Furthermore, I excel in ice magic, while you're limited to fire magic. This is something I cannot teach you. It is a comprehension you must cultivate through your own future training. Whether you become a true magic swordsman rests solely upon your efforts. Do not squander the talent your father sacrificed his life for." Straightening his back, Old Red added, "This is all I can impart to you. Now, go home, pack your belongings, and bid farewell to the villagers." "We depart at dawn," Arthur replied solemnly. "Understood." Then, he gazed skyward, lost in thought. Upon returning to the village, Arthur bid farewell to each of the village elders, aunts, uncles, and childhood companions. Upon returning home, he reclined on the rooftop, gazing vacantly at the star-studded sky. Meanwhile, Old Man Reed tirelessly hammered away at the forge, an unassuming blacksmith who, unbeknownst to many, was a formidable magic swordsman. Arthur suddenly leaped down from the rooftop, crouching before Old Man Reed, and inquired, "Old man, are you not coming to the imperial capital with me?" Old Man Reed glanced at Arthur, gently ruffled his hair, and replied, "On the day you reclaim your noble surname, I shall naturally return." Arthur rose to his feet and walked back in the house. Just before crossing the threshold, he firmly grasped the doorframe, turning his back to Old Man Reed, and declared, "I will ensure your return. I shall not disappoint the expectations you and my father have for me." "Grandfather." The hammer in Old Man Reed's hand paused midair as he smiled, then lifted his gaze to the celestial expanse above. The hammer then descended, and he resumed his work at the forge. Whether it was sweat or tears, they fell onto the scorching iron, transforming into steam that dissipated with the breeze. Unbeknownst to Arthur, Old Man Reed solemnly uttered in his heart, "Indeed." On that same spring morning, Arthur set out early, laden with his satchel and the grand sword wrapped in cloth, traversing the path to town. Old Man Reed did not see him off, and Arthur did not look back. He understood that the day he turned around would be the day he led Old Man Reed back to the imperial capital. At that moment, Old Man Reed sat upon a rock before the waterfall of Mount Level, occasionally taking puffs from his pipe. Though the smoke clouded his vision, he believed he could see the future. Suddenly, a rustling of footsteps interrupted his reverie. Old Man Reed smiled upon seeing the approaching figure. Though not in uniform, the sword must belong to the royal guards, he mused. A richly dressed individual emerged from the crowd, signaling for his guards to stand back. He approached and settled beside Old Man Reed on a nearby stone. Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Old Man Reed remarked, "It seems the affairs of the state are in good order otherwise. You would not seek out a man nearing his grave." King Greenhall. King Greenhall's demeanor sharpened momentarily before softening. In these years, the nation has flourished and the situation has steadily stabilized. Do you still believe I was wrong in my actions back then? Old Man Reed continued to gaze away from King Greenhall, drawing from his pipe, and said, "For the Empire, your actions were not erroneous, however. With each new ruler comes new subjects." King Greenhall responded, "I understand that, but after all these years, you remain here in the wilderness. The nation needs you now, General Reed Connor, protector of the realm." Reed Connor chuckled lightly, saying, "Though I have dwelled in these mountains for many years, I have nurtured the future monarch. What the nation requires is not me, but him." Greenhall suddenly rose to his feet, his voice resonating with authority. "I have already shown mercy by sparing his descendants, allowing you to take them away. However, I shall never permit this deranged family to govern the nation again. If I do, the country will inevitably meet its ruin." Red Connor lifted his gaze, finally confronting the current monarch of the Low Empire, and replied coolly, "His father may indeed have been mad, but Arthur is not. The nation was founded by his family. You merely act as its steward." Greenhall shook his head with a smile, surprisingly unfazed by the confrontation. He remarked, "Times have changed. Do you still believe in legends?" Though he is a descendant of warriors, who recognizes him today? Even his surname has been erased by the Empire and scorned by the people. Do you still believe the Empire belongs to him or his lineage? What you propose is utterly impossible." Red fell into silence, then spoke with a hint of pleading, "Do not make things difficult for that child." Greenhall responded earnestly, "We have known each other for many years. You know I am not that kind of person. If he is in distress, I would offer my assistance. But restoring him to legitimacy is an unfeasible endeavor." Red remained silent. Then Greenhall gestured, and a guard approached with a beautifully crafted box. Green said to Red, "I know you enjoy smoking. This is fine tobacco brought by the diplomatic envoy from the Dwarven Empire of Kensenberg." He placed it into Red's hands and then asked, "Come back to the imperial capital with me. With your talents, you should not remain in such a village." Red chuckled. "What use is there for an old man like me? The nation seems to be in your capable hands. You do not require my presence." Then Red turned serious. "Let me return only under two conditions. First, if the Empire is in peril, I would be duty-bound to help, and second—" "Well, let's leave that unsaid. What is it?" Green did not press further. "In that case, I shall not insist." "Very well. Let us conclude today's discussion. I must take my leave." He then turned to depart. At that moment, Red inquired, "Did you come here today for Arthur?" Green turned his head, smiled, and replied, "I merely came to chat with an old friend." He then departed amidst the company of his guards. Red gazed at the tobacco gifted by the monarch, murmuring to himself, "Friend, friend." Deep down, Red understood that Green was a benevolent king. It was simply a hurdle he could not overcome. If Red Connor could not surmount that obstacle, what of Arthur? Chapter 3. Arrival at Cloudwater City. Arthur's journey to the imperial capital of Skane in the Low Empire marked his inaugural expedition into the unknown. Rather than feeling trepidation, he was enveloped in a sense of excitement and anticipation. Standing by the country road, Arthur clutched a map of the Low Empire, which featured a route sketched by Old Red for his guidance. The Low Empire, the largest nation on the continent of Hermon, is steeped in legend. It is said that its first king was one of the valiant warriors who, a millennium ago, joined forces with the Angel of Justice and the Pope to halt the century-long war. The Low Empire is a land of abundance and formidable military strength. In the year 1000 of Hermon, a significant event transpired within the Low Empire, repercussions of which rippled across multiple empires, inciting hostility from the elven nation of Samolson and the enigmatic empire of Alpaver, nearly igniting an imperial-scale conflict. It was not until the year 1012, under the diplomatic finesse of the newly appointed monarch, Glenher, that tensions began to ease. Gazing at the map depicting the simultaneously familiar and foreign city of Skane, Arthur pondered his thoughts. After a long, contemplative stare into the distance, he resolutely continued on his path. Unbeknownst to him, in the far-off Nobal Empire, another youth was embarking on his solitary journey to the imperial capital of Lo. This boy stood alone atop the city walls of Nobal, shielding his eyes from the warm spring sun, his thoughts obscured by uncertainty. He murmured, "Closer to death, indeed." As these two young souls traversed their divergent paths, fate would eventually bring them together in the imperial capital of Skane. According to the route drawn by Old Red on the map, Arthur's first destination was the town, followed by a horse-drawn carriage to the nearby city of Cloudwater. Upon reaching the city, he would board the majestic Eagle Hound, as Old Red had described. To soar towards the capital, Arthur envisioned the exhilarating sensation of flying on the Eagle Hound and smiled in delight. Benning Village was not far from the town, and Arthur had accompanied Old Red there numerous times. Despite the painful and unforgettable memories that lingered from the town, his steps showed no hesitation. From dawn until afternoon, he arrived at the town without pause. Upon his arrival, he immediately inquired at the inn about the next carriage to Cloudwater. Learning that the next carriage would depart the following morning, he sought refuge in a quaint inn to rest for the night. The night was somewhat alien to Arthur, and sleep eluded him as he lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. For the first time in his life, he experienced insomnia. Perhaps the absence of familiar sounds of blacksmithing was to blame. At dawn the next day, having endured a sleepless night, Arthur arrived at the inn early, eagerly awaiting the carriage. After 3 days of arduous travel and navigating through several small towns, he finally reached Cloudwater City. Cloudwater City, the second largest city in the northwest of the Low Empire, boasts a tri-tiered array of guilds for various professions. Due to its proximity to the border city of Kundi in the Dwarven Empire of Kinselberg and the relatively amicable relations between the Low Empire and Kinselberg, the city was alive with the presence of dwarves and their shops. In the city, there exists a renowned military academy. This marks Arthur's inaugural visit to the grand metropolis, where towering walls, individuals adorned in a myriad of garments, and an array of bustling shops leave him utterly captivated. Arthur muses to himself, if a city in the northwest is this thriving, what must the imperial capital be like? Yet, he does not lose sight of his primary objective. After a brief observation, he inquires with a soldier about where he might board a griffin. He learns that the embarkation point for the griffin is not within the city itself, but rather on a ridge to the north. Upon arriving at the designated site, Arthur is astounded by the sight before him. What manner of beast is this? It is colossal, dwarfing even the village chief's residence in Benning by 2 or 3 times. With the head of an eagle, canine paws, and enormous wings, it bears one or several large passenger compartments on its back, and astonishingly, there is more than one. After consulting a passerby, Arthur purchases a ticket for the griffin, only to discover that passage to the imperial capital costs a staggering 10 silver coins. Glancing at the meager coins remaining in his pocket, he shakes his head in exasperation. Furthermore, the ticket indicates that the griffin destined for the imperial capital will not depart for another 5 days. First, he must find lodging in the city. He wonders if the scant coins in his possession will suffice to sustain him over the next 5 days. Returning to the city, Arthur feels a pang of hunger. He notices a shop bustling with activity, the lively sounds of chatter spilling out into the street. Above the entrance, a large emblem of a goblet filled with wine hangs, leading him to believe this might be an establishment for dining. However, upon entering, he immediately regrets his decision. Unbeknownst to him, he has stepped into a tavern, a haunt for nefarious mercenaries. The air is thick with smoke, and several patrons are embroiled in scuffles, while others engage in card games, drink, flirt, or wrestle. with no one partaking of food. Several tables near the entrance turn their attention to Arthur, their gazes laden with ill intent. Surveying the surroundings, he resolves not to be intimidated, mustering the courage to approach the bar. He calls out to the bartender, "Bring me some food." The drunken patrons seated at the bar erupt in laughter, pointing at him as one exclaims, "Food? This little lad comes here asking for food? Ha ha ha." The bartender and Arthur ignore the raucous laughter, and the bartender presents Arthur with a platter of nuts and a dish of dried fruits. Looking at the meager offerings before him, Arthur sighs. "Is there anything substantial to eat? Please, bring me something." The drunken crowd's laughter grows more boisterous. Which fool from the countryside thinks he can find a hearty meal in a tavern? Ha ha ha. Arthur's forehead pulses with indignation, yet he remains unperturbed. The bartender, while polishing a glass, replies, "There is nothing else, only these." Resigned, Arthur responds, "Very well, then bring me a glass of water." The drunken men, upon hearing this, double over with laughter, falling from their seats in hysterics. He wants a glass of water in a tavern. Ha ha ha. No water? Would you like some urine instead? Ha ha ha. Who invited this silly child to amuse us? Arthur abruptly slammed his hand upon the table, bellowing, "What I desire is of no concern to you." He glared at those laughing, commanding silence with the force of his voice, which was so thunderous that even the brawlers nearby paused to glance towards him. A few intoxicated men clutched their bellies in mirth as they rose. One who appeared to lead the group chuckled and said, "You insolent brat, speak softly in this place. Apologize to me at once and be gone." Arthur retorted coldly, "It is you who should leave. Ah, small in stature, yet brimming with fury. Allow us to demonstrate what it means to bow one's head and acquiesce." One of the drunken men approached Arthur, extending his hand towards his shoulder, his movements sluggish. As Arthur observed the hand creeping closer, at the moment it was about to make contact, he seized it with a swift motion, pivoted, and forcefully hurled the man onto a nearby table, shattering it, and eliciting pained cries from the drunken fool. The four patrons seated nearby sprang to their feet. One, a man adorned with a sword at his waist, growled, "You insolent wretch. I do not mind your fighting, but how dare you overturn my table?" Arthur dismissed him with a glance, casually shaking his hand. "I am indeed tired of living. What can you do about it? You scoundrel, charge at him." With that, the four men lunged forward, while the drunken companions seized the opportunity to attack Arthur. The bartender appeared unfazed, continuing to polish his glass. To Arthur, their movements seemed excruciatingly slow. Instead of retreating, he advanced towards the man with the sword, who was just about to draw it when Arthur forcefully pressed the blade back into its sheath. He then unleashed a flurry of 3 punches, one to the face, one to the chest, and another to the abdomen, followed by a kick that sent the man sprawling backward, colliding with the 3 others behind him. The drunken men were similarly dispatched one by one. Consequently, more tables were overturned, and the ranks of those assailing Arthur swelled. Ultimately, the entire bar was embroiled in the fray. Although the establishment was filled with adults, including some capable mercenaries, they seemed no match for Arthur's prowess. He seized a round tabletop and swung it, preventing the crowd from enclosing him. Outside the bar, passers-by gazed toward the ruckus, engaging in lively speculation. Today's bar scene is particularly raucous, isn't it? Indeed, it appears quite lively. Perhaps they've hired some dwarf dancers for a strip show. That doesn't seem likely. It appears more akin to a brawl. Many seem to be fighting. After over 30 minutes, only Arthur and the bartender remained standing, while the others lay strewn about the floor, groaning in agony. Arthur surveyed the room with satisfaction, carelessly tossing aside the leg of a stool, and returned to the bar. He noticed the bartender staring wide-eyed, mouth agape, frozen in place, the only remnant of his activity being a rag that he habitually wiped with, while the glasses had vanished. Arthur waved his hand before the bartender's face, realizing that the man didn't even blink. Arthur pondered for a moment before hastily pocketing the nuts and dried fruits from the bar counter. He then swiftly exited the establishment. As he pushed open the door, he was startled to find a crowd gathered outside the bar. The onlookers seemed equally taken aback by Arthur's sudden emergence. However, disregarding them, he navigated through the throng and made his way away, while the spectators continued to stretch their necks to peer inside the bar. Arthur sought refuge in a deserted alley, where he sat down, wiped his brow that bore no sweat, and muttered to himself, "Having been in a scuffle, I find myself even hungrier." He then felt the nuts and dried fruits in his pocket, reflecting, "Fortunately, the bartender was foolish and didn't charge me. Though this is scant, it should suffice for a time." Subsequently, Arthur stumbled upon a modest inn. "What? 2 silver coins for a night's stay? In the town near my home. It only costs 20 copper coins." The innkeeper coldly remarked, "This is Yunpu City. It is not some impoverished backwater. Reluctantly, Arthur handed over the silver coins, and within the inn's guest room, he meticulously counted the remaining money, 7 silver coins and 42 copper coins. This meant that Arthur might find himself homeless in the next 2 days due to financial constraints. What to do? He lamented. Fortunately, the small inn offered complimentary water, which allowed Arthur to consume the nuts and dried fruits entirely. Exhausted from his travels, Arthur rested in the inn until nightfall. At that moment, the outside, which should have grown dim, suddenly brightened. Curiously, he opened the window to discover numerous soldiers from Yunpu City setting up sunstones for illumination along the streets. The sunstones were delicately held within exquisite glass vessels, hung by the soldiers at the corners of various buildings in Yunpu City. Under the night sky, gazing down at the land, Yunpu City resembled a colossal firefly amidst a darkened backdrop, echoing the stars above. The abundance of sunstones adorning the city was remarkable. I hadn't heard that today marked any festival of the Rho Empire, Arthur mused as he left the inn and ventured onto the streets. The bustling crowd and brightly lit avenues did not captivate him. Instead, he found himself reminiscing about the tranquil and serene Binning village. As he strolled along the street, gazing up at the glass lanterns that resembled tiny suns, he failed to notice the path ahead. The inevitable occurred. He bumped into someone. Before he could apologize, a cold scoff rang out. "Do you not have eyes while walking?" Arthur turned to see a boy, seemingly of similar age, arrogantly brushing off non-existent dust from his chest. Accompanying him were several peers of the same age. Noticing Arthur's silence, a more robust young man beside the boy remarked, "Not only blind, but also mute?" Arthur chose to ignore the instigator and address the boy. "Do you possess eyes? If so, why did you collide with me?" "What?" The boy appeared incredulous at Arthur's response. In an instant, the group encircled Arthur. "Hold on. No need for violence," the boy said coldly. He then gazed at the simply clothed Arthur and inquired, "What is your name?" It seemed that the youth possessed a certain depth, understanding that one should not judge by appearances. He sought to uncover the truth before dealing with this insolent fool who dared to offend him. "Arthur, how rude. Are you unaware that one should include their surname when introducing themselves?" The young man scoffed. "It is simply Arthur. No surname. And you, what is your name?" Arthur replied with neither deference nor disdain. Before the youth could respond, others erupted in laughter. "So, we have an unworthy bastard without a surname," they jeered. "What has become of the guards at the gates of Yunpu City, allowing such a person to enter?" Yet Arthur remained unfazed. For reasons unknown, he had the audacity to confront the ruffians of the tavern, yet at this moment, he refrained from striking back. The young man waved his hand, and the others fell silent. With heightened arrogance, he proclaimed, "My name? Huh, you are not worthy to know, bastard." Upon hearing this, Arthur surprisingly did not grow angry. Instead, a smile crept upon his lips. The youth, noticing this, let out a derisive laugh. "A fool? Let us go? Sullying our hands with such a person would be beneath us." With that, he turned to leave, followed by his companions, who continued to hurl insults and mockery. None noticed as Arthur unclenched his tightly fisted hand. Chapter 4. The one without a surname. The following day, Arthur surprisingly rose early, even without the call of Old Man Reed. He ventured just beyond the city limits into the woods, hoping to catch some game for the day's meal, only to find that the forest outside Yunpu City was devoid of even a single mouse. With no other option, he grasped the great sword resting on his shoulder and, reminiscent of his days on the Livier Mountains, sought a secluded spot to practice his swordsmanship and some basic fire magic. It appeared that the events of the previous day had not affected Arthur. However, he felt the absence of the incessant guidance from Old Man Reed, which left him feeling somewhat out of sorts and inexplicably melancholic. Nevertheless, Arthur persisted in his training. He commenced with swordsmanship, his so-called practice resembling a chaotic flurry of strikes. Yet he seemed to find joy in it. His strength was remarkable, each swing of the sword stirring up fallen leaves, exuding an impressive aura. Next came the practice of magic, which was quite astonishing. Arthur managed to gather fire elements in his palm without any incantation. Closing his eyes, he felt as if crimson flames, akin to blood, seeped from the countless pores of his hand, merging with the fire previously amassed. With a sudden explosion, the flames surged forth, becoming a magnificent blaze. Under Arthur's control, the resplendent golden-red flames swirled gracefully in his palm. After practicing for over 3 hours, the sounds of celebratory cannon fire echoed from the city. Arthur ceased his training, swiftly drawing the flames back into his palm, preparing to return to Yunpu City to discover the cause of the commotion. Even as a youth from a remote village, he understood that cannon fire signified celebration. With festivities come merriment, and the young Arthur found delight in this notion. Upon returning to the city, he discovered throngs of people surging towards the southern part of town, where the sound of cannon fire seemed to emanate. Arthur gazed in that direction and noticed several towering and majestic structures, their grandeur surpassing even that of the central Parliament Hall. He seized a passerby and inquired, "Good sir, what event is unfolding over there?" The elder replied, "Young man, you must not be a resident of this city, for otherwise you would surely know. Today marks the annual competition for the distinguished students of the Cloud Water Warfare Academy. The top 2 contenders will receive letters of recommendation to the Imperial Capital's Warfare Academy." Pointing towards the southern buildings, he continued, "Behold, that complex is the Cloud Water Warfare Academy." "Oh, I see," Arthur responded. The elder, in a hurry, added, "I must make haste, or I shall lose my good vantage point." Without further ado, he strode towards the Cloud Water Warfare Academy, leaving Arthur behind. Is it merely a competition that warrants such grandeur? Arthur pondered in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, in every city with a warfare academy, the selection of outstanding students is the grandest festival of the year. Victors earn the coveted recommendation letters to the Imperial Capital's Warfare Academy, signifying their opportunity to represent their family, academy, and city in advanced studies in the capital. The Imperial Capital's Warfare Academy serves as the essential gateway to the Hermon Warfare Academy located deep within the Huldar Desert. Admission to the Hermon Warfare Academy is exclusively granted to exemplary students from the Imperial Capital's Warfare Academy. To gain entry, there is a matter of immense honor for an entire family, city, or even nation. Graduates of the Hermon Warfare Academy are regarded as the Armée de la Armée of the continent, with boundless futures ahead of them. Red Connor himself graduated from the Hermon Warfare Academy. Arthur mused that since the victors would receive letters of recommendation to the Imperial Capital's Warfare Academy, they would soon be his classmates. He was also eager to witness the prowess of those exceptional students who would earn such letters. Thus, Arthur quickened his pace towards the Cloud Water Warfare Academy. As he approached, the throng of people intensified, seemingly the entire city converging upon this location. At last, Arthur could see the grand entrance of the Cloud Water Warfare Academy. Upon closer inspection, the academy resembled a city within a city, its structures crafted entirely from white stone bricks, radiating an air of antiquity. Arthur was soon swept along by the crowd towards the entrance, where the towering 10-meter stone doors stood wide open. An imposing plaque above the entrance bore the ancient inscription Warfare Academy, and above these words was an emblem depicting a cloud, presumably the insignia of the Cloud Water Warfare Academy. Upon entering the academy, the first sight to greet Arthur was a vast square, revealing that the layout of the Cloud Water Warfare Academy consisted of towering edifices encircling this central plaza. The square was teeming with people, and in its center stood a square wooden platform measuring approximately 100 meters wide and 2 meters high, presumably the competition stage. Surrounding this platform were numerous tiered, thick vines, undoubtedly the handiwork of nature mages within the academy, serving as seating for spectators. Residents gathered to witness the competition eagerly sought seats upon these grand vines. Arthur quickly found a place to sit. After approximately half an hour, most of the residents had settled in, while many others, unable to find a seat, stood to witness the competition. At that moment, a venerable elder, clad in a magical robe adorned with the emblem of a full moon, gracefully approached the center of the wooden platform, prompting an instinctive hush among the crowd. The residents surrounding Arthur whispered in admiration about Dean Fred, noting his remarkable vitality despite his advanced age. Indeed, at over a century old, he appeared remarkably robust. Arthur realized that this esteemed archmage was none other than the headmaster of the Cloud Water War Academy. At this juncture, Dean Fred raised his right hand, and the entire square fell into a profound silence, with even the murmurs fading away. He then lowered his hand and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "We have arrived at the annual final competition for admission qualifications to the Imperial Capital War Academy. The rules remain unchanged. The 8 outstanding students selected through a month of rigorous evaluation at the Cloud Water War Academy will draw lots and compete against one another. The top 2 will receive recommendation letters to the Imperial Capital War Academy." The vastness of the square allowed Dean Fred's voice to reach the ears of every individual present, a testament to his exceptional mastery of wind magic. He continued, "It is worth noting that this year, all 8 students are in their second and third years and have applied for selection before reaching their graduation year. They have triumphed over their seniors to earn a place in this final competition. I implore the residents of Cloud Water City to cheer for them." The square erupted into thunderous applause. After a moment, Dean Fred raised his right hand once more to signal for quiet. He stated, however, in a selection process, There will be both victors and those who must depart. Regardless of the outcome, these young individuals deserve our pride for standing here today. I firmly believe their future is bright. Another round of applause followed. Next, the swordsman instructor, Cole Diamond, was invited to announce the matchups following the draw, along with the specific rules of the competition. With that, Dean Fred descended from the platform and took a seat at the center of the judges' table. The opulently dressed middle-aged man beside the dean was surely the lord of Cloudwater City. Subsequently, a swordsman clad in armor and wielding a great sword approached the center of the stage. This towering swordsman, standing at nearly 6.5 feet, declared, "This year, our academy has secured an additional recommendation slot, bringing our total to 3. However, the slots awarded through the internal competition will remain at 2. Thus, we will conduct the match in a format of 8 competitors battling in a win-loss structure. The champion of the first round will receive 1 slot directly, while the runner-up will contest with the champion of the loser's bracket for the second slot. The third slot will be available to any aspiring youth from the city who can challenge the champion or runner-up. If victorious, they will not only receive a recommendation letter to the Imperial Capital War Academy, but also a reward of 100 gold coins, should they fail in their challenge. The third slot will still be allocated by the Cloudwater War Academy." Upon hearing this, Arthur felt a rush of excitement, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. In his heart, he fervently exclaimed, "Gold coins? Huh! Fortune smiles upon me. I shall indulge in delightful treats." It is truly perplexing where Arthur's confidence originates. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yunpu City chuckled as he remarked to Dean Freed, "Indeed, your wisdom is unparalleled, even accounting for the young talents within the city. Regardless of the challenger's victory or defeat, this endeavor is a lucrative venture for both the Yunpu War Academy and Yunpu City." Remarkable. Dean Freed merely smiled in silence, stroking his snowy beard. The audience below buzzed with excitement, captivated by this year's competition. Cole Diamond loudly proclaimed, "The criteria for determining victory remains unchanged from previous years. Those who are knocked off the wooden platform lose, as do those who concede. Additionally, the jury may declare a winner when they deem the outcome evident." He then announced the matchups following the draw. The first match features the 5-star Mage Linnestock against the novice fighter Stone, ranked at 10. The second match pits the 4-star swordsman Regilongman against the 3-star fighter Kedon Keech. The third match showcases the 1-star mage Anthony Pesci versus the 9-star novice mage Kalami Sharp. The fourth match presents the 1-star swordsman Bower Wood against the 10-star novice swordsman Beaton Cook. Cole Diamond continued, "Now, I invite the first contestant, Mage Linnestock." He paused before adding, "and the novice fighter Stone to the stage." When Cole Diamond announced Linnestock's name, applause erupted from the audience, yet upon hearing Stone's name, the crowd responded with disdainful glances, jeers, and even audible insults. Arthur understood the reason behind this reaction. Like him, Stone bore no surname. In the realm of Hermon, one's surname holds immense significance, symbolizing family and honor. In every empire, those of lowly status are deemed unworthy of a surname. Additionally, a surname may be stripped away due to grave offenses or other circumstances deemed deserving of such punishment by the state. To be deprived of one's family name is considered a fate far worse than death in the eyes of society. If an individual loses their surname, all those sharing that name are similarly stripped of theirs. This means that when such a punishment is enacted, the entire family represented by that surname is erased from the annals of history, forgotten by the nation. As time progresses, individuals without surnames have become the most despised and marginalized members of society, viewed with scorn and contempt. This has evolved into a distorted tradition within the realm of Hermon. In contemporary times, nearly all without a surname are derogatorily referred to as baseborn. Thus, when Stone's name was called, the audience's reaction was overwhelmingly intense. Arthur could relate deeply to this. While life in the remote village of Binning was relatively pleasant, with its friendly and simple villagers, his experiences in the town with Old Man Red were starkly different. In this world, no wall remains sealed. Once an individual discovers that Arthur bears no surname, the entire town will be aware of it, deeming him a lowly, despicable person, fit to be called a wretch. They shun Arthur, cast sidelong glances at him, and even spit upon him. No child in the town is willing to play with Arthur. In fact, the local children hurl insults at him, throwing stones and branding him the son of a thief. As a mere child, he could hardly bear such cruelty. In tears, he pleaded with Old Red to never return to the town again. Yet Old Red persistently dragged Arthur along, intent on teaching him that this was what he had lost, and that he must reclaim it himself in the future. Old Red forbade the young and gifted Arthur from retaliating against those who insulted him. Gradually, amidst countless taunts and humiliations, A smile began to emerge at the corners of Arthur's mouth, while the fury in his gaze faded, replaced by determination, strength, and resilience. When Old Red witnessed the young Arthur returning home time and again, covered in dirt and footprints, yet still smiling, he resolved to begin instructing Arthur in the arts of swordsmanship and magic. Thus, the scornful gazes and unabashed laughter of the onlookers struck Arthur profoundly, resonating with familiarity. Inevitably, Arthur turned his attention to the youth named Stone. Soon after, the contestant, the mage Lenastock, and the apprentice fighter Stone ascended the wooden platform, standing beside Coldeman. Chapter 5. The Fireburst Technique. Mage Lenastock is a young sorceress of approximately 14 or 15 years. Having advanced from an apprentice to a mage at such a tender age, showcasing her remarkable talent. With golden locks, she stands somewhat diminutive. Clad in a purple robe adorned with star patterns, her fair and endearing visage marred by an icy demeanor, exuding a sense of haughtiness. Yet, she reveals no contempt toward Stone. The apprentice fighter Stone, also around the same age, is donned in a uniform bearing cloud motifs, likely distributed by the Academy. For a boy, he is somewhat shorter, standing over a head and a half shorter than the 15-year-old Arthur, and his physique appears rather slender, somewhat frail for a fighter. His buzz-cut hairstyle complements his resolute face, dispelling any hint of timidity or inferiority. This inadvertently instills in Arthur a sense of goodwill towards him. Coldeman beckoned Lenastock and Stone to approach, inquiring about their ages and weapons. Lenastock replied coolly, 14 years old, armed with the dual bracelets of ice and fire. She then extended her hands towards Coldeman, indicating that the bracelets she wore were her weapons. These bracelets, appearing somewhat aged, are primarily crafted from Gus silver. The left bracelet features a modest white magic stone, while the right boasts a similarly sized red magic stone. The quality of these magic stones seems to be above average. Though regrettably small, yet they hold considerable value. It appears that the family of Lenastock must be either affluent or noble. Stone responded loudly, stating, Teacher Cole, I am 15 years old, and my weapon is a pair of leather gloves. He then extended his hands for Cole to examine. Stone's leather gloves, likely crafted from cowhide, were merely intended to provide basic protection for his hands. After Cole inspected both weapons and found no issues, he briefly outlined the rules of the contest, such as prohibiting lethal strikes and certain target areas. Once finished, he instructed Lena and Stone to stand apart. As Lena and Stone took their positions, Cole stepped back a few paces and announced, the first match pits the sorceress Lenastock against the apprentice fighter. Now begin. While the crowd erupted in cheers, Lenastock had already commenced her actions. She retreated while casting several nonverbal ice spells, launching ice spears that swiftly flew towards Stone, aiming to restrict his movements rather than inflict harm. It seemed Lena possessed an astute understanding of battling close-range combatants, aware of her strengths and weaknesses, and sought to avoid allowing Stone to engage her in close quarters, thus buying time for her necessary incantations. Despite his seemingly frail physique, Stone exhibited quick reflexes, dodging the ice spears with a series of agile movements, even managing to close the distance to Lena considerably. This provided Lena with sufficient time to chant a more powerful spell. Fireball. As the incantation concluded, a fireball approximately 30 centimeters in diameter hurtled towards Stone, landing precisely where he had evaded the last ice spear, a beautifully executed strike. However, Stone remained unperturbed. After a brief moment of concentration, he swiftly struck, shattering Lena's fireball with a skill known as the Demolishing Fist, a technique capable of breaking magical constructs based on the user's strength. Continuing his advance, Stone pressed closer to Lena. As he sprinted forward, he would weave side to side, attempting to confuse her. Just as he was about to close the gap, Lena transformed her left hand into a palm and cast Frost Nova, unleashing a cloud of frost that engulfed the area. Due to the speed of his charge, Stone was unable to evade in time, becoming momentarily frozen in place. Yet, he responded swiftly, striking the ground with both fists to break free from the ice. Instead of immediately casting another spell while Stone was immobilized, Lena seized the opportunity to retreat further. Being classmates from the same academy, they were well acquainted with each other's combat styles. However, the physical attributes of a sorceress could not be compared to those of a fighter, even as Lena retreated. She could not outpace Stone. Moreover, Lena, at her current level as a sorceress, had yet to learn escape spells such as Blink. With Lena now within reach, Stone confidently proclaimed, "You have lost, Lena." He launched a rapid punch, while Lena attempted to erect an ice wall to separate them. Anticipating her move, Stone shattered the hastily conjured barrier with another demolishing fist. Ice fragments erupted in all directions, some even flying toward Lena. forcing her to wave her hands to disperse the shards and maintain her vision. During a brief interval, when Lina waved her arms, Shirtu leapt forward, executing a fluid and rapid spinning kick aimed directly at Lina's chest. It was not that Shirtu lacked compassion, but rather that he possessed a profound understanding of Lina Stork's formidable prowess. Should he hesitate to strike decisively and defeat her swiftly, it would undoubtedly be Shirtu who faced defeat thereafter. As Shita's flying kick neared its target, gasps of astonishment emerged from the audience. To their surprise, Lina smiled at that moment, revealing her charming dimples, and softly declared, "You are the one who will lose, little Shirtu." In an instant, Lina swiftly placed her right hand upon her chest, fingers spread wide before converging. The ruby on her bracelet simultaneously radiated light, amplifying her magic. Air burst. A surge of heated air rushed toward Shirtu, whose spinning kick had been executed with full force. The impact was significant, but the force of the air burst was even greater, sending Shirtu flying away. Lina, propelled backward by the recoil of her spell, maintained her composure. She then calmly chanted her incantation, striking Shirtu from the air, sending him out of the arena. Arthur observed this spectacle with a hint of astonishment. Airburst? Isn't that a wind-based magic? Yet, why do I sense the fluctuations of fire elements when she casts it? Due to his innate sensitivity to fire elements. Arthur quickly deduced that Lina was employing fire elements to heat the air, making it easier to compress and subsequently explode, thus transforming the wind-based airburst into a fire-infused version. Arthur found himself admiring this young girl. He marveled at her mastery of two conflicting elemental magics, ice and fire, and her ability to innovate within the framework of wind-based magic. Impressive indeed. He then pondered the hidden talents within the city-level war academy, leading him to speculate on the even greater prowess that must reside within the national-level Imperial Capital War Academy. His excitement grew. It seemed Arthur was indeed a spirited warrior at heart. Meanwhile, the Lord of Yunpu City remarked to Dean Fred, "I never expected Lina, at such a tender age, to wield magic with such proficiency. Your guidance must be exceptional to cultivate such an outstanding student." Dean Fred chuckled, shaking his head. "It is not my instruction that is remarkable, but rather this child's extraordinary talent. She grasps any magic with remarkable ease. The future is boundless for Lina. What a splendid daughter Van Whale Stork has." The Lord of Yunpu City echoed the sentiment with a smile. He then added, "Shirtu is also commendable, but he lags behind Lina in terms of skill level and has yet to master many combat techniques that could counter a magician." Dean Fred replied, "Shirtu is the most diligent and hard-working student in the entire Yunpu War Academy. It's a pity he is rather obstinate. He refuses to adopt the surname of his adoptive father, Kenny Iron Fist, resulting in a lack of recognition among the townsfolk and few friends at the academy." The Lord of Yunpu City contemplated for a moment before stating, "The future is unpredictable. Perhaps Shirtu will carve out his own path and, like his adoptive father, claim a surname of his own." "Ah, the future," Dean Fred sighed. "I wish I could live a few more years to witness the accomplishments of these children." "Ha ha ha. Dean, do not jest. You are as sturdy as ever. Another 100 years of teaching would pose no challenge for you." Dean Fred chuckled softly, his gaze drifting towards the students in the waiting area for the competition, lost in contemplation. On the arena, Lina Stork appeared to hold back, allowing Stone to rise swiftly. His fists clenched in frustration. "Damn it," Stone shouted at Lina. "Why Haven T, I seen you use that move before. When did you learn it?" Lina, shedding her icy demeanor, playfully made a face at Stone, exclaiming, "Umph. I won't tell you." She then stuck out her tongue at him. Stone's expression darkened further at this. At that moment, the referee, Quarterman, stepped into the center of the arena and announced, in the first match, "The victor is the 5-star mage, Lina Stork." The entire plaza of the Cloudfall War Academy erupted in applause for Lina Stork. Quarterman continued, "The 10th-stage apprentice fighter, Stone, shall enter the loser's bracket." The cheers faded, replaced by jeers. However, Stone paid no heed to this, dejectedly making his way towards the viewing area for competitors. Arthur, in stark contrast, clapped enthusiastically for Stone, drawing peculiar looks from those around him. Undeterred, he wore a broader smile. Meanwhile, Lina Stork glanced in the direction Stone had departed, her expression tinged with a hint of regret. The fellow mage, Anthony Pesci, stood up and approached Stone, offering words of comfort. "It's all right. There will be other opportunities." He patted Stone on the shoulder, to which Stone responded with a grateful expression and a firm nod. At the same time, the swordsman, Regil Lorman, casually toyed with his great sword, sneering, "A worthless one like you dreams of attending the Imperial War Academy? Humph. Being able to study at the Cloudfall War Academy is already a privilege for you." Stone abruptly stood up, indignation flaring within him. Who are you calling worthless, you bastard? Do you want to spar right now? Regil cast a sidelong glance at Stone, mocking, you spar with me? Do you think you're worthy? You should return home and pick up some trash instead. Ha ha ha. The other competitors, aside from Anthony Pesci, joined in laughter. Enraged, Stone advanced towards Regil. But Anthony Pesci intervened, urging, calm down, Stone. Have you forgotten your dream? Engaging in a private fight will get you disqualified. Stone relented, sulking back to his seat. Regil turned to Anthony Pesci, scoffing, I truly wonder what drives you to associate with him. Aren't you embarrassed? Just then, Lena Stork returned from the arena to the viewing area and witnessed the scene, her voice icy as she remarked, I believe you all are the true garbage. Regil stood up, retorting fiercely, garbage? You and I are both nobles of Cloudfall City. What right do you have to speak to me like that? Lena scoffed. I truly do not see how you, a noble, surpasses Stone in worth. With that, she disregarded Regil and settled beside Stone and Anthony Pesci. You, associating with trash will ultimately lead you to become trash as well. You will regret this. Having spoken, Regilongman sat down forcefully. Shirtu, feeling dejected, expressed his gratitude to Lena and Anthony. Thank you. Lena, smiling, replied, for what? We are friends. Upon hearing the word friends, Shitu's spirits lifted, and he chuckled with joy. He then remarked to Lena, your move today was truly impressive. You sent me flying in an instant. Of course. This was a special technique I prepared just for today's match. I didn't expect to face you in the very first round. Alas, Lena's tone grew increasingly melancholic. Why sigh? It's just that my training is still insufficient. If you had gone easy on me during the match, that would have truly upset me. It seems I must strive harder in the future. Shirtu declared with determination. Yes, keep it up, little Shirtu, Lena said with a grin. Little Shirtu? I'm clearly a year older than you. So what if you're older? You're almost my height, and you're still a boy. Little Shirtu. You. Shitu's face flushed red. The issue of height weighed on him even more than his lack of a surname. Lena laughed triumphantly, while Anthony, observing the banter between the two, joined in their merriment. Meanwhile, Regilongman and his companions regarded the trio with a mixture of amusement and disdain. From the sidelines, Arthur gazed at the playful exchange among Shirtu and the others, his eyes glinting with intensity. At that moment, Cold Diming announced, for the second match, the 4-star swordsman Regilongman will face the 3-star fighter Ketan Kaichi. May the contestants step onto the stage. Regilongman stood up proudly, declaring, let us go. Ketan, it's our turn. Let them witness what true combat entails. Yes, the fighter Ketan Kaichi replied, rising to follow Regilongman to the arena. Chapter 6. Reggie and Ketan. Upon taking the stage, Regilongman graciously waved to the audience, a stark contrast to his earlier contemptuous demeanor towards Shirtu. Arthur, upon seeing Regilongman step onto the platform, thought to himself, is it really him? Many young girls in the crowd squealed, Reggie is so handsome. With one move, he could defeat that ugly giant. Go, Reggie. It must be said that Regilongman was indeed quite handsome, tall, donned in finely crafted armor emblazoned with the emblem of the White Wolf Brigade, and wielding a great sword. His confident and relaxed smile, coupled with his status, rendered him irresistible to the naive young maidens. In contrast, Ketan Kaichi appeared somewhat awkward in the same arena. However, Lena was unimpressed by Regilongman's insincere facade. She covered her eyes with a strange expression, stating, I simply cannot bear to watch. It's utterly disgusting. Anthony and Shirtu nodded in agreement. Following the customary procedure, Cold Diming asked the competitors to state their ages and weapons. Regilongman unsheathed the great sword from his back and announced, Teacher Cole, I am 16 years old, and my weapon is the Frost Iron Great Sword, Glory Star. The craftsmanship of Regil's great sword was exquisite, forged from the finest frost iron, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Cold Diming nodded and gestured for an assistant from the sidelines, who promptly brought forth a steel-backed leather sword sheath. Quarterman gracefully accepted the sword sheath, signaling Reggie to envelop the blade within it. This precaution was taken to avert any unforeseen incidents during the match, for in the heat of competition, blades are heedless of their surroundings. Dun Kaichi announced his age and weapon. I am also 16 years old, and my weapon is a forged iron gauntlet. Dun's weapon, an amalgamation of a fist and arm guard, served to protect his arm while amplifying his strikes. The gauntlet appeared heavy and robust, complemented by Dun's stature, which belied his youth, exuding a formidable presence. Now, please take your positions, Quarterman instructed. Dun stepped aside, and Reggie turned towards his designated spot. At that moment, Quarterman quietly advised Reggie, you faced defeat last year. This time, you must prevail. Reggie, brimming with confidence, replied, yes, teacher. I shall not disappoint you this year. Once both contenders were poised, Quarterman announced loudly, the second match features swordsman Reggie Longman against fighter Dun Kaichi. Begin. A wave of screams erupted, the voices of young girls overwhelming the cheers of the audience. Reggie wore a smile, clearly relishing the moment. Neither he nor Dun rushed into action. Reggie initiated, Dun. Though we are friends, I must succeed this year and secure my qualification. And losing to me would not bring you shame. Dun retorted, Humph. The outcome remains uncertain. Let us begin. Evidently, Dun was a contender unwilling to concede easily. With pleasantries exchanged, Reggie and Dun shifted into a combat stance. Reggie lunged forward with great vigor, while Dun opted for a defensive posture, awaiting the charge. When Reggie was within 5 meters of Dun, he took a mighty leap, propelling himself with his legs. His speed surged, and he launched into a fierce assault. Charge. From the sidelines, Lena jested, Humph, Reggie's combat style is far more substantial than his eloquence. Anthony and Shirtu nodded in agreement. Dun crossed his arms over his chest, bracing himself against the oncoming impact. Remarkably, Dun did not yield an inch to Reggie's charge. Reggie's sword was intercepted by Dun's sturdy arms, and Dun then exerted force, breaking Reggie's guard. Dun attempted to embrace Reggie in a grapple, aiming to secure an early advantage with his wrestling skills. Shirtu observed this maneuver with disapproval. How can he resort to grappling now? His chest is wide open. He should have struck quickly while Reggie's sword was disrupted. Dun is quite the lumbering giant. In truth, Dun's choice was somewhat sound, attempting to eliminate the swordsman's swinging space through close quarters. However, such a decision also exposed his vulnerabilities. As Shirtu noted, Reggie seized the opportunity, not employing his sword but instead colliding with Dun's chest using his shoulder. At such close range, Dun was unable to evade, absorbing the blow and staggering back a step. This retreat afforded Reggie the space he needed to wield his sword. In that fleeting moment, Reggie executed an upward strike, Rising Dragon. Reggie executed his move with remarkable grandeur, the tip of his sword resembling a dragon poised to strike. Although the blade was encased in leather, the spectators could still perceive its sharpness emanating from Reggie's technique. However, Crouton was not to be underestimated. He quickly regained his stance and unleashed a powerful right punch, employing the technique known as strong strike, aimed at the side of the sword's spine. With a resounding thud, the sword was forcefully deflected, and Reggie, following the momentum of the blow, pivoted on his right foot and executed the sword technique oblique slash, targeting Crouton's waist. This swift change in tactics left Crouton no room for hesitation. Having previously committed his right fist, he abruptly struck downward with his left fist, perfectly intercepting the descending blade. Reggie's sword was driven deep into the wooden platform, sending splinters flying. Crouton's eyes gleamed with realization and opening. He retaliated with another punch, this time with full force, employing the technique mountain collapse, a nearly flawless execution that unified his legs, waist, shoulders, arms, and fist into a single powerful motion. Yet, Reggie remained composed, leaning back while delivering a fierce kick to Crouton's chest. Utilizing the recoil, he propelled himself backward, extracting the great sword from the platform, thus creating distance between them. The exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, its intensity discernible only to a select few, among them Arthur, who marveled at the duo's prowess, one aggressive and agile, the other defensive yet seamlessly counteroffensive. He was astonished that the arrogant rogue possessed such formidable strength. Crouton, you've made considerable progress this year, but you still cannot defeat me, Reggie declared with confidence. Humph, don't boast. You gained no advantage earlier, and your level is still above mine. I see you are not as formidable as you claim. Now it is my turn to attack. With that, Crouton charged forward, attempting to close the distance once more, even if it was just for show before. I am serious this time, Reggie responded, also dashing towards Crouton. Reggie initiated another charge. Your move is ineffective against me. Crouton did not evade, meeting Reggie's sword strike with a punch. A dull thud resonated as blade met fist, yet this time, Crouton's punch failed to absorb the impact, as if rendered impotent, and was forcefully deflected aside by Reggie's sword. Exposing yet another vulnerability in his chest, Crouton was met with Reggie's shoulder, colliding with his torso and causing him to lose his balance and lean backward. As Reggie spoke, he swung his sword, proclaiming, "Next is the sword technique, ascending dragon followed by oblique slash." With fluidity and ferocity, both techniques struck true, landing blows to Crouton's chest and waist, propelling him off the ground before he fell. Crouton attempted to rise, but a sharp pain surged through his chest. It appeared several ribs had been fractured. The same set of moves produced an entirely different outcome this time, as Reggie's assault was swifter and more brutal. Crouton found himself unable to defend against it. Had Reggie's sword not been sheathed, Crouton might have met his demise then and there. Reggie addressed Crouton, who lay on the ground. In our first encounter, I was merely assessing your strength and reaction speed. My friend, this year fortune has not favored you, for you have encountered me. Go home and recuperate. Return next year. Reggie's words did not seem to comfort Crouton. Rather, they conveyed a patronizing pity, as if he were reveling in his victory. Crouton clenched his fists and forcefully struck the floor. It appeared that the outcome had been decisively determined. Cold Diminutive took to the stage to announce the results. Subsequently, 2 individuals came forth to carry away Crouton Cage. The audience erupted in fervent cheers and applause for the victor, Reggie Langman. Arthur observed the surrounding girls, who were shrieking in delight, and sighed. Truly, one cannot help but feel disheartened by comparison. Being handsome is one thing, but to possess such prowess as well is utterly exasperating. My disdain for him has only grown. Of course, these were mere jesting remarks. Arthur considered himself quite the handsome lad, at least in his own estimation. However, he mused, this fellow's swordsmanship is indeed quite proficient, with ample strength and impeccable timing. Yet, in terms of raw power, he still pales in comparison to me, as Crouton had sustained injuries that rendered him unable to compete in the loser's bracket. He was subsequently disqualified. The Lord of Yunpu City remarked to Dean Fred, Reggie has improved significantly compared to last year. Dean Fred nodded in agreement, saying, indeed. He is a promising talent, though his arrogance is somewhat regrettable. In this day and age, which gifted child is not a bit proud? After all, how else can they showcase their talents? Cold Diminutive, having returned to the judging panel, interjected. Dean Fred merely smiled, noncommittally. Reggie returned to the competitors' viewing area, casting a proud glance at his fellow contestants before leisurely taking a seat. Lena resumed her icy demeanor. That expression of his is truly unbearable. Anthony and Stone nodded in agreement. Stone then turned to Anthony. Next up is your match. Give it your all. Indeed. Anthony replied with a smile. After a brief intermission, Cold Diminutive announced the participants for the third contest. The magician Anthony Pesci rose, preparing to take the stage. A tall girl seated beside Reggie Langman also stood up. She was presumably the apprentice magician, Karami Sharp, who would face Anthony. Lena advised Anthony, do not show any mercy simply because your opponent is a girl. Chivalry is not warranted at this moment, especially not against that sort of girl. Karami Sharp retorted loudly, what do you mean? What sort of girl do you think I am? Humph. Lena turned away, ignoring Karami. You. Karami, who was quite an attractive girl, was now fuming like a madwoman. Reggie interjected. Karami, do not pay heed to such remarks. We have a long road ahead, and we shall see. Today, you must teach this scoundrel, who always associates with the lowly, a lesson. Upon hearing the terms lowly and scoundrel, Lena sprang to her feet. Who are you calling lowly? Who is the scoundrel? I believe you are the lowly one, a true scoundrel, a great heap of refuse, irredeemable. Stone nodded in agreement. Anthony, however, pulled Lena back into her seat, chuckling. All right. Do not be upset. Our little princess does not look well when she is angry. Lena shouted at Anthony. Who do you say is not good looking? I am always beautiful. Humph. Shirtu crossed his arms and nodded gravely, affirming her statement. Yes, indeed, our Lena is the most beautiful. Anthony replied helplessly, patting Shirtu on the head in an attempt to signal him to stop nodding foolishly. Shirtu looked at Anthony in surprise, bewildered by his actions. Anthony, covering his face with one hand, said to Shirtu, you foolish boy, you are beyond saving. Then, he added, all right, no more teasing. I shall take my leave. With that, Anthony graciously gestured for Kalami to go ahead. However, Kalami, quite unappreciative, huffed and walked straight towards the competition stage, ignoring Anthony entirely. Anthony shrugged, resigned, and followed suit. Lena turned to Shirtu and remarked, it is Anthony who is truly beyond saving. Shirtu nodded once more, repeatedly expressing his agreement. Oh dear, it seems both of you are hopeless. Lena felt utterly defeated. Just as Shirtu was about to nod again, he paused, straightened his posture instead. Chapter 7. Anthony's style. Anthony and Kalami stood on the stage beside the judge, Cold Diminutive. Anthony, of average build, wore ornate golden glasses adorned with intricate engravings. His fair skin, though not strikingly handsome, exuded an air of cultivated elegance that was quite pleasing to behold. In contrast, Kalami was a tall and strikingly beautiful girl, her haughty demeanor making her seem unapproachable. It was likely only someone like Reggie could befriend Kalami. Perhaps they were indeed two of a kind. Mr. Cole, I am 16 years old, and my weapon is the magical gloves known as the Spring Breeze Hand. Anthony responded to Cold Diminutive's inquiry. His weapon was a white glove featuring a star-shaped pattern created from shattered, transparent magical stones on its back. Despite the stones being broken, their presence still conferred some degree of power due to the small magical array they formed. I am 16 as well, and my weapons are two magical rings, Little Thunderstar and Condensation, Kalami stated coldly. Little Thunderstar was a ring set with a small violet magical stone, while Condensation bore a smooth, pale blue magical stone. At this moment, Cold Diminutive addressed Kalami. Condensation? It seems you have not previously utilized this ring. Please explain its function or enhancement effects to ensure compliance with regulations. Kalami appeared troubled, hesitated for a moment, and then approached Cold Diminutive, whispering the specifics of Condensation's capabilities to him. It seemed she did not wish Anthony to learn of its properties. This girl possesses a rather cunning mind. Yet, Anthony remained unfazed, maintaining his signature calm smile. The look on Cold Diminutive's face indicated that there were no violations regarding Condensation. Once Anthony and Kalami had taken their positions, Cold Diminutive announced the commencement of the contest. To everyone's surprise, Anthony extended his hand, indicating that Kalami could strike first. Kalami, Reggie, and Lena simultaneously exclaimed, "Fool." After uttering her words, Lena swiftly turned to Stone and admonished him. No nodding. Stone, with an air of innocence, replied, "I wasn't intending to nod. I meant to call you a fool too, but I was a tad slower." Arthur chuckled at the scene, finding the boy amusing. Upon returning to the arena, Kalami remained ungrateful, her actions decisive as she unleashed several lightning arrows towards Anthony. She promptly began to chant a high-damage spell, Thunderbolt. Yet, remarkably, Anthony effortlessly evaded all the lightning arrows, his movements incredibly agile. Since the lightning arrows posed no hindrance to Anthony's mobility, it was only natural that the Thunderbolt would also miss its mark. Arthur expressed his astonishment. How can this wizard be so nimble? His agility rivals that of a fighter. If a keen observer were to scrutinize Anthony's feet, they would notice that both of them were enveloped in an imperceptible whirl of wind, aiding his swift movements. It appeared that Anthony Pesci was indeed a master of wind magic. Having failed with her initial strike, Kalami retreated while laying down thunder orbs along her path. As soon as these orbs made contact with the wooden platform, they vanished, concealed beneath its surface. This simple electrical trap would detonate upon anyone stepping into the attack range of the hidden orbs, causing damage and a brief paralysis effect. Anthony, however, seemed unconcerned, persistently pursuing Kalami without triggering a single trap, demonstrating that he possessed not only gentlemanly spirit, but also considerable skill. Kalami unleashed several non-chant spells in the form of lightning arrows, hoping to force Anthony into the range of her traps. However, her efforts were in vain as Anthony deftly dodged all her arrows, continuing to avoid the thunder orbs. Approaching Kalami, he waved his hands, summoning a gust of wind that obscured her vision. As the wind subsided, Kalami discovered that Anthony had vanished from her sight. Suddenly, his voice emerged from behind her. "Pardon me, Miss Kalami." Tempest. Before she could react, a powerful wind swept her off her feet, propelling her forward. Anthony, empowered by the wind, swiftly pursued her, casting another tempest before she could touch the ground, sending her flying ahead once more, followed by yet another tempest. It seemed Anthony aimed to expel her from the arena without causing her harm. From the sidelines, Lena cheered, "Well done, Anthony," but quickly added with frustration, "What a shame. It benefits Kalami." Stone, hesitant to nod, affirmed with a different gesture of agreement. Reggie, astonished, remarked, "Damn, when did that brat Anthony become so formidable?" As Kalami found herself merely 5 meters from the edge of the arena, she struggled to chant a spell amidst the turbulent air, managing to utter, "Guardian of Thunder." The so-called Guardian of Thunder entails the practitioner unleashing several orbs of lightning to protect themselves. These orbs automatically strike at any approaching adversaries. However, as a mere apprentice mage, Karami could only summon 2 diminutive Guardians of Thunder. Nonetheless, they played a pivotal role at a critical moment. As the 2 orbs sensed Anthony's presence and triggered an automatic attack, hurtling toward him. To evade the lightning, Anthony had to cease his casting of the storm spell. Karami finally returned to the ground. After narrowly dodging the 2 orbs, Anthony planned to employ the same tactic again. At this moment, Karami spoke up, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. "Anthony, being blown out of the arena by you would be more humiliating than being defeated. Please allow me to stay on stage a little longer, and then I shall concede, all right? That way, my loss won't appear so disgraceful." Anthony smiled in response. "Very well. I had not considered your image. Let us remain here for a while." To his surprise, he genuinely stepped back. Karami took a few steps forward, distancing herself from the edge of the arena, and discreetly placed her left hand, adorned with the ring of water, behind her back. Lena stood up in astonishment, exclaiming in frustration, "What is that scoundrel Anthony doing? Why isn't he blowing Karami away?" Stone calmly replied, "Ah, the gentlemanly affliction has struck again." Lena, in her exasperation, rushed to the edge of the arena and shouted at Anthony, "What are you doing? Hurry up and blow her away." Anthony merely shrugged his shoulders in resignation. Lena, now infuriated, was pulled back to the spectators' area by Cordamin and Stone. Cordamin admonished her sternly, "Students outside the competition are prohibited from approaching the arena. Consider this a warning for your first offense. Should it happen again, your eligibility to compete will be revoked." Stone quickly reassured her, "It's all right, it's all right. Anthony will take action soon. He will win eventually." Lena, still fuming, was at a loss for words. Reggie watched the unfolding scene with a mischievous grin, amused by Lena's frustration and the spectacle before them. After a moment, Anthony remarked to Karami, "Why has the air suddenly become so humid? It feels as if my clothes could wring out water." Karami chuckled, "Is it? I don't feel it at all. Perhaps you were simply too warm." As time passed, the audience grew restless, voicing their discontent. Why haven't they made a move yet? If it's just flirting, they should go home. Are we still supposed to have a competition? Karami, appearing somewhat embarrassed, turned to Anthony and suggested, "It seems we should proceed. How about I cast a spell, you dodge, and then I concede? Does that sound agreeable?" Anthony, trusting her intentions, nodded in agreement. Karami then began to chant her spell, while Anthony readied himself to evade it. However, he failed to notice the faintly cold smile that graced Karami's face. At that moment, Stone interjected, "Look, they are finally moving. It seems the competition is nearing its conclusion. They must have coordinated this beforehand." Lena remained silent, anxiously observing the two in the arena, plagued by an ominous premonition. Because she understood all too well the kind of woman Karami was. Magic, chain lightning. Anthony intended to evade, but suddenly, the chain of lightning expanded infinitely, nearly engulfing the entire arena. There was no escaping it. Anthony was ensnared, his body immediately stiffening, succumbing to the paralysis effect of the lightning magic. Stone and Lena rose to their feet, with Lena vehemently exclaiming, "You bastard, Karami, you scoundrel." At that moment, Lena completely abandoned her demeanor as a noble lady. Stone clenched his fists tightly. Previously, Karami had whispered to Cordamin, "The function of the water condensation ring is to condense moisture within a radius of 5 kilometers, significantly increasing the humidity in the vicinity." There was no amplification magic effect. Karami was stalling for time to allow the moisture to condense, thereby enhancing the humidity in the arena and transforming the chain lightning into an enormous area spell. Although Anthony's body was rigid, he could still speak, astonished. "What are you planning to do? This is not what we agreed upon." "What am I planning to do? Naturally, I aim to win the match, you fool." Karami scoffed. She then began to chant her spell, Tiny Thunder Star, Overamplification, Threefold. Upon completion, the small purple gem on the tiny Thunderstar ring shattered. Magic, Thunderstrike. A bolt, a meter in diameter, hurtled towards the paralyzed Anthony, the spell reaching the level of a 5th-tier mage. However, as Karami chanted, Anthony was also casting a spell. Almost simultaneously with the thunder strike hitting Anthony, the paralysis effect lifted, and he unleashed Blade of the Gale. Anthony was enveloped in radiant lightning, and at the same time, dozens of wind blades shot forth from the light, aiming at Karami. The Blade of the Gale is the most potent offensive magic of the beginner wind category, transforming wind into blades to slice through opponents. As the brilliance faded and the wind stilled, the scene in the arena became clear. "Anthony!" Lena and Stone shouted in unison. The audience erupted in astonished gasps. Arthur also observed the arena intently. On the ground, both Anthony and Karami lay sprawled. Black smoke emanated from Anthony, singed by the lightning, while Karami was covered in lacerations, blood pooling around her. Yet, in the end, Anthony maintained his gentlemanly spirit, avoiding all vital areas of Karami's body. At that moment, Karami struggled to rise, but the multitude of wounds caused her excruciating pain, preventing her from standing. A gentle breeze swept through, and against all odds, Anthony managed to stand, or more accurately, he lifted himself with the wind. He fought to stabilize his form, striving to regain his footing. As the wind dissipated, he summoned his strength to stand upright. Cordamin approached the center of the arena, supporting Anthony as he declared loudly, "Third match. The victor is the mage Anthony Percy." As he finished speaking, Anthony collapsed into unconsciousness, slipping from Cordamin's grasp and falling to the ground. Stone and Lena rushed onto the arena, with Stone swiftly lifting Anthony onto his back and hastening toward the medical area. Through tears, Lena scolded, "You idiot, you great fool." "Anthony, The Lord of Yunpu City and Dean Fred made no comments regarding the competition. Arthur mused to himself, encountering yet another intriguing individual. Observing Anthony and Karami lying in adjacent hospital beds, Lena felt an overwhelming urge to confront Karami once more. Relief washed over Stone and Lena when the doctor announced that Anthony had merely fainted and was not in serious danger. The fourth match featured a swordsman facing off against a 10th-rank apprentice swordsman, culminating in a victory for the swordsman, Paulwood. The apprentice swordsman, Beaten Cook, sustained only minor injuries and remained eligible to compete in the losers bracket. Subsequently, Quarterman declared the morning matches concluded, with the afternoon contests commencing at 2 o'clock. At that moment, around 11 in the morning, Arthur noticed that the audience showed no intention of leaving. They had begun to indulge in a communal lunch, bringing forth food from home or purchased delicacies. Arthur felt a pang of sorrow. He had not eaten since morning, having only consumed a handful of nuts and dried fruits the previous night. The most lamentable aspect of existence was to witness others relishing their meals while one could do nothing but watch, saliva pooling in one's mouth. Chapter 8. The Yunpu Mage Guild. Despite his hunger, Arthur was determined not to miss the afternoon matches. However, the sight of the spectators enjoying their home-cooked feasts only intensified his longing for sustenance. In desperation, Arthur closed his eyes and meditated, channeling his mental energy to suppress his hunger. At last, the time for the afternoon matches arrived. Quarterman announced that, following a draw, Lena Stokes would automatically advance by facing the incapacitated Anthony Pacey. Meanwhile, the 4th-ranked swordsman, Reginald Lohman, would compete against the 1st-ranked swordsman, Paulwood. Due to the considerable disparity in their ranks, much like Lena's bout with Stone, the match concluded swiftly, with Reginald Lohman emerging victorious with ease. At this juncture, the winner's bracket was left with Reginald Lohman, the 4th-ranked swordsman, and Lena Stokes, the 5-star mage. Conversely, in the loser's bracket, due to the injuries sustained by the 9-star apprentice mage Karami Sharp and the 3rd-rank fighter, Caden Cage, only the 10th-rank apprentice fighter Stone, the 1st-rank swordsman Paulwood, and the 10th-rank apprentice swordsman Beaten Cook remained. As Stone and Beaten Cook were the first to be eliminated, the loser's bracket required Stone to face Beaten Cook first, with the victor then challenging Paulwood. The ultimate winner would then vie for the second recommendation letter to the Loch War Academy against the runner-up of the winner's bracket. However, the subsequent matches were scheduled for the following day, leaving the remaining time resembling an exhibition, with newcomers facing off against graduating students and the latter battling their mentors. This arrangement left Arthur quite dissatisfied. After waiting all afternoon, he had witnessed a match that was unbalanced and lacked excitement. Consequently, he chose not to continue watching the ensuing internal duels of the academy and departed from the still crowded Yunpu War Academy. Arthur decided against extending his stay at the inn, for he feared he would be left without funds for meals over the next 2 days. Arthur approached a quaint pie shop run by dwarves, spending 2 silver coins to acquire 4 steaming meat pies. After satisfying his hunger to a modest extent, he returned to the small inn in the town to retrieve his belongings. Subsequently, he ventured out of the city to the wooded area where he had practiced that morning. There, he set down his pack, unsheathed his great sword, and resumed his training, reflecting on the day's experiences as he did so. Under the starry sky, it seemed Arthur had resolved to spend the night in the woods beyond the city. Fortunately, his robust physique and prior experience with outdoor camping made him unperturbed by the coolness of the spring evening. Indeed, the damp grass upon which he lay quickly dried beneath him. The following morning, Arthur arose early. Unlike the previous day, he did not begin his morning training, but instead engaged in some physical activity before packing his belongings and re-entering the city for a leisurely stroll. His first stop was the dwarf pie shop from the day before, where he spent his remaining silver coins on more pies and kindly requested some water from the amiable dwarf proprietor, storing it in his leather water pouch. As he savored the pies, he mused to himself, "Today, I shall win that 100 gold coins. I must fill my belly first. For how else could I muster the strength to fight?" After a while, feeling quite satisfied, he patted his belly, declaring it to be 6/10 full, quite acceptable. For the pangs of hunger were a torment he wished to avoid. Next, he decided to visit the City's Fighters Guild and the Mages Guild to ascertain the level of his abilities. Inquiring along the way, he first found himself at the Mages Guild. Standing before the 3-story structure, he was filled with admiration. This guild was indeed a cut above the one in the town of Binning, its grandeur marked by a sign adorned with precious gems. Just as he was about to enter, a pair of soldiers stationed at the entrance barred his way. Noting Arthur's attire, which bore little resemblance to that of a mage or a student of the Cloudwater War Academy, one soldier inquired, "What brings you to the Mages Guild?" "I seek to assess my level as a mage," Arthur replied. The soldier scrutinized him skeptically, then added, "Please present your mage's badge." Arthur, puzzled, responded, "Badge? What is that?" The soldier, slightly irritated, suspected Arthur might be causing trouble, but patiently explained, "A mage's badge is an identification token issued by the guild upon registration. How can you seek to assess your level without it?" "Oh, I see. This is my first visit to the mage's guild, and I have yet to register, so I do not possess such a token. Am I not permitted entry without it?" Arthur queried. "Not necessarily," one soldier replied. He then turned to his companion, saying, "You accompany him inside." It seemed the soldier was still wary of Arthur, and it was understandable. Arthur's vibrant red hair was quite distinctive, and he bore a massive, enigmatic object upon his back, his great sword. As Arthur began to enter, the soldier called after him, "What is that you carry?" "My sword," Arthur answered. Before the soldiers could react, he pushed open the door and stepped into the mage's guild. "A sword?" The two soldiers exchanged bewildered glances. Holding a sword, Arthur approached the mage guild for an assessment of his rank, but he soon sensed a problem. The two soldiers accompanying him immediately followed suit inside. It was no wonder they were astonished. No one would expect a youth like Arthur to be a dual practitioner of both magic and swordsmanship. Oblivious to the soldiers' surprise, Arthur found the soldiers in the grand city to be quite bothersome. His curiosity was piqued as he surveyed the elegantly adorned vast hall, where the walls were adorned with numerous magical ornaments, shimmering with brilliance and creating a breathtaking spectacle. Among these was an expansive mural that left Arthur utterly amazed. The mural depicted a towering iceberg, with glacial waters cascading down its slopes to form a river. The wonder of this artwork lay not merely in its exquisite realism, but in the fact that the water within the painting appeared to flow, and the snow seemed to drift downwards. The mural also featured many lifelike ice sculptures, some resembling humans and others animals. Unable to resist the urge, Arthur reached out to touch the painting. Just as his fingers were about to make contact, a somewhat aged voice rang out, "Do not touch it. You will be drawn into the painting and transformed into an ice sculpture." "Did you not see the warning at the edge of the mural?" Startled, Arthur quickly withdrew his hand. He then turned to locate the source of the voice, which came from the far end of the hall where a large stone pedestal stood. An elderly man clad in a wizard's robe was bent over, engrossed in writing. Though he did not lift his gaze, it was clear that the voice belonged to him. The old mage continued, "It is rare for someone to arrive at the mage guild so early, especially a young one." With that, the old mage raised his head and scrutinized Arthur. Noticing the hollow full moon emblem adorned with 9 stars hanging from the mage's chest, Arthur deduced that he was a 9-star magus. As Arthur approached the old magus, he grumbled, "If this painting is so dangerous, why is it displayed so prominently? The world is filled with many beautiful things that are meant to be admired from a distance, yet lacking even this modicum of self-control. How can one aspire to be an exceptional mage? After all, paintings are meant for appreciation, not for touching." The old mage replied calmly, "Indeed." Arthur muttered under his breath, "A feeble excuse. Young one, what brings you to the mage guild so early?" The old magus inquired. "I wish to assess my vocational rank, and I have yet to register at the mage guild. Shouldn't I do that first?" "Yes, indeed. You must first register before assessing your vocational rank. Do you see the counter on the far left of the hall? There, you can purchase a registration form and a magical nameplate for 10 silver coins. For further details, please inquire with the staff there," the old magus explained patiently. "What? Registration requires payment? 10 silver coins," Arthur exclaimed. At this, the two soldiers behind him stepped forward, seemingly intent on silencing Arthur's outburst. However, the old magus waved them off, signaling that there was no cause for concern and allowing them to retreat. Arthur hesitated. Could it be a bit cheaper?" The old magus chuckled. "Young one, what price do you deem appropriate?" Arthur took out the coins from his pocket, counting them meticulously before responding, 42 copper coins. "How about that?" His voice dwindled with each word, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. It seems he is still aware of the awkwardness. The old mage shook his head and chuckled. "This is the amount stipulated by the Empire. 42 copper coins will not suffice. It appears you won't be able to complete your registration today. No worries, come back another time. The doors of the Mage Guild are always open." Arthur, looking at the 42 copper coins in his hand, sighed in resignation and turned to leave. At that moment, the old mage noticed a large object wrapped in cloth on Arthur's back. The old mage inquired, "Young lad, what is that you carry? It appears quite heavy." Arthur turned back, exasperated. "Do people in your big city always ask so many questions?" "That is my sword, a great sword." "A sword?" The old mage observed Arthur with keen interest. "Indeed, a sword. Is there a problem?" "There wasn't a problem before, but now there is," the old mage replied. "What magic do you know?" Arthur responded, I only know fire magic, and quite a bit of it. Could you demonstrate it for me? The old mage asked. I have no money for registration. What good would a demonstration do? I'm off. See you when I have funds. With that, Arthur left the mage guild without a backward glance. The old mage chuckled, an intriguing young lad, before returning to his work. After watching Arthur depart, one of the two soldiers stationed outside the guild entered, approached the old mage, and saluted. Vice President Simon, it is our negligence that has caused you trouble. The old mage shook his head and remarked, encountering a youth like him on such a fine morning is quite an amusing event. It's nothing to worry about. You may go. After leaving the mage guild, Arthur did not seek out the warrior guild, knowing that registration required funds. With some time to spare, he ventured to the Cloudwater War Academy to secure a good spot. Wow, there are already people here claiming their spots, Arthur muttered to himself. A spectator stand made of enormous vine-like plants already had a few early attendees. Arthur found an excellent vantage point and settled in. Once seated, he noticed someone running laps around the expansive square. Upon closer inspection, it was the novice fighter from yesterday's competition. Stone, that's his name. Just like me, he has no surname. Arthur recalled, having a vivid impression of Stone. Arthur watched as Stone completed lap after lap. As the stands gradually filled with spectators, Stone eventually departed. I hope you can earn the opportunity to attend the Imperial Capital War Academy. Chapter 9. Stone's first victory as the sun shone brightly. The vast square of the Cloudwater War Academy returned to the bustling scene of the previous day, teeming with people. Fortunately, Arthur had secured his position early, otherwise, he might not have been as fortunate today. Arthur mused, it seems there are even more people today than yesterday. Perhaps it's because the opportunity to qualify for the Imperial Academy will be decided today. Thus, today's competition garnered considerable attention. Today, Dean Fred refrained from addressing the audience and instead appointed Cole Diminutive to oversee the proceedings. In the first match of the loser's bracket, the novice fighter, Stone, faced off against the novice swordsman, Beaten Cook. Beaten Cook, a 16-year-old boy of average stature, possessed a head of golden hair and sparkling eyes that exuded shrewdness and confidence, creating a stark contrast with the steadfast and earnest Stone. Among the spectators, Anthony Pesci was surprisingly present, though he appeared to be in poor spirits. His long hair now curled and tousled, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. He remained seated beside Lena Stokes. The three-star fighter, Crouton Cage, was also in attendance, albeit with his midsection wrapped in bandages to secure his fractured ribs. Meanwhile, Karami Sharp was conspicuously absent, despite her injuries being relatively minor. She likely felt too self-conscious to appear, as women often cherish their beauty. It seems that the healing team of natural mages, doctors, and potion masters at Yunpu War Academy is remarkably effective, enabling swift recoveries. Reggie Longman, however, maintained his usual haughty demeanor, seated regally to the side. Given that this was a rematch, Cole Diminutive refrained from inquiries, merely reiterating the rules of the contest before announcing the commencement of the battle. With Stone and Beaten Cook displaying comparable levels of professional prowess, the contest hinged on their combat experience, depth of understanding of their respective crafts, and an unwavering determination to win. Once the match began, the novice swordsman Beaten Cook remained calm and did not rush into action. In contrast, Stone took the initiative, dashing forward with the intent to close the distance to Beaten Cook as swiftly as possible. Stone unleashed a martial technique known as chasing wind, propelling himself forward with remarkable speed before retracting his arms to deliver a punch fueled by the momentum. The effect of chasing wind mirrors that of a swordsman's charge. However, unlike a charge, which is a sudden burst of speed, chasing wind is a sustained high-speed movement. Beaten Cook, however, swiftly maneuvered away from Stone, though he lacked Stone's swiftness and would soon be overtaken. Just as Stone was mere meters away from striking Beaten, the latter unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating, executing a charge of his own. The two collided, and surprisingly, it was Stone, the initial aggressor, who bore the brunt of the impact. Arthur discerned the situation clearly. Reflecting inwardly, this swordsman is quite cunning and undeniably confident. He retreated first and then countered, colliding with Stone at the moment when his chasing wind technique was waning. Seizing this advantage, Beaten launched a sword attack, but Stone proved agile, utilizing Beaten's forward momentum to leap backward, evading the strike. Undeterred, Beaten pursued relentlessly. Employing the technique known as leaping slash, he soared high into the air before descending upon Stone with a downward strike. While this maneuver was strategically sound, allowing him to capitalize on Stone's backward leap, Beaten's execution was somewhat clumsy, resulting in a disjointed connection between the jump and the slash, ultimately diminishing its speed and lethality. Beaten had also recognized the gravity of the situation yet he could only brace himself and strike down. Stone remained composed, shifting his body to the side as he watched the sword descend before him and strike the floor. He quickly retaliated with a punch aimed at Beaton's abdomen, landing a precise blow that disrupted Beaton's breathing and left him momentarily incapacitated. Following his successful strike, Stone swiftly recalibrated his breath and summoned his strength for an onslaught of punches, the technique known as Tempest. At that moment, Stone unleashed this move, his fists moving with the swiftness of the wind and the density of rain, relentlessly pounding Beaton's upper body. Initially, Beaton managed to block a few blows or attempt to retreat. However, he soon found himself unable to keep pace with Stone's rapid strikes and evasive maneuvers, ultimately becoming a passive target for the assault. Stone's fists enveloped Beaton's upper body in a torrent of blows, and the arena reverberated with the sound of his punches landing. Eventually, the sword Beaton had tightly gripped slipped from his hand, and his body swayed uncontrollably, indicating that he could no longer withstand Stone's relentless barrage. Stone retracted his fists, steadied himself, and placed his right hand on his waist, preparing for the final blow. The technique mountain collapse was at hand. Beaton, now dazed, perceived everything around him as if in slow motion. He watched Stone's fist drawing near, yet he felt powerless to evade it. In that moment, he thought to himself, am I truly going to be defeated by him? By a nameless wretch? Beaton closed his eyes, bracing for the inevitable impact. However, after a prolonged silence, he felt no pain. He opened his eyes to see Stone's fist mere centimeters from him. In a feeble display of defiance, Beaton cursed, "You bastard." Stone withdrew his fist, standing firmly. Beaton, overwhelmed, knelt upon the ground, struggling to reclaim his sword. He slowly raised his right hand, conceding defeat. Quarterman ascended the stage to announce the outcome, yet the audience failed to offer Stone the applause befitting a victor. Instead, boos echoed through the arena. The spectators surrounding Arthur looked on in bewilderment as he rose from his seat, enthusiastically applauding and cheering. Hearing this unexpected applause, Stone turned to Arthur, nodding in gratitude. "Well done, Stone," Lena exclaimed from the sidelines, her voice filled with joy. Quarterman then personally assisted his student Beaton Cook down from the competition platform. While Stone approached the spectator area, Lena stood and walked up to Stone, playfully patting him on the shoulder like an older sister. "I didn't expect you to dispatch Beaton so swiftly. That was a splendid victory, little Stone." "Who asked little Stone?" Stone retorted, indignant. Anthony Pacey also gave Stone a thumbs up. Approaching Anthony, Stone playfully punched him in the chest. "You've recovered quickly. It's thanks to all those runs I've made you do." "Ouch, ouch, ouch, that hurts." "Be gentle. I'm still injured," Anthony protested. At that moment, Lena scoffed. "Serves you right. You brought this upon yourself by holding back yesterday." Lena then addressed Stone, urging him to sit down and take a moment to rest, as another contest awaited him shortly. Stone complied, settling down to regulate his breath. "Humph. I cannot believe that Bidon Cook lost to such a mediocre opponent," Regilorn Man remarked discontentedly from the side. At that moment, the injured fighter, Duncage, spoke up, stating, "It was Bidon who was simply outmatched." "What?" Regilorn Man exclaimed. "Bidon possesses commendable fighting skills. However, his technique lacks fluidity. That young lad, Stone, adeptly capitalized on Bidon's openings and defeated him decisively," Duncage explained slowly. "Humph. That lad was merely fortunate." Regilorn Man seemed utterly unconvinced of Stone's victory. Lena interjected coldly, "It is strength, pure strength. Do you comprehend?" Regilorn Man, uninterested in debating Stone's merit with Lena, turned to the swordsman seated beside him, Paul Wood, and instructed, "You must triumph in your upcoming duel against that insufferable brat. Do not disgrace the swordsman any further." Paul Wood cast a sinister glance at Stone, sneering, "Do not worry. I shall make him regret it soon enough." Lena encouraged Stone, "You can do it. That hefty black fellow stands no chance against you. If you win again, you will become the champion of the loser's bracket, and there lies hope." Lena refrained from elaborating, aware that even if Stone were to prevail in his subsequent matches, both Regilorn and she believed he could not overcome them. Thus, it was evident that Stone would not secure a place in the Imperial Capital War Academy this year. Stone smiled at Lena, signaling that he was unperturbed. Lena, feeling reassured, smiled back, offering him a supportive glance. "Oh, what are you all doing? This year, there is an additional spot available. Even if Stone loses to the runner-up of the winner's bracket, he could still earn a qualification if the challenger loses, or if there is no challenger at all," Anthony Percy interjected from the side. It appeared that Anthony also believed Stone could defeat Paul Wood, yet held little hope for his chances against Regilorn Man or Lena Stokes. Suddenly, Lena brightened. "Indeed. How did I not think of that?" Stone gazed at his clenched fists and murmured, "I do not wish for my fate to be dictated by others." I must strive for what I desire myself. I will exert every effort to excel in each match. Lena and Anthony fell silent, their eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as they regarded Stone. Perhaps this was why they considered him a friend. Upon hearing their collective certainty of his impending defeat, Paul Wood's expression darkened further. 30 minutes later, Cole Diamond returned to the stage to announce the second match of the losers bracket, the novice fighter Stone against the swordsman Paul Wood. Paul Wood, also a 16-year-old, was not particularly tall but possessed a strong build. Arthur harbored no fondness for this contestant, as Paul Wood's disdain for Stone was unmistakably etched upon his face. As the match commenced, Paul Wood pointed his sword at Stone, coldly declaring, "You wretched scoundrel, you shall not be so fortunate this time." Stone tightened his leather gloves and declared with gravity, "You shall pay for your words and actions." He then took the initiative, executing the martial technique, Gale Chase. However, Bowerwood responded with remarkable astuteness. He neither engaged Stone in a direct confrontation nor employed the techniques used by Beaten Cook to suppress him. Instead, he capitalized on the greatest advantage a swordsman has over a brawler, the range of attack. A simple slash of his sword forced Stone to withdraw momentarily. Quickly maneuvering to Bowerwood's flank, Stone unleashed the technique, diving abdominal strike. Lowering his stance, he charged forward, intending to incapacitate Bowerwood as he had done to Beaten with a well-placed blow to the abdomen. Yet, Stone's attempt was thwarted as Bowerwood swung his sword once more, compelling Stone to retract his fist and retreat from the range of Bowerwood's strikes. As Stone stepped back, he pondered how to penetrate Bowerwood's defenses. Bowerwood, emboldened, remarked, "I am not like that fool Beaten, who, despite having an advantage, insists on using technique to defeat you. Victory is all that matters. The method is inconsequential. Do you truly endorse a fighting style like that of Calami?" Stone retorted, "That is because Anthony is an idiot. He was severely injured by Calami. If Calami had won that fight, it would have been a victory." Bowerwood scoffed, "Anthony is not an idiot." Stone shot back, and with that, he launched another assault. Bowerwood continued to wield his sword, and Stone employed the martial technique, dive. This skill, utilized by brawlers in close-quarter combat, allowed for rapid short-distance movement. Stone evaded Bowerwood's blade and struck, the impact resonating as his fist connected with the back of Bowerwood's sword. Bowerwood maintained excellent control over the trajectory of his blade, swiftly transitioning to a defensive stance. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Stone once again used the dive technique for rapid movement, following up with the punch technique, strong strike. Bowerwood pivoted, positioning his sword horizontally. Just as Stone was about to land a hit, he realized that the blade awaited his fist. He quickly withdrew his punch as Bowerwood retaliated with the sword technique, slash. Bowerwood effectively forced Stone out of his attacking range once more. Stone attempted several more assaults, yet each time he returned empty-handed, narrowly avoiding Bowerwood's blade on multiple occasions. Sweat trickled down Stone's cheek. The repeated use of Gale Chase and dive had significantly drained his stamina. He focused on regulating his breathing, while Bowerwood appeared unhurried. Below, Lena and Anthony watched anxiously as Stone prepared himself. Stone bounced on the spot to regain his composure. "Must I resort to that move?" "No, it is not yet time. That technique is reserved for that rascal Reggie." "Very well, then I shall employ the technique my adoptive father taught me." Chapter 10. The tenacious Stone before Stone could act. Breathing evenly, Bowerwood seemed to sense Stone's fatigue and finally sprang into action. Bowerwood charged towards Stone and executed a charge, still adjusting his breath. Stone did not wish to take this blow head-on and swiftly sidestepped. Trying to escape, Bowerwood called out, immediately changing direction and employing the sword technique, thrust. This move showcased the swordsman's advantage in attack range to its fullest extent. Though the Stone evaded momentarily, it could not escape the reach of the sword strike. In a split second before the blade could make contact, the Stone abruptly pivoted, narrowly dodging the attack. "This time, you shall not escape," Ball declared as he wielded his sword with both hands, executing a fierce horizontal slash known as the cleave. The Stone, unable to evade, could only brace itself with its arms crossed in front of its chest, enduring the blow. It was sent tumbling backward, crashing to the ground. However, the moment it hit the ground, the Stone swiftly rolled back to its feet, albeit too late, as Ball followed up with a technique, the leap slash. The Stone was compelled to once again block the assault with its arms. Gritting its teeth, the Stone summoned its strength and charged at Ball, who was taken aback by the Stone's tenacity. The impact pushed Ball back several paces. The Stone then swiftly repositioned itself, maintaining a cautious distance from Ball. It shook its arms, beads of sweat cascading from its brow, indicating that although Bale's previous strikes had not struck a vital area, they had nonetheless inflicted considerable damage. On the sidelines, Lena clutched Anthony's arm tightly, causing him to sweat profusely, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Ball, reveling in his triumph, taunted. If it weren't for the sword sheath, your arms would be rendered useless. Such a pity. I long to witness your transformation from a wretched being to a pitiful one. The stone remained silent, continuing to move its arms, but its expression revealed the severity of its injury, uncertain if the bones were affected. After several deep breaths, the stone, despite the pain, raised its arms, wiping the sweat from its brow, and assumed a combat stance. Ball charged again. This time, the stone did not evade but embraced the confrontation with a martial art. Chase the wind. It advanced boldly. Ball bellowed. You are doomed to lose when facing a swordsman with bare hands, you wretched creature. In the instant before their clash, the stone suddenly lowered its stance, striking the ground with its right leg, swiftly moving to the left with the technique, diving, following up with a punch, abdominal strike. Ball scoffed and swung his sword to counter, yet the stone's move was but a feint. The stone maneuvered again, employing the diving technique, sidling up to Bale's left side for another punch, abdominal strike. Ball, possessing remarkable control, quickly retracted his sword to defend, using the back of his blade to shield his side. However, this defensive posture obstructed his line of sight. To his astonishment, the stone strike was yet another ruse. A third diving. Suddenly, Ball realized that the stone had vanished from his view. On the sidelines, Jill exclaimed loudly, "Fool! He is behind you." Lena promptly retaliated with an ice spear spell aimed at Jill, who deflected it with his sword. "What are you doing, you scoundrel?" Jill shouted at Lena. At that moment, a pained howl echoed across the arena, causing both Lena and Jill to turn their gaze toward the fray. The stone's fist had found its mark on Bale's lower back. With the kidney strike, following the third diving, the stone had maneuvered behind Ball, and with a protruding knuckle, it delivered a punch to the area of Bale's kidneys. Yet, it was not over. The stone executed a second kidney strike, with a flying knee, once more impacting Bale's kidney region, where beneath the skin lie major nerves branching from the spine. Striking this area may inflict damage upon the kidneys and induce a severe neurological shock. In that moment, Paul felt as if he were suspended in the heavens, with everything around him violently trembling. Having lost all mobility, Paul found himself encircled by Stone's arms, who then lifted him and executed a sudden backward throw, a combat technique known as the suplex. Paul's head was forcefully driven into the wooden floor of the arena. As Stone rose, Paul remained motionless, his head hanging downward. Stone gazed at the now senseless Paul and declared, "This is the price you pay." Cole D. Ming ascended the stage to announce, "The victor, Stone, the 10th degree apprentice fighter." Bravo! Arthur stood up once more. Meanwhile, Reggie Longman, seated among the spectators, seethed. How could that wretch win again? He then turned to Lena with ire. "What were you thinking attacking me just now?" Lena replied coldly, "You know full well." "What?" Reggie retorted angrily, continuing, "Our families have been allies for generations, and I have made numerous concessions for you. Don't be ungrateful." Lena replied, unperturbed. "The ties between our families end with our generation. Moreover, did I ever ask you to yield to me? Our match is approaching, and then you shall see who truly needs to concede." Reggie abruptly stood up, but at that moment, a mentor from the Cloudfall War Academy, responsible for maintaining order, approached with a stern expression. He admonished, "I noticed both of you earlier. One disturbed the match, while the other even resorted to violence. I refrained from reprimanding you then. But now you dare to overstep. If you wish to avoid disqualification, behave yourselves. Sit down." After casting a sidelong glance at Reggie, Lena took hold of Anthony Pesci and departed from the spectators' area to meet Stone, while Reggie sat back down in frustration. Meanwhile, fighter Clayton Cage, seated nearby, mused. A swift pursuit followed by a trio of consecutive dives. Such maneuvers are beyond the capacity of an apprentice fighter. He then recalled that Stone had not visited the Fighters Guild for a rank assessment in quite some time. Reggie, overhearing, cast a complex glance at Stone on the arena. His thoughts veiled. Arthur, in the stands, beamed with delight, thinking to himself, "This Stone is quite formidable." Back in the arena, Cole D. Ming laid Paul Wood flat and glared at Stone, questioning, "Why did you strike so harshly?" Stone replied nonchalantly, "He is merely paying the price for his words and actions." He then turned to leave, heading towards the audience. Cole D. Ming retorted angrily, "You uncouth wretch. How dare you speak to a mentor in such a manner? No wonder they call you a wretched being." Stone paused but did not turn back. He clenched his fists and quietly stated, "You are their mentor, not mine. Also, I have a name. Please call me Stone." He then swiftly descended from the arena. The Lord of Cloudfall City remarked to Headmaster Fred, "That child Stone has been rather heavy-handed. Such conduct is excessive for a friendly competition. Dean Fred remarked. This predicament is of Ballwood's own making, and the final blow merely transferred the force onto the floor. Ballwood's injuries should not be severe. He further lamented. People often place undue emphasis on matters that are inconsequential to the individual, neglecting the essence of the person. That boy Stone has endured pressures over the years that are far beyond what one of his age should bear. Proficient in wind magic, Dean Fred was acutely aware of the events unfolding in the arena. Upon descending from the stage, Stone was greeted by his two friends, Lena and Anthony. Lena rushed over first, seizing Stone's arm, exclaiming, "Stone, you were absolutely magnificent today." Stone grimaced in pain, clutching the arm that Lena had grasped, rendered momentarily speechless. Lena quickly released her hold and gently rolled up the sleeves of his arms. Both Lena and Anthony gasped at the sight of Stone's injured arm, which was now a deep shade of purple and significantly swollen. It was unimaginable what excruciating pain Stone had endured to execute his counterattack. With concern, Lena exclaimed, "How did you get hurt like this? Hurry, we must go to the infirmary." Upon arriving at the infirmary, a nature mage examined Stone's arm, stating, "You have fractures in both arms, accompanied by considerable bruising." Stone asked, "Is there a way to expedite the healing process?" "There's another match this afternoon." Lena responded, "What? You wish to compete in this condition?" "Stone, you have already proven yourself today. Do not push yourself further." Anthony also urged caution. However, Stone remained silent, fixated on the nature mage responsible for his treatment. The mage replied, "The bruising is manageable, but I can only facilitate the healing of the fractures. The bones will remain vulnerable. You must refrain from using your arms for at least a week, or the fractures may worsen into breaks. At that point, treatment will be far more complicated." Stone insisted, "Please, master, do proceed with the treatment." The nature mage then cast a spell, Blessing of the Leaves. From the numerous potted plants in the expansive infirmary, a multitude of green glows emerged, resembling fireflies, and swarmed toward the mage's right hand. He then moved his hand back and forth over Stone's arms, and to Stone's amazement, the swelling gradually subsided. As the brilliance from the mage's hand faded, Stone's arms returned to a semblance of normalcy. Yet, the true injury lay within the bones. The nature mage stated, "This is all I can do for now. You should seek further treatment from a physician." At that moment, Cole Diminutive entered the infirmary, supporting Ballwood, and shot a fierce glance at Stone without uttering a word. Stone and his friends did not acknowledge the swordsman mentor, but proceeded directly to the physician. The physician then stabilized Stone's arm using a wooden board and bandages. Yet Stone repeatedly requested tighter bindings, causing him to sweat profusely from the pain. It was evident that the stubborn Stone was resolute in his determination not to forfeit the upcoming match. Then, the group approached the pharmacist to procure some medicine before departing the infirmary. Observing Lena and Anthony's expressions, Stone felt compelled to urge himself. He preemptively declared, "Do not try to dissuade me. I shall not relent." Lena persisted, "Even if you succeed and secure your qualification, there will still be assessments at the Imperial Academy. How will you manage to pass them when you are already injured?" Stone replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I shall find a way." Lena, exasperated, exclaimed, "You fool. I truly cannot deal with you." Anthony interjected, "Isn't this just how Stone always is? Let him be." Lena then began to ponder, her eyes darting about as if formulating a plan. She clenched her fist, seemingly resolute in her decision. They returned to the viewing area for competitors. Reginald Lamon sneered at Stone, "You wretch, do you truly believe you have a chance at qualification? Dream on." Lena retorted, "Reginald, are you a toilet? All you can spew is repugnant nonsense. Do you lack the capacity for coherent speech?" She continued, "Stone's qualification this year is a certainty. I will deliberately lose to you." And then to Stone. Stone exclaimed, "What? Are you out of your mind? Even if I were to obtain such a qualification, I would find no joy in it. Moreover, if you do not qualify, your family, mentors, and Dean Fred will be disappointed." Lena replied, "What does it matter if you are happy or not? This way, you will be one step closer to your dream. Besides, I still have a chance at qualification. After the official competition, I will challenge the contender." She fixed her gaze intently on Reginald Lamon. Anthony, deep in thought, nodded and remarked, "What a splendid plan." Reginald Lamon, seething with anger, thought to himself, "If I must continue to share an academy with that wretch, I shall go mad. This scoundrel has tormented me for 2 years at the Cloudwater War Academy. To be in his presence is a disgrace. And it seems Lena has a soft spot for him. How infuriating. How can she possibly fancy that scoundrel?" In a fit of rage, Reginald thrust his sword into the ground. "I shall not allow you to succeed." With that, he departed from the place that repulsed him. Chapter 11. I Yield. Anthony chuckled as he watched Reginald storm off in a huff. Lena, look at what you've done. You've nearly driven that lad mad. Ha ha. Stone addressed Lena. Please, do not proceed with this. I am grateful for your kindness, but if I were to secure the qualification this way, I would feel inferior at the Imperial Academy. Lena countered. When the time comes, you must train diligently so that those from the Imperial War Academy regard you with respect. Enough said. Once I have made my decision, you cannot interfere. Stone hung his head in silence, and Anthony gently patted his shoulder. Soon, it will be time for the match between Lena and Reginald. Following that, the arena showcased some exhibition matches, featuring two teams of mages battling one another. Though the display appeared vibrant and intense, it was merely for show, lacking true substance. After the two teams of mages concluded their performance and exited the stage, Dean Fred ascended the competition stage and proclaimed, "The first seat to the Imperial Capital War Academy shall be determined in the forthcoming match." A wave of exuberant applause erupted from the audience, and Arthur appeared particularly captivated, filled with anticipation. Dean Fred continued, "We shall witness a duel between the 5-star mage, Lena Stork, and the 4-rank swordsman, Reggie Lohman. I invite both contestants to the stage." The audience erupted into applause once more. In the viewing area, Anthony quietly inquired, "Do you truly intend to proceed with this, Lena?" Lena simply replied, "Yes," and then made her way to the competition platform. Stone watched Lena's retreating figure, hesitating for words before slumping back down, acutely aware that Lena's resolve was beyond his persuasion. With his head bowed, he gazed at his tightly clenched fists, murmuring, "If only I were stronger, if only I worked harder. I am not strong enough. I must grow stronger." Anthony said nothing but gently patted Stone on the shoulder. Reggie scoffed at this scene and then strode towards the competition stage. Upon reaching Stone's position, he paused and coldly remarked, "Do you genuinely believe you can attend the Imperial Capital War Academy? Dream on. Just wait for the day you drag your crippled hands to beg." With that, Reggie hastily proceeded to the stage. Stone abruptly stood, exclaiming loudly, "No matter the outcome of your battle with Lena today, I shall challenge you." Reggie did not even glance back as he continued forward. Anthony pulled Stone back into his seat, saying, "Why waste your energy on such a person? Calm down, calm down. Don't let your fervor ignite me." Stone, visibly agitated, breathed heavily. As Lena and Reggie stood in the center of the competition stage, applause erupted once again from the audience. Dean Fred waved his hand, silencing the crowd. Addressing the two most exceptional students of the Yunpu War Academy this year, he declared, "Both of you possess commendable strength. Yet today as competition is merely a brief chapter in your illustrious journey. Do not become lost in the immediate victory or defeat. Compete well and enjoy the experience." Lena appeared somewhat distracted, not fully absorbing Dean Fred's words, while Reggie solemnly acknowledged him with a swordsman's salute. Dean Fred, unfazed by Lena's distraction, returned Reggie's gesture and announced loudly, "Begin the match." With that, Dean Fred vanished in a flash, returning to the viewing area. Upon hearing the words "begin the match," Lena snapped back to reality. Anthony's arm was painfully gripped by Stone. Stone's gaze was complex as he looked at Lena on the stage. Lena glanced down at Stone and slowly raised her right hand. Just then, a voice halted her movement, stirring the audience into a frenzy. The distinguished guests exchanged bewildered glances. "I concede." Reggie's voice rang clear and cold, resonating throughout the venue. Dean Fred shook his head in resignation. In a hushed tone, he remarked, "My previous words appear to have been in vain." Arthur, seated among the audience, chuckled at the unfolding scene, saying, "How amusing." The young sorceress was about to concede, only to be preempted by that scoundrel. He then turned his gaze towards the viewing area where Stone and Anthony sat. At that moment, Stone abruptly rose to his feet, clenched his fist, and pointed at Reggie, loudly declaring, "As you wish." The crowd erupted in astonishment once more. Meanwhile, Reggie paid no heed to Stone, merely performing a swordsman's salute to the audience, the esteemed guests. And his mentor, Arthur, smiled at Stone, inwardly reflecting, "My admiration for you grows ever deeper, Stone." Cole swiftly ascended the stage, casting a fierce glare at Reggie before announcing the results of the contest. The victor is the 5-star sorceress, Lena Stork. Finally, Dean Fred hastily took the stage to complete the formalities of awarding the recommendation letter to the Imperial Capital Academy before departing. As Reggie left the competition platform alongside Cole, he confidently proclaimed, "Rest assured, Mentor, this year's recommendation slot is mine for the taking." Cole coldly retorted, "Nonsense," before quickening his pace and exiting. Reggie shook his head in resignation and returned to the viewing area. Stone addressed Reggie solemnly, "This afternoon, we shall settle this." Reggie merely toyed with his fingers, nonchalantly placing his hand in front of him. Lena, having returned to the viewing area, wore an expression of fury and exclaimed, "Reggie, you scoundrel." To which Reggie replied coolly, "As a member of the stock family, you ought to maintain your decorum." At that moment, Lena wished she could summon lightning to strike Reggie down. Anthony sighed in exasperation. Things are getting increasingly chaotic. He then pulled the irate Lena back to her seat. Lena turned to Stone and inquired, "Are you unwilling to forfeit the match?" "Indeed." She continued, "Must we fight?" "Indeed." Lena's frustration intensified as she suppressed her anger, asking, "Even if you were to break an arm and could no longer be a fighter, would you still insist on battling?" "Indeed." Lena closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then opened them and asserted, "I must leave. I will return before the match this afternoon. If I do not return, you are forbidden from competing, understood, Stone?" Stone pondered for a moment, but remained silent. Lena's temper flared as she unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks upon Stone, shouting, "You wretched Stone! You worthless Stone! You foolish Stone!" Stone endured her onslaught, while Anthony dared not intervene. After a while, Lena, having vented her frustrations, turned to Anthony and instructed, "Keep an eye on Stone. Do not let him compete until I return." "Absolutely." With that, Lena strode away from the viewing area, her demeanor betraying none of the grace expected of a noble. Once Lena had departed, Stone let out a deep sigh, muttering, "I've caused you all more trouble." "We are friends," Anthony said with a smile, watching Lena retreat. The program then included some impromptu performances, which managed to prevent the audience from completely erupting. Arthur observed the spectacle with little interest, stifling a yawn. From time to time, Arthur would glance up at the blazing sun, yearning for time to hasten, so that the afternoon's competition would arrive sooner. It was once again time for lunch. The esteemed guests had already departed, while the spectators below began to unearth their packed meals and snacks. Arthur closed his eyes, muffled his ears with cloth, and covered his nose with his hand, pondering, "If I do not see, hear, or smell, I shall not feel hunger." Reggie, in the Academy's lounge, found himself in a state of ennui, staring blankly out the window. Suddenly, a crisp knock echoed through the room. "Come in," he beckoned. A well-dressed attendant entered, bowing slightly as he whispered to Reggie, "Young master, the clan leader is in the hall." Upon hearing this, Reggie sprang to his feet, brushing past the attendant and rushing outside. In the hall, a tall, elderly man with salt and pepper hair stood with his back to Reggie. Upon hearing the approaching footsteps, the man turned slowly, revealing a visage that was surprisingly gentle, quite unlike Reggie's own rigid and haughty demeanor. Reggie lowered his gaze, guilt tinging his voice as he said, "Grandfather." The tall elder affectionately ruffled Reggie's hair and replied, "It is all right. I understand your thoughts. However, my child, one should always show mercy to others." Reggie raised his eyes, a complex expression crossing his face as he regarded the elder. The old man continued, "I do not intend to interfere in your competition. I merely wish to impart a lesson that is as simple as it is profound. Rest well, and compete earnestly this afternoon. I shall be watching from below. And do not worry about your father." With that, the elder turned to leave. Reggie stood rooted to the spot, refraining from bidding farewell as the elder walked away. Once the old man had distanced himself, Reggie struck the wall with his fist, exclaiming fiercely, "Why does even grandfather speak on behalf of that wretched child? This afternoon, I shall make you pay." After lunch, Stone and Anthony returned to the spectators' area. Anthony rambled on with jokes that even he seemed to struggle to comprehend, while Stone listened with a distracted mind. For example, once upon a time, there was a bird that, while flying, lost a feather that fortuitously landed on my head. Do you think that is humorous? A few days prior, I saw a girl holding a little monkey, and how envious I was as the monkey touched this and that. After a while, perhaps unable to endure Anthony's relentless banter any longer, Stone glanced up at the sun and remarked, "There is still an hour until the competition begins. If Lena doesn't return in time, will you stop me from competing?" Anthony chuckled, "Of course. Otherwise, that crazy girl Lena would surely beat me to a pulp. I must have a match with Reggie," Stone declared earnestly. Anthony shrugged nonchalantly, "I understand, but I believe this competition should not transpire just yet." Thus, the two continued their banter for another half hour. Stone eventually stood up, bouncing around to stretch his body, throwing a few exploratory punches. Anthony merely observed in silence, occasionally glancing towards the entrance of the academy. Chapter 12. Dawn. When Lena hurriedly arrived, she spotted Stone warming up and laughed, chiding him, "Silly Stone." Anthony rose with a smile and said, "Miss, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't know what to do." "The other fool." Stone chuckled, scratching his head. At that moment, Lena took out an exquisite small box from her bosom, its transparent material shimmering in a rich emerald hue. The outer rim of the box was intricately engraved with elegant elven script, and the lid bore a lifelike image of a toad. Lena instructed Stone, Extend your arm and remove the bandages and splint. This is the essence of the azure-eyed toad. Applying it should enable you to participate in the upcoming competition. Anthony, who had been curious when he first saw Lena produce the box, was taken aback upon hearing her words, for they confirmed his suspicions. Unlike Stone, who was unaware of the item's significance, Anthony hailed from a prominent family and recognized its value. The azure-eyed toad is found only near the sacred grounds of the elven kingdom of Shemulson, feeding solely on the dew of rare plants that thrive in abundant spiritual energy. It is said that the toad secretes its essence only during the full moon, and harvesting it is exceedingly difficult, as only the telepathic elves can approach it. Thus, its rarity is evident, and possessing even this small box is extraordinary. Anthony fell silent, and Lena added, I know you wish to inquire, young Anthony. I exchanged the reward my family provided me for this. Stone appeared bewildered. Anthony was aware that Lena's family had originally granted her 2 exceptional magical stones as a reward, intended to enhance the power of her dual-element bracelet. However, the value of the azure-eyed toad's essence far surpassed that of the 2 magical stones. He pondered what sacrifices Lena must have made to obtain it, for no prominent family would invest all their resources in a single descendant. Gains often come with losses. Anthony regarded Stone and thought, You foolish lad, you may never comprehend the immense debt of gratitude you owe Lena. Stone wore a conflicted expression. On one hand, he genuinely wished to confront Reggie in peak form, yet on the other, he was reluctant to owe Lena any further, as he felt he had already incurred too much. Lena smiled at Stone, saying, Little Stone, this is not worth much. Hurry up, don't dawdle like a coward. Remember, if you feel indebted to me, once you become a truly formidable master, you can fight whomever I command as repayment. For now, consider it a simple interest. Give Reggie a good thrashing for me. Anthony chimed in, Indeed, Stone, this really isn't of great value. Don't overthink it. If you do become the great master Lena describes, do lend me a hand in dealing with some foes as well. Lena teased, with your pretentious gentlemanly demeanor, do you even have the heart to fight? Anthony replied earnestly, I am a true gentleman. A true gentleman never claims to be one, Lena retorted, leaving Anthony defeated in their playful banter. The tension surrounding Stone dissipated amidst the playful banter of Lena and Anthony. With utmost caution, he took hold of the box and gently lifted the lid. Instantly enveloped by an enchanting aroma, Lena delicately tapped the box's contents, a vibrant green toad saliva, and evenly applied it to Stone's arm. The viscous emerald liquid swiftly permeated his skin, eliciting a soft moan of comfort from him. Stone gazed in astonishment at his arms, flexed them, and joyfully exclaimed, This is truly remarkable. I feel as though my injuries have completely healed, and my arms seem to possess greater strength. With pride, Lena replied, Of course. This substance has the extraordinary ability to mend broken bones, regenerate tissue, and even neutralize various poisons. Stone's gaze shifted from his arms to Lena, his eyes unwavering and resolute. Though he offered no words of gratitude, Lena felt a hint of bashfulness under his steady stare. Anthony, witnessing this exchange, burst into laughter. At that moment, Reggie returned to the spectators' area, casting a curt glance at the jovial group before taking a seat. Ignoring Reggie, Lena turned to Stone and said, Remember my earlier words. Make sure to give Reggie a sound thrashing. Stone affirmed with determination, Absolutely. Lena then produced another item from her cloak, a pair of finely crafted iron bracers. I procured these from your adoptive father after considerable effort. Your negligent father, I must say, is quite irresponsible. When I asked him for equipment, he had the audacity to question whether such a low-level competition required bracers. Stone lowered his head, acknowledging, My father speaks the truth. It is my own lack of strength that is the issue. Kenny Ironfist, Stone's adoptive father, was renowned as the foremost fighter in Cloudwater City. Though his exact rank remained unknown, Stone had never mentioned Kenny as his adoptive father and had never sought to flaunt this connection. When Lena and Anthony stumbled upon this revelation, they were taken aback, often chastising Stone for not leveraging his father's name to garner respect, suggesting that he would not face such ridicule in Cloudwater City otherwise. Whenever Lena and Anthony pressed him on this matter, Stone would respond, I have yet to earn my father's pride. I am unworthy of bearing his name. Little did anyone realize that Kenny had bestowed upon his adopted son but 3 gifts, none of which included guidance in martial arts. These gifts consisted of a meal, the opportunity to study at the Cloudwater War Academy, and a single phrase. Feigning anger, Lena commanded, Take this. Reluctantly, Stone accepted the well-crafted, albeit modestly made, iron bracers. At that moment, applause erupted from the crowd, as Dean Frederick had taken his position at the center of the competition stage. Stone thought to himself, it has begun. Lena and Anthony echoed this sentiment internally. While Arthur mused, at last it commences. Reggie, with a scoff, rose to his feet. The second recommendation for the Imperial War Academy was to be determined in the upcoming contest. Contestants, the 4-star swordsman Reggie Langman and the 10-star apprentice fighter Stone. Please take the stage. Reggie advanced with unwavering determination, nodding gravely at Stone, Lena, and Anthony before resolutely striding towards the competition stage. Dean Fred, unlike earlier in the morning, uttered only a few words to Reggie. You bear little resemblance to your grandfather. He then gently patted Stone on the shoulder, whispering encouragement. With that, he boomed. Let the match begin. Stone, brimming with anticipation, surged forward. Reggie, wielding his heavy sword, executed a powerful slash. The force of his blade sliced through the air, sending Stone tumbling. However, Stone adeptly performed a backflip, dissipating the gust and landing gracefully not far from Reggie, with the tip of his sword grounded. Reggie casually rested his hands on the hilt, mockingly taunting, Are you so eager to lose? Fear not, I won't let you concede this match too soon. I shall indulge in this game with you. He then intensified his tone. Wretch? Arthur, witnessing the prowess of Reggie's strike, felt a surge of admiration, pondering to himself. I did not anticipate this swordsman to conceal such strength, yet his pretense is rather off-putting. Stone remained silent, quietly searching for a flaw in Reggie's defense. With a sudden burst of speed, Stone charged in, weaving left and right. As he neared Reggie, he feigned a right-hand punch, launching a fierce left hook. Yet, to his astonishment, Stone's fist barely grazed the air as Reggie's sword reached him first. Though Stone was swift, Reggie's blade was swifter. Forced to retract his assault, Stone narrowly evaded the strike with a swift dive. Undeterred, he attempted another dive, aiming to flank Reggie for an opportunity, but once again, Reggie's sword was poised before him, compelling Stone to halt his advance and retreat sharply. Another dive ensued, yielding the same outcome. Reggie's sword relentlessly pushed him back. Unlike Paul, who lacked Stone's speed, Reggie did not rely on the reach of his sword to suppress Stone, but rather employed pure velocity and strength. This relentless exchange left Stone in a precarious stalemate, akin to a bee circling a flower, unable to gather nectar, merely spinning in frustration. In the audience, fellow fighter Creighton Cage was taken aback, not by Reggie's sword skills, but by the fact that Stone had executed 12 consecutive dives. Creighton understood deeply the physical toll such rapid close-quarters maneuvers exacted. He questioned whether he could match Stone's endurance. Stone, a tenacious youth, recognized that if he could not breach Reggie's defenses even with his rapid dives, defeat was inevitable. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. As he completed his 12th dive, intent on forcing out a 13th, he noted Reggie's growing impatience, as if the latter had grown weary of the game, and he launched a swifter strike towards the exerting Stone. Stone raised his arms to shield himself, but was sent sprawling by the blow. Reggie, once more resting his hands on the sword's hilt, grinned at the panting Stone, remarking, I didn't expect a wretch like you to conceal such strength. Had you shown this prowess against the fool Paul Wood, you wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat. With that, Reggie hoisted his great sword, the Star of Glory, and casually inquired, Now, which method of enhancing physical abilities do you utilize? Stone endeavored to steady his breath, pausing for a moment before declaring, Emperor's Might. This technique, crafted a century ago by a martial emperor, possesses the extraordinary ability to augment one's physical prowess and, when necessary, forcibly elevate immense strength. It is said that this martial emperor, employing this secret art, tore a dragon asunder with his bare hands, cleaved mountains, and even severed rivers with a single punch. However, the use of this technique exacts a toll on the body, the extent of which correlates with the user's inherent strength and the level of mastery they achieve with Emperor's Might. Yet, should the user possess a physique as formidable as a dragon, the damage incurred from utilizing Emperor's Might remains negligible. This martial emperor, having traversed the world, never turned away anyone seeking his counsel, resulting in the widespread dissemination of Emperor's Might, with nearly every war academy across the Hermon Continent housing a copy of the technique. Reginald, slightly taken aback, remarked, I never imagined that a low-born wretch like you could learn Emperor's Might. I doubt you have even reached the first tier of the Strength Sovereign realm. Otherwise, you wouldn't be moving at such a sluggish pace, akin to a tortoise. Arthur, observing the scene, felt an increasing disdain for Reginald. Stone remained silent, reflecting inwardly that Reginald was stronger than he had anticipated. Unfortunately, he could not attain the Strength Sovereign realm in an instant. He needed to gather energy to barely reach that level. Moreover, Reginald had interrupted his continuous energy accumulation. What should he do? Stone was uncertain if his body could endure another round of energy gathering to ultimately achieve the Strength Sovereign realm. He hesitated. The pinnacle of the Strength Sovereign within emperors might represent explosive power and speed, a momentary burst of might. Yet, Stone was incapable of instantaneously ascending to the Strength Sovereign realm, leaving him to resort to his clumsy methods, persistently gathering energy and applying pressure to his muscles, compelling his body to inch closer to the critical point of explosive power, ultimately striving to reach the momentary Strength Sovereign state. However, this approach placed excessive strain on his body, leading to potential harm from employing the Strength Sovereign technique. Shaking his head to dispel unnecessary thoughts, Stone resolved to regain his determination. He exhaled heavily, Wind Chaser. Once more, Stone surged toward Reginald, delivering a powerful punch. Reginald drew his sword, swifter than Stone, yet this time, Stone did not retract his fist to evade. He merely shifted his body slightly, bracing himself to endure a strike in exchange for landing a blow on Reginald. However, Reginald had no intention of trading a punch for a sword strike. Perceiving it as a profound disgrace to be struck by such a lowly creature, he diminished the force behind his sword but maintained his speed, striking Stone and swiftly retreating to evade Stone's punch. Undeterred by the blow, Stone pressed on, launching a whip kick aimed at Reginald's lower body. Reginald leaped back, and Stone pursued. They exchanged punches and sword strikes in a relentless cycle, with Stone enduring multiple sword hits, merely shifting his body to avoid critical damage. Although Reginald had tempered his strikes to avoid being hit by Stone, each blow still landed with substantial force, impacting Stone significantly. Reggie was on the verge of madness from the reckless actions of Shirtu. Fearing the potential impact of Shitu's strikes, he hesitated to unleash his full strength with his sword. Yet, Shitu's wild antics left Reggie feeling humiliated and ashamed. On the sidelines, Lena and Anthony anxiously observed Shirtu, with Lena exclaiming, "Has Shirtu lost his mind? Doesn't he feel pain? What purpose does such frenzied aggression serve?" Anthony furrowed his brow and replied, "This is simply Shitu's way of fighting." In the audience, Arthur's gaze burned intensely as he watched Shirtu. Reggie, filled with rage, shouted, "You wretched fool! What madness is this?" The grotesque demeanor of Shirtu was a stark contrast to his elegant, gentlemanly demeanor from the previous day, and his voice resonated throughout the arena. The term wretched fool echoed harshly in the venue. Arthur abruptly stood, fists clenched tightly. Shirtu, undeterred by the onslaught, managed to force out words through gritted teeth. "My adoptive father once told me that my fists earn me honor, dignity, and even a ridiculous surname of Iron Fist. What can your fists ever grant you?" Blood began to seep from between Shita's teeth. Driven to the brink of insanity, Reggie swung his sword with all his might, striking Shirtu in the abdomen. Seizing the moment, he retreated swiftly, creating distance between them. Shirtu staggered momentarily but quickly regained his footing, his assault growing even more frenzied. He did not evade the strikes of Reggie's great sword, allowing it to land on various parts of his body. Reggie struck Shirtu again and then swiftly withdrew. But this time, Shirtu did not pursue. Standing not far from Reggie, Shirtu suddenly opened his mouth, letting blood flow freely as he shouted almost maniacally, "Your sword may shatter my body, but it makes me stronger. Your insults may trample my dignity, yet they fortify my resolve. My fists may not yet have earned me anything, but today my fist shall defend my dignity. Force Emperor, the mightiest strike. Dawn." Shirtu's fist soared through the air like a meteor streaking across a night sky. The entire arena seemed shrouded in eternal darkness, illuminated only by the brilliance of his punch, which brought light to the world. After the darkness, dawn would surely follow. Chapter 13. Return my gold coins. Reggie felt as though the world had plunged into darkness, with only the luminous fist of dawn expanding before him. To him, the distance between Shita's fist and his sword seemed infinite, while all that filled his ears was a dull buzzing. This sensation drove him to the brink of insanity. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Shita's fist struck fiercely against the spine of Reggie's sword. The tremendous impact reverberated through Reggie's body, causing him to stagger backward uncontrollably. His feet dragged across the surface of the wooden arena, instinctively attempting to mitigate the force of his retreat. The wooden floor bore the scars of Reggie's desperate struggle, leaving behind 2 deep gouges as splinters scattered in every direction. Reggie's efforts appeared futile as he was instantly thrust back several dozen meters, continuing to retreat. At that moment, he found himself a mere 10 meters from the edge of the arena. Reggie was compelled to expel the stagnant blood that had lodged in his chest. Gaining a moment of clarity, with a sudden surge of strength, he drove his great sword deep into the ground. With a fierce roar, he cried out, "Ah!" Reggie struggled to mitigate the impact from the stones, catching a glimpse of his impending ejection from the arena. Gritting his teeth, he plunged the great sword deeper into the floor. At the edge of the arena, splinters of wood fell outside the confines of the arena. Reggie had only half of his feet remaining within the arena, refusing to retreat another inch. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, exhaled deeply, and sank to one knee before the standing great sword, his hands gripping the hilt, his head resting against the blade's spine, fighting to remain upright. At that moment, Reggie noticed a distinct fist imprint on his emblem of glory, marred by streaks of blood. If it weren't for the exquisite craftsmanship of this renowned sword, would I have already lost? He immediately dismissed the thought. How could I possibly lose to that wretch? Glancing back at Stone, he seemed worse off than Reggie. His face, pale except for the crimson staining his lips, bore the marks of battle, while his training garb was completely soaked in blood. His bloodied, fierce fist trembled, as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. Stone clutched his chest in agony, managing a grim smile as he lamented, "What a pity." Lena covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes as she murmured, "Foolish Stone." Anthony was left speechless in astonishment. Curtin Kedge was utterly stunned, exclaiming, "This is the power monarch. Dawn, how has he achieved this?" Dean Fred from the VIP section shook his head in disbelief, remarking, "This child is just like his adoptive father, so reckless." Similarly, the elder patriarch of the Langman clan in the VIP section noted, "It's good for Reggie to face some hardships." Quarterman could hardly believe the scene unfolding before him, his gaze complex as it settled on Stone. The Lord of Yunpu City remarked, "What a spectacular contest. This child, Stone, truly surpasses expectations." He then turned to Dean Fred and inquired, "Pray tell, what level of combatant do you believe Stone has reached?" Dean Fred replied, "Regardless of Stone's current prowess, that punch he delivered moments ago is rarely seen at this level of combatants. It is likely that only those who have attained the level of martial fighters, possessing battle energy, could execute such a strike as he did. In certain respects, this child is indeed a prodigy." Upon hearing this, the Lord of Yunpu City scrutinized Stone once more. Not far from the arena, a towering giant stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a massive tree, observing the contest. This giant was over 2 meters tall, bare-chested, adorned with gruesome scars. He wore impeccably tailored white fighting trousers and a striking golden belt, the buckle shaped like an enormous golden fist. Witnessing the scene unfold, the giant chuckled, "Now that is my son." Meanwhile, Arthur in the audience seemed to feel more regret than Stone himself, indignantly exclaiming, "What a shame." The audience was taken aback by the dazzling punch delivered by Stone, causing them to cease their jeers. The entire arena fell into a brief silence. At that moment, Stone was in excruciating agony. His right arm, a femur, and several ribs had already been shattered by Reggie's colossal sword. Earlier, due to the enhancement of the martial arts technique bestowed by the Emperor, the strained muscles had tightly encased the fractured bones. Otherwise, Stone would have been unable to gather his strength. Now, however, his muscles had torn significantly, failing to support the broken bones. The intense pain coursing through his body was nearly enough to render him unconscious. Gritting his teeth, Stone struggled to maintain his consciousness, refusing to allow himself to collapse. Reggie, standing several dozen meters away, slowly rose with his sword as support. He spat the blood from his mouth onto the ground and declared to Stone, "It's my turn now, you wretched creature." Below, another instructor approached the VIP section and inquired of Dean Fred, "Esteemed Dean, what is your assessment of the match? Should we terminate it?" This individual was indeed the combat instructor and also Stone's mentor. After a moment's contemplation, Dean Fred replied, "Let us wait a little longer." He understood that halting the match at this juncture would inflict greater harm upon Stone. Reggie, dragging his greatsword, ambled towards Stone, taunting, "You think you can defeat me by utilizing advanced martial techniques? You may surpass your limits, but I can do so even more." He unleashed a technique known as Wind Slash. As he was still over 10 meters away from Stone, Reggie struck, infusing the attack with a hint of battle energy. The sword's aura was not particularly refined, lacking the sharpness of a blade. Instead, it resembled a fierce gust of wind, sweeping towards the frail Stone. With great difficulty, Stone raised his arms. As the gale surged past, he was violently propelled backward, accompanied by fragments of his iron arm guards, crimson blood, and the sickening sound of bones fracturing. Upon witnessing this, Dean Fred immediately rose and proclaimed loudly, "Cease the match. The victor is clear." Ignoring the declaration, Reggie leapt towards the fallen Stone, viciously stomping on his face. Before Reggie could utter a word, a tempest swept through. Both Dean Fred and the elder of the Langman tribe instinctively thought, "This is bad," and instantly flickered into action. On the dueling platform, Dean Fred summoned his staff, conjuring a wall of wind between Reggie and Stone. The Langman elder stood beside him, also raising his staff to create a wall of ice before them. A massive hand struck the dual barriers of wind and ice, pitting brute force against magic. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The owner of that great hand was none other than the giant who had been leaning against a tree moments before. The spectators below marveled at the sudden appearance of the three figures on the dueling stage, erupting in applause and cheers. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, another individual appeared, seemingly leaping from the audience onto the platform. This figure, a youth with fiery red hair and a peculiar bundle on his back, was none other than Arthur. In the viewing area, Lena and Anthony, who were about to rush to the competition stage, halted, captivated by the unfolding scene before them. The giant disregarded Dean Fred and Chief Boglon, directing his thunderous voice at Reggie, who stood behind the magical barrier. "You little wretch. I do not take issue with your victory over my son. It is merely a testament to his inferior skills. However, now that the outcome is determined, you dare to humiliate him further, and I cannot let this pass without addressing it. Your incessant taunts of bastard are one thing, but to treat my son with such disdain is intolerable. What kind of upbringing did you receive? Is Stone truly blessed with such a formidable father? I have never heard of it before." Reggie was engulfed in a tempest of shock and fury. The giant was none other than Kenny Ironfist, Stone's adoptive father. Turning towards Chief Boglon, Kenny spoke in a grave tone. "Bog, if you cannot instill proper values in your offspring, allow me to assist in their education." With that, he shattered the magical barrier established by the two grand sorcerers, unleashing a whirlwind of chaos and ice. Dean Fred and Chief Boglon attempted to intervene, but were repelled to the sides by the overwhelming aura of Kenny, who carved a path through the tumult. Kenny seized Reggie's collar and lifted him effortlessly. Initially, Reggie struggled, but soon realized that he was as defenseless as an infant compared to the man before him. In a state of panic, he cried out, "Grandfather, save me." Chief Boglon, filled with anxiety, retorted, "Have you lost your mind? What kind of accomplishment is it to bully a junior?" Kenny laughed heartily. "I am indeed a madman. Have you forgotten? When I had no surname, everyone referred to me as Crazy Kenny." The revelation that Stone's father was that lunatic Kenny left Reggie, seething with humiliation and disbelief. Dean Fred, maintaining a semblance of composure, urged, "Reggie, do not delay in apologizing to Uncle Kenny and Stone." Hearing that he was to apologize to the one he deemed a bastard, Reggie exclaimed, "What?" Dean Fred, practically beside himself with frustration, shouted, "Are you courting death? Apologize at once." Kenny grinned at Reggie, "You little wretch. Do you truly believe that Fred and Bog can protect you?" Chief Boglon, seething with indignation yet fearful for his beloved grandson's safety, remained silent, fully aware of the veracity of Kenny's words. Desperate, Reggie turned to his esteemed grandfather, who looked back at him with regret before reluctantly nodding. Gritting his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, Reggie squeezed out the words, "I'm sorry." Kenny scoffed, "I did not catch that, and you have not specified to whom your apology is directed." Reggie opened his mouth. "I'm sorry, Stone, I'm sorry." Kenny bellowed, "Speak louder. I cannot hear you." I'm sorry, Stone, I'm sorry." Reggie shouted in a frenzy, eyes shut tight, tears streaming down the face of this once proud youth. The humiliation of this day would likely haunt him for the rest of his life. In the viewing area, Lena scoffed, "That bastard got off too easily." The audience, gathered below, gazed upon the princely Reggie with a mixture of pity and intrigue, speculating about the identity of the colossal figure on stage, whose mere presence rendered the esteemed head of the Yunpu War Academy and the patriarch of the Langman family hesitant to act. Those in the know shared whispers, revealing that the giant was none other than the notorious madman Kenny, and an air of understanding swept through the crowd. Kenny's reputation, both formidable and fearsome, echoed throughout Yunpu City and the entire northwest of the Lohe Empire. While the head of the Yunpu War Academy, a Grand Magus, may have been considered a master in his own right, when it came to Kenny, such titles were rendered meaningless. Kenny surveyed the square, home to a third of Yunpu City's populace, and felt that Reggie's apology to his son had reached every ear present. With a dismissive flick, he cast Reggie aside, cradling the unconscious Stone, and began his descent from the stage. "Excuse me, Iron Tower Uncle, could you wait a moment?" Arthur, previously overlooked on the stage, called out to Kenny. It was then that those on stage noticed the peculiar figure who had appeared by the contest platform. Kenny turned, still holding Stone, and asked, "Young man, did you just call me?" Arthur sheepishly scratched his head. "Yes, Iron Tower Uncle. I have a pill here that might help with Stone's injuries." With that, he produced an exquisitely crafted wooden box from his pocket and retrieved a pill, placing it gently on Stone's chest. "Thank you, young man. What is your name? Kenny inquired. Surprisingly gentle. Arthur, Iron Tower uncle. I am called Arthur, he replied with a smile. Oh, Kenny questioned, intrigued, for in the entire Hermon Continent, one was typically required to present their surname upon introduction, a symbol of honor and familial duty. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. I'm just Arthur, without a surname. Just like your son. He paused, curiosity piqued. By the way, why doesn't your son carry your surname? Kenny laughed heartily. Ah, Arthur, I shall remember your name. I owe you a favor. He continued, Stone is my adopted child, my son by choice. He will have his own surname in due time. Interestingly, when introducing himself, Kenny referred to himself as Madman Kenny, rather than Kenny Iron Fist. Arthur, still smiling, replied, No need to speak of debts. I admire your son. This pill is not for you, but for him. He indicated towards the unconscious Stone in Kenny's arms. And I firmly believe he will have his own surname in the future. Kenny switched Stone to one arm and approached Arthur, ruffling his hair affectionately before turning to leave. As Kenny descended from the platform, Lena rushed over, placing a vial of toad essence beside Stone and the pill. Without a word, she glanced at Stone and then quickly departed. Kenny turned back to observe the two young boys who had offered their remedies and, with a smile directed at the unconscious Stone, remarked, You lucky fool, you are far more fortunate than your father was in his youth. Returning to the stage, Reggie, Headmaster Fred, and the patriarch of the Langman family exchanged puzzled glances at the nonchalant youth. It's you, bastard, Reggie exclaimed in fury. Arthur's lips curled into a smirk as he cheerfully exclaimed, It's me, the noble one. At that moment, several instructors from the War Academy, tasked with maintaining order around the dueling platform, hurried onto the stage, apologizing to Dean Fred. We sincerely apologize, Dean. We were so focused on Kenny Iron Fist that we overlooked this young lad. We will escort him away now. Wait, Dean Fred interjected, turning to Arthur with a curious gaze. Who are you? Arthur maintained his nonchalant smile, responding, I am Arthur. The earlier incident involving Kenny Iron Fist had already pushed Dean Fred's temper to its limits. And now the presence of this absurd youth tested his patience further. Yet, demonstrating remarkable composure, he inquired, What brings you to this dueling stage? Arthur's grin widened. I intended to teach that rascal a lesson, he said, gesturing towards Reggie, who stood beside Chief Longman. However, Uncle Tower was quicker than I, so I let it be. Chief Longman, upon hearing this, scoffed, And now? What do you intend to do? Arthur shrugged, drawing his upper lip into his mouth, raising an eyebrow with the air of a mischievous scamp. Well, at present, I aim to reclaim the 100 gold coins owed to me by the Yunpu City War Academy. Chapter 14. The Bet-Lena returned to Anthony's side and asked, Who is that audacious young man on the stage? He possesses remarkable courage to leap into the dueling arena and even converse with Uncle Kenny. Anthony shrugged, You ask me? Who else would I inquire of? However, he seems to be quite an intriguing character, especially with that nonchalant shrug of his, somewhat reminiscent of my own style. Lena rolled her eyes at him. The sunlight bathed the dueling platform in a gentle, jade-like glow. Dean Fred, surprisingly amused, chuckled, Oh, when did our War Academy owe you 100 gold coins? Arthur chimed in with a laugh. You were the ones who stated that if one could defeat the champion or runner-up of this duel, they would claim 100 gold coins, along with a recommendation to the Imperial Capital War Academy. To Arthur, the recommendation to the Imperial Capital War Academy appeared to be merely an ancillary benefit to the gold. Chief Longman seemed to find this quite amusing, glancing at Arthur's exceedingly simple attire, and asked, So, who do you wish to challenge? Arthur pointed at Reggie behind Chief Longman. Dean Fred assessed both Reggie and Arthur, then remarked, Reggie has sustained injuries in this contest and should not continue. Perhaps you should choose another opponent. Reggie stepped forward, suppressing his fury, and declared, Dean, it is of no concern. My current condition is more than sufficient to defeat this arrogant young man. Dean Fred sighed, Reggie, do not push yourself. He was well aware of the formidable power behind Stone's punch. Reggie insisted, It is fine, Dean. Please allow me to defend the honor of the Yunpu War Academy. Arthur joyfully replied, Now that's the spirit. You certainly appear far more of a man now than you did during the match. Scoundrel, what did you just say? Arthur once again retrieved the exquisite and antiquated wooden box, from which he extracted a pill. I am not one to take advantage of others' misfortunes. This pill will surely heal your injuries, he proclaimed, tossing the pill to Reggie. With a dismissive wave, Reggie swatted the pill to the ground. I have no need for your worthless potion. Even with a severed hand, I could defeat you. Arthur hurriedly picked up the pill, dusted it off, and carefully placed it back into the box. His demeanor starkly contrasted with his earlier nonchalance when offering the medicine, resembling a miser more than a benefactor. Worthless potion? Humph. You are even less knowledgeable than the fool in our village. There are only 3 of these pills left in the world. This box was a gift from Red Connor to Arthur, containing merely 3 pills. Reggie scoffed at Arthur's actions, but offered no further comment. At this juncture, Dean Fred interjected. How about this? Reggie is currently injured, so let us postpone the contest until tomorrow, shall we? Tomorrow? Very well, but you must provide my meals today. And no backing out of the gold agreement, Arthur replied. Agreed. Not only will you eat well, but you will also be permitted to stay in the War Academy tonight. After speaking, Dean Fred instructed the Academy mentors to handle the necessary arrangements. Dean Fred then positioned himself in the center of the contest stage, facing the audience, and announced loudly, tomorrow, this young man named Arthur will challenge this year's runner-up of the Cloudfall War Academy, Reggie Langman. Today's contest concludes here. With that, Dean Fred descended the stage alongside Chief Langman, followed by Reggie and the mentors, leaving only one mentor to escort Arthur to the Academy's dining hall. The audience, taken aback by this unexpected news, erupted in murmurs. They were disheartened by the anticlimactic performance of the day, yet thrilled at the prospect of a contest between a commoner and a noble the following day. Lena exclaimed, "This lad dares to challenge Reggie?" Anthony shrugged. Indeed, Dean Fred has made the announcement. Quite amusing. Lena then remarked, perhaps that rascal's strength surpasses his pitiful appearance. Let us go watch the stones. In Dean Fred's grand study, he had dismissed Reggie and the mentors, leaving only Chief Langman. Borg Langman inquired, Dean, why permit that scoundrel to act so recklessly? Dean Fred responded calmly, you have observed that young man named Arthur. You must perceive as I do that his strength is rather average, at best merely robust. Reggie's physical injuries today are of little concern. However, his pride is a different matter, and the psychological impact is likely more significant, which could hinder his future training. Since such a fool has emerged, let Reggie contend with him. Conveniently, this fool bears no surname. Let him help Reggie mend his psychological wounds, for Reggie is truly a gifted child. Borg Langman realized. I appreciate your concern for Reggie, Dean. It is regrettable that this foolish boy will only invite unnecessary disaster. Tomorrow, Reggie will undoubtedly show no mercy and will thoroughly discipline that lad. Dean Fred expressed his deep agreement, stating, it is an unavoidable circumstance. After the competition, I shall provide young Arthur with some gold coins as compensation. Borg Langman nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I appreciate your efforts, Dean. The Langman clan shall surely repay your kindness towards Reggie today. With that, the clan leader prepared to depart. After a moment's contemplation, Dean Fred called out to Borg Langman, advising that it would be prudent to ensure that Reggie's injuries do not hinder his performance. It is wise to take precautions against unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, the situation may yield contrary results. The clan leader responded, Indeed, Dean. I would have acted thus even without your counsel. After all, Reggie is my most cherished grandson. Within the dining hall of the Cloudfall War Academy, the atmosphere was nearly vacant, as the mealtime had yet to arrive. The instructor who had brought Arthur here requested the kitchen staff to prepare a special meal for him. He then handed Arthur a key, briefly indicated the location of his room, and took his leave. While awaiting his meal, Arthur languidly reclined on the dining hall's bench, yearning for the arrival of the following day. Suddenly, footfalls echoed through the expansive hall, creating a resounding reverberation. How infuriating. Uncle Kenny, won't he allow us to see Stone? A girl's voice lamented. Uncle Kenny is likely concerned that we might disturb Stone's recovery, given the severity of his injuries, replied a gentle voice. The two speakers were none other than Lena and Anthony, who had been unsuccessful in their visit to see Stone. Anthony remarked, What time is it? How can you be hungry again? Besides, at this hour, there may not be any food available. Humph. Are you questioning me? I spent my midday running home for medicine and seeking equipment from Uncle Kenny. When would I have had time to eat? Lena retorted, visibly frustrated. Arthur, intrigued, sat up to observe the pair. Lena and Anthony, noticing the peculiar red-haired boy, fell momentarily silent. At that moment, the chef approached, carrying a grand platter, which he placed before Arthur on the table. The dish was bountiful, featuring steak, chicken, fruits, bread, and even a roasted leg of lamb, all piled high. Lena, upon seeing the feast, swallowed hard. Arthur smiled at Lena, asking, Shall we dine together? Puffing out her chest, Lena replied haughtily, Since you so earnestly request this lady's company for a meal, I shall reluctantly acquiesce. Arthur shrugged and began to eat. Lena, dropping her pretense, quickly moved to sit across from him, joining him in the culinary onslaught. Anthony, shaking his head in disbelief, murmured, What sort of noble lady is this? She exhibits far too little decorum. This leg of lamb is mine, Lena declared loudly, seizing the roasted leg and pulling it towards herself. No, this is rightfully yours. Arthur countered even more loudly, placing a chicken wing in front of Lena while reclaiming the leg of lamb. Before Lena could react, Arthur was already gnawing on the lamb leg with both hands. How uncouth you are, lacking any semblance of a gentlemanly demeanor. Do you not know how to show some courtesy to a lady? Lena exclaimed in exasperation. I am not a gentleman to begin with, and besides, you are hardly a lady, Arthur mumbled, his words muffled by the food in his mouth. Anthony felt a compelling urge to withdraw from the conversation. After a tumultuous exchange of banter, Arthur, with a bone in hand, nonchalantly picked his teeth while resting one foot on the bench. You are friends of that stone, I presume. Lena, letting out a hearty belch, replied, Indeed, we are the best of friends, aren't we, Anthony? Yes, Anthony affirmed. Tomorrow, I shall help you deal with that scoundrel, so you best express your gratitude to this hero. Arthur chuckled. Lena scrutinized him from head to toe, counting several times before disdainfully retorting, You? Huh, 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 you crack me up. She then added, Just make sure you don't end up on your knees begging for mercy. That would be quite the embarrassment. It appeared that Lena was still miffed about Arthur snatching her leg of lamb. Arthur, believing himself to be quite dashing, tossed his hair back, only to have a piece of chicken bone fall off. You are all too young to grasp the true prowess of this hero. I cannot ascertain whether your strength surpasses Reggie's, but your arrogance certainly exceeds his. Lena continued her playful jabs at Arthur. Arthur flicked his hair again, this time dislodging an orange peel. Tomorrow will reveal all. Anthony, unable to endure the banter any longer, redirected the conversation. Your name is Arthur? Indeed. Anthony chose not to inquire about a surname, deeming such a question impolite. Arthur sensed Anthony's curiosity and laughed. I am simply Arthur, much like that stone. Lacking a surname. Lena, seemingly enamored by this, refrained from further mockery. Though Reggie is insufferable, he possesses a certain swagger that warrants respect. You should not confront him tomorrow. It would only lead to further humiliation. Reggie is quite contemptible. Honestly, it matters little whether I face you or Reggie. My sole aim is to procure that 100 gold coins. Alas, even heroes face financial hardships, which is truly a burden. Yet, Reggie is utterly detestable. It would be psychologically unsatisfying not to give him a good thrashing, Arthur stated coolly, exuding confidence in his ability to defeat either Lena or Reggie. Both Lena and Anthony chimed in, so arrogant. Arthur lowered his foot and grinned. It seems you two harbor doubts about this hero's capabilities. Shall we wager? Lena retorted defiantly. What sort of wager? Arthur pondered briefly before declaring. This hero shall traverse the expanse of the Hermon Continent, besting all challengers. I shall require a few loyal subordinates to carry my belongings and tend to my needs. Thus, if I triumph tomorrow, you both shall serve as my loyal underlings. Huh, what if you lose? Lena scoffed. Anthony nodded in agreement. That does make sense. I shall not lose. Chapter 15. Laugh freely upon hearing this. Lena felt an impulsive urge to strike him. At that moment, Anthony interjected, since this is a wager, both parties must present a compelling stake. Arthur pondered for a moment before responding. Indeed, very well then. In the unlikely event that I lose, mind you, it is merely a possibility, I shall become your subordinate. How does that sound? Selena, with an air of disdain, retorted, There are plenty who wish to serve this young lady. I suspect you harbor ulterior motives, aiming to draw closer to me. Arthur, somewhat exasperated, replied, Oh, young lady, you are overthinking it. Who are you calling young lady? As if you were so much older than me, she shot back. In any case, we have no interest in having you as our subordinate. We do not acknowledge this wager. Selena then turned to Anthony. What say you, little Anthony? That makes sense. Very well then, he acquiesced. With that, Arthur hoisted the massive package leaning against the table and placed it atop the surface. The parcel appeared quite heavy, causing the table to jolt upon its placement. Subsequently, Arthur seized the package and yanked it open, revealing his exceedingly unattractive magic sword. With a proud expression, he declared, Surely, using my magic sword as a wager is acceptable. Selena and Anthony exchanged glances, casting curious looks at both Arthur and the large, dark object on the table. They then burst into laughter, with Selena laughing so hard that tears streamed down her cheeks. Pointing at the item on the table, she exclaimed, You call that a magic sword? Ha ha. After taking a few deep breaths to compose herself, she couldn't help but chuckle again, saying, Given how amusing you are, we shall accept this wager. She then asked Anthony, What do you think we could do with this large stick if we win it? Anthony contemplated earnestly, I genuinely do not know what we could do with it. Selena replied with a grin, Perhaps we could leave it in the cafeteria as a firewood stick. They would probably find it unsightly. That makes sense, he conceded. Arthur, his expression darkening, neatly re-wrapped his magic sword. He then stated, Then it is settled. Extending his palm, He and Selena exchanged a high five. It is a deal. With that, Selena prepared to leave with Anthony, but was halted by Arthur, who awkwardly interjected, Earlier the mentor handed me a key and rambled on about turning left and right, but I simply could not remember. Would you two mind guiding me to my room? Oh, the great hero requires assistance. Selena scoffed. Find your own way. This young lady has no time to babysit you, you fool. With that, she took Anthony's hand and departed. In the vast, empty cafeteria, Arthur appeared solitary, his countenance grim as he glanced down at the key in his hand, letting out a resigned sigh as he decided to take his chances. The night passed in silence. As Arthur slept, he felt someone nudging him. He mumbled, Curse that old man, stop pushing me. I haven't had enough rest yet. Suddenly, he tumbled to the ground. Rubbing his face against the floor, he sprang up, irate. You old fool, kicking me again? Do you want to fight? It was then he realized he was face to face with Selena and Anthony, both wearing peculiar expressions. Arthur surveyed his surroundings, noting the many students of the Cloud Water War Academy who regarded him with curiosity, some with derision, others whispering amongst themselves. These students either held trays of food or sat consuming their meals. Lena chuckled. How did you end up sleeping on the cafeteria table? Arthur sighed. I wandered around searching for the room the instructor mentioned, but after hours of fruitless searching, I found myself back here and had no choice but to sleep. Lena and Anthony settled at the table recently vacated by Arthur, beginning their breakfast. Arthur joined them, unceremoniously taking a piece of bread from Anthony's tray and placing it in his mouth. What time does the competition start today? He inquired, without lifting her head. Lena continued eating, while Anthony replied, at 9 o'clock. After breakfast, we will take you to the spectators area. Arthur attempted to take an orange from Lena's tray, only to have his hand suddenly encased in ice. Undeterred, he clenched his fist, shattering the ice and retrieving the orange. He tossed it into the air and caught it with an air of triumph, casting a smug glance at Lena, who merely huffed in response. After finishing their breakfast, Arthur followed Lena and Anthony outdoors towards the viewing area. At that moment, Anthony kindly remarked, Yesterday, I witnessed Reggie face off against Stone, and he was able to utilize a blend of combat energy in his sword techniques. He is likely now at least an 8th or 9th tier swordsman. You should be cautious. Arthur replied confidently, It matters not. Even if he has become a grand swordsman, he is no match for me. Lena scoffed, Stop boasting. Let us see how you fare today. Upon reaching the spectators area, they discovered that, aside from Reggie and Stone, the participants from previous days were also present, including the injured Karamishap, who was nursing his wounds. Karamish cast a heavy huff at Anthony before turning his gaze elsewhere. Arthur and his companions settled down, and at that moment, they noticed a towering figure approaching, accompanied by a bandaged youth. Lena and Anthony sprang to their feet in excitement. Stone, your injuries have healed so swiftly. It must be thanks to the blue-eyed toad's saliva I sent you, she exclaimed, only then recalling to greet Uncle Kenny. Stone, using his unbandaged hand, scratched his head and said, Thank you, Lena. Anthony interjected, What about me then? Stone playfully punched Anthony. He then walked directly up to Arthur and bowed. Lena and Anthony were taken aback by this display. At this moment, Kenny remarked, Indeed, Lena's blue-eyed toad saliva has alleviated Stone's injuries, but the extent and severity of his wounds are so great that the remaining potion cannot fully heal him. Stone added, My adoptive father said I will need to remain bedridden for at least a year, and even if I recover, I may no longer be able to fight as a combatant. He then cast a grateful look towards Arthur. Kenny continued, Arthur, what was the name of the pill you gave Stone? Not only has it hastened his healing, but it has also alleviated the after-effects of using the force of a sovereign. This is an immense favor. Both I, the madman Kenny, and Stone owe you a tremendous debt. Though the eccentric Kenny expressed such sentiments, I am convinced that, even without Arthur's miraculous pills, Kenny possesses the capability to heal Stone without leaving any lasting complications, albeit at a slower pace. Arthur, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, What debts? It was my own choice to offer this to Stone. As for that pill, I am unaware of its name. It was bestowed upon me by my grandfather. He assured me that even if one's body were to be shattered beyond repair, as long as there is breath, consuming it would ensure survival. To my astonishment, it turned out to be true. Initially, I had my doubts. Lena and Anthony exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that such a ragged boy, burdened with a massive firewood stick, could possess such a wondrous remedy. Observing Lena's expression, Kenny remarked, Of course, I owe a debt of gratitude to young Lena as well. Upon hearing this, Lena beamed with delight. Turning to Arthur, Kenny said, I have heard you intend to challenge Reggie. Do you believe you can win? Absolutely. Arthur replied confidently. Good. With that, Kenny made his way toward the VIP section, stating as he walked, "I shall observe your match from there. Those old fellows showed me some respect yesterday, and today I shall reciprocate." Upon reaching the VIP area, Kenny noticed Reggie, who sat behind Chief Langman, snorting disdainfully before taking his seat. Dean Fred glanced at the sun in the sky, contemplating that the time was nearly upon them. He then instructed Quarterman to oversee the match. Quarterman approached the contestants' viewing area and coldly inquired of Arthur, "Where do you hail from? What is your profession and level, and what weapon do you wield?" Arthur, maintaining his composure, replied, "I come from Binning Village, nestled beneath the Leviathan Mountains. My profession is that of a magic swordsman. As for my level," he scratched his head, uncertain, "I am not quite sure. As for my weapon, it is the dragon of the magic sword." Quarterman, finding Arthur's response particularly absurd, regarded him with a mocking smile as he observed the boy carrying the enormous block of black iron. He nodded slightly before departing with a grin. Lena and Anthony covered their faces, feeling a profound sense of embarrassment at being associated with Arthur. The other students cast knowing smirks in their direction. Lena remarked, "A magic swordsman? You certainly have the audacity to proclaim that. And what use is it to name that battered stick of yours with such a grand title? Young man, are you perhaps a comedian from a circus?" Anthony nodded in agreement. "That makes sense." Only Stone gazed at Arthur with admiration, uttering, "A magic swordsman, how impressive." Lena, observing Stone, helplessly shook her head, feeling a wave of regret wash over her. How had she ever agreed to such a wager with this fool? Arthur wore a nonchalant expression, indifferent to their skepticism. At that moment, Quarterman approached the vast contest platform, silencing the previously raucous crowd. "Today, a young boy shall challenge the esteemed runner-up of the Yump Waterfall War Academy," Quarterman proclaimed, pausing for effect before exclaiming, "This young lad is none other than Arthur, the magic swordsman from Binning Village." He emphasized magic swordsman with particular intensity. The audience erupted in laughter, jeers echoing throughout. "A magic swordsman? Ha ha. This kid must be a comedian. Return to your village and tend to your fields, fool. You dare to claim the title of magic swordsman, you wretched spawn. Begone, begone. Wretched spawn, wretched spawn." The air was thick with jeers, mockery, and laughter, overwhelming the entire venue. Yet, Arthur remained undeterred. Stone gritted his teeth, glaring at Arthur, while Lena and Anthony wore troubled expressions, sighing repeatedly. Cole did not speak until he heard the heavy grunt of Dean Fred, at which point he announced, "Next, please welcome Regil Langman, a level 5 swordsman from the Cloudfall War Academy, to face the magic swordsman Arthur from Binning Village." The audience grew even more unruly, their taunts and laughter escalating. Arthur hoisted the makeshift weapon he called the Imperial Dragon, striding confidently onto the stage. Lena and Anthony watched him with expressions akin to those witnessing a doomed soul. Stone, brimming with fervor, shouted, "Go for it, Brother Arthur." Arthur turned back and said, "Yes, little brother Stone, I shall teach that scoundrel a lesson." Stone nodded vigorously. "Oh, you fool Stone, why do you act like an idiot alongside that dimwit?" Lena remarked helplessly. "That makes sense," Anthony added, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Arthur approached the dueling platform, while Regil ascended from the VIP section. Cole briefly outlined the rules of the duel. The duel begins. Arthur slowly drew the magical sword, the Imperial Dragon, from his back. Laugh all you want, mortals. Chapter 16. Remember my name. Regil gripped the Star of Glory tightly, the imprints of his fists still visible on the sword. With a serious demeanor, Regil declared, "Yesterday, I lost all honor. Today, I shall defeat you and reclaim my former glory. I spared you in the city, but your foolishness is pitiful. You dare to challenge my limits again. Do not blame my ruthlessness. Blame your lack of a surname, you wretched spawn." Arthur casually rested the Imperial Dragon on his shoulder, replying with a smirk, "After today, I fear you shall lack the courage to wield a sword ever again, noble spawn." "Enough with the nonsense, wretched spawn," Regil retorted, charging forward with incredible speed, clearly intent on using his full strength without holding back, eager to teach this arrogant wretch a lesson. Dean Fred remarked to clan leader Langman, "It seems Regil's injuries are no longer a concern." The clan leader, sitting beside Dean Fred, responded, "Though the Langman clan is not a grand one, we do possess some healing elixirs." Nearby, Kenny snorted disdainfully upon hearing this. As they engaged in close combat, a sharp clash echoed through the air. With the force of his charge, Regil found himself pushed back by Arthur's single strike. Regil clenched his sword, his hands slightly numb, thinking, what immense power. Both Dean Fred and clan leader Langman exchanged glances of astonishment, while only Kenny laughed. "Now it's my turn." Arthur charged at Regil, not using a full charge, but moving with impressive speed nonetheless. With one hand gripping the sword, Arthur swung it down, while Regil, undeterred, raised his sword to block, resulting in another ear-piercing clash of metal. Reggie felt the tremendous force behind the sword's strike. His knee buckled as if he were on the verge of kneeling. He stumbled backward, desperately trying to dissipate the force. Arthur relentlessly pursued him, swinging his sword with unbridled fury, devoid of any semblance of technique. Reggie dodged whenever possible, but when he could not evade, he braced himself to withstand the blows. Over time, his hands had turned pale from the sheer impact of Arthur's might. While Reggie grew increasingly desperate, Arthur showed no signs of fatigue. "Curse it!" Reggie roared, clashing swords with Arthur in a fierce engagement. Utilizing the momentum from Arthur's immense strength, he slid back over 10 meters. Arthur did not pursue him. Gritting his teeth, Reggie thought, "Yesterday, that scoundrel Stone nearly ruined my honor. And today this unknown ruffian is making a fool of me before everyone. These wretches are utterly detestable. Is my path to glory to end here? No, it cannot be." A voice echoed in his mind, that of Chief Langman. "Stay calm, my child." It turned out that Chief Langman, witnessing his grandson's plight, was discreetly using magic to convey his words. Dean Frederick seemed to sense something amiss, but chose to remain silent. "Good heavens, is this for real?" Reggie is being utterly overwhelmed by that jester? Lena exclaimed incredulously. "It's over. Here I am, a gentleman of standing, reduced to being someone's lackey," Anthony lamented. Stone's eyes appeared to burn with fervor. "Arthur, brother, you're incredible." "Incredible? He has all brute strength," Lena retorted. On the dueling platform, Reggie steadied his breath, striving for composure. He mused, that scoundrel possesses immense power, yet he seems ignorant of any sword techniques. Fine, let it be. With that, Reggie took the initiative to attack. Arthur countered with simple sword swings, but Reggie adeptly maneuvered around him, continuously seeking an opening. Humph. So he possesses only raw strength. His defense is utterly lacking. Suddenly, Reggie's swordplay became fluid and agile. As Arthur continued his basic attacks, Reggie timed his movements perfectly, evading the strikes and positioning himself to counter. Seizing the moment Arthur retracted his sword, he thought, "Now's my chance." Sword technique, Rising Dragon. Arthur, caught off guard, seemed destined to be struck. Yet, to Reggie's astonishment, Arthur smiled. With a swift motion, he clenched his left fist as if shattering something. Arthur murmured, "Explosive chi technique," and a wave of heat surged forth, launching Reggie into the air with tremendous force. Though Reggie managed to stabilize himself, he noticed that Arthur did not capitalize on his advantage. Instead, Arthur gazed at his left hand, chuckling foolishly. "Well, this technique is rather effective." Lena below was taken aback. "What?" Her mind raced with shock. The fire-based explosive chi technique she had studied for months was being wielded by that rogue with greater speed and finesse than she had ever managed. It's over. I have no idea what being someone's lackey entails. Will I be forced to act against the principles of gentlemanly conduct?" Anthony sighed bitterly. As Stone beheld Arthur executing the very technique that Lena had used to vanquish him, the flames in his eyes flared even more intensely. Truly, he is a master swordsman. Brother Arthur is remarkably powerful. The expression of Chief Langman in the VIP section darkened, while Kenny gleefully devoured the exquisite fruits laid before him, his hands drenched in juice. Reggie, undeterred by the unfolding events, resolved that if he could not prevail in close combat, he would resort to ranged attacks. Sword technique, Gale Slash. A torrent of sword energy surged towards Arthur. Arthur, raising his left hand, summoned flames that enveloped him. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fireball of moderate size. Both Dean Fred and Lena gasped in unison. What? Instantaneous fireball spell. It is worth noting that achieving such a feat without incantation is a skill not even the most accomplished archmages can readily manage, as it requires a profound understanding of the fire element. The fireball collided with the Gale Slash unleashed by Reggie, resulting in a spectacular display of swirling winds and flames. Taking a deep breath, Reggie proclaimed loudly, "Sword technique, Dance of Chaos." The Dance of Chaos, renowned among great swordsmen, is famed for its indiscriminate, frenzied sword energy, a more advanced version of Gale Slash. However, this technique places a tremendous strain on the body, consuming both stamina and spirit energy. A relentless barrage of chaotic sword energy surged forth, yet Arthur did not flinch. He simply raised his left hand, unleashing a continuous stream of fireballs that collided with the oncoming chaotic energy. Neither Arthur nor Reggie could discern the other through the tempest of wind and fire that enveloped them, with wood splinters flying and shards of the shattered floor igniting in the air, helplessly swirling around. The audience below erupted in cheers, utterly enthralled by the spectacle. Suddenly, a shadow burst forth from the fiery barrier before Arthur, thrusting a sword. Arthur's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword. In a swift maneuver, Reggie switched to a one-handed grip and lunged forward, angling his body to the side, watching as Arthur's blade narrowly grazed him. Yet Reggie's own sword struck fiercely at Arthur's chest. Arthur staggered back a step, mimicking Reggie's earlier gesture of brushing off non-existent dust from his chest. Seething with rage, Reggie muttered under his breath, "Monster." Arthur replied with a smirk, "Monster? Why not call me a bastard instead, Reggie scoffed. "I truly don't understand how you bastards can be so relentless. Just live your lowly lives quietly. What is the point of such effort? In the end, no matter how hard you strive, you will always be trampled beneath nobles like me, ruthlessly ravaged. Wouldn't you agree, bastard? Why do I feel like you are the one being ravaged, rather than myself?" Arthur replied coolly, "Humph, with my next move. I shall make you realize that no matter what you bastards do, you will never rise again." Having spoken, Reggie lowered the great sword beside his waist, gripping it with both hands in a poised stance for drawing. He continuously gathered energy, and to his astonishment, the great sword, known as the Star of Glory, began to radiate a soft luminescence, enveloping the blade like a sheath. Arthur's expression turned grave. Crescent moon. Reggie suddenly drew the great sword from his side, carving an elegant arc through the air. A crescent-shaped, razor-sharp sword aura surged forth in response to the blade. The gathered radiance coalesced, transforming into a lunar path. The primary distinction between the crescent moon and ordinary sword techniques lies in its exceptional sharpness, as fine as a thread. The swift slash diverges from conventional swordsmanship, as it requires arduous training that is often insurmountable without extraordinary talent and countless hours of practice. Typically, only those who have attained the status of a great swordsman and have mastered the manipulation of fighting spirit may attempt to cultivate the swift slash. It is evident how extraordinary Reggie's talent is. A murderous intent had already taken root within him. Arthur tightened his grip on the sword, shouting fiercely as he swung toward the crescent-shaped sword aura. With a sharp crack, the moonlit edge shattered, splitting into two crescent segments that continued their trajectory. Deep gashes were sliced into Arthur's arms, exposing bone, and blood gushed forth. Unnoticed by anyone, Arthur's blood, upon touching the wooden floor, scorched the surface, creating numerous deep craters that emitted wisps of white smoke. Moreover, the wounds obscured by blood began to heal at an astonishing rate. Reggie was taken aback, his arm miraculously untouched by the crescent moon strike. No wonder you are of noble lineage, possessing such prowess. It seems that my life holds little value in comparison to yours." Arthur replied coldly. He then continued, "In that case." Raising his right hand, Arthur muttered incantations, reminiscent of an ancient chant, echoing like a somber epic, yet no one could decipher his words. Though his murmurs were soft, they reverberated throughout the arena, creating an oppressive atmosphere as if a great weight bore down upon all present. This voice was imbued with an ancient authority, inspiring awe and reverence among the onlookers. Dean Frederick was the first to awaken to the realization, his heart shaken. Dragon language? Today's duel had already been fraught with surprises and complications. He had not anticipated the emergence of such a mysterious element. He regretted his hasty decision to allow the contest without fully understanding Arthur's background. The Dean hesitated, weighing the options. Should he halt the duel or permit it to continue? Stopping the match would mean the end of Reggie's aspirations. Yet allowing it to unfold left the outcome uncertain. Clan leader Langman inquired about Frederick's thoughts, to which the Dean reluctantly resolved, for the sake of young Reggie. "We shall wait." Lena and Anthony fell silent, deeply attuned to the grandeur of the dragon language, as fellow mages. The dragon language, the progenitor of all magic, contains a mysterious power that subjugates the elements for its wielder's command. Presently, all magic and incantations across the races have evolved from the dragon clan's tongue. Furthermore, even those who comprehend the dragon language find it impossible to utter. Any attempt to forcefully speak it would inevitably lead to being consumed by the overwhelming elemental forces. The air was thick with the intense essence of the flame element, as Reggie once again assumed a sword-drawing stance, his aura seemingly capable of cleaving dragons. As the ancient dragon tongue was uttered, magic was unleashed. A haunting dragon's roar accompanied the emergence of a 3-meter-long miniature fire dragon, spiraling towards Reggie. The temperature in the arena surged, and the spectators could almost perceive the scent of charred emanating from the battle platform. Reggie drew his sword once more. The crescent blade aimed directly at the dragon's head. Contrary to the anticipated clash, the crescent blade sliced through silently, and the formidable fire dragon was effortlessly severed into two halves, transforming into two fiery orbs. Reggie felt a surge of joy. Yet the subsequent scene left him speechless. The two orbs of flame coalesced once again, reconstituting into a fire dragon that surged towards him. In the distance, Arthur suddenly leapt, evading the crescent strike, only to land atop the 3-meter-long fire dragon, both hurtling towards Reggie. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted, engulfing Reggie in a fiery maelstrom, the violent elemental fluctuations tearing at his already exhausted form. Below, Dean Fred swiftly summoned his magic staff, brandishing it with fervor, unleashing a tempest upon the arena. The flames were extinguished, revealing two figures, one standing, the other lying beneath the former's feet. The indignant leader of the Langman clan bellowed, then teleported to the arena, only to be intercepted by an even swifter figure, Kenny Iron Fist. Dean Fred joined them on the stage, having witnessed the trio compete together for 2 consecutive days. Kenny Iron Fist remarked, "Is it permissible for your grandson to trample others while forbidding others from trampling him? Such is not the way of the world." He then turned to Arthur with a grin. At that moment, Arthur was standing on Reggie's face, who felt utterly humiliated and seething with rage. Arthur proclaimed loudly, "With this step, I repay Stone for you." Upon hearing this, Stone was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes as he exclaimed, "Brother Arthur." He then directed his voice towards the spectators, who were momentarily stunned. "Those who mocked and scorned me, remember my name, Arthur." Chapter 17. 1,005 pieces he truly won. Lena remarked softly. "Indeed," Anthony replied with an air of calm. "He remains as arrogant as ever. Yet there is a hint of heroism about him now." Lena rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. "Ugh, how absurd. Heroism, my foot. He's still as insufferable as ever." She declared loudly. "What shall we do now that we have lost?" Anthony asked, resigned. "Well, what can we do? We must accept our defeat," Lena sighed, leaning back in her chair. "Perhaps having a brother who is proficient in dragon language doesn't tarnish our family's reputation too much. Thinking of it that way might ease the sting. But every time I recall that obnoxious demeanor of his, I feel an urge to strike him." "That makes sense," Anthony said, patting the still excited Stone on the shoulder. Stone turned, his eyes blazing with intensity, nearly igniting Anthony. "Ah, there's no saving him now," Anthony lamented. In the arena, the Langman clan leader had already summoned his magic staff, while the fervent Kenny awaited the unfolding events. Dean Fred sighed, addressing Bog with caution, "Calm yourself." Subsequently, Arthur addressed Reggie, saying, "Let him go, young man. You have triumphed. Today's challenge in Binning Village has been claimed by Arthur. He shall receive a recommendation to the Cloudwater War Academy, alongside a reward of 100 gold coins," declared Dean Fred with a resounding voice. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. How could that scoundrel have emerged victorious? It seemed implausible. Wasn't Reggie Langman heralded as the most gifted swordsman of the younger generation at the Cloudwater War Academy? That rascal had the audacity to ensure we remember his name. How preposterous. Yet, it must be said, this young lad possesses considerable skill. His name is Arthur, if I recall correctly. Various murmurs arose from the audience. Arthur withdrew his foot and calmly stated, "The disgrace you feel today is not bestowed upon you by me, but by your own actions." With great effort, Reggie stood, gritting his teeth as he picked up his honor star, silently dragging his great sword as he departed. Bogleman observed this, contemplating following, but hesitated and retreated to the VIP section. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the awarding ceremony commenced, and Lenastock ascended the competition stage, while Reggie abstained from participating in the ceremony. With the gold coins and recommendation letter in hand, Arthur smiled, weighing the coins and envisioning the indulgent feasting that awaited him, his spirits soaring to new heights. Yet, he reconsidered, deciding to save a portion for fine tobacco and exquisite wine for the old man upon his return. Gazing at the fireworks and streamers above, he declared, "Today marks the inception of my legend." Then, Arthur inquired, "Dean Fred, may I have the discretion to utilize this recommendation as I see fit?" Dean Fred replied, "Certainly, since it is rightfully yours, it is yours to command. In that case, I wish to bestow it upon Stone." Arthur responded with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lena, standing nearby, exhibited a complex expression and subtly nodded in gratitude towards Arthur. Kenny Iron Fist erupted in laughter, embracing Arthur, leaving him feeling as if he might crumble under the exuberance. Dean Fred then asked, "Arthur, where do you intend to go next? Will you remain at the Cloudwater War Academy?" Arthur replied, "No, I shall be heading to the Imperial City War Academy." Dean Fred scrutinized Arthur closely but refrained from pressing further. The awarding ceremony concluded amidst the cheers of the Cloudwater City residents, and Kenny, Lena, and Arthur returned to the spectators' area. Aside from Stone and Anthony, all other students who had a closer affinity with Reggie had already departed. Before Stone could speak to Arthur, Lena conveyed the news that Arthur had gifted him the recommendation to the Imperial City War Academy. Stone looked incredulous, tears welling in his eyes as he stammered, "Brother Arthur, I cannot accept this." Arthur patted Stone's shoulder, saying, "You have earned it yourself." With a playful tone, he added, "Since you have taken to calling me brother, it is only fitting that I, as your elder, present you with a token of our bond." He then turned to Lena and Anthony, raising an eyebrow. "Wouldn't you agree, my younger siblings?" Lena let out a cold snort, turning her head away to avoid the sight of that loathsome face. Anthony, with a resigned nod, softly addressed him as brother. It appeared that this self-proclaimed gentleman was quite serious about his commitments. Kenny gently patted Stone's head and remarked, "Arthur is right. This opportunity is one you have earned on your own. Child, go forth, train diligently, and do not let down these good friends around you." Arthur, wearing a smile, wrapped an arm around Stone and another around Anthony, exclaiming, "Indeed, Uncle Iron Tower speaks wisely." Stone clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face as he responded with a heavy thank you. Arthur turned to Anthony and continued, "What a pity you, my little brother, cannot accompany me to the Imperial capital. Your Cloudwater War Academy is rather stingy. You should prepare more slots. Then I'll win them all for you to join me at the Imperial Capital War Academy." Anthony responded with a face full of resignation, "Thank you for your kindness, brother." Arthur's laughter grew even more joyous. At this moment, Lena interjected, "Anthony doesn't need any slots. Don't be fooled by his foolish demeanor. He is actually the most formidable one in our academy. His grandfather is the imperial teacher instructing future emperors in astronomy, geography, human affairs, and military strategy. His participation in this competition is solely to accompany me and Stone." Arthur's smile faded, and he murmured softly, "Future emperor." Unaware of Arthur's change in expression, Lena continued, "By the way, how did you come to speak the dragon language?" Arthur chuckled again, "I was born with it. Do you believe me?" "Not a chance," Lena replied with disdain. Arthur crossed his arms, standing proudly. "Well then, it seems all three little brothers can go to the imperial capital." "Splendid, splendid." "Humph. As the eldest brother, don't you have a slot?" "You've given yours to Stone," Lena countered. "With an older brother like me, a paragon of both scholarly and martial prowess, the Imperial Capital War Academy would surely be eager to enroll me. You needn't worry about my affairs. I advise you to think carefully about how to continue being my little brother at the Imperial Capital War Academy." Arthur laughed. Lena muttered under her breath, "Conceited fool." In the director's study, Dean Fred was composing a letter. Upon completion, he carefully sealed it with heated wax and pressed his ring into it. He addressed Cole with a serious demeanor. "Make your way to the Imperial Capital and personally deliver this letter to the Dean of the Imperial Capital War Academy." Dean Fred then surprisingly produced a complex and costly teleportation magic scroll to hand to Cole. Cole accepted the letter and scroll, questioning, "Shouldn't we inform the Imperial Council about the emergence of the dragon language?" Dean Fred replied, "Just deliver the letter to Dean Heinrich. I trust he will handle the subsequent matters." After Cole departed, Dean Fred murmured to himself, "I never expected this year's competition would be so tumultuous." "Arthur, who exactly are you?" Unbeknownst to them, within the study of the Lord of Yunpu City, a letter was being penned. Arthur and his trio of companions exchanged jovial banter as they savored their midday meal. Though Lena feigned indifference, her heart brimmed with gratitude for Arthur's deeds, accompanied by an undercurrent of admiration. Arthur remarked, "The majestic eagle hound destined for the imperial capital will not depart for 5 days, as it awaits your esteemed war academy." Indeed, while the eagle hound is under the empire's jurisdiction, the annual selection of students is a matter of utmost importance for the great cities, which is why exceptions are made for the war academy each year, Lena proclaimed with pride. "I must return to my family in 2 days. Until we meet again," Anthony said, his reluctance palpable. "I too must depart, otherwise my father, mother, uncles, and especially my grandfather will inundate me with incessant chatter," Lena replied. "And you, Stone?" Arthur inquired. "I shall engage in my training. My adoptive father has already left Yunpu to travel, and my biological father does not require my presence," Stone responded. Arthur chuckled as he observed Stone, whose bandaged form was a testament to recent trials. All right. Given your condition, you should rest for 2 days. It will not hinder your progress. Once your wounds heal, you can make up for lost time. For now, accompany me in exploring the city. I am unfamiliar with its paths." With that, Arthur produced a pouch of gold coins, playfully waving it before Stone. "Let us feast. Did we not just dine? Another meal?" Thus, this group of youthful aspirants, potentially capable of altering the future, momentarily parted ways. After bidding farewell to Lena and Anthony, Arthur and Stone did not seek sustenance. Instead, They made their way directly to the Mage Guild of Yunpu City, standing once more before the three-story edifice. They were greeted by the same two soldiers who had been on duty during Arthur's prior visit. "Watch closely, Stone," Arthur said, adjusting his attire as he retrieved a gold coin from his pouch, skillfully manipulating it between his fingers as if it were alive. "Huh, what did you say, Brother Arthur?" Stone queried. Leaning closer, Arthur whispered, "When I last visited, those two fellows regarded me with disdain, which was quite irksome. This time, I shall reclaim my dignity." As they approached the entrance of the Mage Guild, the two soldiers regarded Arthur with scornful expressions, raising their rifles to block the now open door. With a flick of his finger, Arthur produced a resounding thud, the distinctive sound of gold. The coin landed before the slightly senior second-class soldier, who hastily caught it. With a raised brow, Arthur declared, "This is a reward for you. I seek to ascertain the mage's rank. Do not obstruct my passage." His demeanor exuded the air of a young nobleman, albeit his attire was somewhat shabby. The second-class soldier wore an incredulous expression, glancing between the coin in his hand and Arthur, before shifting his gaze to the third-class soldier by the door. The latter swallowed hard, eyeing the gold greedily. Growing impatient, Arthur feigned anger, exclaiming, "Will you not move aside?" Immediately, the two soldiers withdrew their rifles, clearing the entrance. Arthur strode confidently into the building, with Stone sheepishly following behind after a moment of hesitation. The soldiers behind them exchanged puzzled glances. Upon entering the Mage Guild, Arthur carefully looked back. Realizing that the two soldiers had not followed, he dramatically clutched his chest, feigning agony. Seeing this, Stone, with a look of concern, asked, "Brother Arthur, what's wrong? Did you sustain an injury during your earlier duel with Reggie?" Arthur, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I am in pain. I am pained. Pained by my gold coins," he moaned. He then pretended to wipe non-existent tears and continued, "From now on, I vow never to engage in such foolish endeavors again." Stone, bewildered, followed Arthur to the place indicated by the old mage mentor. At a slightly smaller table, a young female mage was diligently sorting through documents. Arthur cleared his throat, prompting the young mage to look up. With a polite demeanor, she introduced herself. "Greetings, I am Wielding, the clerk of the Mage Guild. How may I assist you today?" "I wish to register as a mage," Arthur replied. Upon hearing this, the female mage extended her left hand, a ring upon it glowing faintly. Suddenly, a palm-sized blank mage badge embossed with the emblem of Cloudwater City appeared in her hand. The ring, presumably a storage device, contained spatial magic. "Sir, please place your hand upon the mage badge and attune yourself to an element you are familiar with. The badge can sense all common elements. If there is a reaction, it will confirm your status as a mage, and I can proceed with your registration." Arthur complied, but before his hand could touch the mage badge, it blazed red, causing Wielding to gasp as the badge fell onto the table. "How hot!" she exclaimed, a hint of irritation in her voice. "You need not summon so many fire elements. A mere reaction would suffice." She suspected the red-haired boy was toying with her, but her professionalism kept her from displaying her displeasure entirely. "Truly, I apologize. It was not my intention," Arthur said, genuinely remorseful. He had merely summoned a slight flicker of fire elements, devoid of any intention to tease. Wielding, maintaining her official tone, stated, "Please pay 10 silver coins, and I shall provide you with a mage registration form." Arthur paid the silver coins and filled out the form. As he signed his name, the mage badge inexplicably inscribed his name as well. He inquired about where to assess his mage rank before departing. Arthur shrugged, saying, 10 silver coins for this piece of parchment seems rather excessive." Stone chuckled, "Brother Arthur, the way you shrugged is just like Anthony. Uft, it's clearly he who resembles me." Arthur laughed. As they made their way to the mage assessment room, Arthur spotted the old mage once more and said to Stone, "Please wait a moment." Subsequently, the elderly mage also noticed Arthur and chuckled, "Ah, young one, you have returned. It seems you have amassed a sufficient amount of silver coins. Naturally, I shall proceed to assess your magical rank. Best of luck to you." The old mage gestured towards the location of the magic assessment room and instructed a senior mage to accompany Arthur. This venerable sorcerer had been occupied with guild affairs during Arthur's earlier contest, and was unaware that the intriguing youth before him was the renowned dragon language boy who had stirred the magical community of Yunpu City. The senior mage, in his early 40s, remarked as they walked, "Our guild in Yunpu City can evaluate the ranks of mages below the level of a magus. You must select a rank for your assessment." Arthur replied with a smile, "Then I shall choose the magus rank." "Haha, my dear child. I advise you to start from the apprentice mage level," the senior mage chuckled. "No, I wish to begin as a magus. I overheard that mage named Wendy mention that assessments require silver coins as well." Testing each level step by step would be overly tedious and costly, Arthur stated earnestly. The senior mage, somewhat puzzled, recalled how Arthur had casually tossed a gold coin at the entrance earlier, and now he seemed rather meticulous about his expenditures. With a sigh, the senior mage did not press the matter further. After all, he had encountered many diverse individuals in the guild, including those who were audaciously self-assured like this young lad. They soon entered a spacious room, leaving the stone outside to wait. The magic assessment primarily involves evaluating one's mental acuity, sensitivity to elemental forces, ability to condense elements, and proficiency in utilizing spells, all of which determine the mage's rank. The room was surprisingly large, revealing that the guild was indeed more expansive than it seemed from the outside, enhanced by various spatial enchantments. Within this chamber lay countless brown stones, all of similar size. The senior mage explained, "These are the unique deer stones from the territory of the elves, particularly attuned to mental perception. You will now use your mental strength to sense these stones. The number that levitates will determine your mental rank." Arthur inquired, "How many of the deer stones can a typical magus levitate?" "At least 5,000. Only with considerable mental strength can one command various elements and utilize them. Mental acuity and elemental sensitivity are essential prerequisites for becoming a mage." Arthur positioned himself at the center of the room, closed his eyes, and astonishingly, the locations and quantities of the stones became vividly clear in his mind. The deer stones were indeed as remarkable as their reputation suggested. With great effort, Arthur focused and commanded the stones, causing several to rise gently into the air. To his astonishment, over 300 stones floated simultaneously. This level of mental acuity has already reached the standard of a 3-star mage, the senior mage remarked. Arthur furrowed his brow slightly and continued to elevate numerous deer stones. 400, 500, 600. Until the moment the number of deer stones exceeded 800, they remained clustered together, soaring as a collective. Arthur's forehead glistened with perspiration as he persevered. One by one, the deer stones gradually began to levitate. After a while, the entire room erupted with a cacophony akin to a rain of stones, with numerous deer stones cascading to the ground. In total, 1,005 pieces of deer stones had floated upward. The great magician wore a look of astonishment, although Arthur still fell short of the standards of a mage. The young boy's mental prowess had nearly reached the level expected of a grand sorcerer, almost rivaling the abilities of a man in his 40s. Could it be that this red-haired youth was indeed a prodigy? It was no wonder that Vice President Simon had urged him to come for an assessment. Perhaps he was the promising talent Simon had envisioned. Little did the Grand Magician know that Simon merely found the child, who bore a large sword, amusing enough to warrant a magical assessment. Arthur wiped the sweat from his forehead and face, reflecting, I still have much to improve upon. Chapter 18. The great hero Arthur remarked, "I suppose this could be considered a failure." The Grand Magician replied, "Not necessarily. Should your performance in the upcoming assessment be exceptional, success may still be within your grasp." The Grand Magician was determined to allow Arthur to proceed with the assessment after witnessing his remarkable mental strength. Subsequently, the Grand Magician led Arthur into a smaller chamber than the previous deer house. Inside, an array of sculptures and totems representing various elements adorned the space. For instance, a statue of a red dragon symbolized fire and vitality, while a totem of the goddess Daphne represented water and frost. The Grand Magician stated, "Next, we will assess your elemental perception and elemental cohesion. Stand at the center of these sculptures and totems, and endeavor to perceive and condense the element you are most skilled with. The magnitude of your elemental perception and cohesion will be determined by the reactions elicited from the sculptures or totems." He then inquired, "What elements can you perceive?" Arthur responded, "I can only perceive the fire element." Given that each mage experiences elemental perception differently, Arthur's singular ability to sense one element was not particularly surprising. "Very well. Then you may begin." Arthur subsequently closed his eyes and quietly attuned himself to the fire element. Suddenly, he felt as though he were immersed in an endless ocean of flames, with towering waves of fire and searing winds. The horizon was dominated by flames and various forms of fire elements, while the sky was filled with burning clouds. These elements loomed over Arthur menacingly, encircling him in an attempt to engulf him. Remarkably, Arthur remained undeterred by the spectacle. Instinctively, he murmured a few ancient and commanding phrases, and then, all flames bowed before him. Within the magician's assessment chamber, the surface of the red dragon statue began to crack, revealing flowing red magma within, akin to exposed veins. Soon, the wings of the red dragon statue ignited, breaking free from its pedestal, soaring around Arthur in a majestic flight, accompanied by a haunting dragon's roar. The Grand Magician called out, "Arthur, that is enough." Startled, Arthur opened his eyes, causing the red dragon statue to fall and shatter upon the ground. Within the depths of the red dragon's lair, molten lava flowed freely, creating a vast pit in the ground. Arthur gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Bewildered by the turn of events, the Grand Mage expressed his surprise, admitting that this was a situation he had never encountered before. However, he surmised that Arthur's perception and mastery of fire elements far exceeded what was required of a sorcerer. Subsequently, the Grand Mage resolved to convey the matter to Vice President Simon in its entirety. Haha, it seems I still have a chance. If I truly attain the title of sorcerer, Lena will surely be livid, Arthur chuckled. Following this, he endeavored to assess his proficiency in the sorcerer-level magic. Yet he found himself utterly perplexed. Many of the required fire-based spells were unfamiliar to him, let alone their practical application. Arthur mused that should he achieve a further awakening, he would effortlessly command such magic. The Grand Mage kindly allowed Arthur to attempt a few introductory spells of his rank, and to his credit, Arthur managed reasonably well. However, as the spells grew more complex, he found himself at a loss. You still have a considerable distance to cover before reaching the rank of sorcerer. There is no need for a second assessment. I shall consult Vice President Simon shortly to determine your rank, the Grand Mage remarked. Arthur followed the Grand Mage out of the assessment chamber, proceeding towards Vice President Simon's office. Stone trailed behind, inquiring, "How did it go, Brother Arthur?" "Not very well. It seems I cannot pacify Lena," Arthur shrugged. The Grand Mage whispered into Simon's ear, whose expressions fluctuated between surprise and curiosity. Afterward, Simon requested Arthur's sorcerer badge, lightly brushing his hand over it, causing a crescent moon mark to appear, yet lacking a star, indicating that Arthur's abilities barely matched those of a Grand Mage. With a smile, Vice President Simon declared, "From this day forth, you are a Grand Mage, a coveted title sought after by many powerful figures." Arthur gratefully accepted the badge. Simon continued, "With this badge, you may exchange it for a Grand Mage robe within the guild, though it will cost 5 gold coins." He left unspoken the fact that if Arthur were to affiliate himself with the Cloudwater Mage Guild, the robe would be provided as a gift, along with additional benefits. "What? 5 gold coins? I won't exchange it. I primarily wish to assess my strength." "This is sufficient," Arthur exclaimed. And then he took Stone's hand and exited the Cloudwater Mage Guild. At that moment, the Grand Mage remarked, "Why does Lord Simon not retain this young man? Such prowess at his tender age speaks volumes of his talent. As a prominent vocational guild in the city, we ought to be able to fulfill all his requests." Simon chuckled and shook his head. "Baldur, do you truly believe such a young prodigy would remain in a place like Cloudwater City?" The great sorcerer Bidel, with a resigned nod, wore an expression of regret. With such a prodigious youth within the ranks of the Cloudfall Sorcerers Guild, it was certain that within a decade, the guild would undoubtedly emerge as a paragon among all guilds in the Northwest. Subsequently, Bidel took his leave. After he had distanced himself, Vice President Simon sighed, expressing, "How I wish I could retain this young man, yet he bears a great sword, seeking to assess his sorcerous prowess. I doubt any sorcerer's guild could hold him." Upon stepping outside, Arthur could not resist flaunting his sorcerer badge, adorned with a crescent moon motif, before the two soldiers, who were startled to the point of almost bowing before him. It is worth noting that in all of Cloudfall City, there were fewer than 20 grand sorcerers between the professional guilds and the Cloudfall War Academy. "Brother Arthur, you are truly remarkable. A grand sorcerer can even serve as a mentor at the Cloudfall War Academy," Stone exclaimed with admiration. Arthur, embodying the demeanor of an elder brother, patted Stone's shoulder with a comically serious expression, stating, "Indeed, Stone, you must work diligently to soon catch up to my stride." "Yes." Stone's eyes ignited with determination once more. "So, where to next, Brother Arthur?" he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur replied, "Let us proceed to the Swordsman's Guild." Arthur's assessment as a swordsman was far less impressive than that of a sorcerer. Aside from his remarkable strength, nothing else captured attention. His swordsmanship evaluation was particularly dismal, with the examiner lamenting, "Fool, you wield a sword, not a stick." His fighting spirit was utterly lacking. Arthur wished to discard the badge proclaiming him a 6th-tier apprentice swordsman. But, recalling it had cost him 10 silver coins, he refrained. It is important to note that the examiner had assigned Arthur the 6th tier solely due to his astonishing brute strength. Stone patted Arthur's shoulder, offering comfort, "Brother Arthur, it matters not. Your sheer might is enough to vanquish any foe." Arthur covered his face, thinking to himself, such words are better left unspoken. How embarrassing. Afterward, Arthur led Stone to the Fighters Guild, where Stone, surprisingly, had attained the rank of a third-tier official fighter. Of course, the examination fee was covered by his so-called brother. Stone was overjoyed. Despite his lengthy absence from the guild, the sudden leap in rank left him astonished. It is worth mentioning that Stone had undertaken the assessment while nursing injuries. Arthur remarked, "That day you battled Reggie with utmost effort. A breakthrough was inevitable." He continued, "Do not foolishly sacrifice your body in battle anymore. Should you find yourself unable to prevail, you still have your brother." Stone, overwhelmed with emotion, was at a loss for words, silently resolving to commit to a certain determination. After a long day traversing multiple professional guilds, the sun had begun its descent. Arthur treated Stone to a lavish meal. Despite Stone's slight stature, his appetite rivaled that of the immensely strong Arthur. They even secretly ordered a jug of malt liquor. Despite the prohibition against drinking for students of the Cloudfall War Academy, the Stone was slightly tipsy, swaying as he walked, while Arthur seemed unfazed. After all, he had accompanied Old Red in drinking during his childhood. With a slurred tongue, the Stone inquired, "Brother Arthur, why must we be considered inferior simply because we lack a surname? What have we done wrong? Why must we exert 1,000,000 times the effort to obtain what others attain effortlessly?" Arthur gazed up at the starless solitary moon and replied, "We have committed no wrongdoing. Perhaps it is the world that is at fault." He then embraced the Stone's shoulders and whispered, "We shall change the world in the future, won't we?" He continued thoughtfully, "My grandfather once said, in this world, the most painful struggle is the one born from powerlessness. When you possess the ability to effect change, you become your own hero." Suddenly, Arthur intensified his tone, declaring, "But I do not wish to be merely my own hero. I aspire to be the hero of the entire world, a great hero." The Stone shouted in agreement, "Yes, we shall become great heroes." As they stumbled through the streets of Cloudwater City, Arthur spotted a sizable clothing store. He looked down at his attire and chuckled, "A great hero must not appear shabby. Let us procure a new outfit." To his astonishment, Arthur spent over 2 gold coins on a splendid ensemble, a noble white shirt, a black coat made from the hide of a horned beast, its tails adorned with a layer of silver metal trailing to the ground. On his left shoulder rested a decorative ancient silver dragon head pauldron. On the left chest of the coat, Arthur had the tailor emblazon a giant dragon wreathed in flames. He wore fitted leather swordsman trousers, cinched with a dragon claw belt, and high boots with metallic toe guards. Additionally, he had a custom leather strap made to accommodate his great sword. Arthur tore away the tattered cloth from the imperial dragon and reinserted it into the leather belt on his back. One could not deny that Arthur's resolute, sunlit visage, complemented by his tousled, enchanting red hair, bestowed upon him the air of a wandering swordsman. However, the massive black iron rod he carried somewhat diminished that impression. Arthur had initially intended to purchase a striking outfit for the Stone as well, but the Stone adamantly refused, insisting that students at the academy were only permitted to wear the academy uniform and were not allowed to don other clothing. Arthur feigned anger, exclaiming, "Come on. The Cloudwater War Academy doesn't even allow you to drink. How did you manage to indulge?" The Stone bashfully scratched his head, remaining silent. Upon returning to the Cloudwater War Academy, the Stone did not return to his own room, but instead spent the night conversing with Arthur in his guest room. Chapter 19. The Imperial Capital. The next day, neither Lena nor Anthony returned to the academy. Arthur was led by the Stone on a tour of the various sites of the Cloudwater War Academy. The Stone, too, reflected on the past. Having lived there for 2 years, despite the hardships, Lena and Anthony had brought him considerable warmth, creating many cherished memories. As they walked side by side along the outdoor corridor of the academy, the Stone expressed, "Brother Arthur, I am truly grateful to you. Without you, I would have to remain in this place, which no longer holds Lena and Anthony." Arthur helplessly remarked, "I have told you 1,000 times, 1,000 times. There is no need for such expressions of gratitude. Isn't it only natural for friends to behave this way? I consider you a friend. Do you not regard me the same?" He continued, "Moreover, your abilities are more than sufficient to gain admission to the Imperial War Academy. I am not doing you any significant favor." Stone immediately interjected, "Of course, I regard you as a friend, big brother Arthur. The best of friends, just like Lena and Anthony." "Then that is settled. Among friends, expressing gratitude feels rather distant," Arthur chuckled. Soon, Arthur noticed that the other students in the corridor regarded him as if he were a spectacle, whispering among themselves or keeping their distance. He looked down at his own flamboyant attire, perplexed. Could it be that he was too striking? Was this what Old Man Red meant by going to extremes? Arthur stroked his chin thoughtfully. That day passed in a haze of merriment and indulgence for Arthur and Stone. By dawn, Lena and Anthony returned. with Lena wearing a look of incredulity as she beheld Arthur in his ostentatious outfit. Arthur jested, with such a dashing and stylish older brother. I imagine you are quite proud. Upon hearing this, Lena nearly lost her breakfast, as the sense of awe Arthur had momentarily inspired vanished in an instant. On the day of departure, the Yunpu War Academy erupted in a cacophony of celebratory cannon fire to bid farewell to the students embarking for the Imperial War Academy. Following this, a farewell ceremony took place in the Academy Square. Afterwards, from the City Lord of Yunpu, Dean Fred, and various mentors, Lena was invited to the stage to deliver an inspirational speech to the students. Initially, Stone hesitated to step up, as the opportunity had been granted by Arthur. However, he could not resist the encouragement and prodding from Arthur and Anthony. Typically a man of few words, Stone boldly declared before the entire academy, I implore all present to remember my name. In the future, it shall resonate across every corner of the continent. I, Stone, shall become a great hero. These words echoed sentiments once spoken by Arthur. After finishing, Stone glanced at Arthur and Anthony, who both gave him a thumbs up in encouragement. Following the farewell ceremony, a procession composed of the garrison of Yunpu City and the Academy's mentors escorted these promising youths. At the forefront, the Yunpu Knights led the march, flanked by students from the Yunpu War Academy wielding long wooden staffs adorned with the Academy's banners. In the center were the mentors and Lena. The entire city of Yunpu placed great importance on this journey. As they walked down the central avenue, residents along the sides showered the procession with flowers, their cheers rising like a tide. Arthur, with unabashed boldness, joined the young men in the spotlight, even going so far as to walk at the forefront of their small group, exuding a sense of grandeur as he waved and nodded to the townsfolk. Surrounded by an escort and blessed by the people, the sensation was truly delightful. Lena covered her face, softly whispering to herself, I do not know this fellow. I do not know this fellow. After Arthur had sufficiently savored the moment, he slowed his pace to match that of Lena, Anthony, and sure too. What about Reggie? Surely, he wouldn't forego a trip to the imperial capital, he remarked. Lena replied, how could he possibly skip it? Even if he were reluctant, his family would never allow it. P.S. Probably feeling embarrassed, waiting in the exclusive guest cabin of the Cloudfall War Academy. Upon hearing this, Arthur shrugged and quickened his steps to take the lead once more, continuing to wave and nod. What a pompous king, Lena exclaimed. Quite right. The honor guard escorted them to the ridge where the eagle-hound beasts awaited. There, the elders, brothers, and sisters of Lena's family were gathered, as were those of Anthony S. However, Shirtu's adoptive father was conspicuously absent. As Lena and Anthony bid farewell to their relatives and friends, Lena wept profusely, resembling a sorrowful figure, while a woman in the crowd who bore a striking resemblance to Lena also cried uncontrollably. Surely, she must be Lena's mother. Seizing the opportunity while Lena and Anthony exchanged farewells, Arthur discreetly retrieved an item from his pocket and whispered to Shirtu, could you help me return this ticket? At that moment, Arthur felt a flush of embarrassment. This ticket was one he had purchased for 10 silver coins upon arriving in Cloudfall City. But given the circumstances of traveling to the imperial capital with the Cloudfall War Academy, Arthur's character naturally inclined him to seek a refund. Unperturbed, Shirtu eagerly went to assist Arthur in returning the ticket, but only managed to retrieve 8 silver coins. Arthur, feeling a twinge of regret, tucked the coins back into his pocket and gratefully patted Shirtu on the shoulder, a sincere gesture of appreciation. As the eagle-hound beast stood tall, a lengthy ladder was constructed for ascent. While climbing, Arthur and his companions frequently glanced back at the crowd below and the distant walls of Cloudfall City. Their thoughts varied, reflecting on their homeland while embarking on a new journey. Yet, Arthur seemed to gaze further still. What he beheld was not merely the walls of Cloudfall City, but the village of Binning nestled at the foot of Mount Levier. The curling smoke, the familiar sound of blacksmithing, and the reassuring embrace of sturdy arms. Once inside the guest cabin atop the eagle-hound's back, they spotted Reggie seated in a corner, arms crossed and sword resting against his chest, his expression as cold as the steel he wielded. He merely cast a fleeting glance at them before closing his eyes to rest. Arthur and Anthony exchanged a glance, simultaneously shrugging their shoulders. After they settled in, to their surprise, Dean Frederick entered the cabin. Dean Frederick, you're leading the team this year? Lena exclaimed, astonished. Each year, a leader is designated to accompany the students to the Imperial War Academy, typically a mentor, so it was unexpected for the dean himself to take charge. It has been quite some time since I visited the imperial capital. I must admit, I do miss that majestic city. I fear that if I grow any older, I may be unable to make the journey, Dean Frederick jested. Despite the unexpected events surrounding this year's competition, Witnessing the talented students he had nurtured filled him with immense satisfaction. With that, Dean Frederick turned his gaze toward Reggie, who had also acknowledged the dean's presence. In a soft voice, he greeted, "Good day, Dean," marking the beginning of a conversation, before returning to a state of tranquil reverie. Dean Fred let out a sigh. At that moment, the colossal griffin beast let out a cry, causing the cabin to tremble slightly, and the scenery outside plummeted rapidly. The griffin, with its powerful wings, commenced the journey. Inside the cabin, Arthur and Stone curiously leaned by the window, observing the scattered buildings and crowds below. Lena and Anthony, having previously traveled on the griffin, were less captivated by the sights. Although Arthur harbored grand dreams and monumental secrets, he remained, after all, merely a 15-year-old boy. By midday, the griffin began its gradual descent. Arriving at one of the cities en route to the imperial capital, Arthur and his companions had a simple lunch in the city before continuing their journey. The following 2 days passed in a similar fashion. On the fourth day, at noon, Dean Fred glanced out the window and exclaimed, "We are almost there. Come and behold the fabled city, the capital of Skane." This sight never ceases to amaze. The capital, Skane, bore many illustrious titles: the legendary city, the impregnable city, the nation within a nation, the city of the human emperor. Its establishment spanned over 5 centuries. Originally situated on a vast plain, it was said that a great dragon and deities who lingered in the mortal realm assisted the first monarch of the Ro Empire in relocating 3 majestic mountains, named Kelt, Ida, and the highest, Musul. Subsequently, several divine sorcerers united their powers to connect the 3 mountains, forming a continuous range that became the natural barrier of the capital, with the only breach meticulously fortified over centuries. Although the obsidian city walls were not as grand as the mountains, they still soared over 150 meters. The main gate of the capital, the Tooth of Ro, stood at the center of the imposing black stone walls, resembling the skull of an ancient beast. Its presence both fearsome and regal. Due to its immense size and grandeur, it had remained unopened for over 2 centuries. The gate was adorned with intricate emblems symbolizing glory and imperial authority, alongside complex arcane patterns. The Triumphal Avenue, as wide as the city gate at 722 meters, stretched directly into the heart of the capital. This great thoroughfare, resembling a great white serpent, extended to the horizon, with countless branching roads radiating from it, woven throughout the capital like a web of white stones. Thus, it was said that even if the Ro kingdom fell, the vast capital could stand alone as a nation, impervious to conquest. The occupants of the cabin gazed at the endless array of buildings outside, their heights varied and closely packed together. The magnificent black stone walls loomed like a dragon lying upon the earth, dividing the land, leaving one to wonder just how expansive these fortifications truly were. No wonder it was referred to as a nation within a nation. This city was immense, so vast that even from the sky, the entirety of the capital remained elusive. "This is the capital. It is truly magnificent," Stone exclaimed in awe. Even Reggie, who had been silent throughout the journey, glanced in admiration. Arthur looked on with a complex expression at the sprawling city of the capital laid out beneath him. He then gazed into the distance at the majestic Mutual Mountains. Murmuring to himself, the old man once said that my father and mother are buried upon that very mountain. 15 years ago, a swaddled Arthur departed from this place. And now, after a decade and a half, he returns in obscurity. Is this not a journey home? Alas, the city no longer awaits his kin. Each of the 3 mountain ranges boasts numerous vast platforms for the majestic eaglehounds to alight upon, for the city is immense and its populace numerous. Thus the demand for eaglehounds is substantial. Arthur and his companions' eaglehounds rested upon a colossal platform at the Celtic Ridge. The platform was vast, spanning several square kilometers. And at that moment, over 50 eaglehounds were stationed there. The throngs of people bustled about, creating a scene of vibrant activity. Many soldiers clad in black armor wove through the eaglehounds, maintaining order amidst the chaos. Additionally, several dozen cavalry, also donned in black armor and wielding long spears, rode upon their armored beasts, ready to swiftly respond to any unforeseen incidents. The eaglehounds of Yunpu City bore 3 passenger crates, with the first crate exclusively for the War Academy of Yunpu City. Thus, accompanying Arthur's party to the imperial capital were numerous others, merchants, scholars, and mere sightseers alike. "At last, we have arrived," many of them expressed with a sense of awe. At that moment, a squad of soldiers approached Arthur's group, and one soldier, in his 30s, stepped forward, saluting Dean Fred. Private Danlon Bruno, reporting to Dean Fred. The soldiers tasked with receiving the various academies possessed the records and likenesses of the deans, hence he recognized Dean Fred. Dean Fred nodded with a smile. In the Empire, all war academies and vocational guilds were established by the state, and during times of war, they were obliged to participate. Most significant figures within the academies and guilds held military ranks, especially a dean, thus the private rendered a military salute. Dean Fred inquired, "Have most of the war academies from across the nation arrived?" This year, war academies from 54 cities received recommendations, and including your esteemed institution, 49 have reached the imperial capital today. The remaining ones are expected to arrive within the next 2 days, the private replied with utmost diligence. The Ro Empire, vast in territory and abundant in cities, lacks the number of cities capable of establishing war academies. Even fewer obtain recommendations for the war academy of the imperial capital. Dean Fred nodded and gestured for the soldiers to lead the way. The group then followed the soldiers to the edge of the platform at the ridge, where dozens of cable cars of various sizes descended directly to the imperial capital below. After arranging the cable car for the Yunpu War Academy, the soldiers took their leave. Arthur and his companions stood at the precipice, gazing upon the imperial capital, where the architecture was a tapestry of styles from diverse races and empires. Numerous smaller flying mounts flitted between the towering edifices. Arthur soon noticed that above certain buildings, not a single flying mount traversed the sky. Dean Fred remarked, "After taking the cable car, we must also rent a flying seat for our journey. Otherwise, relying solely on our feet, it would take us over a week to arrive." Arthur took a deep breath and softly said, "Capital City, I have returned once more." Chapter 20. The White Tower within the cable car. Arthur and his companions were filled with excitement. Stone eagerly leaned against one window, gazing out, and then darted to the other side to catch a view. "Anthony, look over there. There's a magnificent tree adorned with numerous lantern-like, glowing wooden houses." Stone exclaimed, "Wow, that great tree even appears to move." Dean Fred responded, "That is the lantern spirit tree of the elves. This species is capable of surviving outside the elven kingdom of Shimmerson, which is quite a remarkable feat." Stone then pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "What is that? It's so tall." Anthony interjected, "That must be the White Tower. The largest mage guild in the entire empire resides within." He continued, "Legend has it that the White Tower houses a plethora of ancient texts, encompassing everything from epic histories and magical tomes to various arcane secrets and hidden chronicles throughout the ages." There was a sparkle in Anthony's eyes, for every mage in the Ro Empire yearned to behold the White Tower, a symbol of their honor. Leaning against the window, Arthur spoke in a voice as delicate as silk. In fact, the original purpose of the White Tower was divination, to foresee the fortunes of the empire, and it could even vaguely predict the trends of the entire continent. Arthur wiped the frost from the cable car window and continued, "The tower's design and height mimic the legendary spine of the world that leads to the celestial realm, aiming to align with the heavens and enhance the accuracy of divination to the utmost degree. The Ro White Tower represents the pinnacle of humanity's pursuit of divine intent on the entire Hermon Continent." Lena wore a skeptical expression. She found it hard to believe that this rustic lad knew such secrets about the Ro White Tower. However, to her astonishment, she noticed Dean Fred nodding in agreement. "Dean, is what he said true? I have never heard of this before," she inquired. Dean Fred replied, "It is quite normal that you have not heard, for the true purpose of the Ro White Tower is considered a moderately sized secret within the empire. The War Academy of Yunpu City does not have the authority to disclose such information to you students, but once you enter the War Academy of the capital, you shall surely learn of it." He then turned to Arthur and asked, "Young man, how do you know of this matter?" "My grandfather told me." Arthur replied with a warm smile, as if recalling a fond memory. "Your grandfather is?" Dean Fred asked curiously. Arthur seemed to ponder for a moment, then smiled warmly. "A blacksmith." Although Dean Fred maintained a non-committal expression, he refrained from further inquiry. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded at the pinnacle of the White Tower they were discussing. The tower's summit had already penetrated the depths of the clouds, seemingly reaching the very firmament, striving to connect heaven and earth. At the top was an open platform spanning several dozen meters, its surface adorned with a milky substance. Under the radiant sun, a beam of light reflected off the tower's apex, stretching high into the sky. At the pinnacle of the tower, a time-worn altar stands, adorned with 6 colossal bronze dragons, each grasping a massive crystal orb aloft. Within this orb, mists occasionally swirl and constellations shimmer. However, at this moment, the fog dissipates and the stars dim, gradually revealing an image, none other than Arthur, who leans against the window of a cable car, engaged in conversation. Shortly thereafter, The image blurs and fades away. One level beneath the tower's summit, in a rather spacious secret chamber, an elderly man with white hair sits before a vast table cluttered with disheveled papers. At that moment, he appears to sense something, abruptly raising his head. In a flurry of anxiety, he stands and rushes to a grand bookshelf against the chamber wall, swiftly rifling through one book after another, hastily discarding them as if in search of something elusive. After a considerable time of searching, he seems to have discovered the answer, and a hoarse, cracked voice escapes his lips. Is it truly so? He then returns to the large table, retrieves a blank sheet of paper from the chaotic pile, quickly inscribing 8 characters upon it, and rolls the paper into a specially crafted golden tube. He pushes open the heavy door of the secret chamber and hands the tube to a robed and masked attendant waiting outside. The attendant glances down at the tube, noting the crown engraved upon its surface, and immediately understands to whom it must be delivered, promptly turning to leave. Once the elder and the attendant depart, he returns to the chamber, and the door is closed with a resounding thud. Throughout this encounter, neither of the two exchanged a single word. Meanwhile, Arthur and his companions have safely arrived at their destination. This location resembles a bustling dock, filled with a throng of people, some transporting goods, others awaiting their turn for the cable car, and still others, coachmen standing nearby, seeking patrons. A number of Imperial soldiers clad in black armor patrol the area. At this juncture, the ground trembles slightly as several enormous packed beasts, laden with cargo, approach the cable car. Each time their massive hooves strike the earth, a subtle tremor reverberates through the ground. Stone gazes curiously at these behemoths, and the leading creature, seemingly agitated, lets out a loud snort, startling Stone. Not far away, a man appearing to be in his 50s, dressed in the robes of a magus, notices Arthur and his party. With a warm smile, he approaches, accompanied by 2 young boys. This man appears to be quite familiar with Dean Fred, exclaiming, "Ah, Dean, what brings you personally to lead the expedition this year?" Dean Fred responds with a smile, "It has been far too long since I ventured out. I thought I would take a look." "Yarlin Johnson, it has been years. You've donned the robes of a magus yourself," he adds. Yarlin feigns annoyance, still calling me a lad. "I'm 52 years old. In front of me, all of your students are but children. Am I mistaken?" Dean Fred retorts. He then introduces the curious youths behind him, saying, "This is Minter Yarlin Johnson from the War Academy of Dinar City." Except for Arthur, Lena and the others greet Yarlin respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Minter Yarlin." It is customary for all mentors within the Imperial War Academy to be afforded such respect and title. Yarlin chuckled. "In truth, I am your senior, albeit by a considerable margin. Back in my day at the Cloudfall Academy of Warfare, old Fred was merely the vice principal." It seemed that the sorcerer Yarlin possessed a pleasant demeanor, devoid of any airs. Lena, feeling at ease and noticing the amiable nature of sorcerer Yarlin, inquired, "So how did you end up in Dinar City as a mentor?" "Ah, that is quite a lengthy tale," Yarlin replied, stroking his somewhat grizzled beard. Soon, the students from both academies were introduced to one another. This year, the Dinar City Academy had only 2 recommendation slots, one for a slender, tall young swordsman named Kim Vance, whose delicate features belied a somewhat timid expression, and the other for a robust female fighter named Aprili Bella, whose angelic visage contrasted with her formidable physique. Upon learning that Arthur and Stone bore no family names, the students did not express any particular disdain. "Fellow practitioners? How splendid!" Dean Fred exclaimed. "You must treat your old dean to a fine meal today. Such would be proper." "I suspected you had ulterior motives," Yarlin replied with a continued smile. He then added, "This year, Cloudfall has secured 3 slots. During the assessment, the junior students ought to support our 2 from Dinar." Both Cloudfall and Dinar were among the less esteemed war academies, possessing only a few recommendation slots, a reflection of their overall strength. Some particularly formidable academies could boast as many as 10 slots. Thus, Sorcerer Yarlin's words carried weight, for without such support, his students would struggle to succeed in the Imperial capital's assessments. "Who are you calling juniors? You speak so affectionately, yet we are both over 50 and have become sorcerers," Dean Fred remarked, appearing remarkably relaxed in Yarlin's company, unconcerned by such matters. Following this, they enjoyed a relatively pleasant lunch, reminiscing as Dean Fred and Sorcerer Yarlin exchanged amusing anecdotes from their pasts. The students from both academies gradually grew familiar with one another, although a minor incident arose, not due to Stone's lack of a surname, but rather when the brawny Aprili expressed disbelief upon discovering that the slender Stone was a 3rd-tier fighter. Consequently, the 2 combatants engaged in an arm wrestling match, resulting in a decisive defeat for Stone. Arthur patted Stone on the shoulder in consolation, saying, Losing to her is no shame. He then glanced at Aprilai's muscular arms, followed by her incongruous, bashful expression, and sighed deeply in regret. Upon witnessing Arthur's reaction, Aprilai retorted angrily, "What? Do you wish to try your luck?" Arthur, sensing the challenge, immediately crossed his hands over his chest, vigorously shaking his head. "No, no, warrior maiden. I concede." Laughter erupted around the table, even causing the self-proclaimed gentleman Anthony to spew his juice. Meanwhile, Reggie sat quietly, playing the role of an invisible observer. "Who do you dare to call a female warrior?" April exclaimed, her voice ringing with fury. Arthur, lifting a wooden cup brimming with juice, chuckled nervously. "I acknowledge my mistake. I shall drink to that." After downing the beverage, he mimicked a seasoned drinker, inhaling deeply. Kim timidly tugged at April, prompting her to relent. Following their midday repast, the two groups parted ways. The mage Yalan wished to guide his students through the enchanting sights of the imperial capital, yearning for further exploration. Meanwhile, Dean Fred decided it was time to report to the Imperial War Academy. Subsequently, Dean Fred led his students to a peculiar beast rental establishment run by dwarves. The shop, though modest in footprint, boasted 3 stories of lofty wooden architecture. The first floor served as the reception area, while the second and third floors housed the exotic beasts. They rented 4 Rorse creatures, and after paying the fee, the burly dwarf explained, "Once you arrive at your destination, these Rorse creatures will return on their own." Renowned for their strength and distinctive cries, Rorse creatures require patient training from a young age. Wild ones are nearly impossible to tame. An adult Rorse creature can carry 2 to 3 individuals. Upon reaching the 3rd floor of the beast rental, Dean Fred shared 1 Rorse creature with Reggie, while Lena and Anthony paired up, leaving Arthur and Stone to share another. With Dean Fred leading the way, they soared towards the Imperial War Academy. Though they flew at a leisurely pace just above the ground, it was an exhilarating experience for both Arthur and Stone. The academy, nestled against the Ida mountain range, sprawled over an extensive area, nearly rivaling the size of the entire city of Cloudwater. Half of the institution was built into the mountains, while the other half was grounded. Enclosed by protective walls that soared 20 meters high, the ground-level structures radiated around the renowned Trial Tower. Each student at the Imperial War Academy may study for a maximum of 10 years, with annual assessments to gauge their progress and eligibility to continue their education. The evaluations are notoriously stringent, requiring students to advance 2 minor ranks each year, underscoring the Academy's rigorous standards. Graduates are sure to be exceptional individuals, sought after across the Empire, where even those who do not serve in the capital will be held in high esteem. Dean Fred himself is an alumnus of this esteemed institution, returning to his hometown of Cloudwater to serve as vice president. Every 2 years, a major competition allows students under 20 to participate. Those who excel may be recommended to the Hermon War Academy in the Huldar Desert, while graduates of the Imperial War Academy flourish within the Low Empire. Those who emerge from the Hermon War Academy are destined to etch their names into the annals of the entire continent. Both the Imperial War Academy and the Hermon War Academy are bastions of talent cultivation, with the former aiming to supply the Empire with a ceaseless stream of skilled individuals and military strength. The graduates will become the heroes who aid the nation in securing victory in times of war. The Hermon War Academy aims to cultivate extraordinary heroes who will emerge wherever there is strife, striving to quell chaos through warfare and to safeguard the Hermon Continent. However, most of the prodigies who graduate from the Hermon War Academy return to their homeland to serve their nation, exemplified by Reed Connor. It is understandable why those who leave the academy do so. Upon their departure, they are imbued with the noble aspiration of ensuring the continent's safety. Yet, the harsh reality is that it is exceedingly difficult to halt conflicts through individual efforts, and returning home to pacify turmoil with national power often incites even greater unrest, a paradox indeed. For this reason, countless scholars of the Hermon Continent have vehemently criticized the academy, branding it a colossal joke and a hellish institution that breeds further warfare. Meanwhile, the Hermon War Academy quietly resides in the heart of the Harla Desert, awaiting the arrival of gifted individuals from various nations who embody its ideals, steadfast in the belief that a legendary hero will one day emerge from its halls. Chapter 21. Clouds soaring. The outer section of the Imperial Capital War Academy resembles a city within a city, featuring a moat over 200 meters wide. This moat is connected to the largest inland lake within the capital, Lake Aloy, through an underground aqueduct. Spanning the moat is a white stone bridge, the sole passage between the academy and the capital. The bridge, over 100 meters wide, accommodates 50 cavalrymen side by side without feeling congested. Flanking the bridge are 2 rows of towering statues, each approximately 10 meters high. These statues commemorate the war heroes who have emerged from the Imperial Capital War Academy, most of whom valiantly perished on the battlefield in the service of the Empire, celebrated for their exceptional achievements and formidable prowess. Each statue is rendered with striking realism, some standing with colossal swords, others gazing intently with mighty magic wands, while a few are depicted with bare fists crossed over their chests, and others brandishing shields in fierce poses. Each statue seems to embody a chapter of the Empire's revered glory. Arthur and his companions' roar eagle beasts descended in the small square before the Hero Bridge. It was now midday on the second day. On the first night of their arrival in the capital, they had sought refuge in a local inn to rest, as their roar eagle beasts also required respite and nourishment. Arthur patted the roar eagle that had accompanied him and Stone throughout the day, eliciting a peculiar cry from the creature before it took flight, followed suit by the others. At that moment, several groups of youths clad in the attire of local war academies arrived on various mounts. Dean Fred nodded in acknowledgement to the leaders of these academies, a gesture of greeting. It appeared that, unlike the Dina City War Academy, there was no camaraderie with the Yunpu Academy among these groups, with most maintaining only superficial connections and an underlying sense of competition. Following last year's selections at the Imperial Academy, 2 students from Yunpu City successfully advanced to become official students of the Imperial Capital War Academy, thereby granting Yunpu City War Academy an additional slot this year. Yet, it remained at the lower echelons among all academies, though not at the very bottom. It was perilously close. At this moment, Dean Fred addressed Arthur, saying, "Beyond this Hero Bridge lies the Imperial War Academy. Currently, it is the period for the selection of students, and thus, aside from the heads of each department, no one without a letter of recommendation is permitted to enter." Stone and Anthony displayed expressions of expectation, while Lena appeared to think it was better that he did not go. Reggie remained inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Arthur retrieved a meticulously crafted envelope from his pocket, adorned with tiny gemstones around its edge and inscribed with golden threads. However, the envelope appeared somewhat aged. With a slight shake of the envelope in his hand, he returned it to his pocket and stated, "I possess a letter of recommendation." He then pondered, "I wonder if this letter still holds value after all these years. I hope that old man at home did not deceive me. Otherwise, I would be in quite a predicament." Stone, Lena, and Anthony could not discern the writing on Arthur's envelope, but were astonished by its opulence. Nevertheless, Dean Fred caught sight of a few words, "Defender of the Nation." Dean Fred was taken aback. If Arthur were indeed connected to the current Defender of the Nation, Hugo Celadon, why was there no surname attached? Given the general's esteemed status within the country, bestowing a surname upon someone would be a trivial matter. Furthermore, Dean Fred had interacted with General Hugo and had never heard of any distant relatives residing in Yunpu City. Was he merely uninformed? His curiosity regarding Arthur's true identity intensified. He spoke the dragon language and possessed a letter bearing the general's title. Who, exactly, was Arthur? This time, Dean Fred concealed his questions, stating, "In that case, let us proceed to report to the Imperial War Academy." He then led the way across the Hero Bridge. On the stone bridge, Lena, Stone, and Anthony gazed in admiration at the statues lining either side. Some of the statues were being diligently polished by youths clad in the Academy's uniform. Curious, Lena inquired. "These must be the official students of the Imperial Academy. I see some wearing magical robes. Why do they not use magic to clean these statues?" Dean Fred replied, "Using magic as a shortcut to clean these statues would be a sign of disrespect towards our valiant predecessors. With such a vast academy, why not employ more servants?" Lena continued, "Within the Imperial Academy, aside from instructors, students, and a few scholars, there are rarely others. Many tasks are undertaken by the students themselves. Engaging in such menial tasks also yields cultivation stones, albeit in smaller quantities," Dean Fred explained patiently. "Cultivation stones? What are those?" Lena and the others inquired in unison. "You will understand once you truly enter the Imperial War Academy," Dean Fred teased. He then added, "Do you not think that diligently polishing these statues of heroes is, in itself, a form of cultivation?" Stone appeared contemplative. At this moment, Arthur chuckled, "Lady Lena, it seems that washing clothes and tidying up will now require your personal attention." "Humph, what is there to be ashamed of?" Lena retorted defiantly. She thought to herself, the good days are indeed coming to an end. After all, Lena was the cherished jewel of a noble family and had never engaged in such matters before. Within the Cloudwater War Academy, there were dedicated attendants for laundry and room cleaning, and students were permitted to bring 1 to 3 attendants. However, such privileges were not afforded at the Imperial Capital War Academy. As they conversed, Arthur and his companions soon reached the end of the bridge. At this point, the statues lining both sides had diminished, replaced by numerous plinths awaiting their sculptures. The grand entrance of the Imperial Capital War Academy stood firmly closed, adorned with an intricate carving of 2 stars flanking a sword, with the stars symmetrically positioned beside the majestic blade. This design was undoubtedly the emblem of the Imperial Capital War Academy. Dean Fred explained to the young men behind him. The 2 stars represent wisdom and strength, while the great sword symbolizes the imperial authority. This is the emblem of our academy. Next to the firmly shut gates, a side entrance opened, spacious enough for 2 carriages to pass comfortably side by side. Flanking the side door were 2 squads of the Imperial Black Armored Tigers. Dean Fred addressed the sergeant of the Black Armored Tigers, Frederick Mann, the leader of the Cloudwater War Academy for this year. Subsequently, he presented an identity badge representing imperial status. The soldier's arm bore a small magical array, powered by a low-quality magical stone. Upon receiving the badge, the soldier placed it upon his arm, causing the magical array to glow faintly. The sergeant then returned the badge with both hands, saying, "Ah, it is you, Dean Fred. I hope you will not take offense, it is my duty." Dean Fred smiled as he accepted his badge, continuing, "These are the 3 students representing our academy for this year's assessment." He gestured towards Arthur, adding, "Although this young man is not a student of our academy, he possesses a letter of recommendation." In addition to the letters from various war academies, prestigious families within the city also issued a few recommendations. However, very few noble families could acquire a recommendation from the Imperial Capital War Academy, and Anthony's family was one of them. Thus, the sergeant found nothing unusual. He examined the authenticity of the letters using the magical array on his arm. But when he reached Arthur, the sergeant's eyes widened in astonishment. A letter of recommendation from General Red Connor. The general retired and returned home 15 years ago. Young man, what is your connection to him? The sergeant, in his 40s, had once served under Red Connor, who was renowned for his wisdom and valor and was respected by soldiers for his noble status as a magical swordsman. Naturally, the sergeant held the old general in high esteem, hence his inquiry. Arthur replied nonchalantly, "I am the child of the general's old friend. He took pity on my circumstances and provided me with this letter." He refrained from mentioning that Red Connor was his god-grandfather. The sergeant responded, "Ah, I see. Young man, how is the old general's health these days?" His tone softened considerably. "Vibrant and vigorous, stronger than even I," Arthur replied with a smile. "That's fine. You may enter without issue," the sergeant stated, before turning to Arthur and saying, "My name is Timothy York. When you next encounter the old general, please convey my regards to him. I wonder if he still remembers me. The old general will undoubtedly remember you, for he often tells me that he recalls every soldier he has met. Each time he says this, he wears a rather pompous expression, which surely indicates its truth." Arthur replied earnestly. The sergeant smiled and nodded, then escorted Dean Fred and his entourage into the Imperial Capital War Academy. Upon the sergeant's return to his post, Lena expressed her astonishment, saying, "You actually know the Icebird, Reed?" His name echoed throughout the entire Roe Empire in years past. "It was merely luck," Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. "I find that hard to believe, considering you speak the dragon tongue and possess a letter of recommendation from the former Guardian General. What other secrets do you harbor?" Lena inquired. "I have many secrets, but each one I reveal would surely astonish you. Believe it or not," Arthur chuckled. Lena pondered for a moment and then whispered, "I believe you." Stone, lacking subtlety, chimed in, "I believe it too." Lena swiftly kicked Stone in response. Arthur burst into laughter, remarking, "So even you, this unruly girl, have moments like this. It seems I've truly captivated her." Arthur smiled at Lena, saying, "Do not fret about such matters. Just remember that I am your superior." "Scoundrel." Anthony shrugged, while Reggie cast a complex glance at Arthur, and Dean Fred remained composed, contemplating. "So it is General Reed. Arthur, you pique my curiosity more with each passing moment." Subsequently, Dean Fred led them to a conference room within the Imperial Capital War Academy, where Stone and the others gazed enviously at the formal students clad in academy attire. "I have faith that you too will don such garments one day. There is no need for envy. Come, let us proceed," the dean stated. Inside the conference room, several mentors and students from the academy were present to facilitate the registration process. At that moment, a group of students was in the midst of completing their paperwork, comprising 9 individuals, 1 leader, and 8 students. The leader of this group, upon noticing Yunpu's team, approached with a sneer, saying, "Oh, this year the esteemed dean is leading the team himself. Yet it appears to be just a handful of big and small cats." This man, wielding a great sword, showed no respect for Fred, the esteemed archmage and dean. Numbers do not equate to quality. Last year, your Yunxiang War Academy had 9 nomination slots. Yet only 2 students successfully passed the Imperial Academy's assessments. How does that differ from us at Yunpu? Perhaps next year. You should allocate us a few more recommendation slots to avoid wasting those precious qualifications. Wouldn't you agree? At this moment, the Dean of Bretrel, usually composed and wise, engaged in a sharp retort against the 30-something man. Humph. This year, your Yunpu shall not be so fortunate. After concluding his remarks, Bright returned to his students and shared some thoughts with them. Anthony remarked, "How utterly unreasonable. That scoundrel Yunxiang," Lena fumed. Arthur inquired, "Director, what is this about?" Dean Fred sighed and responded, "This is the leader of the Yunxiang City War Academy. Despite Bright being in his early 30s, his prowess has already reached that of a grand sword master, a rare talent indeed, with a certain degree of arrogance to back it up." He continued, "Yunxiang City and Yunpu City both lie within the northwestern region of the empire, yet Yunxiang is the foremost city in the northwest, boasting a formidable war academy. Its director is a powerful mage swordsman. The Yunxiang War Academy has long sought to annex the Yunpu War Academy, aspiring to establish itself as the premier institution in the northwest of the empire. Over the past decade, they have overwhelmed several war academies in the region, and in recent years, they have persistently lobbied and exerted political pressure on Yunpu City. The intention to absorb Yunpu Academy has even been instilled in their students." The old dean sighed again and continued, "Moreover, Yunxiang City is situated on the northwestern frontier, adjacent to the vast Harl Desert, fostering a culture that is relatively fierce and combative. Consequently, during the selections in the imperial capital, they deliberately create trouble for Yunpu Academy's students, leading to frequent skirmishes between the 2 academies during their travels." At this juncture, Lena interjected, "Last year, outside Yunpu City, our students clashed with theirs in a significant altercation, resulting in mutual injuries. Now, most students from both academies harbor animosity towards one another. Their aim is to attempt to crush our Yunpu Academy." Understanding dawned upon them. Just then, the students from Yunxiang War Academy had completed their registration and approached. Bright flashed a sinister smile at Lena and her companions, while the students behind him wore equally unfriendly expressions. Lena remarked, "I truly wonder how you managed to become a mentor with that demeanor." Upon hearing this, the students from Yunxiang halted. Sure stepped forward to shield Lena, as a tall and robust student from Yunxiang exhibited contempt, making a slashing gesture across his throat towards Sure, followed by a lascivious glance at Lena's chest. "Despicable," Sure exclaimed, ready to retaliate, but was restrained by Anthony and Arthur. Arthur then challenged, "You big oaf. What is your name? Seeking death, are you?" The towering figure clenched his massive fists, producing several sharp cracks. At that moment, a handsome yet cold-faced blonde youth emerged from the Yunxiang ranks. Though slightly shorter than the earlier giant, he was equally muscular. He grasped the large student's arm and said, "Roberts, don't be so impulsive. If a fight breaks out now, we'll be disqualified." To everyone's surprise, the formidable fighter named Roberts obediently retreated. The blonde youth then turned to Arthur and asked, "What is your name?" Arthur replied with a smile, "Arthur." "So, you are a lowborn then?" Roberts bellowed with laughter, prompting the other students behind him to join in the mockery. Meanwhile, Bright, the leader and mentor of the Yunxiang team, made no effort to intervene in the unfolding incident. The golden-haired youth, clutching a sword, raised his hand, his laughter diminishing. He snorted disdainfully, "That fellow irritates me greatly. I'll take charge of him, while you can handle that frail fighter." To this, Jeremy replied with a chuckle, "Very well, Cicito." Lena gazed intently at the boy named Jeremy, remarking, "Arthur, it appears there exists someone even more conceited than you." Anthony nodded in agreement, while Stone scratched his head and smiled. At that moment, 2 individuals emerged from the Yunxiang team. One was a robust young man bearing a round shield and a long sword at his waist. He declared, "I shall take care of that little beauty. I promise to treat her well." After saying this, he cast a peculiar grin at Lena. Beside him stood a tall and alluring woman, who turned to Anthony and said, "You are mine now. I am particularly fond of gentle boys like you, especially when you cry at my feet." Anthony shrugged nonchalantly. Lena, however, paid no heed to the shield bearer, instead engrossed in playing with her magical bracelet. Meanwhile, Reggie, who had remained silent, felt a wave of embarrassment as he was overlooked. Arthur joined in the laughter, asking, "I wonder when you mean by that time." Jeremy sneered and, leading the Yunxiang students, strode out. As he brushed past Arthur, he deliberately bumped shoulders with him, but Arthur did not resist, allowing him to pass unchallenged. Bringing up the rear was the leader of Yunxiang, the Grand Swordmaster Bright, who approached Dean Fred. "Dean, my students are commendable in every regard, except they lack restraint in their actions. You must advise your students to be cautious." Dean Fred snorted dismissively, nonsense. Subsequently, Grand Swordmaster Bright left with a smile. Once the Yunxiang group had departed, Dean Fred addressed his own students. During the assessments, be sure not to act alone. It is best, as in previous years, to collaborate with those academies that have maintained good relations with our Yunpu in this year's selection. Arthur inquired, what exactly is this selection you speak of? For nearly a decade, the new student selection at the Imperial War Academy has been divided into 3 categories: confrontation, hunting, and exile. This year, it is likely to be the hunting phase, Dean Fred responded. He then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the council hall, his thoughts weighed down. Chapter 22. Dragon-patterned armor hunting? Arthur mused, stroking his chin. Just then, Stone interrupted his reverie. Brother Arthur. I understand. Arthur grasped Stone's intention and replied with a smile. Let us remember today's events. We shall encounter that Yunxiang crowd again in due time. He then patted Stone's shoulder, asking, that clumsy brute. Do you have confidence in defeating him? He added, of course, without harming yourself. I do. Stone replied earnestly, then touched his unbandaged right arm. And your injury? How is it? Arthur asked with a serious expression. Stone responded with equal seriousness. The medicine from you and Lena is remarkably effective. I am already fine. Give me another week, and I will surely be healed. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, having ingested Brother Arthur's enigmatic pills and the essence of Lena's azure-eyed toad. I feel invigorated. My physique has grown stronger, and my arms possess greater might. I sense that I can wield the power of the sovereign without inflicting harm upon myself. With gratitude evident in his gaze, he looked toward Arthur and Lena. Reggie squinted, recalling the formidable strength of the sovereign that he had experienced firsthand. If only Stone could have utilized the sovereign's power without jeopardizing his health back then, would he have emerged victorious? Your body has grown resilient through adversity, allowing you to attain your current state. The remedies provided by Lena and me are merely supportive, aiding in the restoration of your injuries. The secret art of sovereign power states that whenever one reaches their limits and unleashes such might, their physical strength will inevitably witness a significant enhancement upon recovery. However, this is a gamble in training. Neither Lena nor I are panaceas, and we cannot rescue you every time. You should refrain from employing that technique lightly. Arthur then turned to Lena, asking, wouldn't you agree, Miss Lena? To his surprise, Lena chuckled and responded, in all the days I have known you, this is the first time you've spoken sensibly. There is merit to your words. Arthur, upon hearing this, playfully delivered a light rap to Anthony's head. What nonsense. You have no merit in your reasoning. Anthony grimaced, covering his forehead, and said in as calm a tone as possible, striking the head of a gentleman is most impolite. Arthur, with a mischievous grin, playfully tapped Anthony's pristine forehead once more, rendering it a rosy hue. I am your elder brother. I shall strike if I wish. What of it? As a gentleman, do you intend to breach our agreement? At this, Arthur burst into laughter. Now is the time to concede that there is merit in my words. Anthony, still cradling his forehead, muttered resignedly, there is merit. Ignoring the antics of the two, Lena turned to Stone and continued, Stone, the king of arrogance speaks truth. That technique is indeed too detrimental to your health. Unless absolutely necessary, do not employ it again. There is merit, Arthur echoed alongside Anthony, and they exchanged a hearty laugh. Stone nodded in agreement, chuckling as well. Arthur smiled at Anthony, saying, indeed, good sir, I have observed your matches, and as your elder brother, I must express my concerns for your well-being. Therefore, I command you to thoroughly vanquish that enchanting lady. Yes, brother. Anthony replied with a grin. However, your choice of the word vanquish lacks decorum, and referring to a 15 or 16-year-old girl as lady seems rather harsh. Arthur promptly tapped Anthony on the head again, asserting, she did declare that she would make you weep at her feet, and a young girl, adorned with outlandish makeup, is hardly a lady. Look at our Miss Lena. She embodies the essence of a true noble woman. Anthony fell silent, no longer offering his retorts. Meanwhile, Lena glared fiercely at Arthur and wiped away the lipstick she had secretly applied that morning, not wishing to be likened to Arthur's lady. Arthur gazed at Lena with a peculiar smile, just about to speak when Lena interrupted, saying, rest assured, I shall turn that shield-bearing scoundrel into a human shield. She then derisively remarked to Arthur, you better not be defeated by that even more arrogant rogue. If that happens, we want to come to your rescue. Dare to question your illustrious and unparalleled elder brother? Fear not, unless I make him weep, I am not your brother, Arthur declared with a commanding presence. Lena, with a hint of resignation, replied, it seems I misspoke. You are indeed the more conceited one. That is a valid point. Such lethal intent. Anthony immediately covered his forehead and retreated hastily. Lena and Stone burst into laughter, and Arthur, conceding, joined in the merriment at Anthony's expense. Dean Fred observed the jovial banter among the youths with a sense of satisfaction, feeling considerably reassured. He then interrupted the raucous group, saying, "Enough of the frivolity. Let us attend to the necessary formalities." Reggie, with a complex expression, watched his peers from aside, feeling out of place in the cheerful atmosphere, pondering what thoughts lingered in his mind. Is this what one calls friendship? What, then, were those who once surrounded me? Subsequently, the group from Yunpu submitted their recommendation letters to complete their registration. When it was Arthur's turn, the academy mentor responsible for processing the paperwork merely glanced at him before returning to his tasks. After all the students from the Yunpu War Academy had completed their formalities, the mentor addressed Dean Fred and his entourage, saying, "On the morning of the 5th day hence, gather at the academy's grand arena. The vice dean will be reviewing this year's new students." He continued to instruct, during these 5 days, do not wander about the Imperial Academy or engage in any disturbances or fights. You may only roam near the temporary accommodations arranged for you. Of course, you may reside outside during these 5 days, but remember to carry your recommendation letter. It is your sole pass for entering and exiting the Imperial Academy. Do not be late for the assembly on the 5th day. With that, the mentor returned the recommendation letters to the group. Dean Fred, with practiced ease, led the youths to the temporary accommodations designated by the Imperial Academy. They arrived at a cluster of 2-story stone buildings, constructed from stone bricks, with a style that mirrored the academy itself, sharp-edged, ancient, and austere. This area contained dozens of such stone structures, situated very close to the main entrance of the Imperial Academy, forming the outermost perimeter of the Imperial War Academy. Dean Fred obtained 2 rune keys from the Academy's official students managing the new arrivals' temporary lodgings, then guided them to their respective quarters. Arthur, Stone, and Anthony shared a relatively spacious room, which still had an empty bed. Lena occupied a room of her own. Reggie informed Dean Fred that he intended to stay elsewhere, and the dean did not press him further. After settling their belongings, they exited the room and found Dean Fred waiting outside. He instructed, during these 5 days, do not venture deep into the Imperial Academy. Being caught will result in disqualification. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not accompany you further. If you find it dull, you may stroll around the Imperial capital, but do remember to avoid causing any trouble. He then turned to Anthony and remarked, among this group of youngsters, you are the most composed. Keep an eye on them for the dean. Anthony nodded in agreement, while Lena remained non-committal. Arthur, not being a student of the Cloudfall War Academy, dismissed the matter entirely, especially since he was merely Anthony's nominal older brother. Dean Fred sighed in resignation and then walked away, heading towards the interior of the academy. Anthony took the initiative to inquire, "Where are we headed, everyone?" "To a place of amusement, of course. The Imperial Capital Academy feels rather eerie to me, filled with white stone structures. I feel as if I am turning pale myself," Lena remarked, rubbing her shoulders with her arms crossed. After a moment of contemplation, Lena continued, "I heard from my brother that there is a restaurant in the capital serving cuisine from the Mongoli Empire, renowned for its secret recipe of purple feather chicken wings. How about we indulge there first, and then seek out some entertainment?" "Sounds like a splendid idea." Arthur chuckled. "Indeed," Anthony concurred, while Stone scratched his head, grinning. The quartet then made their way back to the side entrance of the Imperial Capital War Academy, where the friendly sergeant of the Imperial Black Armored Tiger Guards nodded at Arthur. As they traversed the historically rich Hero Bridge once more, they felt a deep sense of reverence. At that moment, 2 youths dressed distinctly from those of the Ro Empire approached them. Both donned deep brown leather cloaks adorned with a collar of matching mink fur, their chests protected by the ribcage of a strange beast, inscribed with numerous enigmatic runes. The male's ribcage armor revealed his bare skin beneath, showcasing muscles that were strikingly well-defined, while the female, modestly covered only at her chest, revealed an equally impressive set of abdominal muscles. What captivated Arthur and his companions were 2 notable features. 1, each bore a hefty black sword slanted across their backs, seemingly longer than their own bodies. 2, both had a black dragon head tattoo beside their left eyebrows, albeit with subtle differences upon closer inspection. Arthur and his companions curiously scrutinized these 2 unusual youths, yet the pair passed by without acknowledging them. Unbeknownst to anyone, as Arthur brushed past the young man, both felt an odd sensation. After walking a few paces, Arthur could not resist turning back, only to find the young man also glancing at him. The youth regarded Arthur with a look of intrigue, and Arthur mirrored the expression. Their companions observed with curiosity as the 2 suddenly halted. The young man took the initiative to approach Arthur, while Stone stepped forward to shield him, only to be promptly pulled back by Arthur. The young man halted about half a step in front of Arthur, towering over him by a head. He gazed down at Arthur with an unusual expression, then leaned closer, bringing their noses within a mere 2 centimeters of each other, eyes locked. Yet, Arthur did not flinch. The deep, jet-black pupils fixated intently on Arthur's crimson eyes. The boy's companions and Lena exchanged peculiar glances at this scene. Just as Arthur was about to speak, he was taken aback when the oddly behaving boy suddenly inhaled deeply. Arthur offered an awkward smile and took a step back. The boy's voice was deep and powerful as he spoke first. "Who are you?" "Arthur. You know what I am asking. Who are you?" Arthur responded with a quiet, detached tone. "I shall remember you," the boy stated, gazing intently at Arthur before turning away. Returning to his companions as they proceeded toward the Imperial War Academy. Arthur watched him depart without uttering a word, yet he noted the large sword the peculiar boy carried, which was adorned with a significant magical stone. At this moment, Lena remarked with a smile, "I didn't expect the proud prince to attract the attention of such a young lad." Just as Anthony was about to respond, he was silenced by a piercing glance from Arthur. On the other side of Hero Bridge, a robust girl inquired curiously, "What is it, Podalius?" Intriguingly, the language she spoke was not the official tongue of the Ro Empire. The boy named Podalius replied, "Anthalos, you know I am an heir. I can sense the presence of other heirs." Anthalos expressed her astonishment. "Are you saying that red-haired boy is a noble heir?" "Indeed. And his lineage is far superior to mine. He instinctively commands a sense of authority," Podalius explained. Ignoring his companion's growing astonishment, he continued, "More importantly, he is not one of my kin. This matter must be reported to the Empire." In the small square before Hero Bridge, Arthur inquired, "Do you know who these 2 individuals are?" After a moment's contemplation, Anthony replied, "They must be exchange students for this year." Each year, young scholars from various nations come to the Imperial War Academy to study for a year. These students are undoubtedly the pride of their respective countries. While it is said they come to exchange experiences and admire the arsenal within the academy, the true purpose is to gauge the strengths and weaknesses of our young generation, searching for any talented individuals worthy of their attention. He continued, "Given their attire, they are likely students from the Empire of Alpavor, and their ribbed armor clearly indicates their identity, as only the royalty of the capital city, Zorjan, are entitled to don bone armor inscribed with dragon runes." "Anthony, do you still recognize the language of the dragons?" Lena asked. "During my time at Yunpu Academy, I often read books on esoteric subjects. Some of those contained fragments of dragon script, and the inscriptions on their armor resemble those illustrations," Anthony replied. "Humph, bookworm. Just because it looks similar doesn't mean it is." Lena scoffed. "It is indeed dragon runes." Arthur interjected calmly. The group suddenly realized that the person before them was capable of speaking the dragon tongue. They were also aware of the profound mystery surrounding the Alpavor Empire, as the outside world knew little about them. However, all empires were acutely aware that the existing dragon lineage primarily resided within the borders of the Alpavor Empire. Did that exchange student uncover some secret of Arthur? Or perhaps learn that Arthur could speak the language of dragons without being rebuffed by the elements? Lena pondered curiously. She then noticed Arthur, in a state of boredom, fiddling with his ears. She thought to herself, regardless of his secrets, he remains that insufferably arrogant prince. Chapter 23. Friends. Arthur's voice echoed in the ears of Lena, Anthony, and Stone, as they stared blankly at his rapidly receding figure. This scene lingered in their memories for quite some time. Arthur had shouted, "Whoever arrives last pays the bill." Lena, exasperated, glanced at her remaining companions and asked, "Did I tell him where the restaurant is?" "It seems I did not," Anthony replied with an air of seriousness. Stone was still trying to process what had just happened. Lena covered her face in frustration. What an idiot. They then strolled slowly towards the capital city. After a while, they spotted a dark figure sprinting towards them. Idiot. Makes sense. Brother Arthur. Stone gazed blankly at the breathless Arthur who stood before them. Fortunately, the road between the capital academy and the city had few forks. Otherwise, Arthur would have struggled to find his way back. They had no idea how far he had run. Arthur, with an awkward expression, patted Stone, who was waiting for him, and quickly caught up with Lena and Anthony. He chuckled nervously. "I was just joking with you all. I'll treat you." To Lena's surprise, not only was he incredibly arrogant, but he was also quite fast. She shot him a sidelong glance. Lena's brother had also studied at the Capital War Academy, but only for 3 years. He had informed her that the restaurant was located very close to the academy. The restaurant exuded the flavors and style of the Mengli Empire, boasting the characteristic grandeur of the Northern Empire, with a welcome mat made of animal fur and a mounted bear's head adorning the grand wooden door crafted from northern timber. Next to the door, beneath the window, lay freshly chopped firewood, intentionally placed on a tree stump, with a massive axe standing upright beside it. A plaque engraved with a depiction of the northern deity of strength hung above, inscribed with the words Mungly Meat House. Lena paid little attention to the beast's head on the door and, intrigued, touched the bear's nose before pushing the door open. Anthony, gazing at the beast's head, wore a grim expression. Stone and Arthur followed her inside. Upon entering the Mungly restaurant, the first sight that greeted them was a massive wooden bar situated in the center. Arranged in a circular fashion, 5 burly chefs stood within the bar, preparing various delicacies. Flames flickered around the bar as thick smoke generated from the cooking was expelled by a large wooden water wheel fan mounted above, leaving the entire restaurant devoid of any greasy odors, only filled with the rich aroma of meat. Each chef, standing by their fiery stoves, had several skinned animals hanging beside them. Customers seated around the bar would point to a piece of meat, and the chef would skillfully slice it off with a cleaver. In the restaurant, there are numerous specimens of exotic beasts adorning the walls. Among them is a claw claimed to belong to a land-dwelling dragon, a creature designated as the steed of the first heavy cavalry of the imperial capital. It appears the proprietor of this establishment possesses some influence within the city. Surprisingly, the interior is illuminated not by the ordinary utilitarian sunstones typically employed in restaurants, but by traditional torches. The crackling flames blend harmoniously with the din of patrons, creating an ambience rich with exotic charm. Anthony gazes at the scene before him when Arthur chuckles. "What is it, sir? Does your gentlemanly demeanor seem out of place in this establishment?" "Not at all. It is merely my first encounter with such an environment, and I find myself somewhat unaccustomed." "I shall adjust shortly," Anthony replies. "Do you not find the act of hanging beasts and consuming their flesh rather barbaric?" Arthur inquires further. "Not particularly. The Mungly Empire lies at the northernmost tip of the continent, where winters are harsh and frigid. It necessitates a substantial meat intake to replenish energy. This is dictated by geography. Moreover, there is a saying in the Hermon Continent, Mungly nurtures heroes. In truth, I yearn for the bold life of traversing snow and hunting beasts, or fishing through ice, living freely under the heavens." Anthony responds with a smile, even lifting his gaze momentarily, revealing a hint of scholarly demeanor. "You have yet to experience the harshness of such lands. I have heard tales of many noble youths, like yourself, who venture to Mungly, seeking their own realms, only to return in tears," Arthur retorts. Anthony dismisses Arthur's words with a shrug, and he, along with Lena, find an empty table to sit. Arthur and Shirtu follow suit. No sooner have they settled than a young server in his 20s rushes over to attend to them. Lena orders 4 portions of the previously mentioned secret recipe purple-feathered chicken wings, along with some common meats, deliberately avoiding the unique exotic meats of the restaurant. She fears that unfamiliar dishes might upset her stomach, potentially hindering their important matters scheduled for days ahead. Arthur, surveying the surroundings, remarks with curiosity, "There are many students from the Imperial Capital Academy here." Indeed, given the proximity to the academy and the value offered by the Mungly Meat House, it attracts numerous students from the Imperial Capital, Lena replies, information relayed to her by her older brother who had dropped out. At that moment, Shirtu nudges Arthur, signaling him to glance towards a nearby table. There, 3 youths, around 17 or 18 years of age, clad in the uniforms of the Imperial Capital War Academy, 2 swordsmen and a mage, are laughing and glancing in their direction, engaged in some conversation. Anthony comments, "We are still wearing the uniforms of the Yunpu City War Academy. They are likely just curious about why we, as newcomers, are dining here. You always assume the best of people, but I suspect they may harbor less than kind intentions." Arthur sips the juice provided by the restaurant. Meanwhile, Lena remains indifferent to the others, eagerly craning her neck in anticipation of the arrival of their food. Just then, one of the group approaches with a friendly smile, though his gaze is solely fixed on Lena. It appears to be one of Miss Lena's admirers. Arthur chuckles. "What?" Lena failed to catch Arthur's words, her attention fixated on the chef behind the bar. It must be said that Lena is indeed a stunning beauty, her hair, a delightful blend of gold and purple, cascading casually over her academic robe of magic. Her lips, a rosy hue, complement her fair complexion, but it is her pair of sparkling, lively eyes that leave an indelible impression. The combination of these features is nothing short of perfect. She embodies the notion of beauty with a touch of playfulness, which undoubtedly captivated the young man. Stone and Anthony, having spent considerable time with Lena, were less affected by her charm. Arthur, on the other hand, was immune to the allure of young ladies of various aristocratic airs. At that moment, the young man approached their table, performing a gentlemanly bow before awkwardly extending his hand, hovering it before Lena. With a gentle tone, he introduced himself. I am Mark Gatiss from the Imperial Capital War Academy. May I request the pleasure of your company at our table? Although not exceptionally handsome, his fair complexion paired with the robes of a mage from the Academy lent him a certain appeal. Anthony shook his head, deeming this behavior far from gentlemanly. Arthur chuckled, while Stone flickered between glancing at Lena and the bumbling youth. Lena coldly retorted, "You are blocking my view. Move aside." "What?" The boy named Mark seemed incredulous at her response. "I said move aside. Are you deaf?" Lena snapped impatiently. It was astonishing that a freshman would dare to speak so to an established student of the Imperial capital. Just last year, as a first-year student, he had been able to effortlessly charm young beauties from various cities, yet now he found himself rebuffed. His earlier gentility vanished, revealing a rather unattractive demeanor as he resorted to blatant threats. "I am a second-year formal student of the Imperial capital. Getting to know me will only bring you benefits." Lena, accustomed to such encounters at Yunpu, replied coolly, "Why would I want to know you? Who do you think you are? Move aside." Her aristocratic demeanor emerged, the bracelets of ice and fire subtly glimmering. She was unaware of how many wayward youths she had reduced to tears. "What? Does the little beauty wish to resort to violence?" At this, Mark waved his hand lightly, revealing the emblem that signified his prowess as a mage. A crescent moon without stars, he was a grand magician. Stone and Anthony were taken aback. A second-year student at the Imperial Capital War Academy possessed such formidable power? At that moment, Arthur, rather ungracefully, reached into his trousers, fervently searching for something. He muttered curses under his breath. "That damned boss deceived me," claiming I couldn't lose anything stored here, yet he failed to mention how difficult it would be to retrieve it. With a sudden forceful tug, he produced a token, tossing it onto the table with what he believed to be a casual flair, oblivious to the fact that his earlier antics had already tarnished his image far beyond the depths of his trousers. The conspicuous nameplate on the table slowly rotated before coming to rest, lying quietly upon the surface. It bore the same crescent moon emblem as that on Mark's chest. Arthur, with his eyebrows resting heavily over his eyes, wore a mischievous expression and casually remarked, "The Grand Sorcerer?" He then propped his chin on his hand, gazing playfully at Mark, adding that it was worthless. Lena and Anthony looked in astonishment at the sorcerer's nameplate on the table, regardless of their disbelief. The nameplate distinctly bore Arthur's name alongside the crescent moon design. "You!" Mark exclaimed, rendered speechless by his indignation. Ignoring Mark, Lena turned to Arthur and asked, "When did you become the Grand Sorcerer again?" "Just a few days ago, in Cloudfall City. It was Stone who accompanied me for the rank evaluation." Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. Lena glanced at Stone, who scratched his head and nodded in affirmation. "Why didn't you tell me, you filthy Stone?" Stone muttered softly, "You never asked." Mark, realizing that he, a proud Grand Sorcerer of the Imperial War Academy, was being overlooked, felt an even greater surge of anger. He brandished his trump card, returning to his previously lofty demeanor. "I forgot to mention, I am the hunter selected for your future hunting trials. You can still come with me now. All you need to do is join me at my companioness table for a drink of juice. Otherwise, you talk too much." "Didn't I tell you to get lost?" Lena retorted angrily. At that moment, Arthur stood up, and Anthony, who had remained silent, joined him, rising with the spring breeze. Stone, not to be outdone, suddenly stood, knocking over the chair behind him. Arthur remarked coolly, "It seems not only is your hearing impaired, but your intelligence is also questionable. Do you not comprehend the meaning of get lost? Allow me to translate it for you. It means scram." Arthur emphasized the word with particular force. All right. Mark snapped, gritting his teeth as he demanded, "Are you brave enough to reveal your names?" "Arthur, Stone, Anthony Paisai." The response came, revealing two more contemptible individuals. "Are recommendation letters this worthless this year?" Mark scoffed. Arthur remained noncommittal, while Stone clenched his fists. Lena, viewing their antics as particularly foolish, merely toyed with Arthur's sorcerer nameplate. "Today, you have made me lose 100 cultivation stones. This great favor shall be richly repaid on the day of the hunt," Mark declared with a venomous remark before turning to leave. The sight of his two companions sneering at him only fueled his fury further. In haste, Mark retrieved 100 cultivation stones from his storage magic ring and placed them on his companion's table before storming out of the motley meat house without a backward glance. Arthur, Anthony, and Stone took their seats. At that moment, Anthony laughed, saying, "Arthur, I must say, when you commanded him to scram, you did possess quite the air of authority." Arthur chuckled heartily. "Not just a bit. It was exceedingly commanding. I admire my own aura. Here we go again." Lena sighed, returning the sorcerer nameplate to Arthur. Arthur attempted to return the prestigious nameplate to its original position. Suddenly, Lena realized that Arthur had retrieved the wizard's nameplate from that very spot. With a swift kick, she sent Arthur, who was preoccupied with placing the nameplate, tumbling to the ground. Rising to her feet, Lena exclaimed vehemently, "You shameless, lewd, despicable, and odious scoundrel." Having delivered her tirade, she hurried away to find a place to wash her hands. Was it necessary? Arthur slowly rose to his feet. Indeed it is. Anthony and Stone chorused in unison. Upon Lena's return, the delectable meal they had desired was already served. With a look of disgust directed at the unwashed Arthur, she noted that he was oblivious, relishing his food. As they neared the end of their meal, Arthur crudely picked at a small chicken wing bone between his teeth and remarked, "First, Yunxiang. Next, the official students of the Imperial Academy. The upcoming selection will surely be exhilarating." Except for Stone, both Lena and Anthony displayed expressions of resignation. Arthur chuckled, "Worry not, as your elder brother. I shall protect you all." Lena gazed at the young man she had known for merely a few days with a complex expression, pondering why he would go to such lengths for individuals who could be considered strangers. Surprisingly, the usually dull-witted Stone discerned Lena as thoughts and gently patted her. A gesture he had never dared before, asserting, "Because we are friends." Quite reasonable. "No, it is your elder brother," Arthur exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Lena joined in. Her spirits lifted. Indeed, they were friends. Some individuals may live as neighbors for decades yet remain strangers, while others, upon first meeting, intuitively understand that they are destined to be friends. Chapter 24. Tales of the Empire. Dean Fred stood before two incredibly ancient doors, meticulously adjusting his attire before confidently knocking. Yunpu City War Academy. Fredman Gao seeks an audience. "Please enter," a voice emanated from within, soothing to the ears. Fredman Gao pushed the door open and stepped inside, finding the room long and spacious, resembling a corridor. Sunlight streamed through numerous floor-to-ceiling windows, casting beams that obscured the figure sitting deep within the room. Flanking the space were many wooden bookshelves and display racks. Aside from the bookshelves, the wooden structures bore a plethora of peculiar magical artifacts. For instance, a glass vessel contained the eye of a cyclops, dragon teeth, feathers from a thunderbird, and within a 20-centimeter magical cage, a sentient elemental entity was trapped. Another shelf was astonishingly filled from top to bottom with magical stones of various shapes, colors, and sizes. Surely, the worth of these stones could purchase an entire city. The room, aside from the wooden racks, featured only a long stone table with 4 legs, its surface hollow, from which beams of light emanated. Dozens of stone tablets of varying sizes and distinct designs floated in midair, and when assembled, they formed the map of the entire Ro Empire. Above each tablet, a number crystallized from magic. Upon the slate that symbolizes the domain governed by Cloudwater City, there exists the arcane number 5. "Step forward, my dear Fred," a voice resonated from the depths of the chamber. "Yes, esteemed Dean," Fred replied, advancing towards the source of the voice, until he found himself before a massive table crafted from dark purple fungi, its roots deeply embedded in the floor. Seated behind the table was a sprightly elder, appearing younger than Fred despite being over 132 years of age. Those familiar with this dignitary knew him well. His hair cascaded past his waist in white strands, yet his eyebrows remained strikingly black. Fred dared not meet the elder's gaze, for his eyes seemed to be portals to the void, a glimpse revealing the passage of millennia. The elder was not adorned in opulent attire but wore a robe emblazoned with the insignia of the Imperial Academy, devoid of any insignia indicating prowess. With a casual gesture, the elder summoned a smaller dark purple fungus to sprout from the floor beneath Fred. "Please, take a seat and speak freely, my dear Fred," he encouraged. Fred nodded in gratitude, and once seated, the elder continued, "It has been over 40 years since we first met, has it not?" "Indeed, 43 years, esteemed Dean," Fred responded with utmost respect, revealing his admiration for the venerable figure before him. It was no surprise, given Fred's stature, that seated behind the grand fungi table was none other than Dean Heinrich Tabri of the Imperial Academy of War. Dean Heinrich smiled knowingly, although aware of Fred's purpose. He refrained from inquiring directly and instead asked, "How fare the students of Cloudwater Academy this year? Will they distinguish themselves in the upcoming selections?" Lena Astok is a rare magical prodigy, proficient in both ice and fire elements. Reggie Langman has also made significant strides as a swordsman, while as for Stone, his diligence compensates for his shortcomings. Fred provided a succinct overview of these promising students without revealing a definitive outcome. It appears these children are indeed exceptional. If they perform as well as last year, with all students passing the selections, Cloudwater will gain an additional quota next year, Heinrich remarked. He then inquired, "And what of old Pacey's grandson? How does he fare? We must not squander old Pacey's efforts, as he seldom resorts to such backdoor dealings. Anthony Pacey possesses considerable talent. However, his disposition diverges significantly from that of the esteemed Pacey. Thus, he did not secure a recommendation through conventional means this year," Fred replied candidly. Lastly, regarding the child bearing the recommendation letter from the former Grand General Red Connor, the one you mentioned who can speak the tongue of dragons, I presume? Dean Heinrich pondered aloud. Indeed, this young lad is named Arthur, without a surname, Fred confirmed. Dean Heinrich chuckled in understanding. No surname, just as it should be. Then, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Fred, you haven't conducted any private inquiries into this boy, have you?" "Certainly not. I even advised the Lord of Cloudwater City against taking any unilateral actions," Fred replied earnestly. "Very well. Yet it appears that the Lord of Yunpu City has chosen to disregard your counsel. Although he has not investigated the child Arthur, he has taken it upon himself to compose a clandestine letter and dispatch it to the Imperial Council. What? There is no need for such concern, my dear Fred. The various war academies and city lords within the Empire do not operate under a unified system. It is perfectly reasonable for him to report upward. Moreover, this letter did not reach the hands of the self-serving elders of the council, but was delivered directly to the king." Heinrich continued, stating that the king's reply consisted of merely 4 words: prohibit the investigation. Subsequently, the king personally sent envoys to Yunpu City to suppress any information regarding Arthur and the dragon language, ensuring that the news would not spread. And as you seek my counsel today, I offer you the same 4 words. Although a significant portion of Yunpu City's residents witnessed the duel involving Arthur, the number of individuals who understood that what he spoke was the dragon language was fewer than the fingers on one hand. Thus, silencing them would quell the matter. Who exactly is this Arthur? The significance of the dragon language cannot be underestimated, and for the king to issue such a directive. Could it be that Arthur has a profound connection with the venerable General Reed? Fred mused. Do not indulge in baseless conjectures. The child Arthur is indeed closely related to the iceberg, Reed. While I have advised you against investigation, I can share the origins of the matter with you. You know me well. Once I encounter an old acquaintance, I cannot restrain my tongue. With a smile, Heinrich added, "However, dear Fred, once you leave my presence, you must forget this affair and refrain from mentioning it again. Director, I am aware of the gravity of the situation. I implore you to enlighten me." It seems that Fred Longman remains quite intrigued by the circumstances surrounding Arthur. Heinrich rose and strolled to the grand floor-to-ceiling window, where sunlight poured in, casting an eerie shadow upon him, as if he were engulfed by an unseen force. Within the room, the light was radiant, yet he stood in darkness. As fellow magicians, we are well aware that to articulate the language of dragons with a human form is utterly impossible. Even I cannot achieve such a feat, yet this child Arthur is able to invoke the dragon language without suffering elemental backlash. This piques your curiosity, does it not? Heinrich inquired. Indeed, not only that, but I am also quite curious about his lineage, Fred admitted candidly. As magicians, we are often curious about all things. While we may not seek comprehensive understanding, we desire knowledge of all that exists. Heinrich continued, "First, let us delve into the matter of the dragon language. Once we have explored this thoroughly, you shall undoubtedly comprehend Arthur's origins. Beyond the offspring of human and dragon unions, there are only 2 possibilities for a human to articulate the dragon language without facing elemental retribution, and I believe you are aware of this." Heinrich turned to look at Fred. "I was fortunate enough to have entered the archives of the White Tower and perused related texts. The first possibility is that the dragon lineage willingly bestows their arcane secrets upon humanity, allowing the knowledge and a portion of their bloodline to reside within a human. While it is not a simple process, the feasibility is quite high. Legends suggest that many formidable beings within the Empire of Alpevo have received such a heritage, with the Emperor of Alpevo himself having acquired the legacy of ancient dragons. Another tale, one that can only be deemed a legend, is steeped in ancient arcane lore. Its requirements are exceedingly stringent, and to this day, no successful accounts have been recorded." After pondering for a moment, Fred spoke. "No, there was indeed one individual who succeeded, and perhaps he alone possesses the capability to acquire all the materials required for the ancient secret arts. Have you forgotten the events that transpired 15 years ago within the Empire?" He continued, "Moreover, that child holds a letter of recommendation from Red Connor and lacks a surname. Does that not evoke any thoughts?" Heinrich chuckled. "What?" Fred exclaimed in shock, then inquired, "Are you suggesting that Arthur is his child? Was it not said that his offspring perished due to the failure of the ancient secret arts? What does it matter? His name is not forbidden to speak. This king, Abner Pantoriano, despised by the world, is merely a father. Heinrich then seemed to drift into reminiscence, murmuring, 16 years ago, Abner took it upon himself to wed the heir of the elven high priest, only to be cursed by the then high priest of the elven race. A son was born, but the mother perished, and the life force of the newborn prince waned continuously, leaving the entire capital helpless. 15 years ago, Abner dispatched Red Connor to lead a covert operation with 30 members of the Imperial Magic Sword Legion and 300 land-dwelling dragon knights to the Empire of Alpavo to steal the ancient dragon's egg, resulting in the loss of 12 magic swordsmen and 180 heavy cavalry. He then commanded Red Connor to lead the remaining forces to the elven realm of Shemulson to pilfer the crystal tear left on Earth by the forest goddess. When Red returned to the capital, only 4 remained by his side. He undertook these perilous endeavors solely to save his son's life. Then, with the armies of Alpavo and Shemulson bearing down, Alpavo even dispatched 100 dragon knights to press toward the capital's teeth of Ro. The nation was thrown into turmoil, and war seemed imminent, causing widespread panic as border residents fled inland. Pressured by the circumstances, the Council of Elders commenced impeachment proceedings against Abner. Consumed by guilt for his people, Abner took his own life before the 100 dragon knights at the teeth of Ro. Subsequently, Grand Duke Nihal took the throne. To quell the wrath of Alpavo and Shemulson, he abolished the Pantoriano surname, a legacy that had endured for millennia, and demoted all members of the former Pantoriano clan to commoners. Nihal and the council agreed to compensate Shemulson with the Emerald Heart, a gift from the forest goddess to the empire's first monarch, which prompted Shemulson to withdraw its forces. Under the duress of Alpavo's might, the empire was compelled to sever the contracts of 77 dragon knights with their dragons, agreeing that the people of the Ro Empire would henceforth be forbidden from seeking dragons in Alpavo. The 77 knights, now devoid of their dragons, either vanished from the world or were tragically impaled upon the walls of Alpavo in their desperate attempts to reclaim their lost dragons. However, the fury of Alpavo proved not so easily assuaged, leading to a 12-year compensation agreement, during which an unceasing stream of provisions was sent to Alpavo, inciting the entire populace of the empire to curse him for a full 15 years. He, Abner, was willing to provoke the wrath of 3 nations in his quest to save his son. As a father, perhaps his actions were justifiable, but as a monarch, he was gravely mistaken. After the god of law spoke, he let out a long sigh. 15 years prior, the Grand General of the kingdom had taken responsibility and returned home, during which he departed the imperial capital with the prince, resurrected through ancient arcane arts. Fred spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Yes, that prince, scorned by the world, is now Arthur. In truth, the newly appointed monarch, Nihal, was aware of Red Connor's deeds. However, out of respect for Abner's past, he refrained from intervening against Red, even publicly declaring that Abner's lineage had perished. Heinrich sighed. Arthur. Fred silently repeated the name. Let this matter remain confined within these walls. Should his identity be revealed to the world, he would be drowned in the spittle of countless citizens of the empire, loathed to death by the reclusive dragon riders, and trampled by the millions of soldiers within the imperial army. He is still but a child. Heinrich then remarked, this burden has weighed heavily on my heart for far too long. Now that I have encountered an old friend of several decades, do not chide me for my ramblings. The weight that Arthur carries is far too great. Alas, how could we, nearing our graves, engage in such sordid affairs? My dear Heinrich, rest assured, this matter shall not venture beyond this room. For the first time, Dean Fred addressed Heinrich as brother. We have known each other for so many years. I understand your respect for me, but it is you who have struggled to let go. It should have been so long ago. I have awaited this brotherly term for too many years. Heinrich smiled. He continued, this child Arthur possesses such talent. I hope he can repay the debts he and his father owe to the world. Although I have known Arthur for merely a few days, having lived through many seasons, I have gained insight into people. This child has a commendable character. Upon my return, I shall inform Arthur not to use the dragon tongue lightly in front of others. Fred stated. Subsequently, Heinrich and Fred engaged in lighter conversation, as they had known each other for quite some time. While Fred held great respect for Heinrich, their friendship was also profoundly deep. Fred's use of brother had indeed bridged the gap that should have been closed long ago. They conversed merrily until nightfall, at which point Fred departed. Dean Heinrich stood before the window, gazing at the radiant moonlight outside. There was still something he had not disclosed to Fred, when Abner was still undecided about saving his son. A prophet stationed at the White Tower had entered the palace and uttered a phrase to Abner. This child is the hope of Lohe, the hope of Hermon. Chapter 25. Cohabitation. The spring night was slightly cool, yet the starry sky accompanied by the high-hanging moon presented a splendid scene. Arthur, Lena, Anthony, and Shirtu laughed as they returned to the temporary residence of the new students at the Imperial War Academy. They discovered Dean Fred standing before the building where they resided. Lena quickened her pace, saying, "Dean Fred, what brings you here? Have you been waiting long?" "No, I just arrived and noticed you were not in your room. So I waited here for a while," Fred replied with a smile. Arthur, Anthony, and Stone approached at that moment. "Director, is there something you wish to discuss with us?" Lena inquired. "Indeed, there is a matter I need to impress upon you, one that you must hold dear to your hearts," Director Fred solemnly stated. Arthur and his companions exchanged puzzled glances. Did the director know about the incident that occurred at the Montley butchery today? However, the subject of Fred's concern was not what they had anticipated. "It is imperative that you do not disclose Arthur's ability to speak the dragon tongue to anyone. Should this information become public, it would be exceedingly detrimental to him," Fred emphasized, his tone heavy with gravity. Arthur's smile faded as he regarded Director Fred with seriousness. Anthony and Stone nodded earnestly, while Lena asked, "But why?" "I have heard that the Imperial War Academy places great importance on a student's strength and talent. If Arthur were to reveal his ability to the Academy, he would surely receive focused training." Fred gently ruffled Lena's hair and replied, "Lena, do you know how many years it has been since anyone in the Ro Empire could speak the dragon tongue without facing elemental backlash? There are reasons I cannot divulge. Just understand that keeping this secret will spare Arthur from a multitude of unnecessary troubles." Lena glanced back at Arthur and nodded in agreement. Arthur returned her look with a warm smile. Fred then inquired, "Do you know where Reggie has gone?" The group shook their heads. After a moment of contemplation, the director remarked, "In a few days, when I see him, I will speak to him. Why not just bring him back? Otherwise, this matter is bound to spread within the academy," Lena retorted with irritation. "Nonsense. Though Reggie may be a bit extreme and arrogant, he is not inherently bad." Fred feigned anger. Lena remained noncommittal. Subsequently, Fred instructed Lena, Anthony, and Stone to return to their rooms, as he wished to have a few words with Arthur. Under the starlit sky, only Director Fred and Arthur remained. "About the dragon tongue," Arthur began, but Fred interrupted, saying, "Arthur, I am already aware of most of your situation. I merely wish to advise you against using the dragon tongue in public too freely. I am uncertain whether the old general cautioned you before your departure. In the capital, there are many eyes, and not everyone harbors good intentions like Lena and her friends. You must exercise caution." "Understood," Arthur replied, his thoughts a whirlwind. Yet he refrained from further comment, recognizing that Fred was acting in his best interest. "Is that all? Are you not concerned that I might reveal your identity to the world?" Fred chuckled. "You are a good person, I know that," Arthur replied with a smile. Fred shook his head with a grin. "I understand you still harbor some concern regarding this matter. Apart from myself, only the head of the Imperial Academy and a few others are privy to your identity, and none of them would pose any difficulty for you. Therefore, you need not worry any longer. Just remember to exercise utmost caution when using the dragon tongue in the future. I have committed this matter to memory. On that day, I engaged in joyful competition with Reggie, thus forgetting my grandfather's admonition." Arthur spoke with a tinge of remorse, which at that moment pertained to Red Connor. Subsequently, Dean Fred produced an ancient copper ring from his pocket, its band inscribed with characters that Arthur could not decipher. Dean Fred remarked, "This is a gift entrusted to me by the esteemed head of the Imperial Academy, and you must always wear this ancient sea token. It can render your aura imperceptible, including the presence of any dragon lineage that may be discerned by the discerning. Why do you and the head of the Imperial Academy extend such consideration towards me, when I am burdened with grave transgressions against the Empire?" Arthur did not accept the ring. Dean Fred, with a gentle gaze, replied, "Because you are but a child. The sin does not reside in you. I merely hope you can utilize the talents bestowed upon you through your father's sacrifice for the sake of the nation." With that, Dean Fred placed the ring into Arthur's palm before turning to depart. Arthur gazed at the ring in his hand, then at Dean Fred's receding figure. When a voice resonated in his mind, "Do not squander all that your father has done for you. You are his hope." This voice emanated from Heinrich Tabrice, the head of the Imperial War Academy. Arthur turned the ring in his hand, his heart heavy, and unconsciously found himself at the doorway of the room where he and Stone were located. He observed that Anthony and Stone stood at the open door, not having entered. "What are you two doing? Why aren't you coming inside? Were you waiting for your elder brother?" Arthur jested. At that moment, Anthony and Stone turned to notice Arthur standing behind them. Anthony shrugged and said, "You can see for yourself." He then stepped aside, allowing Arthur to glimpse the interior of the room. As Arthur approached, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and he promptly slipped the ring onto his left index finger. He had discovered that the exchange student from the Empire of Orpavo was seated on a bed within the room, staring intently at him. At a loss for words, Arthur quipped, "As a distinguished guest from the Empire of Orpavo, do people from your country particularly enjoy crowded places?" The young man expressionlessly shook his head. "Are all the other rooms fully occupied?" Arthur inquired once more. The young man shook his head again. Arthur then smiled. "Do you have an affinity for the men of the Row Empire?" The young man rose and, in halting Row language, declared, "I have come for you." Anthony chuckled at Arthur, saying, "It seems you were indeed correct." Stone also laughed, scratching his head. Arthur chose to ignore the two jesters and approached the young man. "For me? Have we met before?" The young man shook his head. "I do not know you, but I wish to meet the one within your heart." He pointed to Arthur's chest. Arthur turned to Anthony and whispered, "A madman? That makes sense." He then faced the young man and said, "I believe you have mistaken something. If it would not be too much trouble, please vacate this room. I could even fetch you a key to another room." The boy did not respond. Instead, he returned to the bed, lay down fully clothed, resting his head on his hands and closing his eyes to meditate. "What should we do, Arthur?" Anthony inquired. "What else can we do? We might as well stay here. After all, one cannot displace those who arrived first." Arthur replied with a sense of resignation. Just as Anthony was about to speak, Arthur shot him a warning glance, no reasoning allowed. With that, Arthur removed the enchanted sword from his back, placing it on the bedside, and began to undress. Anthony shrugged and then patted the still-dazed Stone. They each approached their respective beds. Arthur, bare-chested, was about to turn the sunstone that illuminated the room when the boy lying down spoke with his eyes closed. "Bodarius of the Earth, that is my name." Following that, there was a profound silence. Arthur shook his head in exasperation and turned the sunstone back toward the wall, plunging the room into darkness, save for a sliver of moonlight streaming through the window. In the darkness, Bodarius opened his eyes. A look of confusion etched on his face as he gazed at the reclining Arthur, pondering, "What is happening? Why has the draconic aura around him suddenly vanished? Just at noon, I could still distinctly sense that potent presence. It appears he has discerned my intentions and concealed his draconic essence through some arcane means." A smirk crept across his lips in the night. "No matter. My greatest strength, Bodarius, is patience. I shall await the day you reveal your true self." Arthur, too, found himself unable to sleep. When he encountered this individual earlier in the day, a sense of suspicion had crept over him, as if his body was instinctively trying to convey something to him, yet he could not decipher the message. Upon reflection, the actions and words of this man, named Bodarius, suggested he could indeed sense the unique aura of the dragons. It seems Dean Fred was not mistaken. I must tread carefully and remain vigilant regarding this peculiar being from the Empire of Orpavo. Originally, Arthur, Anthony, and Stone had many topics yet to discuss, but their conversation was abruptly interrupted by this odd individual, forcing them to retire early. The following morning, Arthur awoke surprisingly early, as did Anthony, and they pulled the still snoring Stone from his bed. After a hasty wash, they departed the room. "What shall we do about that strange fellow?" Anthony asked. "We endure. Just for 4 more days. By then, we may no longer need to reside in this temporary accommodation for newcomers," Arthur replied. "Where shall we explore today?" Stone inquired, evidently pleased with their previous day's escapades at the Mungley Meat House. "Let us seek out Lena first. She is the only one in this vicinity we can rely on for familiarity." Over the past few days, Arthur, Anthony, and Stone had been returning late. But each time they arrived back at their quarters, they would find that peculiar individual lying on the bed, staring at them with an unsettling gaze, which was quite displeasing. Were it not for Arthur and Anthony holding him back, Stone would have certainly taken action. "That fellow is truly infuriating," Arthur remarked as they walked. "Last night, what were you all pulling me into? It would have sufficed to chase him away." "You fool," Stone remarked. "Engaging in a fight could lead to disqualification from the selection." Anthony interjected. "Ha ha ha, our arrogant lord's romantic fortunes are truly extraordinary," Lena chimed in, her laughter echoing with joy upon hearing the news. "Humph, just 1 more day?" Arthur dismissed Lena's teasing with indifference. Tomorrow marks the day of the freshman assembly. Chapter 26. The first rule: the Grand Arena of the Imperial War Academy is located in the southwestern part of the academy, an imposing structure built from massive white stones. At its heart lies a circular arena, encircled by tiered stone steps that ascend outward, resembling a colossal funnel when viewed from above. In the eastern section of the steps, there is a viewing platform designated for esteemed guests to observe the contests. Currently, more than 10 individuals stand upon this platform, seemingly engaged in lively conversation, while the area below remains empty. Surrounding the grand arena are numerous smaller open-air white stone arenas, where Dean Fred and his entourage traversed the paths between them. Arthur glanced back in resignation, realizing that the scoundrel from the Empire of Allpaver was still trailing them. Turning with a sharp tone, Arthur expressed his frustration. "This is truly infuriating." "That is due to your exceptional charm," Lena retorted with a smile. Soon after, many groups of varying sizes began to enter this pathway, culminating in a grand assembly of 200 to 300 individuals congregating before the gates of the Imperial War Academy. These individuals donned an array of uniforms representing different city-level war academies. After a while, this crowd spontaneously formed 2 to 3 dozen smaller factions. Yarlin Johnson from Dingna City had already gathered his students to join the group from Yunpu City. Meanwhile, Bodalius of the Allpaver Empire stood alongside his female companion, not far from where Arthur and the others were. At this moment, Dean Fred surveyed the surroundings with concern. "In previous years, several academies maintained good relations with us. But this year, they all declined to accompany Yunpu. It seems that Yunxiang City is scheming to eradicate Yunpu altogether." He then turned to Yarland, who stood beside him, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Yarland. Only Dingna City remains steadfastly loyal to Yunpu." "What are you saying, old Dean?" "Setting aside our friendship, I, along with our Dean from Dingna Academy, have been quite discontent with Yunxiang City's actions over the years," Yarland replied with a smile. "However, you are wagering the futures of your 2 students on this. You should take your students and seek allies while there's still time," Dean Fred advised, resigned. "Old Dean, while seeking other allies might yield a larger number, a larger crowd often brings more trouble, and trust is not guaranteed. Moreover, I have great confidence in you. The students you have nurtured are undoubtedly remarkable, as you can see in me," Yarland remarked with a grin. "You rascal. Who knows what stroke of luck led you to become a mage?" Dean Fred chuckled in response. "Old Dean, it's settled then. Ultimately, regardless of alliances formed, the crux of the matter remains the strength one possesses. I observe that your students are truly exceptional, while my own pupils are equally impressive." With that, Yarland cast a glance at his students behind him. He couldn't help but chuckle upon noticing that Apoli and Shurtu were once again engaged in a test of brute strength, competing fiercely. Meanwhile, the other youths from Yunpu were fervently cheering for Shurtu, while his own student, Jinmafans, stood helplessly to the side. "Enough of this. The gates of the grand arena are about to open," admonished Dean Fred. Reluctantly, Shurtu and the valiant Apoli released their grips on each other. The tall and slender swordsman, Jean, weakly addressed Apoli, saying, "Please refrain from such antics in the future. Mind your own business." Apoli retorted dismissively. At that moment, Minter Brett, surrounded by several instructors from various city academies, stepped out of the crowd and approached them. "Congratulations, Yarlin. Achieving the status of a magus at over 50 is quite an accomplishment," Brett remarked with a peculiar grin. "Humph, what brings you here, you ill-mannered brat?" Yarlin replied curtly. "I merely wish to offer a piece of advice. Do not get too close to Yunpu. It's possible that next year, the Yunpu War Academy might shut its doors. It would be wiser to join my side, ensuring your academy secures an additional spot next year," Brett suggested. "Get lost. I have no time for a disrespectful scoundrel like you." Yarlin waved him off vehemently. "You," Brett, now furious, retorted with a mocking smile. "Fine. Let's see how many of your little kittens and puppies can emerge from the hunting grounds." With that, he turned away without a backward glance. At that moment, Lena rushed over to the fuming Yarlin, exclaiming, "Minter Yarlin, no, Senior Yarlin, you were so impressive just now." "Of course," Yarlin replied with a playful arrogance. He then feigned exasperation, saying, "Old Dean, look, there is no turning back now. If Dingna City does not ally with Yunpu, it will be a dead end." "You rascal." Dean Fred chuckled, patting Yarlin on the shoulder. Just then, the grand arena's gates creaked loudly, and the massive doors slowly swung open. The throng of 200 to 300 individuals reorganized into a semblance of over 50 teams, proceeding methodically into the arena. As Arthur entered the grand arena, he immediately spotted a figure in the opposite stands who was remarkably conspicuous. With unkempt silver hair, a scruffy face adorned with stubble, and an expression of impatience. This disheveled middle-aged man stood amidst a crowd in a wizard's robe, sleeves rolled up to his elbows. After a moment, the students from various cities came to a halt, facing the stands, with their leaders in front and students behind. At that juncture, the disheveled middle-aged man stepped forward, standing at the edge of the stands, and appeared to scratch at something within his robe. The crowd below exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Who is this person, and what is with his appearance? Every year, the Deputy Dean of the Imperial Capital War Academy reviews the newcomers. Could this man truly be the Deputy Dean? What a disappointment. It appears that the Imperial Capital War Academy is not as impressive as one might expect. The vice president is rather young and rather casual. A middle-aged gentleman deliberately cleared his throat a few times, yet the audience remained unperturbed. He resignedly proclaimed, "I am Arno, one of the 3 vice presidents of the Imperial Capital War Academy. This year, I will be overseeing the new students." Upon hearing this name, the crowd fell into an instantaneous hush, with all the students lifting their gaze towards the podium. Arthur, filled with curiosity, nudged Anthony to inquire about the reason behind this reaction, but Anthony paid him no heed. For everyone present, except Arthur, was well acquainted with this resounding name, Arno, the Thunder Sword, one of the 3 thunder gods of the Hermon Continent. His life story is nothing short of legendary. He left home at the tender age of 11, knocking on the doors of the Imperial Capital War Academy, graduated from the Hermon War Academy at 20, became a magic swordsman at 31, and at 33. He famously challenged the other 2 long-established thunder gods, remaining undefeated. Later, he was recognized alongside the lightning mage Morinopso from the Forbidden Magic Island and the thunder dragon Nimus of the Urpa Empire as one of the 3 thunder gods of Hermon. At 35, he concluded his travels and returned to his homeland to serve as the vice president of the Imperial Capital War Academy. He has only just turned 37. Stone leaned towards Arthur's ear and whispered for a moment. Arthur gasped in astonishment. "No way. This scruffy uncle is actually that formidable?" "Shoo," Anthony admonished Arthur softly. Arthur raised his head, continuing to listen to Vice President Arno's speech. Observing the young students who suddenly stood in reverence, Arno smiled wryly and continued, "This year, a total of 326 students from across the Empire have received recommendations. I trust that all of you present are the CRME de la CRME from various cities within the Empire. However, you have merely taken the first tentative step into the Imperial Capital War Academy. Whether you can truly become students here will depend on your performance in the selection process a month from now." After delivering this official statement, he leaned back slightly, turning his head to quietly ask the senior academy mentor behind him, "What should I say next?" The older mentor replied resignedly, "Introduce the regulations for the internship period within the academy over the next month, then announce the details of the selection process for the new students." Vice President Arno feigned seriousness as he cleared his throat and nonchalantly continued, "The formal selection will take place in a month. During this month, you will be considered interns at the Imperial Capital Academy. 2 areas will be open to you: the competition platforms outside the Grand Arena and the first floor of the Outer Academy's armory, which will be accessible to you free of charge." Upon hearing that the first floor of the Outer Academy's armory would be open to them, the students below erupted into murmurs, with many expressing their excitement. For the most renowned places within the Imperial Capital War Academy are the Demon Sealing Pavilion in the Inner Academy of Mount Ida, the Trial Tower in the Outer Academy, and the armory divided into inner and outer sections. Although it was merely the first floor of the Outer Academy's armory, it was enough to ignite their enthusiasm, because they understood that while the first level of the external repository held no extraordinary secrets, it contained the insights and experiences penned by the distinguished students of the Imperial Capital War Academy over generations, including rudimentary sword techniques, combat skills, and the nuances of magic. This was of immense benefit to them at present. Al, with a wave of impatience, silenced the crowd once more and remarked, "Do not rejoice too soon. For this is merely the first level of the external repository, and the volumes within are not as plentiful as you might presume. With so many of you flooding into this level, the likelihood of a scarcity of resources is high, with many vying for the same book." Following this, he smirked before continuing, "Should such a scenario arise, the numerous competition platforms outside will serve as your means to resolve it. The individual who stands victorious on the platform will earn the privilege of accessing the books. There will be personnel overseeing this matter, so fairness should not be a concern. This is also part of the selection process. Those with greater strength will prevail more often and, thus, will have access to more literature within the month. The elimination has already commenced." Vice Dean Al proceeded, "The emblem of the Imperial Capital War Academy features 2 stars and a sword, with 1 star symbolizing strength or prowess. Should you be fortunate enough to become official students of the capital, you will find that those with greater strength receive more opportunities, while the weak, if they do not exert themselves doubly, will gradually be weeded out. The competition platforms outside will become your primary means of addressing most challenges in the future, such as securing the right to reside in a standalone loft, obtaining the qualification to undertake missions for the academy, or gaining the rights to cultivate within the Trial Tower, among many others. Strength is the foremost principle of the Imperial Capital War Academy. For this month, I urge you to immerse yourselves in this reality." With that, Vice Dean Al reclined slightly, turning his head to inquire of the elder mentor. "What do you think, old Watson?" "Not bad," the mentor replied with a smile. Chapter 27. The rules of the hunt. Observing the newly admitted students, some murmuring and others eagerly cracking their knuckles, Vice Dean Al proclaimed loudly, "Hunting." The crowd fell silent, their heads turning toward him. He continued, "This is the formal selection for this year. Hunting involves hunters and prey. It remains uncertain who among you is the hunter and who is the prey. Perhaps you are all merely prey. In a month's time, a lottery will be held, and 1/3 of you may receive the Academy emblem, while the rest will remain oblivious to the identities of those who do. The criterion for success in this selection is that, 1 week after entering the hunting forest, you must reach a designated location while bearing the Academy emblem." Al observed the students exchanging glances and added, "Do not assume that obtaining the emblem first is advantageous, allowing you to hide away and await the conclusion of the selection. There will be 60 formal students from the first and second years of the Imperial Academy participating as hunters. They will be able to sense the presence of those bearing the emblem. Naturally, these formal students also carry emblems of their own, and you may attempt to defeat them. However, do not harbor fantasies that these seasoned students will show mercy. Whenever they acquire a new student's emblem, they will receive substantial rewards. Thus, they will spare no effort in pursuing you. If any of you manage to defeat these formal students and acquire their emblem of distinction, you shall receive commendable rewards. Conversely, those formal students who lose their emblems will face penalties." Ignoring the astonished expressions of the students, Vice Dean Al continued, "Before each of you enters the hunting grounds of the Eda mountain range, you will be given a low-tier light guardian stone. Shattering this stone will grant you protection. Given your current prowess, it is unlikely that you will easily breach the guardian's light. However, to shatter the protective stone signifies your withdrawal from the selection, and someone will escort you from the hunting grounds. Therefore, fear not death, and fight valiantly in the hunting grounds, dear children." The Imperial Capital War Academy is indeed quite extravagant. Each low-tier light guardian stone costs a staggering 50 gold coins. And with over 300 students, the total expenditure exceeds 17,000 gold coins, equivalent to the tax revenue of a small town for half a year. The students below listened intently, refraining from discussion for fear of missing any crucial information. It is worth noting, Vice Dean Al paused momentarily before continuing. Among this year's 326 new students, 37 have not acquired their recommendation letters through proper channels, and thus, these 37 shall not be eligible to draw for emblems. Moreover, the standard for your selection victory is to obtain 2 emblems or 1 emblem from a formal student of the Imperial Capital Academy. Arthur and Anthony exchanged glances, then simultaneously shrugged in resignation. This year, there are 9 exchange students from various nations, and it is presumed that you are all distinguished talents from your respective countries. Therefore, your victory criteria have been adjusted to 4 emblems or 2 emblems from formal students of the Imperial Capital. Vice Dean Al cast his gaze upon the exchange students standing among the other students. Following Al's line of sight, Arthur noticed a small group standing to one side, for pairs of 2, with 1 individual at the far edge. Aside from the 2 exchange students from the Empire of Orpath, there were also 2 dwarves from the Kinsburg Empire, one wielding a dual-bladed great axe, almost as tall as the dwarf himself, and the other carrying a black iron shield and a spiked hammer at his waist. Standing beside the dwarves were 2 robust young men clad in fur cloaks, despite the warmth of the spring in the capital, each adorned with a broad curved blade at their sides, and one wielding a cleaving axe. They were presumably exchange students from the northern Mungli Empire. At that moment, the 2 dwarves and the 2 Mungli giants were engaged in a heated argument, seemingly oblivious to the vice dean and the instructors on the grand arena stage. Suddenly, Arthur's eyes brightened. He nudged Anthony and Stone, gesturing for them to look in that direction. Anthony was taken aback and murmured, "O goddess, no words of praise in the world could adequately convey your beauty and perfection." Stone, utterly entranced, exclaimed, so beautiful, so beautiful." Lena, too, glanced over with curiosity. Though she felt a twinge of bitterness, she could not help but be captivated by the enchanting visage. Shortly thereafter, she indignantly remarked, "What fools? No, 3 fools." 2 exchange students from the enchanting realm of Shimulson stood quietly, as if ethereal beings detached from the mundane world, draped in understated green linen cloaks. Their elegance was striking yet unpretentious. Particularly captivating was the female elf, her silken white hair cascading like moonlight upon snow. Simply styled yet adorned with a delicately placed emerald hairpin. Her skin resembled warm jade, seemingly emanating a soft luminescence, while her eyes, deep and pure, mirrored the vastness of the night sky. Her slightly pointed ears twitched playfully, causing a flutter in the hearts of Arthur and his companions. The new students nearby were irresistibly drawn to her, their gazes fixed upon her enchanting presence. Arthur, however, forcibly shifted his attention to the solitary exchange student standing at the edge. To his surprise, this year, the Nopal Empire had sent but a single representative. Unlike the ethereal quality of the elves, he resembled a solitary moon devoid of stars, embodying a profound sense of isolation. Clad in opulent white armor with intricate gold embellishments. Its material was indiscernible, and his similarly white cloak billowed gently in the breeze. He bore no weapons. The stark contrast between his jet-black hair and his pallid attire was striking. At that moment, he seemed to sense someone observing him and turned his gaze towards Arthur, only to swiftly return to his previous contemplation. Though it was but a fleeting glance, it chilled Arthur's heart. What a visage and what eyes he possessed. His handsome yet cold features, coupled with skin so pale it appeared devoid of blood, were accentuated by an expression of utter detachment. Most unsettling for Arthur were the man's eyes. Lacking any semblance of human emotion, they conveyed nothing but solitude and indifference. Another peculiar individual, Arthur mused. As the speech by Vice Dean Al reached its conclusion, the mentors behind him stepped forward one by one to introduce themselves. Finally, Vice Dean Al proclaimed, "Dear students, savor this month at the Imperial War Academy. It may very well be your final month here." With a wave of his hand, Al turned to leave, followed by the mentors who descended from the grand arena platform. Dean Fred turned back to the hopeful faces of the students, saying, "Tomorrow, I shall depart from the Imperial War Academy and return to Yunpu. Over this month, be neither reckless nor seek conflict, lest you jeopardize your selection a month hence." The students nodded in agreement, with Lena, Anthony, and Stone expressing their reluctance. Dean Fred placed a reassuring hand on Arthur's shoulder, speaking earnestly, "Arthur, during the hunting selection, ensure their safety, but do not overexert yourself. Remember the significance of the dragon tongue." Arthur nodded solemnly. Lena, feeling indignant, questioned why someone so arrogant as Arthur was tasked with their protection. Dean Fred chuckled as he ruffled Lena's hair, before exchanging words with Dinar City's mentor, Yalan, who was nearby, both subsequently waving farewell to their respective students as they exited the grand arena. Kim Vanth from Dinar City's War Academy and the warrior maiden Epiribola approached Arthur and his companions, having watched their leader depart. The valiant woman spoke first, declaring, "We are indeed comrades aboard the same vessel. The incorrigible Yarlin informed me and Kim that we were trustworthy. Yet your strength appears not to be as formidable as he claimed." With that, she provocatively glanced at Rock, who was also a fighter. "There are numerous arenas outside the Grand Colosseum. Let us engage in a bout, and see if you dare to underestimate us, Cloudfall." Rock was eager for the challenge. Arthur pulled Rock back, chuckling, "Since you have proclaimed us to be of the same ship, such internal strife is futile. Your hesitation towards us is understandable. There remains a month. Observe whether we are worthy of your trust. Do not call me valiant woman." Apri retorted angrily. Yes, valiant woman. "I shall refrain from calling you that henceforth," Arthur replied with a mischievous grin. Apri chose to disregard Arthur's antics and inquired, "What shall we do next? I see many students have already rushed out, presumably to the Outer Academy's library to seize books. Should we not take a look as well?" "Not so fast. There is an important matter to attend to," Arthur stated earnestly. "What matter?" Lena and Apri asked in unison. Arthur remained silent as students continued to exit the Grand Colosseum. He turned his gaze towards the stationary elven exchange student. Taking a deep breath, he approached her. Anthony and Rock stared in astonishment as Arthur approached the radiant elven maiden. Mimicking the faux gentleman he encountered at the Mungli butchery, slightly bowing and shamelessly extending his hand. With a facade of seriousness, Arthur introduced himself. "I am Arthur, a magic swordsman hailing from the foothills of Mount Livial in the Ro Empire." The elven maiden extended her immaculate hand to meet his, her voice ethereal and melodious. "Samulson. In the forest of Teri, I am Salistith Enid." Arthur replied earnestly, "It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, beautiful Salistith." He then ignored the displeased companion of the elven maiden and joyfully returned, raising an eyebrow at Anthony and Rock. Lena exclaimed in frustration, "You fool. Is this what you deem important?" Anthony adjusted his attire and addressed Arthur. "This is not right, Arthur." With that, he strode confidently and gracefully towards the elven maiden. In an even bolder move, Anthony knelt on one knee, extending his right hand and gazing up at the goddess-like figure. His voice was soft and soothing, "White flowers. Luminous moon, your beauty surpasses even these." He continued, "Permit me, Anthony Pesci of Cloudfall City in the Ro Empire, to sing praises of your beauty and be enraptured by it." The elven maiden chuckled softly, covering her mouth. Alara song, Alara e. In the elven tongue. She gently placed her hand upon Anthony's, who, with even greater audacity than Arthur, lightly kissed the back of her hand. Rising, he bowed slightly, then turned to depart. The male companion of the elven maiden clenched his fists tightly. Anthony turned his back to the elven maiden, his smile radiant as a blossoming flower. Casting a glance towards Arthur, Arthur lamented, "What a blunder. Why didn't I think to kiss the back of her hand?" "Anthony, you too?" Lena felt utterly powerless. Stone glanced at Arthur, then at Anthony, and finally at the exquisite elven maiden. Suddenly, he dashed over, saying nothing, grasped her hand, and bestowed a kiss upon it before returning with a look of satisfaction. The elven maiden stood in shock, her companions already fuming. Arthur and Anthony regarded the triumphant Stone with admiration, both giving him a thumbs up. This is it. Anthony and Stone have been thoroughly led astray by that rascal Arthur. Lena felt like crying without tears. Apoly was even more exasperated, sensing that their leader, Yarleen, had entrusted them to the wrong individuals. Then she noticed Kim beside her, eager to join in. With a graceful spin kick, Kim fell to the ground with a thud. How cruel! Arthur, Anthony, and Stone exclaimed in unison. At that moment, a handsome male elf approached them with an intimidating demeanor. Trouble approaches, Arthur remarked with a smile. That makes sense, Anthony nodded. What should we do? Stone asked earnestly. Let's observe the unfolding events, Arthur replied, crossing his arms. The young elf glared at the trio of Arthur, Anthony, and Stone before striding directly to Lena. With his right hand resting on his abdomen, he bowed elegantly and said, Heimelson, from the Terran forest, Ilia Ilrin. Before Lena could react, the young elf took her hand and kissed it thrice, then cast a challenging glance at Arthur, Anthony, and Stone, swaggering back to his female companions before departing. Arthur, Anthony, Stone, Lena, and Apoly, along with Kim, who lay on the ground, stared blankly as the elf clan left. Lena raised her hand, inspecting it. Her face flushed like a rosy apple, utterly adorable. She murmured, so handsome. Arthur, in disbelief, replied, Goodness, this fellow is far bolder than we are. That is true. Chapter 28. The armory of the outer courtyard. Reggie did not attend the freshman assembly alongside Dean Fred and the others. Instead, he lingered at the back of all the groups. After Vice Dean Al finished speaking, he was the first to exit the grand arena. His haste was not to rush to the armory for books, but to await Dean Fred at the entrance. It was one thing to not attend the assembly with the Cloudfall group, but it was another to forego bidding farewell to the dean, who had cared for him for 3 years, both sentimentally and rationally unfathomable. Dean Fred and Magus Yarleen spotted Reggie leaning against the stone door of the grand arena. Yarleen said, I'll wait for you at the side entrance of the Imperial Academy, old Dean. With that, Yarleen departed first. Upon seeing the dean, Reggie stood upright. Dean Fred approached, wrapping his arm around Reggie's shoulder as they walked out together. He remarked, Is your heart feeling heavy? Yes, Reggie replied faintly. Allow me to confide in you a secret. Can I trust you to keep it? Dean Fred inquired. Of course, came the reply. Subsequently, Dean Fred recounted in detail Arthur's lineage and the reason behind his ability to speak the language of dragons to Reggie. The more Reggie listened, the more astonished he became. A person who strides forward must not be crushed by the burdens they carry. You bear the weight of your family's revival, the highest glory, and the humiliations you have previously endured. But what of Arthur? His burdens are far greater. He carries the wrath of the 3 kingdoms, the scorn of the entire populace of the Roe Empire, and the hopes of his father. Dean Fred spoke in a calm tone, as if sharing a dialogue with an old friend of the same age. He then turned to Reggie, placing his hands on his shoulders, and gazed down at him, saying, From now on, do not belittle or disdain anyone. Every individual faces their own struggles in this world. Refrain from using the derogatory term bastard. The fault does not lie with them. Likewise, do not place undue weight on your past humiliations. Even the madman Kenny was once forced to kneel, weep, and harbor hatred in his youth. Reggie fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent. After this, Dean Fred embraced Reggie and continued walking, stating, You consider yourself exceptionally gifted and come from a distinguished family, which has made you somewhat arrogant, a sentiment I have never voiced before. I once believed that a bit of youthful pride was harmless. However, excessive pride can cloud your vision and obscure many truths. You say you walk this world alone, but even if you attain glory, does it not seem rather lonely? Arthur, Lena, Anthony, and even Stone, they should be your friends, not your foes. You, my child, are a stubborn blockhead. You place too much importance on certain matters while trivializing others. I do not speak of right or wrong. Ponder this for yourself. I know that at your core, you are not ill-natured. Your disdain for Stone is largely a product of your environment. Yet, in this world, many things are not right simply because the majority agrees. Dean Fred patted the silent Reggie on the head, indicating that he should remain there, then departed alone. After taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "Reggie, remember to keep this secret for me." Reggie raised his head, his expression complex, and then nodded. As Arthur and his companions exited the grand arena, they discovered that many combatants were already engaged in battles on the various platforms outside. They approached one of the stone arenas and were struck by the intricate carvings of ancient magical inscriptions and arrays that adorned its surface. A book lay quietly within a small magical circle at the edge of the stone platform. At that moment, a fighter on the arena floor defeated a slightly overmatched swordsman, causing the small magical array at the platform's edge to glow softly. A cylindrical stone pedestal rose to waist height, bearing the book. The vanquished swordsman, unwilling to accept defeat, sprang up with the intent to seize the book first. However, as he approached the pedestal, it suddenly blazed with light, and he was violently thrown several meters away, landing on the ground, unable to rise, groaning in pain. The fighter paused momentarily, then joyfully seized the book in his hands, while the stone pillar refrained from attacking him. Subsequently, the fighter leaped off the arena and made his way towards the armory. Arthur, astonished, remarked on the intriguing nature of the arena. "These arenas are alive," Anthony proclaimed, adopting the persona of a learned scholar. "What? Alive?" Lena responded with a look of disbelief. Anthony elaborated. "My grandfather once told me that within each arena of the Imperial War Academy resides a conscious stone spirit captured by our ancestors. The magical inscriptions upon the surface and the majority of the magical formations are designed to confine and enslave these spirits. Having witnessed countless contests and battles for centuries, these spirits possess a fair judgment of victory and defeat. When they perceive a clear winner, they manipulate the only small magical formation they can control to elevate the book, safeguarding the victor and punishing the undisciplined loser." "I see," Arthur nodded, then chuckled. "No wonder you often speak of reason. It appears that sometimes your words indeed hold merit." The warrior, Apolly, paid little heed to Anthony's explanation, her anxious gaze darting to the increasing number of competing students around them. She exclaimed, "With all these so-called important matters of yours, if we head to the armory now, we might find nothing left. What's the rush? We have a month." "Let them fight for now," Arthur replied nonchalantly. "Humph, I won't be idling here with you," Apolly retorted, turning to leave towards the armory. The swordsman, Kim Van, offered a polite nod to Arthur and his companions before following her. Lena scoffed at Arthur, addressing Anthony and Stone. "Are you coming with me to the armory? Or do you prefer to linger with this unscrupulous leader?" After some contemplation, Anthony decided, "Let us head to the armory." Stone glanced uncertainly between Lena and Arthur. Arthur shook his head. "Come on, let's go together. After all, I promised the director to look after you." Thus, the group proceeded towards the armory. At that moment, they noticed Reggie standing between two arenas, seemingly deep in thought. Lena huffed disdainfully, ignoring Reggie and quickening her pace. Reggie, upon noticing the few individuals he recognized, wore a complex expression. Arthur approached him, tentatively suggesting, "Would you like to join us in visiting the armory?" Prepared for a cold reception. Arthur was taken aback when Reggie replied, "No, you all go ahead." With that, Reggie swiftly departed. Arthur, astonished, turned to Anthony and Stone, exclaiming, "He actually spoke to me?" "Indeed, he did," Anthony confirmed. Stone scratched his head. Suddenly, Arthur called out loudly, "How long do you intend to follow us?" "Not far away." Bodarius merely observed Arthur without responding. Anthony chuckled. "Arthur, you've piqued the interest of this exceptionally patient exchange student. Let's see how long he can trail us." Arthur, upon finishing his words, hastened towards Lena, followed closely by Anthony and Shirtu. They found themselves at the arsenal of the War Academy in the Imperial capital, adjacent to the central training tower of the Outer Academy. The area was bustling with numerous formal students, far more lively than the Grand Arena. These students appeared unfazed by Arthur's group, having grown accustomed to such encounters. Observing the towering 9-story arsenal before him, Arthur remarked, "Let us enter and see what remains inside." Although proficient in the ancient language of dragons, courtesy of the various tongues of magic, his knowledge of regular magical incantations was somewhat limited. However, having promised Dean Fred, he resolved not to employ dragon language during their hunt, opting instead to search for tomes on fire magic within the first floor of the arsenal. While Arthur maintained a facade of joviality, seemingly indifferent to his surroundings, he was acutely aware of his responsibilities and held his promises in high regard. At that moment, Apolly walked out from the grand entrance of the arsenal, accompanied by a combatant from the auxiliary academy, who was clutching a tome. Arthur chuckled. "Ah, the valiant lady appears unflinching," swiftly securing a rival for the books. Apoly paid no heed to Arthur and strode directly towards the arena. Observing this, Shirtu immediately dashed into the arsenal, evidently eager to engage in a rivalry with Apoly. Arthur, Lena, and Anthony subsequently followed suit. The first floor of the arsenal resembled a vast library. However, the spacious hall was dismally lacking in bookshelves, with the few remaining tomes having evidently been taken by others. It seemed that the new students outnumbered the available books, as the only formal student from the War Academy present was the one stationed at the entrance. Apart from the shelves, the hall contained only desks and chairs intended for studying. The long wooden tables were inscribed with magical runes and arrays, each chair adorned with a gemstone embedded in its corresponding tabletop. The formal student at the entrance interrupted their thoughts, stating in a calm manner, "I am Micheluni, the administrator of the first floor of the Outer Academy's arsenal." He then handed each of them a round, brown stone intricately carved with a small magical array. Arthur recognized the stone with familiarity and inquired, "Is this not a deer stone?" The administrator, displaying a hint of impatience, confirmed, "Indeed, this is the deer stone. It can record certain information through minor magical arrays. Hold the deer stone firmly, close your eyes, and do not resist the magic inscribed upon it. The information will be transmitted to your minds, detailing the rules and regulations for reading within the arsenal." Arthur and his companions complied. Through the deer stone, they learned that the first floor of the Outer Academy's arsenal would allow them, the new students, to access the books freely for just this month. Typically, taking books from the shelves would require the expenditure of the unique cultivation stones used as currency within the academy, which could be earned through various tasks and labor at the War Academy, much like the administrator Michael, who worked in this capacity. Alternatively, one may undertake tasks assigned by the various guilds of the Imperial College and the Imperial Legion, as well as mercenary groups, and achieving academic success also yields cultivation stones. However, should a task be performed outside the college in the name of an Imperial College student, a portion of the reward will be allocated to the college, which in turn compensates the student with cultivation stones. Within the Imperial War Academy, cultivation stones can be exchanged for virtually anything that aids in one's cultivation: books, secret techniques, forbidden spells, exclusive martial arts of historical figures from the Rho Empire, magical arts transcribed from the White Tower of the capital, and even magical stones, weapons, armor, and elixirs. It is noteworthy that the Imperial War Academy has been established for centuries, housing an incredibly rich repository of knowledge. The sacred grounds for cultivation within the academy, namely the Trial Tower and the Demon Confinement Pavilion, also require cultivation stones for entry. Next, we delve into the information regarding the armory, which is divided into 9 levels, with the quality and value of the books increasing correspondingly with each ascending level. Except for the first level, each subsequent level necessitates a certain amount of cultivation stones for access. Retrieving books from the shelves incurs a fee based on the book's value in cultivation stones. Within the armory, books cannot be taken outside unless one is challenged, even if a book is removed. Its pages cannot be opened unless one is seated at the designated tables within the armory. When seated with a book, the table displays the title and a brief overview, and the gem embedded in the table turns blue. If another individual, having viewed the information on the table, desires the same book and expends 2/3 of its value in cultivation stones, they may touch the gem with a name-engraved emblem of the Imperial College, causing the gem to turn red. The original holder of the viewing rights may then choose to engage in a battle on the arena or relinquish their rights, allowing the challenger to assume their position. Should one opt for battle and lose, they forfeit their right to view the book, and the cultivation stones will not be refunded. Conversely, if victorious, upon returning to the armory, the gem on their table will turn yellow, granting them a 12-hour truce during which no other students may challenge them. Furthermore, half of the cultivation stones expended by the challenger will be awarded to the victor. At this moment, Arthur, Lena, and Anthony simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanging glances. The librarian then remarked, "Return the stone of deer to me. You may now enter, but do not block the doorway." As Arthur proceeded, he mused, "The Imperial War Academy incessantly compels one to battle and grow stronger. One must not only earn cultivation stones, but also continuously fight to preserve the gains acquired through them." This realization ignited a subtle thrill within Arthur. Anthony echoed his sentiment. Indeed, in such an environment, it is difficult not to grow stronger. Not necessarily, Lena interjected. One could easily be eliminated by the harsh conditions of the Imperial War Academy. I see Arthur as the kind of coward who won't last a few months before packing up and leaving. Let's see who cries first and begs to go home, Arthur retorted. Subsequently, Arthur spoke earnestly. Let us locate Stone. Although his body is no longer severely injured, he is yet to fully regain his optimal condition. It would be prudent to refrain from exerting him for at least a week to avoid any detriment to his health. Lena ceased her frivolity and joined Arthur and Anthony in the search for Stone within the first level of the armory. Despite the ample space of the armory's first floor, there were few bookshelves, resulting in a scarcity of long tables. It was not long before they discovered Stone, who was in a confrontation with a robust youth seated before him. To their surprise, this youth was none other than Robert Schmidt, the 7th-tier fighter from Cloudwing City, whom they all recognized. Chapter 29. The subtlety of understanding. As Arthur and his companions approached, they could overhear the exchange between Stone and Robert from the War Academy of Cloudwing City. You little runt from Cloudwater City, I've told you several times. Can't you see the gem on my desk is yellow? Just get lost and don't disturb my reading, Robert retorted impatiently. Stone, however, defiantly replied. I've already said it several times. I can wait. With that, he plopped down on the floor beside Robert's chair. Stupid mongrel, worthless life. If you wish to wait, then wait, Robert said, turning away to continue perusing the tome in his hands. Stupid mongrel? Worthless life? Arthur raised an eyebrow and chuckled. He sauntered over, playfully patting Stone on the shoulder as he said, I'll wait with you. Upon seeing Arthur, Stone turned to find Anthony and Lena, who wore an expression of exasperation, and he broke into a grin. Robert cast a cold glance at the group before resuming his reading. Arthur nudged Stone to make some room and sat down on the floor himself. Anthony shrugged at Lena before taking a seat next to Arthur. Although Lena muttered something about a bunch of idiots, she too settled down, sulking. Stone looked gratefully at his companions, while Arthur playfully delivered a light smack to Stone's head. Many students within the armory observed this peculiar scene, for individuals sitting on the ground, encircling Robert, who remained perched in his chair. You bunch of Cloudwater miscreants are truly a buzzkill, Robert remarked without turning his head. Arthur and the others remained silent, for noise was prohibited in the armory except during challenges, and thus they sat quietly. After a while, Arthur found himself lying cross-legged on the floor, resting his head upon his hands, gazing at the exquisite chandelier above, occasionally scratching his ear. 3 hours later, Arthur sat up, rubbing his stomach. At that moment, Robert, seated at his desk, inopportunely fiddled with his magical storage ring, causing several loaves of bread to appear on the table. He then rummaged again, producing a chicken leg and a water skin. Magical storage rings are classified into 2 types, those specifically for mages, which allow adept retrieval of desired items through comprehension of spatial magic and the application of mental power, though they do not include living beings. There exists a type of magical storage ring accessible to anyone, enhanced by small shards of magical stone and the magical array inscribed upon the ring itself, which augments the space within. By activating the small magical array through a mere touch, the user can extract items from this enchanted storage. Generally speaking, it is advisable to store a singular type of item within such a ring, as the user cannot control which item is retrieved. Naturally, the cost of such a storage ring is higher, yet its usage is more widespread. The magical storage ring employed by Rob Schmidt is of this latter variety. Arthur quietly inquired of Lena whether she possessed a magical storage ring. Of course, Lena replied softly. Does your ring contain food and water? Arthur asked, filled with hope. Certainly not. Who would store such items in a storage ring? Lena responded, maintaining her hushed tone. He gestured towards Rob, who was seated and eating. Arthur then nudged Anthony, who was resting with his eyes closed, and the drooling Stone. Are you hungry? Both Anthony and Stone nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Arthur reached into his trousers, fervently rummaging for something. Lena covered her eyes and delivered a swift punch to Arthur. To her astonishment, he extracted 10 gold coins from his pants. Arthur took out 2 coins and poked Rob, who was seated before him. Rob, with half a chicken leg in his mouth, turned to look at the peculiar actions of Arthur. Arthur pointed at the coins in his hand and then at the food on the table before Rob, implying a trade of coins for sustenance. Rob, with a look of disdain, turned back to his meal. Arthur muttered under his breath, damn it. 2 gold coins could afford us several days of feasts, and he won't trade. Before long, Rob felt another poke at his waist, and he turned around in a fit of anger, for he detested being disturbed while eating. Upon seeing Arthur with a pained expression, extending his hand with 5 gold coins, Rob muttered something derogatory and hastened his eating. What a fool, Arthur thought to himself, gritting his teeth as he placed all 10 gold coins in his palm and poked Rob once more. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Rob sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Are you done, you jerk? The students on the first floor of the arsenal were startled, their attention drawn to the commotion. The administrator, Mickey, at the door, noted the disturbance with a frown and approached. Arthur also stood, shrugging helplessly. Fine, as you wish. After Rob spoke, he placed his hand upon a gemstone on the table, which instantly changed from yellow to blue. In the arsenal, one may revoke their immunity period, and some students, overestimating their own capabilities, intentionally remove coveted arsenal books to acquire training stones through this method. Administrator Mickey reached them, his expression stern as he declared, "Noise is prohibited within the arsenal. Surely, you are aware of this regulation from the Stone of Deal. Now, please exit the arsenal, and you are hereby barred from entering for the next 3 days." Arthur, in a state of ennui, remarked, "The Stone of Deer also states that one may speak loudly during a challenge." Mickey distinctly recalled the robust youth being challenged earlier that morning, and he turned his gaze towards Robert's desk. "Humph," Mickey scoffed, "if you wish to fight, then hurry outside and do not disturb the other students here." At that moment, Stone, who had also risen, was about to reach for the gem on Robert's desk when Arthur intervened, placing his hand atop the gem, causing it to shift from blue to red. Arthur flashed a smile at Stone. For the past month, they had been unable to cultivate their stones and lacked the insignia bearing their names, thus resorting to this method to arrange a duel. "Your body has yet to fully heal. Allow me to assist you," Arthur stated. Just as Stone was about to respond, Arthur promptly interrupted, "Spare me the pleasantries. Once you are completely recovered, I will have you assist me in obtaining any book I desire." With that, Arthur followed Robert outside. Lena also stood up, addressing Anthony and Stone. "Come on, the pompous king seeks to show off again." As Arthur exited the armory, he spotted the peculiar figure of Bodelios, the muscle-bound exchange student from Alpavo, sitting against the wall with a massive sword resting on his shoulder. Upon noticing Arthur, Bodelios rose to his feet. Arthur cursed under his breath as he walked. "In the imperial capital, it seems I am destined to encounter one scoundrel after another." Lena and her companions, just stepping out, witnessed the scene, and Lena chuckled. "I truly cannot fathom what it is about Arthur that attracts such a muscular man." "Charisma," Stone replied earnestly. "He is a man. After all, perhaps the Alpavo exchange student has a penchant for this type of man," Anthony jested. Robert moved swiftly, and Arthur and the others followed suit. Soon returning to the arena they had departed from a little over 3 hours prior. Robert selected an empty arena for their contest and placed the book in the center of the small magical circle at the edge of the stone platform. At that moment, the stones lining the perimeter of the square arena began to emit a faint glow, signaling that only Arthur, having touched the gem, could ascend the platform to compete. Arthur leaped onto the arena, standing more than 50 meters away from Robert, who cracked his neck with an unsettling sound and instinctively clenched his massive fists, producing a series of pops. "Furious," Robert declared, "though you are the opponent chosen by Jeremy, you have truly provoked my ire. A scoundrel like you is unworthy to stand as Jeremy's rival." Arthur did not even draw the Imperial Dragon from behind him. Instead, he retorted, "You big oaf. Spare me the chit-chat, and let us fight." "Still as arrogant as ever," Lena remarked. "That makes sense," she added with a huff. With that, Robert charged forward, utilizing the basic combat skill, Wind Chase. Arthur raised his right hand, unleashing a barrage of fireballs, aiming to engulf Robert in flames from a distance, denying him any opportunity to close the gap. However, the reality did not unfold as Arthur and Lena had anticipated. Robert fixated on Arthur's right hand, deftly weaving his way through the dense barrage of fireballs like a fish gliding through water. Each fireball seemed to deliberately brush past him, missing by mere inches, thereby inflicting no harm upon Robert. These projectiles merely served to slightly hinder Robert's approach towards Arthur. "How could this be?" Lena exclaimed in astonishment. Although it was merely the most basic level of fire magic, the sheer density and velocity of the fireball technique would have posed a significant challenge for anyone among Lena, Anthony, or Stone, unlike Robert, who faced it with such ease. Not far from where Lena and the others stood, a figure known as Podalirius observed Arthur's duel with great seriousness. Arthur maintained his focus on Robert, allowing him to advance with speed, silently counting. 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, Arthur raised his left hand, combining it with a fireball technique aimed to obstruct Robert's right hand, unleashing a rapid fireball directly at Robert's face. "Beautiful," Lena shouted, but the subsequent moment left her both disappointed and startled. It seemed Robert had anticipated Arthur's move. He swiftly ducked just as the fireball was mere centimeters from his face, catching a whiff of singed hair. He then executed a rapid dive into Arthur's space, launching a flurry of strikes to Arthur's lower ribcage and chest, with his left fist embodying the force of shattered gold and his right resembling the thunderous impact. The blows were devastating. Arthur staggered back several steps, and despite his robust lineage as a dragon-blooded being, he felt a profound pain, penetrating deep into his bones and organs. It took a considerable while for this sensation to subside. It appeared that even the legacy of dragon ancestry was not invincible. Not bad. Arthur grimaced, clutching his chest. You've already been hit, yet you still try to act tough. Lena exclaimed anxiously from the sidelines. Instead of pressing his advantage, Robert distanced himself from Arthur, disdainfully remarking, Your initial fireball technique genuinely caught me off guard, but it is not so formidable after all. I cannot believe Jeremy misjudged you. He continued, incredulously noting, Your ribs remain unbroken, and though you endured my thunderous strike, you did not cough up blood. Pray tell, what exquisite armor are you wearing? Arthur offered no explanations. He defiantly raised both arms, still refraining from drawing the Imperial Dragon. Such a level of fireball technique cannot strike me, Robert declared, brimming with arrogance. With both hands, Arthur unleashed a torrent of fireballs, faster and more ferocious than before, resembling the tail of a fire phoenix. The surrounding air seemed ignited by Arthur's frenzied barrage, distorting the scene on the arena like a shimmering water veil. Yet, astonishingly, the outcome mirrored the previous instance. The fireball deluge still failed to graze Robert. He remained fixated on Arthur's arms, his movements uncanny, imbued with a certain rhythm that, upon closer inspection, resonated with the barely perceptible tremors of Arthur's hands. Stone suddenly exclaimed, Observe the subtlety. Arthur was struck once again, causing Robert to retreat. His expression playful as he observed the slightly bent figure of Arthur. Lena, filled with concern, watched Arthur intently and anxiously exclaimed, Stones, clarify that. What does it mean? Stone remained fixated on the ongoing bout, not turning his head, and quickly responded, Jouet, the realm first discovered by a fighter, emerges from the exploration of one's physical limits. When a fighter reaches a certain level of training, they naturally gain insight into this realm. At this stage, one develops a clear understanding of their own body, such as the amount of force required to produce specific effects, or how the tremors of a particular muscle can alter various methods of exertion. By comprehending their own physique, one can observe the opponent's body and, through the slightest movements, anticipate and predict the opponent's next actions. This man named Robert is remarkably strong, Anthony remarked. To achieve Jouet at such a young age and rank is indeed impressive. Stone and Anthony were correct. Robert was indeed formidable. Typically, only fighters who attain the realm of martial warrior gradually come to understand the fighter's signature skill, Jouet. Although Robert's rank was not high, his training and understanding of his own body far surpassed that of his rank. Once the concept of Jouet became widely recognized, swordsmen, the might of Mong Li, the great swordsmen of Alpevo, warriors, knights, rangers, and even remote professions like mages and elven archers sought to attain this realm through physical conditioning. However, it is often the melee professions that find it somewhat easier to achieve. Following Jouet comes Rouet. Arthur found himself entirely on the defensive as Robert toyed with him, relentlessly striking various parts of his body, even landing a punch on his face, leaving Arthur utterly helpless. It was not that Arthur's eyes, speed, or strength were inadequate. Rather, Robert seemed to predict Arthur's every move, responding with the most precise actions, which left Arthur feeling increasingly powerless. Gritting his teeth, Arthur endured Robert's barrage. Am I truly this pathetic? To be defeated before even officially entering the Imperial City Academy? After a flurry of relentless attacks, Robert needed to catch his breath, retreating calmly. Through countless strikes, Robert realized that Arthur was not wearing any protective gear, but was rather withstanding each heavy blow purely with his body. This revelation astonished him further. Had any other opponent of the same rank endured so many of his fierce blows, they would have been left with no unbroken bones, their insides reduced to a mushy pulp. You may lack other merits, but you certainly can take a hit. It has been a while since I've had a good, hearty fight. You're quite the punching bag. Robert chuckled. Arthur rubbed his sore jaw, thinking to himself, damn it, I've really embarrassed myself this time. Chapter 30, The Curve of the Lips. Must I resort to that move? Arthur pondered, then considered that he hadn't even encountered the main opponent yet, and was being compelled to reveal his secret technique. No, absolutely not. Arthur shook his head and slowly drew the Imperial Dragon from his back. Not far away, Robert Schmidt was also adjusting his breathing. After two extreme traversals through the fireball array and delivering numerous heavy strikes, he felt the fatigue settling in his body. If this kid doesn't go down soon, my stamina will be exhausted, Robert thought, eyeing the still vibrant Arthur with concern. At this moment, Arthur wielding his great sword seemed futile. He couldn't possibly reach that scoundrel Robert. Not necessarily, Lena remarked from the sidelines. If you observe Robert closely, he is already weary. His breathing has become labored. If Arthur can hold on a bit longer, he might just win, Anthony analyzed. At that moment, Stone added, that makes sense. Nearby, Podalius smiled, thinking. Having been pushed to such an extent, it seems Arthur is on the verge of utilizing his inherited power. In a building deep within the Imperial War Academy, Arno sat ungracefully at a massive table fashioned from a giant spirit mushroom, atop which rested a crystal ball. Seated behind the table was none other than the Academy's dean, the mage Heinrich Tabri. Boss, this kid isn't all that impressive. He's getting quite the beating. They say a tiger's son is not a dog, but I beg to differ, Arno remarked, taking a bite of an apple he had obtained from who knows where. Call me Dean, Heinrich replied with exasperation, then continued. This child has heeded my advice and that of my dear brother Fred. He has refrained from using his inherited power. Arno wiped the crystal ball with his sleeve and chuckled. Boss, that just makes him a bit weak. Can't he make the fireballs curve? I really wonder who assessed his mage level and granted him the title of Archmage. Glancing at the crystal ball again, he scoffed. Humph. Drawing that broken sword at this moment is of no use. Heinrich waved his hand, and a black hole appeared beneath Arno. Whoa! Arno exclaimed as he was sucked into the void, which shattered like glass thereafter. Simultaneously, another black hole manifested in the air near the spirit mushroom table, and Arno fell out, landing on the floor. Starting a fight just like that? Do you really think I can't handle you? Arno said, rising clumsily. Arthur's sword may not be broken. At least it is far superior to yours, Heinrich replied nonchalantly. The reverse sword. Ranked 9th among the 10 great magic swords of the Hermon Continent. Its wielder is one of the 3 thunder gods of Hermon, Thunder Sword Arno. Arno retorted. If a sword cannot be used, what is it but a broken sword? Humph, this contest is dreadfully dull. I shall not watch any longer. With that, Arno brushed the dust off his backside and turned to leave. After walking several paces, he halted, tossing the half-eaten apple over his shoulder without looking back, and declared, That kid is bound to lose. Heinrich caught Arno's apple with steady hands, took a bite, and muttered softly, I know. Then, he audibly grimaced, so sour. Returning to the arena, Arthur found himself helplessly ensnared by Robert's dual fists and peculiar footwork. With a mighty shout, Arthur spun his sword in a wide arc and unleashed a barrage of fireballs, compelling Robert to retreat. Robert laughed heartily, taunting, Who are you trying to scare with that big black stick? He then arrogantly proclaimed, I've had my fun and fought enough. Let us conclude this contest. Damn it. I detest those who are even more arrogant than I am. Arthur gritted his teeth, feeling the toll of the relentless assaults that had nearly left him in shambles. Yet his formidable physique bore the brunt of the punishment. Robert, in his quest to uncover Arthur's vulnerabilities, had ruthlessly attacked every inch of his body, even targeting Arthur's most sensitive areas, much to Arthur's chagrin and rage. You fool, Arthur! Lena exclaimed with disdain. Arthur's brother, Stone, looked on with concern, while Anthony silently urged himself to hold on for just 5 more minutes, at most. Arthur wiped his hand across the blade of his sword, igniting it with a layer of flames, reminiscent of his battle against Old Man Red. Demonic martial technique, Tail of the Swallow. Arthur bellowed, and with remarkable speed, he thrust his sword twice, sending fiery projectiles resembling scissors hurtling towards Robert. As the flaming swallow tail approached Robert, Arthur swiftly crossed his sword, slash. The twin blades of the swallow tail converged, seemingly poised to cleave Robert in two. To Arthur's surprise, Robert maintained his composure and quipped, Is this your so-called demonic martial technique? How amusing. With a dramatic dive, Robert lowered his upper body to almost parallel with the ground. He launched himself off the ground with a thunderous crack, narrowly evading the fiery scissor-like attack and hurtling towards Arthur. Arthur unleashed fireballs from his left hand while blocking with his fiery sword in his right. Though it appeared grand, it was ultimately futile. As Robert closed in, Arthur attempted to defend himself, but Robert anticipated the move. With his arms crossed, Robert struck, his right fist targeting Arthur's right forearm, and his left aimed at the left. Both punches were combat techniques, shattering gold. Arthur's arms throbbed with pain, hanging limply at his sides, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to relinquish his sword and gripping it even tighter. The demonic sword, Emperor Dragon, seemed to resist being dragged down by Arthur's struggle. Robert smirked, It's over, fool. Dominating fist, Dragon's Embrace. With every ounce of remaining strength, Robert unleashed his fists, akin to a celestial dragon emerging from the sea, delivering a devastating blow to Arthur's chest, shattering his attire. Arthur was sent flying several meters, hitting the ground for the first time. At that moment, the radiant light surrounding the edges of the arena faded, and books were elevated by the stone pillars. Lena, Anthony, and Stone rushed towards the fallen Arthur. Meanwhile, Robert approached the stone pillar, seized the tomes from the armory, and mockingly declared to Arthur and his companions, This year, the Cloud Waterfall. We shall conclude it. With that, He leaped down from the arena and strode away briskly. Lena and the others had no time to deal with Robert's arrogance, rushing to Arthur instead. However, before they could reach him, Arthur sat up on his own, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. With a frustrated expression, he lamented, "Damn it, I've even bled. How embarrassing." Then, Arthur was struck hard on the back of his head. Lena exclaimed anxiously, "Knowing full well you can't win, why not concede? Must you be knocked down and bloodied before you feel satisfied?" Arthur rubbed the back of his head and grinned. "You're far more ruthless than that scoundrel." He nonchalantly added, "Well, it's nothing serious, really." Rising to his feet, he dusted off his clothes and glanced at his exposed chest, feigning great regret. "My new attire. You're such a rogue. Why create such a spectacle?" Lena's anger intensified at Arthur's demeanor. He replied coolly, "Should I have let the stone strike me instead? All right. It won't happen again, my lady." With that, Lena refrained from further reprimanding him. At that moment, Arthur's smile faded as he gazed in the direction where Robert had departed, pondering, "What remains to me aside from the talent bestowed by my father?" It was no surprise that Arthur harbored such thoughts. He possessed unparalleled gifts and had been mentored since childhood by the former national protector, General Iceberg Red. This upbringing instilled in him a sense of superiority, leading him to believe he had few rivals among his peers. Unexpectedly, upon entering the imperial capital, he faced a crushing defeat. He refrained from employing secret arts, for Arthur held on to his pride and persistence. He recalled the words of Old Red, "One must neither belittle oneself nor hold oneself in undue esteem. You must clearly understand who you truly are." As he reminisced, the image of Red's broad shoulders, his grizzled beard, and his trusting gaze seemed to materialize before him. Arthur withdrew his gaze and lifted his eyes to the sky, proclaiming resolutely within his heart, "I am Arthur Pantorian. What am I thinking?" Noticing Arthur lost in thought, Lena playfully struck him again on the back of his head. "It's nothing, really," Arthur said, rubbing his head and smiling. "Then let us hurry," Lena urged, disregarding the fact that Arthur had just endured a beating. Yet, Arthur remained still, and everyone halted, turning to look at him. With a smile curling at the corners of his lips, sunlight cascaded over him, as if enveloping him in a golden veil. Lena and the others, facing the light, struggled to discern Arthur's features, only catching a glimpse of the curve of his smile. "I will not be defeated again. Lena, Anthony." And Stone felt a momentary haze, unsure whether it was the blinding sun or the impact of Arthur's words that left them stunned. Lena was the first to regain her composure, bouncing up to deliver another playful smack to Arthur's head. "You've already lost. Stop trying to show off. Hurry up." Arthur gritted his teeth. The aura of leadership and authority dissipated in an instant with that playful slap. Who truly is the leader? Chapter 31. The little donkey having distanced himself, Robert Schmidt glanced back and, finding no one in sight, plopped down onto the ground. He cursed, "That was close. If that scoundrel hadn't fallen, it would have been me on the ground." Robert's arms trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring down as he bore a grim expression. It seems that the relentless intensity of the onslaught imposes a tremendous burden on the body, and Robert's nerves must remain in a state of heightened tension to maintain the realm of subtle awareness. This results in a significant drain on Robert's mental and physical energy. Unfortunately, Arthur ultimately could not withstand that final strike. "None of us are a match for that young lad, unless I resort to some ultimate technique," Arthur stated with seriousness, and then added, "Sure to, what was it you mentioned earlier about subtle awareness? I only caught fragments of it during the competition. Could you elaborate? Do you really possess an ultimate technique? Don't jest. If you had one, how could you allow that scoundrel Yunxiang to pummel you so thoroughly? Furthermore, how do you know that none of us can withstand that rogue?" Lena retorted, her frustration evident. "That holds some truth," Anthony concurred. Arthur was about to deliver a sharp retort to Anthony when he realized his arm was painfully sore and could barely be lifted, causing him to wince. Fortunately, Shirtu was kind enough not to belittle Arthur. Instead, he took the time to explain the concept of subtle awareness to him. Arthur stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "If Reggie and Shirtu, wielding the imperial authority, could also achieve subtle awareness, perhaps they could surpass that insufferable scoundrel." "Reggie? Humph." Lena scoffed, feeling indignant. In her mind, she mused, "I do not know whether you possess an ultimate technique, but I, the esteemed young lady, certainly do." With great difficulty, Arthur sheathed the magic sword back onto his belt and lamented, "That lad has another scoundrel named Jeremy above him. It seems I cannot remain as carefree as before this month, or I shall be betraying my promise to Dean Fred. We do not require your protection during the hunt. Just take care of yourself, you pompous king." Lena retorted. After a moment's thought, she added, "Wait, you are not even the pompous king anymore." Anthony inquired, "What should we do now?" Shall we continue to seize books? Seize them, indeed, Arthur replied with conviction. At that moment, Pedalios approached and remarked to Arthur, sometimes instinct can be far superior to your elaborate tricks, and with a peculiar smile, he walked away. Arthur disregarded this other scoundrel and ignored Lena's inquisitive gaze. He said, "Let us first check the first floor of the armory for any books that have not been taken before contemplating the matter of seizing books." I underestimated the situation. It appears that the students who have made it this far are not lacking in strength. You are the weak one, Lena muttered under her breath. The group of four then returned to the first floor of the external armory, only to discover that the shelves were entirely devoid of any tomes. Arthur sighed. It seems we have no choice but to seize them. After a moment of reflection, Anthony quietly suggested, if we are to seize, let us do so with discernment. We should first seek the books that are most essential for us, as well as those that will enhance our strength most swiftly. Moreover, before attempting to seize books, we must adequately assess the strength of the students who possess them. I believe we should refrain from seizing books in the next 3 to 5 days. Firstly, it is because Stone's injuries require a few more days to heal, and secondly, we should take this time to observe the competitions at the arena, to gauge the abilities of the students from various cities. This will help us assess whether we stand a chance at acquiring the books and whether we might sustain injuries. Indeed, your reasoning is quite sound, Arthur remarked with a smile, draping his arm around Anthony's shoulder. He then turned to Lena and Stone. Lena expressed, I believe Anthony is absolutely right. Stone scratched his head. All right, it's settled then. Let's indulge in a sumptuous meal first, and then head to the arena. Arthur exclaimed cheerfully. Shortly after entering the first level of the Outer Academy's armory, Arthur and his companions made their way outside when suddenly, an idea struck Arthur. Since we have 5 days free from this dreary place, and that insufferable level 1 administrator, he muttered quietly. The ensuing spectacle caused Lena to cover her eyes. Feeling utterly embarrassed by the scene unfolding before her, Arthur had begun to leap and sing near the entrance of the armory, his voice booming. I am a merry little donkey, grazing by day, relieving myself by night, and drinking water at noon. Occasionally, he would sway his hips and shake his head, displaying an exuberant flair. Arthur then pulled Stone and Anthony into his impromptu performance, chanting, Little donkey, little donkey. Stone was thoroughly delighted, while Anthony wished he could vanish into the ground. All the students on the first level of the armory watched Arthur and his troop, laughter, mockery, and angry shouts echoing throughout the space. Apollyon gripped her book tightly, gritting her teeth as she said, That scoundrel Yarline has made us ally with those imbeciles from Cloudfall. Yun Zion Grober, panting, gazed at Arthur and his friends, pondering, have they truly lost their minds? Jeremy let out a scoff, declaring, I misjudged them. Lena felt a profound sense of helplessness, thinking, now, we are truly infamous in Cloudfall. Just then, a furious shout interrupted the farce. Mickey, the administrator organizing documents deep within the armory, rushed towards the entrance, pointing at Arthur and bellowing, I am fining you 3 days. No, make it 5 days. You are banned from the armory for 5 days. Now get out. All of you leave. Arthur, brimming with arrogance, retorted, humph, in those 5 days. You'll be begging me to return, and I still want to come. With that, he flicked the hem of his coat and turned to leave. Lena and Anthony hurriedly followed, while Stone waved goodbye to Mickey as they departed. The students inside the armory then heard a sharp, feminine roar. Arthur, you big fool. Instead of heading to the Monley meat shop, Arthur and his companions opted for a small diner. At the table, Lena maintained a stern demeanor towards Arthur, while Anthony quietly ate, occasionally casting resentful glances at him. Only Stone was in high spirits, engaging in carefree banter with Arthur. Big brother Arthur, what is the name of that song? It's so amusing. The Stone remarked, I have no name. It is merely the rustic tune from my hometown. I shall teach you later. Arthur chuckled in response, and the Stone nodded enthusiastically. Upon hearing this, Lena delivered a sharp kick to Arthur under the table. Ignoring her, Arthur took a piece of bread and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing as he spoke. This afternoon, let us refrain from visiting the arena. I have noticed that quite a number of students have already settled in the first floor of the armory. They are likely those who have been challenged and are now in a period of exemption. I believe it would be prudent to go to the arena early tomorrow morning, as many challengers are bound to appear. Surprisingly, Anthony did not refute his reasoning. He delicately dabbed at the corners of his mouth with a napkin before stating, Please refrain from speaking while eating. Crumbs are flying everywhere. It was evident that Anthony harbored deep resentment regarding being compelled to dance in public, which he felt contradicted the spirit of a gentleman. Arthur, in a fit of anger, retaliated with a swift strike. Ouch! Anthony exclaimed, clutching his forehead. Noticing that Lena had remained silent and the stone was engrossed in his food, Arthur declared, "Then it is settled. This afternoon shall be free time." After lunch, Lena and Anthony disregarded Arthur's suggestion and headed directly to the arena of the Imperial War Academy, leaving the stone gazing pitifully at Arthur. "You should go as well, Stone." "I will not. I shall wander around the academy," Arthur said. The stone nodded in agreement and hurried after Lena and Anthony. Arthur strolled leisurely within the academy, hands clasped behind his head, basking in the sun, appearing as if he were the only idler in the entire institution. It was not that Arthur lacked the desire to visit the armory. Rather, he was uncertain about what he truly needed and required some time for contemplation. Before he realized it, he had wandered back towards the new students' quarters. Frustrated, Arthur lamented, during the freshman assembly, no mention was made regarding the accommodation for this month. "It seems I must endure the presence of that eccentric for a long time yet." With that, he promptly turned to leave the disheartening place. Just a few paces away, a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the space beside him, accompanied by a thunderous roar that startled Arthur, prompting him to instinctively draw his sword, the Imperial Dragon, ready to confront the threat. Who goes there? Chapter 32. Brother. As the electric light dissipated, a figure emerged, with sleeves rolled up to the elbows and disheveled silver hair accompanied by a scruffy beard. Upon recognizing the individual, Arthur exclaimed in surprise, "Vice Dean Al," promptly sheathing his magical sword. "Call me Al or boss." Vice Dean Al replied impatiently, reaching into his cloak to scratch himself. "Boss." Arthur frowned. "What am I? One of the 3 thunder gods of Hermon and the vice dean of the Imperial War Academy, not worthy of being your boss?" Al leaned forward, an amused glint in his eyes, his hands still concealed within his garment. "Not exactly. It's just that your demeanor is rather arrogant," Arthur replied candidly. Al laughed heartily. "You are quite arrogant yourself." Arthur chose not to respond and instead inquired, "What advice does Vice Dean Al have for a newcomer like me?" Al did not respond directly. Instead, he cast a meaningful glance at Arthur, gesturing for him to follow. He then inquired, "Is your status as a Grand Sorcerer certified in Cloudwater City?" "Indeed," Arthur replied, walking alongside Al at a measured pace. "No wonder there are only a few slots available in Cloudwater City," Al remarked as they continued. Arthur remained silent. "You must have suffered a considerable defeat at noon today," Al chuckled. "Why ask if you already know?" Arthur retorted, seemingly irked by Al's teasing. "With such limited strength and such a temper, you are quite a handful," Al scoffed. "Vice Dean Al, did you seek me out merely to mock me?" Arthur halted in his tracks. Al paused as well, exclaiming, "You insolent brat." He then ignored Arthur's stationary figure and resumed walking. To possess the immense mental power of a grand sorcerer, yet remain inept at its application, is rather foolish. There are numerous books on the utilization of mental strength in the first floor of the armory. I suggest you study them over the next month. Arthur called out to Al, who was now several meters away, "Why do you help me? Is it because I am his son?" Arthur pondered that, given Al's position, he must be aware of his lineage. Al turned back, his gaze towards Arthur laden with complexity. "Your parentage is of little concern to me. However, my apprentice, your brother, Alan Pantoliano, implored me not to let you perish too soon in the imperial capital, nor to allow your life to be extinguished hastily. He declared that he intends to kill you himself." "Brother?" Arthur's eyes widened in shock. He was aware of his half-brother, 8 years his senior. But aside from knowing that he was the sole child of his father's first wife, and that his mother had also passed away early, Red had revealed little else about him. Regaining his composure, Arthur replied coolly, "Pantoliano, that surname no longer exists." Al remained noncommittal and asked, "Do you not wish to inquire about your brother and his reasons for wanting to kill you? If I ask, will you tell me?" Arthur countered. Al chuckled softly before responding, "Before long, you will undoubtedly meet him. You may pose your questions then." Just as Al was about to turn away, he recalled something. "By the way, your brother is currently at the Hermon War Academy and has gained some notoriety. Those who know him refer to him as the Son of Thunder." Arthur stood silently, watching Al's retreating figure, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Al strolled through the Imperial Capital Academy, disregarding the greetings from students who bowed to him, instead gazing up at the sun, basking in its light. He then glanced westward, reflecting, what a peculiar pair of brothers. The elder, gifted from a young age, yet deprived of their father's affection. The younger, saved at great cost at birth, endowed with enviable talents as well. I wonder what the future holds for them. Will they reconcile? Or will they eventually clash? With a sigh, Al mused, "My apprentice, do not be too obstinate. After all, he is your brother, your only family in this world." Standing still, Arthur also gazed at the sky, pondering brother. Subsequently, he chuckled at himself. "My brother, whom I have never met. actually claims he wishes to kill me. I was aware that many individuals on this land harbored such intentions, yet I never anticipated that you would be among them. A bitter feeling welled up in Arthur's heart, and he found himself devoid of the desire to continue wandering. Thus, he returned to his quarters within the academy. However, upon entering his room, the sense of suffocation only intensified, for he immediately encountered the troublesome and unpleasant figure of Podalius. Arthur fixed his gaze upon Podalius, who met his stare in turn. After a prolonged silence, Arthur, suppressing his anger, unfastened his suspenders and reclined on the bed. After an indeterminate amount of time, Arthur broke the silence. Why do you not go to the armory? The first floor? There is nothing there that I require, Podalius replied brusquely, then countered. Why do you not venture to the armory yourself? Arthur shifted into a more comfortable position on the bed and responded. Because there are no books left on the first floor, and I cannot compete with others for them. Thus, I returned. That is merely your reluctance to compete. If you were to harness the power of your inheritance, I am certain you could seize any book you desired, Podalius asserted as he sat upright. Arthur regarded Podalius and replied with a smile. I truly do not comprehend what you are referring to. Inheritance power? What is that? Podalius refrained from elaborating and instead inquired. Which dragon bestowed its inheritance upon you? I am familiar with the names of most dragons in this world. Simply name one. As long as it is not a dragon within the borders of the empire of Alpaver, neither I, nor my nation, nor the dragons within the empire will trouble you. My friend, I believe you are mistaken. I am merely a dream-chasing youth from a remote mountain village, ignorant of any inheritance power. And I do not know the legendary dragon clan, Arthur stated earnestly. Do not attempt to deceive me. I trust my instincts. If you remain silent, I shall follow you until I unravel this mystery, Podalius insisted, his gaze unwavering. Arthur touched the ring on his hand that lay beneath his head and replied. It seems that reasoning has no effect on someone like you. What a waste of breath. If you wish to follow, then do so. With that, Arthur turned away on the bed, presenting his back to Podalius. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the door was pushed open, and a head with a buzz cut peered inside. Upon seeing Arthur lying on the bed, he entered the room. At last, I have found you, Brother Arthur, said Stone. Arthur sat up and smiled. Is it time for dinner already? Stone nodded in affirmation. Arthur then stood and addressed Podalius. Hey, I am going out to eat. Would you care to join me? Podalius did not even lift his head. That night, due to the presence of the peculiar Podalius, silence enveloped the room once more. The following morning, Arthur, Anthony, and Lena arrived early at the arena. After a while, Stone rushed over, pulling fruits and bread from the satchel he had hidden in his robe. As Arthur bit into an apple and surveyed the surroundings, he remarked, Anthony, it seems there are many who share your sentiments. At this moment, the number of spectators watching from the sidelines far exceeded those competing on stage. Unlike the previous day when the battles were frequent, Arthur and his companions observed throughout the morning and noted that no exchange students from other empires appeared on the arena. Nor did any second-tier students skilled in the art of subtlety make their presence known. Nonetheless, a few participants caught their attention, notably the young lad from Yunxiang, who wielded a shield and showcased impressive defensive capabilities and counterattacks that left a lasting impression on Arthur and his comrades. Arthur remarked with a smile, Lady Lena. It seems this young man is quite formidable. He's merely a stinky turtle. Lena retorted disdainfully. As afternoon arrived, the atmosphere was considerably more engaging than the previous morning, with 5 matches capturing the attention of a large audience, each more thrilling than the last. 3 of these contests involved formal students vying for undisclosed stakes, while the other 2 featured exchange students from the Mongli Empire and the Dwarven Kingdom, who engaged in a spirited bout for a hefty sack of gold coins. The first match of the exchange students pitted a dual-wielding Mongli giant against a hammer and shield-wielding dwarf, while the second showcased Mongli's colossal axe against the Dwarven double-blade axe. Arthur was filled with anticipation for this clash of foreign adversaries. In the uproar of the first match between the exchange students from the Mongli Empire and the Dwarven Kingdom, Arthur learned that the bare-chested Mongli youth wielding dual blades was named Leonid Anatolievich Morkulin. His opponent, clad in leather armor and wielding a black iron-spiked shield and a mace, was the dwarf named Gabong Shania. Their battle was fierce, reminiscent of sworn enemies, punctuated by mutual insults. These exchange students are quite affluent, wagering 500 gold coins with such ease, Arthur remarked, eyeing the coins glittering on the arena floor. Brother Arthur, do you really think that dwarf is our age, around 15 or 16? Stone asked, intrigued not by the coins but by the dwarf's bushy beard. Perhaps the dwarves mature rather quickly, Arthur replied vaguely. At that moment, A fierce clash erupted on stage as Leonid executed a cross-slash with his dual blades against Gabong's large shield. Gabong rotated his black iron shield counterclockwise, using the protruding spikes to catch Leonid's wide-bladed swords, then swung his mace forcefully towards Leonid's midsection. Given the dwarf's stature, he could only strike at Leonid's waist. Leonid swiftly withdrew his right-hand blade, managing to block the brutal blow. The two then engaged in a test of strength, with Leonid's left blade pressing against the shield and his right blade clashing with the mace. Neither was willing to yield even an inch. Despite the dwarf's short stature, his limbs were thick and powerful, resembling stout pillars. Surprisingly, the tall and robust Mongoli youth, Leonid, found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Suddenly, he shouted, "God of Strength," and stepped forward with force, compelling the dwarf to retreat a step. Gabong, baring his teeth and with saliva dripping onto his beard, appeared far from amused. Exuding an aura of raw power akin to that of a mountain, firmly planted on the ground and unwilling to concede another inch. However, the robust youth from Montli, muscles rippling and veins taut, summoned his strength once more. In the midst of the dwarf's anguished cries, he was compelled to retreat a step. "Damn it, I'm done." The dwarf relinquished his force, and Leonid did not pursue the advantage. With a voice tinged with frustration, the dwarf Gaban declared, "Leonid, your combat skills may not surpass mine. Yet you have grasped the power of the gods. But do not gloat. Once I master the strength of the mountains, I shall seek you out for another duel." With that, he leaped off the arena and returned to his companions. "I await your challenge." The formidable motley giant Leonid watched as the pronounced veins on his arms gradually receded. He then picked up 2 bags of gold coins from the edge of the arena and jumped down. The second match of the Motley Exchange student battle concluded in an even more unexpected fashion. The youth named Viktor Vasilyevich Ivanov initially found himself at the mercy of the dwarf Gurgik, who wielded a double-bladed axe with deftness. This dwarf exhibited a greater cunning than Gaban, avoiding a direct contest of strength and instead exploiting his shorter stature to maneuver around his opponent. Victor, like a whack-a-mole, swung his massive axe wildly, yet his efforts bore no fruit, as his size rendered him slow to pivot, leading to numerous setbacks. The dwarf capitalized on these vulnerabilities. Though Victor's axe was protected by a coarse leather sheath, the impact of the blows was no trifling matter. Arthur winced merely at the sound of the axe striking Victor's frame. Just when onlookers believed Gurgik had secured victory, he made a critical error. As he rolled behind Victor, aiming to exploit the giant's slow turn for a final strike, Gurgik leaped high, axe raised in fury. At that moment, Victor grasped the handle of his colossal axe with both hands, his body still facing forward, as he stepped back with his left foot. Using his left foot as a pivot and his waist as an axis, he executed a powerful swing. As he turned, he met the dwarf's descending strike head-on. The result was a spectacle. The airborne dwarf was sent flying like a ball, soaring out of the arena. Victor had struck Gurgik only once in this round. Yet that blow sufficed to determine the outcome. The bare-chested Victor bore several deep crimson and purple scars across his torso. He then hoisted 2 large bags of coins and tossed them to his companion Leonid. With his twin blade sheathed, Leonid embraced 4 hefty bags of gold, grinning broadly. For them, the coins held little value, but the prospect of having bested a dwarf was truly exhilarating. Gaban helped Gurgik to his feet and, seething with indignation, pushed through the crowd to leave the vicinity of the arena. At that moment, Anthony remarked, "These exchange students are no ordinary competitors. The might of Motley and the combat intuition of the dwarves are indeed impressive." The following days passed in this manner for Arthur and his companions. On the 4th day, Pedalios surprisingly sought out Arthur at the arena, proposing a match. Bodalius pressed a mechanism on the dragon-patterned bone armor adorning his chest, and with a sharp click, the exquisitely engraved armor was removed and held aloft in his hand. He addressed Arthur, stating, "I wager the dragon-patterned bone armor bestowed upon me by my family in a contest against you." Arthur, twirling the ancient Haven's ring on his finger, replied, "I possess nothing of worth that could serve as a wager." Bodalius, observing Arthur's bemusement, chuckled softly and gestured toward the ring on Arthur's finger. "That ring appears to have some age. It could serve as your stake." Unfazed, Arthur replied coolly, "I shall not fight." "Are you afraid?" Bodalius pressed. Before Arthur could respond, Stone stepped forward with determination. Anthony, however, remained silent, merely pulling Stone back. "What are you doing, Anthony?" "Brother Arthur does not wish to engage. I shall take his place." "It seems this fellow has been itching for a fight," Stone declared vociferously. "Enough, Stone," Lena interjected, though she was unclear about Bodalius's intentions. It was evident that his challenge harbored ill intent. Stone turned to Arthur, saying, "Brother Arthur, Arthur smiled and patted Stone on the shoulder. It's all right. There's no need for a fight this time. Be obedient. Reluctantly, Stone retreated. It is not that I am afraid, but rather that a contest with you serves no purpose. Although your armor may be of considerable value, I have no need for it, Arthur stated to Bodalius. You are afraid, Bodalius maintained, his tone unwavering. Very well, let it be said that I am afraid of you, Arthur responded with a hint of resignation. Bodalius chuckled oddly, shaking his head before remarking, the engraving on that ring is of Haven's, is it not? Arthur remained silent, his expression steadfast as he regarded Bodalius. Bodalius extended 2 fingers, pointing at his own eyes, then at Arthur, before turning to leave. Anthony adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, murmuring to himself, Haven's? Arthur replied, this ring was gifted to me by the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. It holds great significance for me. Though he offered little explanation, it was clear to his friends that the ring bore deep meaning. Lena leaned in closer, her face near Arthur's. The head of the Imperial War Academy? You certainly harbor many secrets. I am powerless to reveal them. Arthur feigned a weary tone in response. Humph. Lena was unconvinced, turning away to continue watching the contest. 5 days swiftly passed. Arthur, Lena, Anthony, and Stone once again stood before the entrance to the outer courtyard armory, accompanied by Bodalius, who lingered not far behind. When Micheluni, the first-level administrator of the outer courtyard armory, spotted Arthur and his companions, he approached them with a frosty demeanor. Last time you were given 5 days. Should you disturb the armory once more, you shall forfeit your remaining 25 days of access. Before Micheluni could finish, Arthur, Lena, and Stone entered the armory. Only Anthony inclined his head slightly in apology, yet Micheluni remained unyielding. At this moment, the shelves on the first floor of the outer library remained devoid of any books. Subsequently, they parted ways, employing Anthony's method to seek out books and opponents. Anthony was the first to locate the desired volume, which surprisingly was not related to wind magic, but rather a comprehensive treatise on basic magic authored by a senior from the Imperial Academy. The seated student expressed considerable annoyance and subsequently exited the library alongside Anthony. Shortly after Anthony's departure, Stone swiftly selected his opponent, who turned out to be Arthur's prior challenger, Yunxiang Robberschmidt. Without even glancing at the information on the books on the table, Stone directly touched the blue gem. After a while, when Anthony had yet to return, Stone re-entered the library, battered and bruised, with a swollen face and his clothes covered in dust. After a careful examination, Arthur felt relieved to find that Stone only bore superficial injuries, with no broken bones, and that he had not employed his royal authority during the duel. The injured Stone then accompanied Lena in search of books, and soon a volume titled The First Volume of the Ice Magic Secret Tome captured Lena's interest. Stone accompanied Lena and the unfortunate student as they exited the library. At that moment, Anthony returned to the library, brandishing a book and waving it at Arthur. Given Anthony's character, the opponent he selected was likely one he felt confident he could easily defeat. Meanwhile, Arthur had yet to choose a book and was leisurely strolling between the long tables. He then noticed Reggie, whose gem was yellow. Not wanting to tempt fate, Arthur continued his search. As he walked, he perused the information on the tables, eventually stopping in front of a seated mage student. The table bore the title Mental Power and Magic, along with some book descriptions. The mage student also noticed Arthur, perplexed by the sight of a peculiar red-haired boy wielding a large sword, contemplating why he would choose a mage's book. Arthur reached for the blue gem. The mage student, resigned, closed his book and stood up, saying, "Why would a swordsman compete with a mage for books? Are you targeting us at the Kangshang City Academy? Who told you I am a swordsman? I am a magic swordsman," Arthur replied earnestly. The mage student, even more resigned, said, "Fine, magic swordsman, let us step outside. Don't waste my precious reading time." "I feel the same way," Arthur responded. As Arthur and the Kangshang City student approached the arena, they happened to see Lena casting a fierce spell that sent another mage flying. Lena joyfully picked up her book, preparing to return to the library with Stone. Arthur called out, "Wait for me a minute. Let us go back together." Only then did Lena and Stone spot Arthur. "You're quite the arrogant one, huh? I see you're not even wearing the City Academy's uniform. Which family do you belong to?" The mage from Kangshang City inquired. "Put the book down on the arena. My friend is still waiting for me," Arthur urged. "You've got guts." Just as the mage intended to teach the arrogant boy a lesson on the arena, he suddenly found dozens of fireballs hurtling towards him. A thunderous sound echoed as a charcoal-burned figure stood there, with only his eyes gleaming white. He stared vacantly at Arthur, wisps of white smoke emanating from his body. Arthur shrugged, picked up a book, leaped down from the arena, and returned to the library with Stone and Lena. This was what one might call a swift victory. Chapter 34. Cultivating mental power. Arthur, Lena, and Anthony had all secured their books, while Stone, battered and bruised, sat beside Arthur on the floor, applying the ointment Lena had provided for his wounds. As Arthur flipped through the pages, he murmured softly, "You will have to wait until tomorrow to challenge others again. Moreover, you are prohibited from challenging Robert for the rest of the month. He will eventually be yours. So there is no need to rush." Stone grimaced as he applied the ointment, responding with a muted grunt. Subsequently, Arthur turned his attention back to the book, engrossed in its contents. All sorcerers understand the significance of mental power. It is the cornerstone of mastering various elements, incanting spells, and wielding magic. The magnitude of elements one can command is intrinsically linked to the strength of their mental prowess. A sorcerer capable of controlling a vast array of elements naturally casts formidable and ferocious spells. Furthermore, the incantation of many spells requires substantial mental energy to sustain, as the intricate and profound nature of the incantations can affect one's mind. At times, it necessitates the use of mental power to communicate with the elemental plane to effectuate the magic. Thus, mental power is an indispensable facet of a sorcerer's training. The book Arthur had chosen bore a tattered cover, suggesting it had been in existence for quite some time. It was unclear which generation of seniors from the Imperial Academy had authored it. The text did not elaborate on how to enhance the strength of one's mental power. Instead, it instructed readers on how to wield their mental power to control established magic. These were matters of technique. The formation of a spell requires first perceiving the elements, then summoning and controlling them with mental power, and finally incanting the spell with a rhythmically infused tone to transform the elements into diverse forms of magic. Of course, aside from the final incantation, all of this transpires instantaneously. But what happens once the magic is formed? Controlling an established spell with mental power becomes exceedingly challenging. The incantation has already imbued the elements with the intricacies of the chant, leading them to coalesce into complex forms to achieve the desired outcome. Most sorcerers can chant through mental power, yet grasping the true essence contained within the incantation proves difficult. It is akin to a child being able to speak, yet unable to write. The incantation harbors formidable rules and even laws. Consequently, the more intricate and profound the magic, the harder it is to control once it has been formed. In this world, those sorcerers capable of creating new magic are undoubtedly the geniuses among geniuses, as they must intertwine the countless rules and laws inherent in the world, merging them through their own incantations to crystallize within the elements, thereby giving rise to new magic. Discovering these rules and laws is already a formidable challenge. Even more so is the task of composing new incantations and melodies to reflect the intricate combinations and mysteries of these rules. The exertion of mental strength is often rendered ineffective amidst established rules and laws, unless one possesses a mental prowess that significantly surpasses the level of the employed magic. This allows for the forced disassembly of the intricate combinations of magical rules, enabling the separation of elements and rules, thus facilitating the dissolution of magic itself. Such a tactic is commonly employed by high-level mages against their lower-level counterparts. In confrontations between high-level mages, however, they inscribe their own unique mental imprints upon the established spells, rendering them impervious to external mental influence. The text elucidates that within straightforward spells, the arcane rules are scant, and the presence of governing laws is virtually non-existent. By striking a pivotal point with mental force, one may exert control over the established magic, potentially altering its trajectory of attack or slightly modifying its form. This manipulation must, of course, occur without disrupting the underlying rules. Otherwise, the spell, however simple, would collapse. For instance, the fireball spell comprises a singular rule, condensation. Arthur's ability to instantaneously conjure a fireball stems not from his comprehension of this rule, but rather from an instinctual release of magic. The book presents numerous rules governing dozens of simple spells within various common elements and meticulously explains how to manipulate the form and trajectory of magic using mental strength, all while preserving the integrity of the rules and elemental combinations. This knowledge proves invaluable to Arthur, had he been able to redirect his fireball spell that day. Perhaps his defeat would not have been so humiliating. As Arthur immersed himself in his reading, he was interrupted by a fellow mage clad in the Academy's attire from Kongsang City, seemingly intent on avenging a comrade. Unfortunately for Arthur, this mage was also adept in fire elemental magic. His barrage of fireballs was rendered ineffective, as they were consumed by the vortex of flames conjured by the opposing mage, who then returned the fireballs back to Arthur. Yet, these returning spells dissipated harmlessly into the most rudimentary form of fire element just a meter before him. a result not of mental disassembly but of instinctive reaction. Disregarding the astonished expression of his adversary, Arthur unsheathed his sword, the Imperial Dragon, and charged forth. Delivering a strike that could hardly be described as a mere sword thrust, it was more akin to a mighty club that brought the Kongsang City mage to his knees. The once formidable mage, now blackened like charcoal, stared in disbelief at his fallen comrade on the arena floor. Could this young man truly be a sword mage? Upon returning to the armory, Arthur discovered that Stone had fallen asleep on the ground. He settled into a chair and resumed his reading with utmost concentration. So much so that he neglected the most vital meal of the day, lunch. It was only upon waking that Stone brought Arthur bread and juice. By evening, he had meticulously finished the slender tome. Stretching languidly, he curiously glanced at the title page, eager to discover which senior had penned the accessible yet profound work, Mental Strength and Magic. The title page bore the name Clarence Blaine, dated the year 942 of the Hermon calendar. Arthur pondered. Although the book merely introduced some rudimentary methods for controlling basic magic, it unveiled a myriad of possibilities for his future. Many advanced spells could potentially be attempted through the techniques outlined in this tome. This senior displayed an impressive comprehension of mental prowess. What Arthur was unaware of was that Clarence Blaine was currently the vice president of the Imperial War Academy and a deity of magic, serving as his extraordinarily distant senior. In the days that followed, Arthur refrained from selecting further books and instead dedicated his time to practicing mental control over magic at the training grounds. Situated not far from the arena, the training grounds of the Imperial Academy, located to the north of the arena, were equipped with numerous immovable metal automatons for melee classes to test their skills. Additionally, several reinforced stone walls, bolstered by potent magic, were provided for ranged classes, complete with targets affixed to them. Arthur found an unused practice wall and embarked upon the monotonous journey of mastering the fireball spell. Despite the comprehensive and seemingly simple explanations in Vice President Clarence's book, the practical application proved to be exceedingly challenging, particularly for Arthur. His mental capacity was exceptionally vast compared to his peers, and having never undergone training in mental control, he struggled to extract a thread of mental energy from his mental ocean to manipulate the fireball he had already cast. Ironically, Arthur's talent became a burden at this juncture. Every time he attempted to alter the trajectory of the fireball with his mental energy, he either disrupted the cohesion of the spell or inadvertently shattered it entirely. After an entire morning of fruitless efforts, the only outcome was the scorching air around him, making the practice wall an uninviting place for others. This left Arthur feeling quite vexed. During lunch, he reconvened with Anthony and Stone. While Lena remained engrossed in her reading within the armory, Arthur noticed Stone's visage had grown increasingly dismal. His left eye was swollen shut, his cheeks were puffed, and his mouth was so swollen it could scarcely close, causing him to drool involuntarily, with a large footprint imprinted on the front of his shirt. Such a sight was indeed lamentable. Anthony sighed. Today, Stone faced off against Apolly from Dingna City. That girl plays rough, aside from that kick to his chest. She focused solely on his face. Arthur chuckled wryly. Stone, why do you always seek out such formidable challengers? That warrior woman is fierce enough. I can't fathom how that little swordsman, Kim, manages to get along with her. He then inquired of Anthony, what of Lena's special topical ointment for external injuries? She's still in the armory, but I'll grab some medicine when I bring her lunch shortly, Anthony replied. After a simple meal, they returned to the armory. Upon seeing Stone, Lena expressed her sympathy and retrieved a new box of the special ointment from her magical storage ring. You foolish Stone. There are still more than 20 days to go. If you keep coming to see me like this every day, I won't have enough medicine for you, she lamented. Unable to bear the sight of that face she could scarcely recognize, Stone murmured something that nobody could quite catch. He took the ointment and sat back down on the floor, quietly applying it to himself. Arthur, Anthony, and Lena exchanged resigned glances at Stone. In the afternoon, Stone accompanied Lena while Anthony set off in search of opponents. Meanwhile, Arthur continued his journey to the training ground to hone his mental strength. For an entire afternoon, he made no progress whatsoever. Frustrated, Arthur unleashed a barrage of fireballs against the training wall for several minutes. The chaotic and furious fireballs bombarded the wall, with some straying beyond its bounds, only to be extinguished by the magical array on the ground. This spectacle left onlookers, including some formal students from the imperial capital, utterly astonished. Have you ever witnessed such fireball technique? No, it's terrifying. This year's newcomers are remarkable. After venting his frustration, Arthur bent over, resting his hands on his knees. The day's mental exercises had left him feeling utterly drained, and his earlier outburst only compounded his discomfort. causing a persistent buzzing in his head. After a moment of respite, Arthur gazed at the training wall and muttered to himself, "Isn't it just about making the fireball curve? How difficult can that be?" With that, he turned and walked away, cursing under his breath as he chose a different path upon spotting the ever-present Bodelios. In the early morning, within the dormitory, Arthur observed Stone's reduced swelling and solemnly advised, "Today, make sure to seek out a worthy opponent and steer clear of those ruthless characters." He then turned to Anthony, saying, "Anthony, please assist him in finding an opponent today. Don't let him get into trouble again." Anthony nodded and inquired, "Stone, what type of books are you interested in? Do tell, I'm listening." Stone pondered seriously before articulating, "I would like to read about the insights of fighters against various professions, as well as the cultivation of imperial might. Those two types of books intrigue me. Additionally, I seek knowledge on how to train the body to swiftly comprehend the nuances of that realm. Lastly, I desire methods for mastering combat techniques such as Shattered Gold, Thunder Strike, and Dominant Fist, Dragon-esque Grasp." Upon hearing this, Arthur playfully patted Stone on the head and chuckled, "You have quite the reading list. What has inspired your mischief these past few days?" Stone replied earnestly, "I simply wish to see how far I differ from other fighters of my ilk." In truth, Stone was not inferior to Robur, who possessed the understanding of subtlety, or the brutal Apollyon, as neither of them could wield imperial might, a feat unattainable by any of this year's new fighters. What Stone lacked was practical experience and combat skills. Chapter 35, Approaching Beginnings. On this day, Arthur refrained from mindless practice of mental strength and, accompanied by Lena, purchased a small piece of deer stone in the commercial district of the imperial capital. He then sat down with Stone in a corner of the first floor of the outer courtyard armory, beginning to manipulate the small stone with his mental power. After a while, Anthony approached and patted Stone on the shoulder. After nodding at Arthur, Stone followed Anthony away. Alone, Arthur embarked on his unique journey of mental cultivation. Meanwhile, in a secluded chamber deep within the imperial capital's war academy, a resplendently attired young man clad in white stood before an enormous table carved from a colossal fungus. His voice, devoid of warmth, conveyed an air of detachment. "It is said that Dean Heinrich possesses profound insights into spatial magic. Some even claim your understanding surpasses that of the esteemed Witt family of the Nopal Empire." Dean Heinrich regarded the young man with a hint of exasperation and let out a soft sigh. "Do not speak as if you are unconnected to this matter. Are you not also a member of the Witt family, a scion of the Lost Clan? As for spatial magic, the world has mistakenly lauded me. How could I be compared to the divine?" The term Lost Clan refers to the descendants of gods and mortals stranded in the mortal realm after the Holy War a millennium ago. The youth remained silent, his expression suggesting an indifference, even disdain, for the noble lineage that others revered. "Your name is Alex, is it not?" Heinrich inquired. Alex nodded. "Are you the Shattering Sky sacrificial of the current Witt lineage?" Heinrich continued. Alex cast a cold gaze upon the Academy's dean, his face expressionless, yet his fists clenched tightly behind him. Heinrich shook his head, sighed again, and murmured to himself in a tone only he could hear, "Having dwelled among mortals for a millennium, why do you still aspire to return to the heavens? Why must your descendants bear the burdens of ancestral wishes?" The dean then raised his head and asked, "What brings you here?" "I seek to accompany you in mastering spatial magic until I depart for the Hermon War Academy," Alex replied, his tone more commanding than pleading. "You intend to reach the Haidar Desert within a year? That seems rather implausible," Heinrich remarked, unimpressed by Alex's demeanor. "Upon the expiration of my exchange, I shall not return to the Nopal Empire. Until that day arrives," Alex asserted resolutely. "Very well. I require 10 new emblems of the Imperial Capital Academy and 10 official student emblems. Present them to me in 1 month," Heinrich declared, waving his hand dismissively to signal the end of the conversation. Alex exhibited no objection to this demanding stipulation. He merely nodded and turned away with determination. "I have come to this world solely for that fateful death." "Alas, poor child," Heinrich mused. In the outer academy's arsenal, Arthur was endeavoring to gradually retract the mental energy enveloping the Dill Stone, striving to maintain its levitation with the least amount of mental force. After a morning of attempts, Arthur finally discerned the critical threshold. In the afternoon, he began to experiment with maneuvering the Dill Stone back and forth using this threshold of mental energy. Discovering this task to be relatively manageable, he then initiated a different approach, not by peeling away layers of mental energy surrounding the Dill Stone to reach the critical point, but by instantaneously drawing forth a strand of mental energy from the sea of consciousness within his mind, just enough to sustain the Dill Stone's levitation. However, this endeavor proved challenging for Arthur. Time and again, he faced failure, yet he persisted in his practice. Arthur only ceased when he felt drowsy, his head pounding with pain. At this moment, Lena, Anthony, and Stone had already secured their respite from combat, quietly engrossed in their books on the first floor of the armory. Alone, Arthur exited the armory, stretched luxuriously outside its doors, and then shook his heavy head. The cultivation of mental strength is truly arduous. It is time for a hearty meal. These incongruous statements escaped Arthur's lips. By the 15th day, he had successfully mastered the critical point of instantaneous mental strength cultivation. Even Lena was astonished that the usually playful Arthur could focus and delve into the study of mental prowess. Meanwhile, Stone had exhausted all of Lena's special ointments for external injuries. Over these days, Stone relentlessly challenged Yunxiang Robber, Dingna Aprili, and several other formidable fighters, resulting in increasingly dire outcomes, with injuries growing progressively worse. Stone had learned from an anonymous senior's writings that to swiftly grasp the subtle nuances of combat, two paths existed. The first was to continually push the limits of one's physical capabilities, seeking enlightenment within the void of one's body. The second was to endure relentless beatings. The harsher the blows, the better one could comprehend their own physique, thereby achieving a deeper understanding. During these days, Stone would endure punishment by day and engage in extreme physical training by night. Arthur and the others watched in horror, and despite several attempts to dissuade him, they could only silently provide Stone with healing ointments and energy-restoring exotic meat jerky. Arthur's remaining gold coins were nearly all spent on Stone. With 15 days having passed, Lena, Anthony, and Stone had read numerous books beneficial to their training. According to Anthony, one cannot overindulge in knowledge. The remaining days should be devoted to practical application of what they had learned, maximizing their strength before the hunting selection. Arthur, however, had read only one book and continued to focus on cultivating his mental strength, intending to persist in this manner for the days to come. It seemed that Arthur was inherently stubborn, swearing not to relent until he achieved his goals. Finally, Arthur and the others cautioned Stone in his challenges. He must not be overly ambitious. Should he sense the possibility of severe injury, he must concede immediately. In the final 5 days of the month, he was instructed not to challenge anyone further or overexert himself. They provided him with a plethora of internal and external medicines and exotic meat jerky, allowing him to pursue his reckless endeavors with peace of mind. The remaining days passed without noteworthy incidents. However, Anthony observed that at the War Academy of Yunxiang City, aside from the shield-bearing youth and the fighter-robber, few engaged in the theft of books. The bothersome swordsman Jeremy Sisto had not been seen on the competition stage, which left Anthony with considerable concerns. They were not afraid of formidable opponents, but rather of confronting foes shrouded in mystery. As the month drew to a close, on the morning of the 31st day, the Grand Arena of the Imperial War Academy held only 302 students, a decrease of 24 from the previous month. It appeared these individuals had sustained serious injuries during the month's trials in the armory, rendering them unable to participate in the hunting selection. In the Grand Arena's VIP section, Vice Nihal presided over the proceedings prior to the hunt. After delivering a brief speech, he initiated the ceremony for drawing the Academy emblems. When Vice Nihal called out Yunfu City, Lena, Reggie, and Shirtu stepped forward to select their emblems. Unfortunately, Lena's luck faltered, and she did not obtain an emblem. Conversely, Shirtu returned to the group with a broad smile, proudly displaying his emblem. Reggie, however, did not join Arthur and the others, leaving them uncertain about whether he had secured the emblem from the Imperial Capital Academy. Following the drawing ceremony, several official students from the Imperial Capital Academy distributed the Light Guardian stones to the candidates. Arthur held the small stone inscribed with intricate runes and remarked, "Is this the Light Guardian stone? Aside from the unintelligible script, it seems rather unremarkable." Anthony cautioned, "Be careful not to break it. It would be unfortunate to be disqualified before the hunt even begins." "Fair point. Indeed," Arthur replied with a grin, attempting to conceal the Light Guardian stone in a hidden pocket within his trousers. However, Lena promptly thwarted his endeavor with a firm kick, prompting Arthur to begrudgingly place the stone in his jacket pocket instead. The Light Guardian stones in your possession may very well save your lives during the hunt. Each expedition claims the lives of some new students. Within the hunting grounds, you will face not only your opponents, but also numerous magical beasts and extraordinary creatures. Therefore, exercise caution. Your lives are far more precious than the qualifications of an official student from the Imperial Capital, Vice Nihal proclaimed with authority. The upcoming week belongs to you. Engage in battle with fervor. With those concluding words, Vice Nihal departed, and several instructors led hundreds of students away from the Grand Arena towards the hunting forest. As they proceeded, The students soon realized they were heading into the inner courtyard of the Imperial Capital War Academy, nestled within the Ida mountain range. Upon nearing the mountain, they discovered that the academy's interior was a vast natural cavern rather than a man-made structure. The cavern's entrance towered over 100 meters high and spanned over 60 meters wide. A nearly transparent magical barrier served as the entrance to the inner courtyard, requiring special credentials for entry. A female instructor, appearing to be in her early 30s, halted the students at the cave's entrance to organize them into formation. This instructor exuded a captivating maturity, her curves striking yet not overly alluring, embodying a spirit of vigor. Clad in a form-fitting black leather combat suit, she exuded an air of competence. Many male students in the front found themselves captivated by her mature physique, swallowing nervously. She then addressed the group with a commanding voice. "Everyone must stay close to me. Otherwise, you risk being repelled by the magical barrier." With that, she took a copper oil lamp from a nearby magical instructor, which ignited spontaneously, its flame a mesmerizing azure hue. She gently waved the lamp, causing the flames to dance and disperse into hundreds of tiny sparks, fluttering before each student. Why does this instructor possess such a remarkable figure while that wild girl from Dingna is so robust? Lena murmured quietly. Arthur and the others remained silent, merely observing the flickering azure flames before their chests, then gazing at the dark entrance. Arthur remarked, "The wind blowing from within carries a heavy dampness. There must be an underground river inside the cave," Anthony added. Shortly thereafter, as the azure flames diminished, the group gathered more cohesively, with the female instructor leading the way into the vast cavern. As Arthur approached the magical barrier, the fire upon his chest extinguished with a soft puff. Suddenly, the interior of the cave illuminated before him, revealing a sight quite different from the exterior. Countless sunstones of various sizes and colors adorned the high ceiling and seemingly endless walls, creating a dazzling spectacle. Although not as bright as daylight, the stones illuminated every corner of the cave, as if one were immersed in a sea of stars. Under the radiance of the sunstones, intricate patterns on the walls appeared to blend seamlessly, leaving one to wonder whether they were naturally formed or skillfully carved. Lena was filled with delight, while sunstones were common. Their abundance in such a vast cavern was indeed rare, especially considering the presence of stones in other hues. Apart from the sunstones and the stone pathway beneath their feet, no other traces of human craftsmanship were evident. The group failed to spot the legendary demon restraining pavilion and the inner armory. After nearly 2 hours of walking, no buildings emerged within the cavern. Instead, they encountered a natural hall reminiscent of their initial entrance. At the far end of the hall were 5 slightly smaller openings. The female instructor entered the second opening on the left first, leaving several instructors at the rear of the student line to prevent any from straying into the other passages. This new tunnel was narrower and lower than the previous one, with the sunstones on the walls less densely arranged, barely illuminating the ground. After a considerable duration of walking, they noticed a bright light ahead, seemingly an exit. Who would have thought that within the inner courtyard's cavern, there exists a passage leading into the depths of the Ida mountain range? Anthony remarked. He pondered further, given that our path descends gradually. This must be a natural valley nestled within the Ida mountains, surrounded by peaks. Surely, this is the hunting forest. One by one, they exited, and a sense of clarity washed over them. The hunt was about to commence. Chapter 36. Flotation upon emerging from the cavern. The students found themselves on the ridge of a mountain wall within a valley. This area had been artificially carved into a semicircular platform of over 200 square meters. The surface of the platform was etched with numerous circles, each approximately 3 meters in diameter, intricately inscribed with complex and arcane magical formations, at the center of which lay a magical stone, serving as an energy source. It appears to be a small-scale teleportation array, Anthony observed. The teleportation array can transport both people and objects, with its energy support typically derived from magical stones, which facilitate the transformation of energy to enable spatial magic for transporting entities. Teleportation arrays can be classified as unidirectional or multidirectional. A unidirectional array targets a single direction, with the destination remaining unspecified. The bidirectional multidirectional teleportation method involves the presence of teleportation arrays at both the origin and destination, forming a closed loop with a clear endpoint, wherein both arrays share the burden of energy consumption. The greater the distance of teleportation, the more energy expended and the greater the quantity of magical stones required. However, such excessive energy utilization can permanently diminish the capabilities of the magical stones, potentially leading to their complete destruction. In the present day, the Hermon Continent is far less resource-rich than in ancient times, resulting in a scarcity of magical stones, which explains the rarity of large-scale teleportation arrays. Only the various empires and certain powerful families possess extensive long-distance teleportation arrays, which are seldom employed except under extraordinary circumstances due to the immense consumption of magical stones involved. After all, magical stones are exceedingly precious in contemporary times. Legend has it that in ancient epochs, there existed stargates capable of transporting individuals across multiple worlds. Yet the energy required for such feats was unfathomable. Furthermore, teleportation scrolls bear the engraved coordinates of existing teleportation arrays, utilizing these arrays as a foundation for transport. With energy consumption still dependent on the distance involved, spatial magic is not conventional magic, as there are no spatial elements in the world, rendering traditional magical means ineffective. It can only be harnessed through mental fortitude, comprehending the world and its spatial intricacies, and understanding numerous spatial rules and principles. Typically, spatial magic serves as a bridge constructed from mental energy, utilizing the rules and principles of space as its material to create wondrous and vibrant spatial effects. Flickering is an example of spatial magic, a skill for rapid short-distance displacement, which most magicians can master. This is not a bidirectional teleportation array. It appears to be a unidirectional random short-distance teleportation array, Anthony remarked after a moment of contemplation while crouched on the ground. Do you understand everything? Arthur teased. Pretty much. Anthony replied nonchalantly. Arthur smiled at Lena, saying, From now on, don't call me the king of arrogance. That title belongs to him. Lena mimicked Anthony's tone, saying, That makes sense. The stone nodded in agreement. Typically, short-distance teleportation arrays consume the energy of magical stones without depleting the stones themselves. Once the magical stones absorb energy from the world again, the teleportation array remains operational. The female instructor responsible for guiding the selected students addressed her pupils, stating, The endpoint of this hunt is on the opposite cliff, where there is also a platform. From here, it will take at least 4 days to reach the destination. But you have 1 week to compete for the Academy emblems and make your way there. In 2 days, the official students from the Imperial capital will enter the hunting forest. Pausing for a moment and surveying her surroundings, she continued, There are many teleportation arrays here, each capable of transporting a maximum of 10 individuals. The destination will be the outskirts of the Ida Mountain Range's hunting valley, with specific locations determined at random. You have half an hour to select a teleportation array and organize your teams. After half an hour, you will bear the consequences of life and death. Before the students could act, a blinding flash of lightning, followed by a sharp clap of thunder, captured everyone's attention. Vice Dean Arno. The students gazed in astonishment at the legendary figure who arrived amidst the thunderous roar. He remained as disheveled as ever, yet as handsome. Mature visage and tousled silver hair lent him an air of peculiar charm. The female instructor, observing Al as he approached her, coolly remarked, Might I inquire what brings the esteemed Vice Dean Al to this place? Al, with a charming smile that captivated many female students, replied, Why speak so formally, my dear? It seems rather distant. She retorted sharply, How quickly you forget. Do you recall the outcome when you referred to me as my dear last time? Today, in front of the students. I shall grant you some leniency. Now be gone. The female instructor's tone shifted abruptly to one of arrogance. Very well. I shall refrain from calling you my dear and instead address you by your name. Eunice Cornell, Al chuckled, which left the students astounded. Pondering who this instructor was that could prompt the famed Thundersword Owl to speak so deferentially. As these new students later became official members of the Imperial Academy, they would learn that the instructor who led them in the hunting selection was none other than the illustrious Eunice, known as the Iron Lady in the Imperial War Academy. Her reputation was built on 2 pillars, her formidable strength and her domineering personality. The second aspect bore a certain dramatic irony, as Al had pursued her for a staggering 15 years. What brings you here? Are you not aware that I am responsible for the selection of new students this year? Eunice inquired. I have come, not out of idleness, but to see you. Besides, should any students misbehave, I could assist in disciplining them, Al replied shamelessly. Here? Does anyone dare to cause trouble while I am present? Eunice countered. Indeed, Al feigned agreement, then called out to the students, Get on with your tasks. Why are you merely standing there? Having said that, he leaned closer to Eunice and smiled. Let the students prepare. Let us go admire the scenery over there. Eunice smirked coldly, taking a sudden step back, causing the ground to shatter beneath her feet. She commanded, 1,000 pounds. Al's eyes widened in shock. And just as he was about to utter a word of protest, he felt an overwhelming force strike his cheek. Instantly, the world around him began to whirl backward, and the wind howled fiercely in his ears. The students could only witness Eunice's swift movement, followed by a tremendous crash. as Al was sent flying from the teleportation platform, soaring into the distance until he became a mere speck on the horizon. The students stood agape, stunned by the spectacle before them. Was it truly the case that one of the legendary three thunder gods, the sword mage, had been so effortlessly dispatched? They scarcely comprehended how Eunice had executed such a maneuver. Arthur exclaimed, "What was that move?" His eyes gleamed with fervor. He then turned to his companions, asking, "Surely, Vice Dean Al hasn't he met his end in such a manner?" Beneath the verdant forest, with clouds suspended high above, Al, still soaring backward, caressed his jaw and helplessly uttered the second phrase, "Thunder. Reverse thunder." Upon finishing his words, thunder erupted, and Al transformed into a bolt of lightning, propelled by the remnants of his backward flight into the void. In the sky, where Al had vanished, only ripples, akin to water's surface, and wisps of lightning lingered. It was as if a pool of water stood upright in the heavens, without becoming a flash of lightning, diving into the non-existent surface above. Chapter 37. Departure. The students were abuzz with chatter, for the earlier spectacle had left them utterly astounded. Suddenly, a clap of thunder captured everyone's attention once more, save for Mentor Eunice, who remained unfazed. The crowd turned to behold Al, the vice dean, leisurely wiping the corner of his mouth. The students were momentarily bewildered. Just moments ago, Al had appeared as a distant speck on the horizon, and now he stood behind them. Antony, with keen perception, detected subtle fluctuations in the space around them, exclaiming in astonishment, "Could it be a combination of spatial magic and thunder escape? How is that possible?" Far from the crowd, Alex fixed his gaze on the vice dean, captivated. Unperturbed by the astonished stares, Al addressed Eunice, who had her back turned, saying, "Is it really necessary to be so harsh? You want to die from it. Does it hurt?" Surprisingly, Eunice responded gently, "Not at all." Al chuckled. Eunice's expression shifted. "It hurts," Al suddenly exclaimed in feigned terror. Too late. Eunice's demeanor changed in an instant, commanding, 2,000. Seeing the trouble brewing, Al swiftly evaded once more, executing another reverse thunder. Instantly, electric sparks surged, and thunder roared. Eunice's attempted spinning kick met with empty air, unleashing a mighty gust that stirred dust and debris, breathtaking in its ferocity. 3 thunderclaps and 2 fierce shouts. Al and Eunice's flirtation had profoundly astonished everyone present. Such is the nature of the strong. Even their banter exudes an effortless elegance. At this moment, Eunice bellowed, "What are you all dawdling for? You have 10 more minutes to prepare." Her commanding voice jolted the still-dazed students back to reality, prompting the final preparations before the hunt. Arthur remarked with a smile, "I never imagined Vice Dean Al to be such a romantic. Yet, it seems all the female fighters are not to be trifled with." He recalled the fierce women of Dennis City. "It's time to rendezvous with our allies." After exchanging greetings with his companions, Arthur sought out the reluctant April, with the usually taciturn Kim following closely behind. Upon spotting April, the warrior woman gazed dreamily at Mentor Eunice, murmuring, "Now, this is what a fighter looks like. Mentor Eunice, you shall be my target to chase after." Arthur rejoined his team alongside April and Kim. "Did you not say you would demonstrate your strength within a month, enough for us to surrender our backs to Dinah? Yet, it seems the reality is quite the contrary," April bluntly remarked, eliciting a huff from Lena. "Join us, and when we encounter our foes, we shall strike first. Then you can decide if you wish to align with us," Arthur declared with unwavering confidence. "Very well," he continued, turning to his companions, "shall we greet Reggie?" Lena scoffed dismissively. Antony pondered for a moment before replying, "You are the leader. It is your decision. Only now do you acknowledge my leadership? That seems rather ungracious." Arthur chuckled. After a brief contemplation, Arthur looked around and approached Reggie, who stood at the edge of the ridge. From this vantage point, the verdant forest below appeared endless. Yet the sounds of howling beasts and startled flocks of birds hinted at a lurking danger, dispelling any illusions of tranquility. The view ahead was shrouded in mist, adding a layer of enigma to the already mysterious valley. "Accompany us." Arthur found himself at a loss for words, recalling the humiliation he had dealt Reggie just over a month prior. Reggie, still gazing into the distance, finally noticed Arthur's presence. He turned his head and replied coolly, "No, thank you for your kindness." "Unity brings strength," Arthur remarked, encouraged by Reggie's response. This time, Reggie chose not to engage further. "We are of the same age. If we can find common ground, it is not as you might imagine. They do not harbor such animosity toward you." "Nor do I," Arthur said, surprised by his own candor. "Are you suggesting that I should apologize?" Reggie asked with a wry smile. "What of it?" Arthur countered. Reggie chuckled softly. "Why do you share these thoughts with me? We are not enemies. It was merely a contest. You humiliated me and Stone, and I returned the favor. Now we are even. There is no deeper meaning to it. Arthur shrugged nonchalantly. Arthur, are you genuinely a good person, or merely pretending? Reggie addressed him by name for the first time. Despite having traveled with Arthur and his companions and engaging in a fruitful dialogue with Dean Fred, Reggie had spent much time in solitary contemplation over the past month. Though his demeanor had softened somewhat, ingrained traits are not easily altered. With that, Reggie turned away before Arthur could respond. Stepping into the center of a teleportation array and activating its energy. The intricate carvings surrounding the array glimmered with radiant light before a blinding flash enveloped them. Once the brilliance faded, the teleportation circle stood empty, its glow diminishing, indicating it would remain inactive for some time. Sighing in resignation, Arthur returned to his group. Huh. You can't even rally your own people, and yet you wish to join us? Apollyon taunted. Kim gently tugged at Apollyon's sleeve. What? Am I wrong, Kim? Apollyon retorted loudly. Glancing back, Kim appeared visibly uncomfortable. The students from Dinar City this year are truly lacking in male presence. Not very feminine at all, tall and brash. And yet look at Instructor Eunice. She too is a female fighter, yet the contrast is striking. Lena, having held her frustration in for far too long, finally erupted. What did you say? Do you wish to fight, you blonde monkey? Apollyon glared at Lena. Who do you call a golden-haired monkey? Just because you appear strong. Do you think that makes you formidable? No wonder Arthur refers to you as a female warrior. To me, you resemble a female gorilla. Lena exclaimed, gripping her slender waist in frustration. How dare you call me a female gorilla? You wretched monkey, do you wish to meet your demise? With that, April was ready to strike. Arthur, exasperated, positioned himself between the two. The hunt is about to commence. If you must fight, let it be after the selection process. Have you not observed how those individuals are glaring at us? We must not provide them with the opportunity to ridicule us. Arthur cast a glance that redirected their ire toward Yunxiang. The Yunxiang War Academy was already bustling with students. And with the addition of several former allies from the Yunpu City War Academy, their numbers had swelled to a remarkable 16. This made them one of the largest groups amidst dozens of others. A dozen individuals led by Jeremy and Robert regarded Arthur and his companions with malicious intent, some even pointing and whispering about Lena and April. Lena and April's tempers flared as they followed Arthur's gaze, catching sight of those who were mockingly observing them. The golden-haired girl, though attractive, was behaving like a petty shrew in the midst of a quarrel. The robust woman, on the other hand, possessed the face of an angel, yet bore the physique of an ox. What a shame. The Yunxiang group observed the escalating tension between Lena and April, both of whom were seething with indignation. A petty shrew? Lena fumed. An ox's physique? April echoed, equally enraged. Annie discreetly gave Arthur a thumbs up before quickly suggesting, this teleportation portal seems quite promising. Let us use it. Lena and April were the first to step into the portal, exchanging fierce glares before turning their heads away. Arthur, Annie, Stone, and Kim followed suit. Moments later, they were enveloped in a blinding light, feeling disoriented as the ground seemed to sway beneath them. When the light faded, Arthur and his companions had vanished from the platform. Chapter 38. The Ambush Plan. After a brief sensation of imbalance, Arthur, Lena, Annie, Stone, April, and Kim began to survey their surroundings. The ground was soft and damp, carpeted with fallen leaves, surrounded by towering trees that stood densely packed. The expansive canopies obstructed much of the sunlight, casting a mosaic of light and shadow on the forest floor. The scenery was picturesque, almost refreshing, were it not for the context of the hunting grounds. Suddenly, Lena gasped, drawing the attention of the group. They spotted a plump gray rabbit, nearly half their height, leaning against a nearby tree trunk, its long ears twitching as it stared vacantly at the sudden intruders. It appeared utterly adorable. Seeing this, Lena cooed, "Oh, little fluffy rabbit, what troubles you? Are you frightened?" She began to approach the creature. However, Annie quickly intervened, rushing forward to halt her. "Do not approach. That is a vicious, toothy rabbit, a carnivorous beast." In an instant, the rotund rabbit leaped toward Lena, baring its long, sharp teeth and revealing a menacing countenance. Lena was startled, but a figure more agile than the rest swiftly shielded her, delivering a powerful punch that sent the large rabbit hurtling back against a tree trunk with a resounding thud. How swift! April's eyes sparkled as she observed the seemingly transformed Stone standing before Lena. "This is bad," Anthony remarked. "What do you mean?" Arthur inquired. Before Anthony could respond, the rabbit shook its head, revealing that Stone's blow had not significantly affected it. It then rose to its feet, its fur becoming engorged with blood, shifting from gray to crimson, while its jaws ground together violently, producing a cacophony of distressing gnashing sounds. Soon, An array of rustling noises echoed through the surrounding woods, both distant and near. From the concealed burrows at the base of several nearby trees emerged a number of equally corpulent, vicious rabbits. They stood upright on their hind legs, glaring menacingly at Arthur and his companions. In no time, the gaps in the circle of trees around them filled with the stout forms of these ferocious rabbits, encircling Arthur and his friends. The sight of these little monsters grinding their teeth sent an uncomfortable shiver through the group. Jim contemplated drawing his sword, but was fiercely restrained by Aprili. Arthur, witnessing the unfolding scene, declared, "Do not move. I shall handle this." Both Anthony, now donned with the spring breeze's touch, and the eager Stone turned their gazes towards Arthur. For a single vicious rabbit, the situation was manageable, but facing over 100 at once was a different matter altogether. "Fear not," Arthur proclaimed confidently. "If he desired to take the spotlight, so be it. The two of you refrain from meddling," Lena added, ever eager for chaos. At that moment, the vicious rabbits ceased their gnashing, placing their forepaws firmly on the ground, signaling the impending assault. Arthur extended his arms, palms facing the two groups of rabbits, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Crouch." A barrage of fireballs erupted from his hands, hurtling towards either side. His companions gasped in surprise, but thankfully, they all crouched down, with Aprili being forcibly pushed down by Jim. Arthur then adjusted his stance, arms shifting to a front and back position, continuously altering his aim until the fiery barrage enveloped every direction surrounding them. The anguished cries of the vicious rabbits mingled with the acrid scent of singed fur, and the putrid odor of the damp earth being scorched filled the air around Arthur and his friends. Though the number of rabbits was overwhelming, they remained merely low-tier magical beasts, weak in strength. Arthur clapped his hands together and proudly announced, "It's resolved. You may all stand." Aprili retorted ungratefully, "Your fireball spell nearly hit me. Who told you to be disobedient and not crouch down in time?" Arthur shrugged in response. "Humph." Unexpectedly, Lena approached Arthur, exclaiming, "You are so cruel. Such adorable rabbits, reduced to charred remains." With that, she walked over to Stone and Anthony, a sorrowful expression on her face. "Goodness, that hefty rabbit was just about to bite you." Arthur couldn't fathom the complexities of women. Anthony kindly approached and patted Arthur on the shoulder, while Stone mimicked him, offering consolation to Arthur as well. With a resigned shake of his head, Arthur acknowledged their gestures. As the six of them had yet to unify, no plans had been devised. They merely ambled towards their destination at a leisurely pace. Apart from her biting remarks aimed at Arthur, April remained largely silent, and one could hardly expect the taciturn Kim to engage them in conversation. After traversing for over 2 hours, the sun was nearing its zenith. Anthony then spoke. "Although our Cloudwater City and your Dinar City have not officially allied, we are traveling together, and there are matters that ought to be known." April, who did not harbor a strong dislike for Anthony, replied, "What do you wish to know?" Anthony continued, "Our Cloudwater City currently possesses an emblem from the Imperial Academy." "What about you?" April succinctly responded, "Neither Kim nor I have drawn an emblem." After pondering for a moment, Anthony remarked, "It appears our team still requires 7 new student emblems, or alternatively, 2 official emblems from the Imperial Academy and 3 new student emblems. That is quite a considerable number. With over 300 students among all, statistically, 1 in every 3 should possess an emblem. It seems luck has not favored Dinar City." April candidly questioned, "After defeating students from other academies, how will the emblems be distributed?" Anthony fell silent and turned to Arthur. Understanding the implication, Arthur smiled, "Rest assured. We shall not let your Dinar City's War Academy suffer losses. Let us hope reality is as favorable as your words suggest." Lena then huffed in agreement. At that moment, both Arthur and Stone's stomachs growled in unison. Arthur suggested, "Let us eat first. Without strength, how can we fight?" Before their departure, Arthur had compelled Anthony to fill his magical storage ring with delectable food and refreshing drinks, and most infuriatingly, Anthony had even paid for the provisions. Subsequently, the group found refuge under the expansive shade of a great tree. After a brief moment of warming their food with flames, they settled on the ground to enjoy a delightful lunch, particularly pleasing for Arthur and Stone. During the meal, Arthur playfully tussled with Stone, while Lena and Anthony quietly consumed their food. April and Kim, lacking storage rings and having declined the generosity of Cloudwater, sat apart. April retrieved some rations from her pack, while Kim stood vigilant nearby. As the wind picked up, the earthy scent and swirling leaves danced freely in the air. Just as Anthony was about to take a bite of bread, he halted, gazing in the direction of the wind, then closed his eyes as if attuning to something. Noticing Anthony's unusual demeanor, Lena inquired, "What is it, little Anthony?" "North-northwest, 8 kilometers, 5 individuals. Anthony replied, his voice barely above a whisper, yet audible to all beneath the great tree. Arthur and Stone ceased their playful antics. What now? Anthony asked. Fight, Arthur replied succinctly. Stone swiftly devoured the last morsel of meat, rising to his feet. You may observe from behind. Arthur instructed Apolly and Kim. Anthony led the way, followed closely by Arthur, Lena, and Stone, while Apolly and Kim trailed at a distance. Before departing, Anthony's family had bestowed upon him a gift, another glove, named Frostbite, which, together with Spring Breeze, formed a pair of enchanted gloves. Unlike the shattered magical stones that typically adorned such artifacts, Frostbite featured a small, intact magical stone, glimmering silver white. Its inner radiance reminiscent of a tempestuous chill, swirling and pulsating incessantly. As Anthony donned the magical gloves while running, he gently intoned an incantation, summoning a vortex of wind within his right hand. With a flick of his wrist, a gust swept across the ground, enveloping his feet and those of the 3 companions behind him. Arthur, Lena, and Stone felt their steps lighten, their speed considerably enhanced, and their exertion eased, granting a newfound agility to the less fleet-footed Lena. The left glove, Frostbite, conjured a chilling breeze that surrounded the 4, an unyielding embrace. This is the breath of the cold wind, Anthony explained. It offers no protective qualities, yet it masks our presence, preventing any wind magic adept among the 5 from detecting us. Apolly and Kim, trailing at a distance, too found themselves encircled by the wintry gust. Bravo, doghead strategist, Arthur lauded, though Anthony felt a twinge of discomfort at the compliment. After nearly 30 minutes of relentless running on the uneven forest path, Anthony raised his hand in a signal, prompting Arthur and the others to halt. Lena patted her chest, breathing heavily. Despite the aid of the wind vortex, the prolonged sprint had drained her as a sorceress. Leaning against a tree, Anthony closed his eyes, savoring the gentle breeze. We have 5 more minutes to go, he remarked, noting their sluggish pace. How shall we proceed? Arthur pondered before responding. We must unleash our most decisive strike. We must seize those 5 with the swiftness of a thunderclap, lest the valiant women behind us underestimate our prowess. Anthony and Stone nodded in agreement, while Lena, having regained her breath, chimed in, I've been holding my breath for this moment. For the final stretch, they chose not to run but rather to advance slowly. Only when they could faintly hear the murmurs of the group ahead did they come to a stop. Anthony instructed Lena and Stone to retreat several hundred meters. Then, Arthur and Anthony ventured forth to scout, concealing themselves behind a tree trunk, observing in silence. 4 men and 1 woman comprised the opposing party. One bore a double crossbow and carried a short sword at his waist with daggers tucked into his boots. 2 were swordsmen, 1 a brawler, and the woman a sorceress. It appeared they too were a team formed from 2 academies. However, the academy uniforms were unfamiliar to Anthony, leaving him uncertain of their city of origin. After assessing the enemy, Arthur and Anthony returned to Lena's position, now facing into the wind. The 4 formed a tight circle, and Anthony crouched down, tracing patterns in the earth with a stick as he spoke. There are 2 with ranged capabilities and 3 in close combat. The prowess of the wizard remains uncertain, yet the student wielding the crossbows exhibits remarkable capability for both short and mid-range support. The appearance of the short crossbows suggests they are the famed triple eagle crossbows, crafted by the dwarves, each capable of unleashing 3 bolts in succession, delivering substantial damage and explosive force at close to mid-range. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, We hold the initiative. It appears they are unaware of our approach. Our initial assault must aim to divide them, striving for the swift elimination of both the wizard and the ranger, ensuring they do not form a cohesive defense. Otherwise, our smaller force may encounter unforeseen complications. The hunt has only just begun. We cannot afford any casualties. Prior to entering the inner courtyard, the formal students of the Imperial Capital War Academy meticulously inspected the belongings of all newly admitted students, prohibiting the possession of superior healing potions or any magical protective artifacts beyond their rank, while also restricting the quantity of standard medicinal supplies to maintain fairness in the hunt. Lena and I will handle the melee and range divisions. Arthur, you and Stone will lead the charge. We will endeavor to hold off the swordsmen and fighters, while you and Stone aim to swiftly neutralize the wizard and the ranger. Then, rapidly support us to encircle the 2 swordsmen and fighters. Anthony outlined their strategy. Surprisingly, Arthur refrained from his usual interruptions, fully aware of his strengths and limitations. The preliminary plan was thus established, allowing for flexibility in the face of unexpected events, with the primary objective being to avoid significant injury. Should the enemy prove formidable enough to withstand our assault and counterattack, I will cover your retreat, Anthony concluded. Arthur nodded. Truly, a wise and invincible strategist, sir. Anthony rolled his eyes in response, while Stone quietly relieved himself of all burdens, removing his heavy golden vest, leg bindings, and arm straps, each shedding causing a dent in the ground. Arthur's expression darkened at the sight. For Stone, a comprehensive understanding of the plan was unnecessary. He merely needed to know that he and Arthur were responsible for the charge. What do you choose, Stone? Arthur inquired. The wizard, I suppose. I have often sparred with Lena and Anthony, so I am more familiar with the wizard's combat style. I have had no prior encounters with the ranger, Stone replied honestly. However, in past sparring sessions, he had never bested either Lena or even Anthony. Fine, you take the female wizard, and I shall take the ranger, Arthur declared. At that moment, Lena interjected, Anthony, should we employ that tactic? Let us use that tactic, Anthony replied with a smile. Arthur and Stone were left bewildered. Chapter 39. First victory. The quartet deliberated further on the specifics of the assault, after which Arthur and Stone proceeded along the route devised by Anthony. Lena and Anthony advanced towards the flank of the group. 15 minutes later, as Lena and Anthony stealthily navigated through the underbrush, they could faintly discern the silhouettes of the students ahead. Meanwhile, Arthur and Stone circled around, forming an encirclement opposite Lena and Anthony. The group of students continued to advance slowly, unaware of the ambush lurking in the shadows of the forest. Anthony calculated the distance between himself and the passerby, as well as the precise gaps among the trees. He then whispered to Lena, Are you ready, Lena? Yes, she replied, and at that moment, the magical stones on her ice and fire bracelets began to emit a faint glow. Subsequently, Anthony extended his arms to his sides, palms facing upward, and began to chant softly. 2 spirals of wind gradually manifested above his hands, their rotation accelerating until they formed 2 miniature tornadoes, which continued to spin faster. Anchored by Anthony's palms, not far away in the jungle, a group of female mages seemed to sense the magical disturbance and turned their puzzled gazes toward Anthony. The remaining 4 halted in a defensive posture. Just then, Anthony flung his hands outward, sending forth the 2 small tornadoes. Upon reaching the ground, they instantly expanded, howling fiercely as they lifted fallen leaves and soil into the air, causing nearby smaller trees to sway violently, the towering tornadoes racing towards the group. Wind magic, tornado. Simultaneously, Lena completed her incantation, directing both hands toward one of the tornadoes. Her left hand shot forth a chilling light, while her right hand conjured dancing flames. The icy brilliance and fiery flames surged from her bracelets into the 2 tornadoes, yet the tornadoes remained unaffected by the sudden influx of magic. Instead, they harmoniously merged into an ice tornado and a fire tornado, exuding a majestic aura. The surrounding dried leaves, caught in the icy tempest, crumbled and shattered, while those engulfed by the fiery vortex were reduced to ash, swirling in the air. This was a magical combination technique, wherein spells of differing attributes coalesced to produce a new effect, thereby enhancing the magical attack power or achieving a specific outcome. Typically, combination spells rely on one primary magic as a foundation, with another element or multiple elements augmenting its attributes, without altering the structure of the original spell. Otherwise, the foundational spell would collapse. Such collaborative magical techniques require the practitioners to continuously refine their synergy through countless hours of practice to succeed. It was evident that Lena and Anthony had previously trained together in this combination technique, allowing them to execute it with such proficiency today. The ice and fire tornadoes surged through the trees towards their target, skillfully evading every sturdy trunk without losing speed. Anthony's ability to control the already unleashed magic astonished Arthur, who had struggled for a month to achieve even modest progress. Yet, Anthony did not employ the mental control method that Arthur had learned. Instead, he wielded the winds with the finesse of wind controlling wind. This was a highly skilled technique, not at all simplistic compared to Arthur's training. It seemed that Anthony possessed a profound understanding of wind magic. Though the group of trainees had become aware of the impending threat, it was too late. As they prepared to react, the ice and fire tornado hurtled towards them. After executing the magical combination technique, Lena dashed towards the group, while Anthony remained in place, directing the 2 tornadoes. Due to the suddenness of the assault, the 5 individuals could only evade. The 2 tornadoes seemed to possess a will of their own, relentlessly pursuing them and sweeping through the crowd. The sensations of scorching heat and biting cold oscillated among them, causing considerable discomfort. Unbeknownst to them, their formation had been divided by the tornadoes. The fiery tornado arced through the air, forcing the 2 swordsmen and the fighter to retreat and evade. Meanwhile, the icy tornado cornered the female magic apprentice to one side. Only the ranger, with his keen instincts, deftly maneuvered out of the tornado's reach, swiftly drawing his dual crossbows in search of adversaries. Arthur and Stone refrained from engaging, for the moment was not yet ripe. Although the current situation diverged somewhat from Anthony's expectations, it had nonetheless achieved a semblance of effectiveness. Suddenly, Anthony clenched his right fist, and the fiery tornado was instantaneously shattered by his might, the tempest roaring with flames, chaotic and unrestrained. This caused the two swordsmen and the fighter, already restrained, to panic and flee in disarray. At that moment, Lena emerged onto the fire-infused battlefield, unleashing her fire magic, Scorch. The flames, seemingly imbued with sentience, surged toward the three who were desperately dodging. Simultaneously, the ranger, who found himself in a more advantageous position, noticed Lena's arrival. He swiftly raised his crossbow but refrained from firing. Instead, he executed an uncanny sideways roll. Almost immediately, a fireball struck the very spot he had just occupied, prompting him to hastily take cover behind a tree trunk. In the meantime, Anthony clenched his left fist, causing the icy tornado to explode, shards of ice swirling wildly, transforming the area into a scene reminiscent of the northern lands of Monley. The female magic user summoned several golden blades, shattering the ice shards that threatened her. Yet, the chaos of the ice proved too overwhelming and swift, resulting in several shards striking her feet, freezing her in place. Observing this, Stone launched a rapid assault, while Arthur, having already left to support Lena, sought trouble with the ranger. Stone charged forth like a tiger unleashed, moving with great speed. However, the mage had already been vigilant, sending forth additional blades in Stone's direction. These blades glimmered with a metallic sheen, but were not composed of true metal, suggesting that the female magic user specialized in gold magic. Stone evaded the metallic blades, which slowed his advance. The female mage then conjured another spell of gold, ring blades. 1-meter-long curved blades circled around her, indicating that anyone who approached would be cut by her magic. The ice beneath her feet shattered as she prepared to cast a more powerful spell. However, Stone was already upon her. Even with her heightened awareness, Stone's sudden charge caught her off guard. The 4-ring blades hovered before her, ready to slice anyone who drew near. In her heart, she hoped that the ring blades would thwart the fearsome fighter's rapid advance, granting her an opportunity to chant her incantations. Having sparred countless times with Lena and Anthony, Stone understood the grave importance of denying a mage the chance to cast spells, for doing so would render him vulnerable. Thus, he pressed forward, undeterred by the looming ring blades. In Lena's vicinity, the two swordsmen and the fighter had developed a rudimentary mastery of their fighting spirit, their flames extinguished by this energy. However, at that moment, Lena had already completed her incantation for another spell, with Anthony standing steadfastly beside her. They unleashed a magical combination technique, the Fiery Tempest. Flames howled and waves of heat surged forth, instantly encircling the 3 melee combatants at the center. The swordsmen wielded their blades with finesse, employing their unique skill, the break magic sword, to shatter the oncoming flames. The fighter remained poised, biding his time in search of an opportunity to break free. Lena and Anthony skillfully controlled their magic, ensuring it did not harm their adversaries, but rather enveloped the trio in a swirling storm of flames, persistently harassing them. Given the nature of this area of effect spell, it was challenging for Lena and Anthony to inflict damage on the 3 combatants. Their only aim was to confine the enemies. Should the trio manage to escape, the situation would shift to a disadvantageous multi-against-1 scenario, which Anthony deemed unwise. Lena and Anthony continuously infused the encircling fiery tempest with their magic, resulting in a stalemate as they awaited the arrival of Stone and Arthur. Arthur pursued the elusive ranger, moving with the agility of a fish in water. He deftly evaded Arthur's fireball spell, which was redirected by Arthur's mental control, only to be blocked by sturdy tree trunks. The ranger began in an optimal state, positioned strategically on the battlefield, capable of both offense and retreat, thus thwarting Arthur's assault and slipping into the thicket. Arthur relentlessly pursued, yet the ranger remained unaffected by the dense terrain, dodging fireballs while occasionally turning to shoot back. A cold arrow narrowly grazed Arthur's arm, causing him to lament the recent purchase of his new cloak. Under such circumstances, the ranger set 2 tripwire traps, adding to Arthur's woes. Watching the ranger gradually retreat, a feeling of frustration welled within Arthur. After a while, the ranger had successfully evaded the reach of Arthur's fireball spells. Vanishing into the depths of the forest, Arthur decisively turned and sprinted back to the main battlefield. Meanwhile, Stone had swiftly arrived before the female mage. Before her 4 ring blades could strike, he abruptly halted, swiftly shifting to the left, followed by a rapid dive for a powerful strike. Yet, one of the mage's ring blades intercepted him, blocking his punch. Stone instinctively retracted his fist and continued his frenzied charge, attempting another dive. But the ring blades were relentless. Stone abandoned the idea of using his dive to create distance from the blades, opting instead for a desperate sprint, circling the female mage repeatedly, gradually outpacing her blades. The mage summoned another 4 ring blades along with several instant-cast golden knives, intent on cornering Stone. However, he deftly maneuvered to the outer flank, evading both the 4 ring blades and the golden knives, then took a wide arc to continue his frantic run. 3 of the ring blades struck a tree trunk, leaving deep gashes, with one slender sapling being severed in the process. Meanwhile, 5 ring blades pursued Stone, prompting the female mage to seize the opportunity to begin her incantation. Seeing this, Stone bellowed, "Chase the moon." The monthly progression of the fighter's mobility skill, Chasing Wind, showcases an unparalleled swiftness. This was a skill born from a month of relentless beatings endured by Shirtu in the arena of the Imperial Academy. Although Jiwei had yet to grasp it, he had successfully comprehended skills related to evasion and pursuit, leading Shirtu to feel that the month of punishment was not in vain. At that moment, Shirtu sprinted with remarkable speed, his upper body nearly grazing the ground. He darted past several towering trees, heading straight for the chanting sorceress, leaving the ring blade far behind. The sorceress thought to herself, just a little more, just a little more. But Shirtu had already reached her, forcing the sorceress to interrupt her incantation and resort to casting an instant spell. A sudden gust of wind tousled the fine strands of hair on her forehead, causing her eyes to narrow involuntarily. When she reopened her eyes, she found that the golden blade of magic seemed to slice through the air, and Shirtu had vanished before her very eyes. Suddenly, a chilling voice resonated behind her. Mountain Crumble. The powerful punch of the skill Mountain Crumble, an advanced technique requiring both luck and strength, struck against a pale golden magical barrier with a resounding bang. Shida's fist could not advance even an inch, and the heat seared painfully against his skin. He withdrew his hand, staring blankly at the sorceress, protected by an egg-like magical shield. The pale golden barrier lingered, and Shirtu, lost in thought, considered whether his still immature mastery of the dragon's claw technique could suffice. At that moment, Anthony shouted, "Shirtu, come support us. That sorceress has shattered the Light Guardian stone." Arthur returned just then, but Shirtu did not attack, for Anthony's dual fireball barrage had terrified the 2 swordsmen and the fighter, compelling them to shatter their own Light Guardian stones. In truth, Anthony's maneuver was rather unscrupulous against these unassuming students, but it would prove ineffective against more formidable opponents. A single strike from a magic-dispelling sword or fist imbued with fighting spirit could obliterate all fireballs. Higher-level sorcerers would not fear such low-tier magic. Any elemental barrier could withstand it. Soon after, a circular bronze badge, embossed with the design of a 2-star sword, floated gently from one of the swordsman's grasp, landing on the ground outside the Light Guardian. Meanwhile, those within the barrier seemed unable to exit. The Light Guardian stones issued by the Imperial Academy created a bidirectional barrier, impenetrable both in and out. The 4 were thus eliminated, ignoring the furious glares of their adversaries. Arthur cheerfully picked up the Imperial Academy emblem and rejoined his companions. At this juncture, Lena inquired, "What about that ranger?" Arthur sheepishly scratched his head, lost track of him. "Fool," Lena scoffed. "Makes sense." Anthony maintained his usual scholarly demeanor. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed, a thud against a forehead followed by Anthony's anguished cry. Chapter 40. Crisis. At this moment, Apuli and Kim also arrived, yet they did not converge with Arthur and his group. Ipri merely gazed at the emblem of the Imperial Capital Academy in Arthur's hand, remaining silent. Arthur, with a smile, jiggled the emblem in his grasp before tossing it toward Ipri, who unceremoniously caught it, and, without even a glance, passed it to Kim, standing beside her. However, Kim pushed her hand back. Ipri did not insist, and instead placed the emblem into her own ample bosom. Among Arthur's group, aside from Lena's cold snort, no one expressed dissent. Arthur remarked, "It seems we have officially formed an alliance now." Ipri sneered, "It appears you are not as dreadful as I had imagined." With that, she stepped closer to Arthur's group. Arthur approached the swordsman encircled by a protective barrier of light and inquired, "Did that fleeing ranger possess an emblem?" The swordsman silently indicated his discontent. Arthur did not press further, for even if they knew the ranger bore an emblem, they could not pursue him. Subsequently, this newly formed team continued forward under the watchful eyes of several resentful gazes. Before long, Only a few solitary golden shields remained amidst the unremarkable forest. Half an hour later, a youth clad in the combat attire of a city-level student stood at the site where Arthur's group had recently battled. With a mischievous smile, he observed the eliminated students within the barrier of light. He mused aloud, "We have been eyeing this catch for quite some time, yet it has been snatched away by others." He continued, "Since you have feasted upon the fish of our Song Lake City, we shall devour you in return." With that, he swiftly departed, vanishing into the thicket. In truth, this agile youth had been covertly monitoring the recently vanquished team from a lofty tree. Having overlooked another group while focusing on the distant scout, he felt a sense of vexation, contemplating the peril of being caught between wolves and tigers. He pondered whether there were any solitary students bearing emblems. How infuriating! The scout, fulfilling the role of a fighter, moved swiftly and stealthily through the branches. Hours later, he spotted a wisp of smoke rising in the distant sky. He thought, "These fools truly believe their team is invincible." He quickened his pace, discovering a team of 12 stationed deep within the dense forest, having recently jumped down from the trees. They audaciously kindled a bonfire, roasting game captured from the woods. The remaining 11 sat around the fire, either consuming food or fiddling with their weapons, all gazing at the returning fighter. A young man clad in a wizard's robe rose, evidently the leader of this 12-member team. He inquired, "Delevo, have you ascertained the situation of that team?" The fighter named Delevo retorted with a hint of anger, "Oskin, what is the meaning of this bonfire? Are you not aware that the smoke will reveal our location?" Oskin stepped forward, his demeanor haughty, and replied, "Delevo, are you attempting to reprimand me?" Delevo, observing the expression on Oskin's face, calculated that it would be unwise to confront him openly at that moment. However, should Oskin fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he would seize the opportunity to distance himself from a few favored comrades. Suppressing his fury, he spoke in a composed tone, "How could I dare to reprimand you? I merely feel that such actions may render the Songhu City War Academy a target in the hunting forest." Oskin continued, echoing Delevo's sentiments. Delevo nodded in agreement. In truth, this was preferable. During their previous encounters, they had merely caught a fleeting glimpse of the Songhu City War Academy's uniforms before hastily retreating. Quite dull indeed. Oskin paused, then added, "I desire to be discovered by other teams. I wish to see if they possess the courage to launch a surprise attack on our Songhu City." Delevo remained silent. Oskin moved closer to Delevo, resting a hand on his shoulder, leaning in with an air of arrogance. "Delevo, count the teams in the hunting forest. Who among them can match the strength of Songhu City?" Delevo gazed intently into Oskin's eyes and whispered, "At most, 3 teams." Oskin patted Delevo's shoulder, took another step forward, and whispered into his ear, "I know you resent my position as captain of Songhu City, but you, at this moment, are not my equal." Delevo's brow furrowed. His fists clenched, yet he refrained from responding. Oskin then laughed heartily, returning to the bonfire, proclaiming loudly, "I have answered your query. Now it is your turn to discuss the status of that team, and then we shall decide how many to send to deal with those 5. Oskin's tone exuded an extraordinary confidence and audacity. However, the strength of the Songhu City War Academy should not be underestimated. Songhu City and the northwestern Yunxiang were neck and neck, with 9 spots available this year, forming a 12-member team with another allied academy. Each student possessed formidable prowess. Not to mention Oskin, who had already attained the rank of Grand Mage at 17, even Delevo had stepped into the threshold of a martial fighter. Such a team indeed faced few adversaries in the hunting forest. This was, of course, the situation before the official entry of the Imperial Capital's war students into the dense woods 2 days hence. Though Delevo found Oskin's temperament unlikable, he could not deny his talent. Delevo replied, "That 5-member squad has just been dispatched by another group." "Oh, what of the team that sought to seize Songhu City's provisions? How many were they?" Oskin inquired. "They numbered 6, yet curiously, only 4 engaged in combat, and those 4 were quite skilled, demonstrating clear roles and commendable coordination during the fight. Among them, one individual stands out remarkably, a red-haired youth wielding a sword. He possesses the astounding ability to conjure fireballs instantaneously, even creating a barrage of them." "How intriguing," Oskin remarked with a smile, then inquired, "Did you discern their academy uniforms? Are you aware of the city to which they belong?" "I have not seen the uniforms of the other 2 students who have yet to engage, but among the 4 who did, 3 wear garments resembling those from Yunxiang City, albeit with several distinct differences. They likely hail from a city in the northwestern part of the empire," Delevo explained. Oskin pondered for a moment before responding, "Northwest of the empire? Beyond Yunxiang City. There lies Yunpu City and Yunmiao City, both of which host military academies. However, they are not particularly formidable. It is surprising that they have not allied with Yunxiang City, but instead formed a team with another lesser city. Moreover, one of them can conjure fireballs instantly. How fascinating. Captain, should we send a few individuals to eliminate that team? A swordsman by the campfire suggested. Oskin had previously established a rule: when encountering a smaller group, they would not deploy their entire force. Instead, they would engage with an equal or lesser number to uphold the reputation of Songhu City. The aim was to make a name for themselves before entering the Imperial Capital's War Academy, prompting greater attention towards the Songhu City War Academy. The emblem of the Imperial Academy would belong to those who participated in the battle. Oskin surveyed his companions, then declared with pride, "All-out attack." Everyone seated by the campfire sprang to their feet, swiftly extinguishing the flames and preparing their gear. Despite their captain's arrogance, the team was well trained. Oskin then asked Delaver, "Which direction? How long will it take at a standard pace?" "Northwest, a journey of 3 hours," Delaver replied after consideration. As Oskin gazed towards the direction indicated by Delaver, he mused, "Instant fireball conjuring? Could there be a student with greater magical aptitude than I? I shall see who this person truly is." Meanwhile, Arthur and his companions, still progressing leisurely, remained oblivious to the fact that they were being observed by a 12-member team. At that moment, Arthur, chewing on a tender blade of grass, asked Anthony, "Are there any other teams around us?" Anthony responded impatiently, "This is the 38th time you've asked. I will explain once more. I can only sense the general direction of the winds. There is no one in that vicinity." "How disappointing. It seems that the earlier sighting of that team was merely fortuitous," Arthur muttered, biting into the grass. Apliga quickened her pace and approached Stone, asking, "Does that red-haired kid always chatter so much?" Stone glanced at Arthur, thought for a moment, then nodded sincerely. "I can hardly stand him," Apliga grumbled. At that juncture, Anthony remarked, "This is only the first day of the hunt. We should avoid unnecessary battles. The priority is to conserve our strength. Furthermore, in this hunting assessment, victory is determined by reaching the end, not by how many teams we defeat. Even though we acquired enough emblems for all of us to advance just a couple of days ago, entering the hunting forest as official students in the capital would render us conspicuous targets, which is rather unsafe. What of the official students? You are being overly cautious. Let us just fight," Arthur remarked nonchalantly. Due to his previous unpleasant encounter with the official student Mark at the Mengli meat restaurant, Arthur harbored no fear or fondness for official students. Stone nodded in agreement. Lena called him an idiot, while Anthony shook his head in resignation. Observing this, Arthur quipped, "I'll heed your advice, a wise strategist." Anthony replied earnestly, "Arthur, you are the strongest among us, but do not let pride cloud your judgment. The team must come first. Your role is crucial for our success." "I understand," Arthur replied, setting aside his flippancy. When Apoly heard him being called the strongest, she snorted derisively. Lena then said, "Arthur is a grand magician. What else with your scoffing? Have you become a martial warrior?" "What? A grand magician? Him? Impossible," Apoly exclaimed, bombarding them with questions. Lena, brimming with pride, urged, "Arthur, show her your magician's badge." "All right." With that, Arthur halted and reached into his pants. Upon seeing this, Lena kicked him. "What are you doing?" Arthur retorted, slightly angered, while rubbing his backside. "Perhaps you should just keep it hidden," Lena suggested resignedly. Then turned to Apoly. "Regardless, Arthur is indeed a grand magician, believe it or not." "I don't believe it," Apoly responded resolutely. In the distance at the campsite of Songhu City Academy, a towering Nahasi tree stood out like a crane among chickens, significantly taller than the surrounding trees. On a thick branch at the top of the trunk stood a youth clad in white armor and a white cloak. He gazed silently at the smoke dissipating in the distant sky. Then, as he prepared to step forward, he seemed oblivious to the peril of the height and the emptiness before him. A fall from such a height could be fatal. Yet, just as his foot was about to descend, the space before him shattered like a mirror, revealing an abyss of darkness that led to the unknown. Without hesitation, the youth stepped into the fragmented mirror, continuing his advance, and vanished from sight. The shattered surface then restored itself, leaving no trace of the mirror nor the boy. All that remained were the tree, the wind, and the leaves. Chapter 41. The desperate situation after over 2 hours of travel. Arthur and his 5 companions had encountered neither battle nor signs of enemies. Not even a single beast or monster had crossed their path. This left Arthur and Stone feeling rather bored, while Anthony found joy in the tranquility. The density of the forest here was significantly sparser than when they first entered the hunting grounds, yet the trees were now much sturdier and taller, offering a broader view. Although the path remained challenging, due to the robust and towering roots of the Nanashi tree, which stretch extensively across the ground in a tangled embrace. The vast network of roots intertwines, rendering the soil scarcely visible. The mossy plants clinging to the roots further impeded Arthur and his companions, making their progress more arduous. Consequently, their pace diminished. The canopy of the Nanashi trees spread broadly, shrouding the grove in a dim light. Although the vista was expansive, it felt somewhat somber, particularly as they delved deeper into the thicket. Thus, Arthur signaled for the group to halt, using flames to scorch the moss from the thick roots. He steadied himself and remarked, "Anthony, what kind of path have you led us down? This wretched place is riddled with gnarled roots and slippery moss, all under such dim light. I must express my discontent with your guidance, my dear strategist. It is also my fault, regardless of the direction we choose. As long as we head towards our destination, we are bound to traverse the Nanashi woods. Moreover, the next 3 to 4 days will be fraught with similar terrain." Anthony replied, leaning against a tree, panting from the exertion. The prolonged trek had taken its toll on him, even after the relentless training Stone had enforced upon him. Lena appeared to be even more fatigued. Progressing through the jungle was far more taxing than traversing the plains, particularly for a mage unaccustomed to physical exertion. Anthony retrieved a water pouch from his magical storage ring, took a sip, and tossed it to Stone. After catching his breath, he continued, "Although we have journeyed long in the hunting forest, we are still on its outskirts. On the first night, I believe we should not venture too far. If we travel for another 2 hours, we can find a safe place to camp." Arthur chuckled. "I have yet to finish my critique. Yet you dare to voice your opinions again." At that moment, Kim, who typically remained silent, spoke up. "Do you not find this place a bit too quiet?" Upon hearing this, Arthur and Anthony became alert, scanning their surroundings. Stone climbed a tree in search of a vantage point, while Apolly and Kim drew closer to Arthur. The somewhat gloomy forest was devoid of wind, enveloped in stillness, with even the sounds of insects and birds reduced to mere whispers. Anthony opened his eyes, and a gust of wind swirled around him, radiating outwards before rapidly retracting. "It seems we are surrounded, and there is a magical barrier extending 200 meters around us," he stated calmly. "How many?" Lena inquired first. "Uncertain. My wind cannot breach the magical confinement," Anthony replied. Stone leapt down from the tree. "What kind of magical barrier?" Apolly asked. "The most basic type, one that isolates. It prevents us from sensing anything beyond 200 meters, while they can ascertain our position." Anthony discerned from the wind he had summoned. "This feels rather passive. Being watched is quite unsettling," Arthur remarked, beginning to survey the area. "Unfortunately, our numbers are too few to allocate someone as a scout. Moreover, Lena and I have likely set elemental traps along the way that may have been discovered by more skilled sorcerers," Anthony remarked. He then turned to Arthur and asked, "What shall we do?" Arthur chuckled. "Goodness, you, the strategist, are asking me what to do." Both Lena and Ethelyn interjected simultaneously. "Are you still able to laugh?" Subsequently, Lena and Ethelyn exchanged glances before hastily averting their eyes. Arthur shrugged and declared, "Since the strategist has sought my counsel, let us proceed as follows." With that, he cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "I am aware that we are surrounded. You may either launch a surprise attack or engage us openly. Spare us the pretense and make it quick. Is this your plan?" "I truly should not have inquired." Anthony shook his head in resignation. At that moment, a crisp sound of applause reached their ears, and they turned to see a young man clad in a wizard's robe stepping into view. It was Oskin, the captain of the expedition from the War Academy of Songhu City. Oskin smiled and said, "You are fully aware of your encirclement, yet remain so composed, even calling for battle. Quite intriguing. I wonder if you are merely ignorant or overly self-important." Upon noticing Oskin's attire, Anthony gasped, "Songhu City." For while still in Yimpu City, the mentors had informed the students about the powerful war academies of the Rho Empire's major cities. Thus, Anthony instantly recognized Oskin's garments as those of the War Academy of Songhu City. "Is it formidable?" Arthur inquired softly. "Indeed, it is quite formidable." Anthony adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and replied earnestly. Arthur stepped forward and called out, "You chose not to launch a surprise attack. It appears that it is not we who are overestimating ourselves, but rather you from Songhu City." Oskin said nothing further, merely clapping his hands emphatically. The remaining 11 members advanced into the magical confinement, encircling Arthur and his companions. 2 sorcerers, 5 swordsmen, 3 martial artists, 1 warrior, and even a knight mounted on a dire wolf wielding a spear were among them. "This does not bode well," Anthony quietly remarked as he surveyed their surroundings. "As if I needed you to tell me. I am well aware of how dire the situation is," Lena retorted with a hint of annoyance. Arthur took a step back to rejoin his team and whispered, "Anthony, Lena, Prepare to employ the magical combination tactic we used last time to disrupt the battle. Evelyn, Kim, and Stone, you will protect our 2 sorcerers. I shall create an opening, and once I act, we must break free immediately. Lena, Anthony, and Stone all nodded gently. Evelyn said nothing further, merely gravitating closer to Anthony and Lena. Oskin moved forward slightly and remarked with a smile, "What is this? Planning how to break free? Do you truly believe that with 12 against 6, we will allow you to escape? Moreover, we have a grand sorcerer, a quasi-martial artist, and a knight skilled in pursuit on our side. I dare say your chances of breaking free appear exceedingly slim." "A grand sorcerer? A quasi-martial artist?" Evelyn gasped in astonishment. "What is there to fear? We have our own great sorcerers here, and we are not weaklings," Lena exclaimed with a huff. "Indeed," Stone added. Arthur shouted. "Isn't it worth attempting to break through? Should we meekly surrender the emblem of the Imperial Academy, just because you've intimidated us a bit?" Oskin scrutinized Arthur for a moment before inquiring, "Are you the one who wields the instant fireball spell?" "No," Arthur retorted. "It seems you are the only one among the 6 with red hair. Could it be that my companions have misjudged you? How disappointing it is to see someone so capable cowering in fear." Oskin remarked with a smirk. "I told you, I am not a sorcerer." Arthur maintained his tone. "Oh." Oskin's interest peaked further as he gazed at Arthur. "I am a sword mage," Arthur declared with conviction. Laughter erupted, echoing the response of those who had heard Arthur proclaim this before, and the surrounding 11 joined in, with one knight even toppling from his steed in mirth. Arthur felt a sense of helplessness and turned to his 5 companions, asking, "Is it amusing?" Aside from Stone and Kim, the other 3 chorused, "Very funny." "Damn it," Anthony muttered under his breath, "when do we strike? They are not in a hurry, and neither are we. Let us observe quietly. Wait until I draw their attention before you act. For now, we must conserve our strength," Arthur whispered back. "When did you set your sights on us?" Arthur continued to stall. "Since you devoured our 5-member team that we have been watching for quite some time. You feasted on the fish of our Pine Lake City. So we shall have to feast on you instead. It is unfortunate you lack foresight." Oskin seemed unfazed. "From which city do you hail? Yunpu or Yunmiao?" Oskin inquired. "Yunpu." "Ding-na," Apely and Stone shouted in unison. Oskin directed a disdainful glance at Apely, saying, "I did not ask you, you insignificant wretch from a small city. You scoundrel. What did you say?" Apely shouted in anger, ready to retaliate. "Calm down." Arthur grasped Apely's hand. "Let go of me." After shaking off Arthur's grip, she declared loudly, "Soon. You will remember from which city I come." With that, she stepped back. Oskin chuckled coldly, turning to Arthur, "And you, red-haired one, you are not wearing the Academy's uniform. Which family do you belong to?" At that moment, Derevo approached Oskin, whispering, "We should act quickly to avoid complications." "Silence. I know what I am doing," Oskin replied curtly. Derevo gritted his teeth and returned to his position, thinking, "After this battle, it will be time for us to part ways. I have no family, nor even a surname." Arthur replied nonchalantly. "Interesting," Oskin remarked with a smirk. Arthur noticed that the 11 encircling them were now somewhat distracted, their focus less intense than before. Suddenly, he shouted, "Attack!" With a swift motion, he extended his arms to either side, unleashing a barrage of fireballs in both directions. He then drew his sword and dashed forward with great speed, heading straight for Oskin. Oskin responded with a cold smirk, as 2 earthen walls suddenly erupted from the ground before the students of Songhu City, effectively blocking all of Arthur's fireballs. The knight began to ride his wolf at a furious pace, continuously accelerating in a wide arc. Anthony understood that only when the knight reached peak speed would his impact be truly formidable. Once that knight gained momentum, he would inevitably charge into their small formation of 5, inflicting significant damage. Anthony tightened his focus as he chanted the incantation for a tornado spell. Lena seized the moment, defending against the attacks of another mage while offering constant support to her companions. Stone, April, and Kim stood before Anthony and Lena, attempting to fend off the 9 melee fighters from the Songhu City War Academy. 11 against 5. How could they prevail? Moreover, not a single soul came to aid Oskin, the mage, which was entirely contrary to Arthur's plan. Arthur slowed his charge, intending to provide support, as fireballs rained down upon the melee fighters of Songhu City, striving to hinder their advance. However, Dravo was too swift, evading all the fireballs and being the first to break into Anthony's group of 5. Stone and April stepped forward to confront him. Dravo sneered. Shadow burst fist. Bang, bang. 2 dull thuds echoed, and Stone and April crumpled to the ground. Kim flanked them to provide support, her slender sword moving with eerie agility. Dravo was taken aback, forced to retreat. The situation grew increasingly dire. As the other melee fighters from Songhu City were on the verge of breaching Arthur's fireball barrage, and the knight was charging towards Anthony and Lena. If the knight broke their formation, defeat would be inevitable for Arthur and his companions. As Arthur unleashed fireballs while racing forward, he sought to obstruct the knight's path. In the distance, Oskin continued to smirk. Have you forgotten about me? Red-haired one, do you truly believe this is wise? Rockfall. With that incantation, a massive boulder, 3 meters in diameter, plummeted directly above Arthur. He barely had time to glance upward before darkness engulfed him. A tremendous crash echoed, except for the knight still sprinting. Everyone else turned toward the source of the sound. Stone lay on the ground, while Anthony and Lena, still chanting their spells, shouted in unison, Arthur. Chapter 42. A shocking turn of events. Everything had transpired so rapidly that Anthony had not even completed the incantation for the tornado spell. Being struck by such a massive and heavy boulder was a fate known to seal Arthur's doom. Lena covered her mouth, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at the enormous rock, unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. Stone stared blankly at the spot where Arthur had vanished, trembling uncontrollably, his pupils dilating in shock. Though April harbored disdain for Arthur, they were on the same side, and witnessing such a calamity stirred a pang of sorrow within her. Kim remained silent, simply lifting the fallen April before returning to the group. Although Anthony was also engulfed in sorrow, he understood that now was not the time for chaos. Otherwise, everything would be lost. He compelled himself to regain his composure. He never anticipated that the death mentioned by Vice Dean Al would occur so close to him. The fallen stone suddenly rose as if possessed, racing towards the boulder, only to be repelled once more by the lurking Dravo. Stone, with bared teeth and streaming tears, clenched his fists and lamented to the heavens. Emperor, might. Meanwhile, the knight continued his relentless advance towards them. Anthony interrupted his incantation of the tornado spell, shouting, Stone, do not act rashly. Return at once. Lena, stop dawdling and help me conjure a magical barrier. He then summoned a gust of wind that knocked Stone to the ground, halting the release of his secret technique and pulling him back into reality. At that moment, Lena remained lost in the grief of Arthur's demise, unresponsive for an extended period. Anthony chose not to concern himself with her, focusing instead on erecting the wind-based magical barrier alone. He then called out to Stone, ensure Lena's safety. Upon hearing this, Stone was jolted into action. Wiping his face with determination, he glanced back at the boulder before swiftly rising and positioning himself protectively behind Lena. It was not that Anthony wished to evade, but he understood that once the knight broke their formation, they would undoubtedly be picked off one by one. If they faltered now, their defeat would come even swifter. Thus, they could not afford to scatter. They had to fight. Anthony turned to his friends. He knew that Stone harbored colossal dreams, aspiring to be recognized as a formidable warrior by the world, desiring to make known the existence of a nameless fighter called Stone. From the moment Anthony met Stone, he believed in his potential to achieve these ambitions. Anthony's gaze then fell upon the tear-streaked face of little Lena, a girl he had known since childhood, proud yet understanding, willful yet polite. For reasons he could not decipher, he simply enjoyed being in her company. He wondered if this could be classified as affection. Lena's family had begun to decline, and there were immense expectations placed upon her regarding her attendance at the Imperial Academy, which weighed heavily on her. Lena herself was fervently determined to alleviate her family's misfortunes. Anthony found it incomprehensible how such a young girl could bear the burden of her family's resurgence. As for himself, he had a grandfather in a prominent position within the capital, leading a carefree life since childhood, yet he remained uncertain of what his own dreams entailed. His training was not particularly rigorous. He merely enjoyed reading and spending time with friends, listening to their aspirations. Anthony mused, dreams, I once had none. Now, I believe my dream is to help my dear friends fulfill their ambitions and continue their journey in the capital. With that, Anthony's resolve solidified. He turned back, quietly grasping the light guardian stone in his hand, fixating on the knight charging towards them at breakneck speed. He realized that the hastily conjured wind barrier would be insufficient to withstand the knight's full force, and thus he prepared to take a decisive stand. In a desperate attempt to exploit the properties of the light guardian stone, Anthony sought to incapacitate the gallant knight from Songhu City, striving to secure a fleeting chance for his comrades. However, such an endeavor would undoubtedly lead to his own elimination, forfeiting his eligibility as a student at the Imperial War Academy. The knight was a mere 50 meters away, rapidly closing the distance with every heartbeat. The other students from Songhu City tightened their encirclement. Should Anthony and his companions falter, they would pounce without hesitation. Delavo, too, abandoned the struggle, standing by in anticipation. Anthony's hand, clutching the light guardian stone, was drenched in perspiration as he silently counted. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. His grip tightened further, and he could now discern the knight's cold smirk and the menacing fangs of the dire wolf beneath him, almost catching a whiff of the beast's foul breath. Meanwhile, the other students from Songhu City, save for Oskin, were poised to strike, ready to deliver a lethal blow to Anthony and his companions. 10 meters. The barrier of wind. Fragile as glass. Taking a step forward, Anthony thought, "Farewell, my friends, Stone, Lena. I shall return to the capital next year, and together we will honor Arthur." Suddenly, a powerful surge of magical energy enveloped him. Just 5 meters ahead, the fabric of space became unnervingly unstable, shattering like fragile glass. A radiant light emerged from the fragments, casting a celestial glow reminiscent of stars. From the shattered glass-like realm, a black-haired youth clad in white armor and a flowing white cloak emerged, as if a deity had descended to earth. At that moment, the knight riding the dire wolf charged towards the youth, who stood unwavering, while Anthony gazed in bewilderment at the figure before him. As the impending collision approached, a chilling voice pierced the air with 2 words, "Lock void." The fiercely charging wolf collided with an invisible barrier, sending ripples through the air, its skull shattering and blood spraying forth. The wolf's rear half, propelled by inertia, twisted and crashed against the barrier, while the blood could not breach this ethereal wall, instead trickling down its surface in a horrifying display. Due to the wolf's considerable length, the knight reacted swiftly. As the wolf's head was obliterated, he kicked off and leapt back, brutally trampling the wolf's hindquarters to escape the grim fate of perishing alongside his steed. The fallen knight, after expending his remaining strength, knelt on the ground, weeping for the mangled form of his mount before him. The bond between knight and steed runs deep. Some knights, upon losing their mounts, choose to forego seeking another, relinquishing their identity as knights altogether. In the distance, Oskin could hardly believe the spectacle unfolding before him. The other students, too, hesitated to act, redirecting their focus towards the newly appeared youth. After careful observation, Oskin shouted, "Exchange student from the Nopal Empire, do you wish to become an enemy of Songhu City? If you wish to live, be gone." The black-haired youth clad in white armor and a white cloak was none other than Alex Feet, an exchange student from the Nopal Empire. Delaver cursed under his breath, deeming Oskin a fool. If the lad dared to venture here alone, he must possess some form of support. As team captain, Oskin should have ascertained the truth rather than provoke him. Truly despicable behavior. Alex remained silent, merely surveying his surroundings before calmly stating, 17. Oskin retorted angrily, "You insolent brat, I'm still speaking to you." Yet, Alex chose to ignore him, softly humming instead. Anthony sensed a ripple in the space around them, uncertain whether the youth before him was friend or foe. He quickly retreated, pulling along Shurtu and Lena. Apri and Jinmu followed suit, hurriedly backing away while scrutinizing the figure ahead. "Damn it, you Nopal Empire folks have no manners at all." Oskin continued to berate. He then called out to his teammates, "Forget about the rabble from Yunpu City. Let's deal with this insufferable exchange student first." However, none of the academy members from Songhu City took the initiative to attack. They merely exchanged glances, for the preceding scene had been exceedingly bizarre. At that moment, Alex slowly raised his right hand and softly uttered, "Illusory reflection." He then stretched his fingers forward, and the front half of his arm seemed to penetrate an invisible mirror. Aside from shards of shattered space, the front half of his arm vanished completely. Simultaneously, a distortion of space enveloped everyone except Alex. And then a small portion of space abruptly shattered, revealing a resplendent hand of glass that reached out, pressing against the chest of each individual present. 17 glass-like arms emerged in total. Even those as formidable as Oskin and Delaver found themselves utterly immobilized, as if time itself had been frozen. The part of their bodies touched by the glass hands began to assimilate, transforming into glass as well. They soon found themselves gasping for breath, completely losing control of their bodies. Anthony stared in shock at the glass hand before him, his mind racing. Spatial refraction, turning the illusory into the real? How is this possible? Shurtu and Apri struggled in vain, only exacerbating their difficulty in breathing. Meanwhile, Lena continued to sob, and Jinmu attempted to raise his sword. But to no avail. It appeared that once ensnared by Alex's illusory reflection, even breaking the light guardian stone would be impossible. "Hand over your academy insignia, and you shall live. Resist stubbornly, and you shall die." The youth's tone remained icy. "You bastard." Oskin spat defiantly. Anthony pondered. It seemed this young man only sought the insignia, rather than intending to annihilate them like Songhu City. There was still hope. With that thought, Alex reached his other arm into the void once more. Meanwhile, the space beside Oskin fractured, and another glass-like arm emerged from the shattered void, seizing Oskin's limb. In an instant, his entire right arm transformed into glass, radiating an extraordinary luminescence. Shattered, Oskin's arm crumbled in response, disintegrating into countless vibrant glass shards that ultimately scattered like stardust, vanishing from the earthly realm. Not a drop of blood was shed. His entire arm simply ceased to exist. Alex, expressionless, withdrew his left arm from the void. Life or death. I grant you 3 final minutes. Oskin's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him, and only then did blood spurt from the severed limb, accompanied by an unprecedented agony. Ah! Oskin cried out in torment. This sound sent chills down the spines of all present. From the direction of Seonghu City, someone began to struggle and shouted, "I have the emblem! I have the emblem! Grant me a chance at life." Alex turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, and immediately the Seonghu City student felt a release of pressure from his chest, allowing him to move. He quickly retrieved the emblem from his bosom and tossed it to the ground. The glass-like hand on the student's chest shattered as well, and he scrambled into the depths of the forest, not daring to look back. Other students from Seonghu City lamented, "I didn't draw an emblem. I have no emblem." Several others echoed their plight. Alex remained steadfast. "Prove it to me." The students who claimed to lack emblems felt a sudden lightness in their chests, prompting one male student to strip completely, leaving only his undergarments. As the glass hand on his chest vanished, he hastily gathered his clothes, neglecting to don them as he fled. The remaining male students, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, discarding their garments, summoning their miscellaneous items from their magical storage rings and casting them aside. The few remaining students from Seonghu City, who possessed emblems, reluctantly conceded and departed. At this moment, only Oskin, Delevo, 3 female students from Seonghu City, and Anthony remained. The 3 female students were filled with shame and fury, hesitating over whether to disrobe. Lena also approached, seething with anger. "What should we do?" Apley asked. "We cannot leave Arthur alone here." Stone asserted firmly. "You want me to strip? I would rather die." Lena retorted angrily. Anthony remained in contemplation. Just then, a chilling voice compelled Anthony to raise his head. Time is up. Chapter 43. The Encounter of Fate. How heavy, how painful. As dusk descended, the forest was caressed by a gentle breeze, the leaves rustling like soft whispers. Yet, no one appreciated the nocturnal beauty of the woods. All held their breath. Sweat trickled down Anthony's cheek as he gritted his teeth and resolved. No more hesitation. He then declared loudly, "We shall surrender our emblems, and we implore you to allow us to leave." Alex did not turn around, yet Anthony and the 5 others felt a sudden lightness in their chests. Anthony then addressed Stone and Apri, saying, "Let us present our house insignias. It appears we have no other choice. Do not despair, this is merely the first day, and we still have a chance." Stone had unshakable faith in Anthony's judgment, believing that if Anthony declared there was no way out, then they were indeed at an impasse. Without hesitation, Stone tossed his insignia to Anthony, while Apri did so most reluctantly. After Kim whispered a few encouraging words, Apri finally presented her insignia to Anthony. Holding both insignias, Anthony earnestly stated, "Before I surrender these insignias, I have one request. May we be permitted to retrieve the bodies of our companions beneath the boulder?" Alex remained silent. Observing this, Anthony gently set the insignias aside and added, "Since you choose not to respond, we shall take your silence as an agreement to my request." Stone, concerned for Arthur, urgently pleaded, "We have already surrendered our insignias. Will you not release us now?" Anthony frowned but remained silent. Alex's cold demeanor was despair-inducing. It appeared he sought confirmation that they had relinquished their insignias before granting their freedom. A chill swept through Anthony, leaving him at a loss. Lena's anger was palpable. Then, Alex coldly addressed the still indecisive Dravo and the 3 female students from Song Lake City. "What will it be?" With no room left for negotiation, Dravo promptly tossed aside his insignia and swiftly departed, not sparing a glance for the 3 remaining classmates. The 3 female students, tears of indignation in their eyes, hesitated over whether to disrobe. At that moment, Alex declared, "If that is the case, then I will take action." "Wait," Anthony suddenly shouted. Alex slightly turned his head. With an even more earnest tone, tinged with a hint of pleading, Anthony implored, "I assure you, we have no insignias left. I believe the 3 young women feel the same. We beseech you to allow our departure." Alex's tone remained as frigid as ever. Lena cried out, "Do not plead with him. Anthony, let him kill me. I will never disrobe." She sobbed even more sorrowfully, lamenting, "Arthur is all alone. Will he feel lonely? I wish to accompany him. With a resigned sigh, Anthony replied, Very well, we shall remain together on the journey. He glanced at Stone, only to realize that Stone's face had turned crimson, veins bulging on his forehead, and his whole body trembled violently. Anthony's heart raced. The Imperial might. Perhaps we still have a chance. At that moment, Kim, who had been silent, slowly untied his belt, stating calmly, Apri has already surrendered her insignia. And we have only just entered the hunting grounds. It is impossible for anyone to hold two insignias. I will disrobe. Allow me and Apri to leave. Lena, hearing this, shouted in anger, Get lost, just go. Kim looked over, feeling guilty towards Yunpu and the others, and said, I am sorry, but I must protect Apri. At this moment, Kim's countenance was exceedingly grim, suggesting he was in the throes of a fierce internal struggle. Apri wore a complex expression but remained silent, merely observing as Kim discarded his garments. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion startled the crowd. A tempest arose, swirling leaves danced, and dust ascended. The onlookers struggled to see, shielding their eyes with their hands, while only Alex remained unfazed. A sharp crack echoed through the wind, akin to the shattering of glass. You go too far, came the furious shout of Stone. As the wind persisted, leaves continued to whirl. Stone stood before the crowd, his form clad in a taut combat suit, trembling with raw energy. A powerful cyclone enveloped his body, leaves swirling around him in a frenzied dance. In that moment, his presence was unparalleled. Apri was utterly astonished. Was this the same Stone who had suffered a humiliating defeat in an arm wrestling match at the restaurant, and had been left with bloodied teeth after being bested by her on the arena? A figure so frail, he hardly resembled a fighter? How could he possibly step forward now? An inexplicable emotion stirred within Apri's heart. For the first time, Alex turned to face the group from Yunpu directly. You go too far? And what of it? Alex's words remained as calm as ever. Stone raised his right fist and shouted, How about it? Soon. My fist will tell you. Enough with the chatter. Let us get to it, Alex replied, lifting his own right hand. Suddenly, Anthony urged, Stone, help us break this person's spell first. Otherwise, you will be restrained. Too late, shattered, huh? The words barely escaped when another voice drew Alex's attention. Stone and the others turned their gaze toward the source of the sound, faces filled with anticipation. Crack, crack, crack. Not far away, the abrupt sound of rock echoed clearly, as if it might split at any moment, with thick white smoke wafting from below the stone. This massive rock was the very one that Oskin of Songhu City had used to execute his falling rock technique against Arthur. Suddenly, the rock began to change again. A fissure slowly opened on the surface, faint red light flickering within, as if a searing flame burned inside. Following this initial crack, more fissures appeared in a cascading pattern, covering the entire rock. The armored stone now rhythmically expanded and contracted, as if a primordial beast were breathing within. Flames and dense smoke continuously billowed from these crevices. All eyes were fixed upon the rock, with Lena, Anthony, and Stone filled with hope and anticipation. Abruptly, the rock erupted with a deafening roar, shattering into fragments that scattered like fiery shrapnel. Countless semi-molten stones fell around them, illuminating the forest. As the debris settled, the crowd beheld a swirling haze at the rock's center, where the ground had been transformed into a small pool of magma by the intense heat. Amidst the smoke, a figure emerged, clad in a black trench coat, with striking red hair, wielding a massive black sword, standing amidst the inferno. The overwhelming temperature and thick white smoke rendered the world somewhat surreal. He emerged from the flames. Arthur! Lena cried out, tears streaming down her face. Arthur! Stone released his tightly clenched fists, equally tearful. Anthony, who had been suppressing his emotions, felt tears flow unbidden down his cheeks. You've returned, you've returned. Arthur! Apollyon was once again taken aback, first by Stone's outburst and now by Arthur's reappearance in such an imposing manner. Her mind struggled to comprehend it all. Kim remained silent, merely donning her attire and retrieving her dagger. Just freed from his predicament, Arthur found himself bewildered. He scratched his disheveled red hair and asked vacantly, What is going on? Where are the people of Songhu City? He then rubbed his neck, muttering softly, It hurts so much. I can't believe I was struck by such a large stone. The moment those words escaped his lips, the grandeur of the moment dissipated. You idiot. Lena burst into laughter through her tears. Anthony removed his gold-rimmed glasses and quickly wiped away his tears, urgently exclaiming, Arthur, we have all been ensnared by this exchange student. And Stone has activated the royal might. We must think of a way out. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, Anthony found himself relying on Arthur's intellect. What? Arthur exclaimed in surprise, only to then notice Oskin unconscious nearby. It was then that Arthur became aware of the dire situation his companions faced. Still amidst the fiery lava, Arthur proclaimed, "Who are you?" "Alexis White." "And you, who are you?" This was the most Alexis had spoken thus far. "Arthur." With that, Arthur hoisted his great sword onto his shoulder, locking eyes with his adversary. In a twist of fate, the first official meeting between these two prodigies occurred under such extraordinary circumstances. Chapter 44. The fiery resolve. As the hunting forest lay nestled within the valley, the evening sun's afterglow could not penetrate its depths. Thus, the Nashi woods had grown exceedingly dim. Only the searing magma beneath Arthur's feet illuminated a small area. He raised his left hand, palm upward, channeling his thoughts as flames coalesced. With a swift motion, he hurled forth the tangible fire, which ignited fiercely between Arthur and Alexis. Blazing with intensity, the dancing flames cast flickering shadows upon Arthur and Alexis's faces, as well as the surrounding darkened forest, alternating between light and shadow. Although the roots sprawling across the ground crackled under the heat of the flames, all stood breathless. Even the fervent stone awaited something. "Is he strong, the dog-headed strategist?" Arthur suddenly inquired. "Not strong. Terrifying," Anthony replied earnestly. "What about compared to me?" Arthur pressed again. Anthony remained silent, yet Arthur already discerned the answer. At that moment, the still Alexis remarked coolly, "You speak too much nonsense." With that, he prepared to strike. Arthur's gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Stone, you go save the others. I will confront him." He then raised his left hand once more, unleashing a barrage of fireballs in a bid to buy time for Stone's rescue. The stone responded with resolute action, its imperial might shattering the glass-like arms of its companions, pausing only briefly to assist Apuri and Kim. At that moment, the fiery tail of the phoenix struck before Alex, yet he remained unmoved, calmly uttering, "Lock void." Subsequently, the surging fireballs were thwarted by the tightly sealed space, erupting against an unknown barrier, causing flames to surge violently and explosions to echo, forming a wall of fire before Alex. Observing this, Arthur stepped out of the lava, brandishing his sword and charging forward, leaving a trail of fiery footprints. The metallic tail of his coat, scorched red by the molten rock, danced wildly in the wind. As Arthur passed between the two, the still-burning flames seemed to possess a will of their own, climbing upward to cling to Arthur's enchanted sword. The fiery footprints, the flaming sword, and the tail of fire stood out vividly against the night, rendering Arthur a deity of flames. In that moment, the onlookers were left in awe. Lena even covered her cherry-red lips with her small hand, while Apuri was rendered speechless with shock. Arthur swiftly reached the wall of flames created by the phoenix's tail and the lock void technique, and leveraging his momentum, he leapt high into the air. Accompanied by his furious shout, "Explosive flame slash!" the magical sword came crashing down. Under the immense force, the flames on the lock void wall dissipated, only to be absorbed by the sword, intensifying its heat. When the fiery sword struck the void barrier, a colossal explosion ensued, sending ripples across the ethereal barrier that refused to settle. No one noticed that Alex, who had remained cold and detached, furrowed his brow slightly at that moment. The force of the explosion caused the flames to disperse instantaneously, and Arthur was pushed back several steps. He stared in disbelief at the scene before him. What? The explosive flame slash cannot breach this void barrier? This was a technique he had meticulously studied, intended for his advancement in magical martial arts. Determined, he pressed on, seeking to strike again while the ripples on the barrier had yet to calm. Regrettably, this strike failed to create further disturbance. Alex remained immobile, then calmly declared, "It's my turn." Fragment void. Upon uttering these words, the void barrier before Alex shattered like glass, sending countless gossamer shards slicing through the air, tearing at the surrounding space. Although Arthur sensed danger and retreated rapidly, he was still too close and caught in the magical backlash. His face and body were lacerated with numerous black marks, yet no blood flowed, for the flesh within the wounds had been devoured by the void scars. Arthur let out a cry of agony, kneeling on one knee, his sword braced against the ground. At that moment, his body was enveloped in a crimson dampness, from which dozens of blood pillars erupted, transforming him into a figure drenched in gore. The searing blood splattered onto the ground, creating a multitude of small craters from which wisps of white smoke ascended. Instantly, Arthur was shrouded in the white mist, and the surrounding temperature soared dramatically. Seeing this, the stone roared in fury, preparing to rush to Arthur's aid. Yet, a more thunderous voice emerged from the white smoke. "Stay back, Stone. Take them away. I will hold him off." Upon hearing this, Stone hesitated, his face betraying his inner turmoil. Arthur then spoke softly, "Stone, Do you not heed your elder brother's words? Quickly take Lena and Anthony away from this place. I cannot allow you to harm yourself before me once more. Tears streamed down Stone's face as he cried out. Brother Arthur, I am fine. Do you not trust in your elder brother's strength? Have you forgotten that I, Arthur, am a magic sword master? With that, Arthur stood tall, dispelling the fog with his enchanted sword. It was evident that the blood on his face had dried and cracked, with scabs occasionally falling away. The wounds consumed by the space around him were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Seeing this, Stone nodded resolutely and returned to Lena and Anthony. Everyone present silently marveled at the terrifying regenerative ability on display. What sorcery is this? Alex, witnessing Arthur's remarkable resilience and rapid recovery, remarked with a hint of surprise. Oh, is it truly so? He pondered. What an extraordinary physique. And he claims to be a magic sword master? If that is the case, allow me to experience the sensation of existence. Meanwhile, in another part of the hunting forest, a man and a woman darted through the trees. Suddenly, the man halted. Gazing northward, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. A cold smile crept across his face as he chuckled. Blood, dragon blood. Ha ha ha, Arthur. You cannot escape my grasp. With that, the man resumed his swift pace alongside his female companion. Back in the previous location, as Stone prepared to lead Lena and Anthony away, Anthony adjusted his glasses and said, We cannot leave Arthur alone. Though he is powerful, that exchange student wields formidable and enigmatic magic, and the outcome is uncertain. Let me think. His gaze fell upon two insignias discarded nearby, and he squinted. Very well, let's take a gamble, Anthony declared through gritted teeth. Surprisingly, Apolly and Kim chose not to depart alone, patiently awaiting Anthony's strategy. At that moment, Arthur approached Alex, a smile blooming at the corners of his mouth. He spoke cheerfully. First, there was Yunxiang Jiwei robber, and now we have Alex from the Nopal Empire. This year's newcomers are truly exceptional. Splendid, splendid. Suddenly, Arthur's tone shifted to one of firmness as he declared, Though you are strong, no, incredibly strong. If you wish to harm my friends, I, Arthur, shall fight you to the bitter end. Arthur then contemplated. It seems I must resort to that move. He wiped the smile from his face, his gaze growing steely as he murmured, Fire Dragon Battle Form. First stage, Crimson Flame. In an instant, a torrent of vibrant and enchanting red flames erupted from countless pores in Arthur's body, enveloping him in a fierce blaze. He became akin to a divine being of fire. The mystical red flames seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling and surging, reflecting the fervent battle spirit within. The flames spoke, provoked, and mirrored Arthur's current state of mind. Meanwhile, the magic sword Imperial Dragon, cloaked in the intense crimson flames, began to undergo a transformation. The sword, resembling a black iron rod, began to melt slowly, an unknown black metallic liquid flowing gracefully over its surface, gradually pooling at the base of the poorly crafted magical stone embedded in the hilt. Then, astonishingly, the black liquid vanished, revealing a blazing, razor-sharp blade beneath. Could this truly be the essence of the demon sword, Empyrean Dragon? Yet, a significant portion of the blade remained shrouded in the enigmatic black metal, and the enormous magical stone on the sword still appeared murky. At this moment, Arthur's visage was obscured, and through the surging crimson flames, one could only discern his blood-red eyes filled with battle intent and his hair billowing wildly. Arthur spoke, his voice raspy and parched, imbued with an ancient authority. Come, let us duel. Lena gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment, while Anthony adjusted his glasses. Stone breathed heavily, and Apollyon was profoundly shaken. The typically reticent Kim gripped his sword tightly. At this moment, the scene, alongside the imposing and battle-ready Arthur, was indelibly etched in the hearts of all present. Chapter 45. Arthur's counterattack. Come, let us duel, Arthur commanded. Indeed, Alex replied coldly, a flicker of emotion finally gracing his otherwise stoic and handsome features. His gaze sharp and filled with anticipation. With that, Alex lifted his right arm and plunged it into the shattered void beside him, slowly withdrawing it. At that moment, Alex's right hand gripped the hilt of a sword, while its blade remained suspended in the ether. Meanwhile, within the War Academy of the Imperial capital, in a corridor-like chamber. This battle is intriguing, remarked Al, biting into an apple as he observed the enormous crystal sphere floating in midair. I know, replied Dean Heinrich. And bring me an apple as well. This is the last one, Al said, quickly devouring the remaining half of the apple and stuffing it into his mouth. Dean Heinrich shook his head in resignation and inquired, Al, who do you think will win this match? After swallowing a mouthful of apple and juice with difficulty, Al responded, Come on, you already know the answer, why ask me? He then added helplessly, "Old man, do you want the apple or not?" and waved it in front of the dean. "Get lost." Back at the periphery of the hunting forest, as Alex slowly withdrew his hand from the void, the sword gradually came into view for all to see. The hilt was long and ornate, adorned with ancient and mysterious golden filigree. The base of the blade was striking, featuring a magical stone that shimmered like a starry night, sending shivers down spines, while the blade itself, broad and reminiscent of black crystal, left spectators awestruck. When the demon sword revealed its full form, the crowd collectively inhaled, and Arthur's gaze was fixated. What an extraordinary demon sword it was, embodying splendor, depth, brilliance, and mystery. It seemed even sharper than Arthur's own. Observing this, Arthur thought to himself, what? He too is a master of both magic and swordplay. Meanwhile, Anthony pondered. His magic is already astonishing, and with this formidable sword, just how powerful could this exchange student from the Nopal Empire truly be? Anthony's anxiety deepened. Arthur suddenly exclaimed, "To think that you, too, are a swordsman of the arcane." With that, Arthur gracefully wielded the magical sword, the Dragon Emperor, positioning it before him. "The magical sword, Dragon Emperor," Arthur declared with pride. "The magical sword, illusion," Alex coldly retorted. One was a legendary blade, while the other was a divine gift, a pair of enchanted swords celebrated in epic tales for nearly a millennium, now converging in this moment. Could this scene once again transform into an epic, sung by millions? Not far away, seizing the opportunity during the standoff, Anthony slowly waved the hand of the gentle breeze, which he had kept behind his back, conjuring a swirl of wind. He anxiously observed the unfolding situation, then suddenly flicked his wrist, sending a gentle breeze sweeping through. In a moment of bewilderment, two emblems of the Imperial Academy appeared in his hand. Anthony inquired, "Stone, will using the power of the Emperor's dawn harm your body?" Stone replied earnestly, "No, but I will be weak for a long time. I won't be able to move for at least 2 days." "All right, I understand. Lena, soon we shall cast our magic in tandem. Kim, you will carry the weakened stone. And you, await my command to deliver a lethal strike to the exchange student named Alex." Anthony instructed Lena, Kim, and Stone in turn. "Understood," Lena nodded. Wiping the remnants of tears from her face, her gaze fixed upon the formidable figure before her. Although she had many questions, she refrained from voicing them at that moment. Kim remained silent, stepping forward resolutely. Stone, intently focused on the scene, felt his fighting spirit ignited by Arthur's fiery dragon form, his fists clenched in determination. "And what of me?" asked Apoly, who had been silent for some time. Anthony glanced at her before responding, "Protect Lena and me." "All right." Apoly did not elaborate further, returning her gaze to Arthur, who now resembled a deity of fire, captivating everyone's attention. At that moment, the blazing Arthur called out to Anthony and the others. "Why have you not yet departed?" Anthony replied, "Arthur, you hold Alex at bay. I have my own means to ensure our safe escape." Arthur's hoarse yet resonant voice echoed in everyone's ears, "I will not lose." With that, he charged forward, his sword slicing through the air and leaving a trail of flames in his wake. "Such a reckless individual," Anthony exclaimed in alarm. He then addressed his companions. "The plan remains unchanged. Await my command." Alex, however, paid no heed to Anthony and his companions, focusing solely on the fiery Arthur. He thought to himself, "You will perish." Arthur was incredibly swift and powerful, each step leaving a deep imprint upon the ground. In an instant, he was before Alex, launching a fierce strike. However, Alex did not resort to his locking technique, but instead met sword with sword, the black crystal blade against the flame sword. However, the anticipated clash was not as fierce as imagined, for Arthur's enchanted sword seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, striking hard against the ground beside Alex. The earth and roots exploded in chaos, creating a fiery pit measuring a meter square. Alex cast a sidelong glance, recognizing the terrifying power. Arthur, taken aback, exclaimed, "What? Did I miss?" In that moment, Alex swiftly thrust his sword towards the unprepared Arthur. With no room to evade, Arthur shouted, "Explosion!" As he did so, a surging inferno erupted around him. Simultaneously, Alex swiftly drew his sword across his chest, declaring, "Illusory domain." The raging flames were abruptly divided by an unseen force, cascading to either side of Alex's body. With a thunderous roar, the violent flames seared 2 deep, charred marks into the ground. Without hesitation, Alex lunged forward with another strike. Yet Arthur had already regained his stance, retreating rapidly. To his astonishment, Arthur found himself several dozen meters back, pondering, what kind of technique is this? Such a bizarre power. Anthony, witnessing the scene, remarked in astonishment, could it be the sword domain? The illusory domain is the realm of the enchanted sword, where the gravitational space within a 2-meter radius is wholly controlled by the sword. It ranks among the top 10 in the world. Within this 2-meter area, the strength of Alex still holds sway. Had it been the void god wielding the illusory sword in its prime, the domain would have been astonishingly vast. Arthur, not dwelling too long on thoughts, resolved, if close combat is unfeasible, then I shall resort to ranged attacks. He abruptly raised his left hand, flames coalescing within. Arthur shouted, "Dragon flame bullet." Upon utterance, a highly condensed red fireball shot forth. Strangely, Alex advanced towards the dragon flame bullet, which, in a bizarre twist, passed before him and struck behind. Boom. The dragon flame bullet unleashed a torrent of flames, a scorching wave sweeping through, violently billowing Alex's white cloak. Gasps of astonishment arose from the onlookers, marveling at the might of Arthur's dragon flame bullet, while bewildered by Alex's uncanny abilities. To the surprise of all, Arthur did not feel disheartened. A slight smirk graced his lips amid the flames. 2 meters. Anthony outside the fray echoed the sentiment. Not far off, Alex calmly stated. So you have discovered it. What of it? I do not believe your peculiar power is limitless. With that, Arthur sheathed the imperial dragon on his back, positioning both hands forward. Dragon flame bullet. This time he unleashed 2. The projectiles sped forth, and Arthur meticulously tracked their trajectory. When the fireballs were approximately 4 meters from Alex, Arthur clenched his fists, and the dragon flame bullets erupted with a resounding roar. The tumultuous red flames immediately enveloped Alex at the center, incinerating the surrounding roots and forming a massive fireball nearly 10 meters in diameter, the flames raging on without relent. Yet, amidst the searing inferno, Alex emerged unscathed, within the sword domain, a sanctuary untouched. He spoke softly. What kind of fire magic is this? As the dragon flame bomb exploded, Arthur swiftly approached Alex, then exerted tremendous force, causing the ground to cave in instantaneously. Arthur leaped high into the air, ascending to a position above the colossal flames. At the peak of his ascent, he suddenly inhaled deeply, and a tempest arose, swirling dust all around. The eerie crimson flames enveloping Arthur were drawn into his chest, revealing his original form once more. When his chest had expanded to its limit, Arthur opened his mouth wide and exhaled downward. Dragon breath. A flame, fierce and searing, surged from Arthur's mouth, intensifying the chaos of the fireball created by the dragon flame bomb. Arthur thought to himself, even if I cannot contend with your mysterious power, within the 2-meter absolute space beneath the dragon breath, you cannot escape. Even if the flames do not touch you, the scorching heat will surely sear you. The dragon breath persisted, flames cascading like columns. For a long time, no one had made me feel the significance of life, Alex, drenched in sweat amidst the fiery torrent, remarked. He then glanced at the searing flames 2 meters away and coldly declared, "Glass. Mirror." As he spoke, a radiant mirror materialized behind him. He reclined backward and fell into the mirror. Subsequently, the glass shattered, transforming into stars, and Alex vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Arthur sensed a shift within the dragon breath and extinguished the flames, landing on the ground. Suddenly, a brilliant mirror appeared out of thin air, 30 meters in front of Arthur. Before he could investigate further, the mirror shattered, and a figure emerged. The white-armored youth, like a deity emerging from the dust, re-entered reality. "You are formidable," was Alex's first utterance upon escaping. "You are not without merit either," Arthur replied, flames igniting once more upon him. "But you will die?" Alex's emotionless words struck deep into Arthur's heart. Chapter 46. I must grow stronger. Die? Ha ha. Although the mere mention of death unsettled Arthur, it ignited his indomitable spirit, causing the crimson flames enveloping him to surge even more vigorously. Against the backdrop of flames, Arthur appeared considerably taller. When tens of thousands surrounded the city and 100 dragons converged, none sought the life of Arthur. Much less today. Come, let us battle. Arthur was brimming with audacity at that moment. Anthony, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What? Tens of thousands and 100 dragons. Could it be that Arthur is? Yet Alex remained calmly standing, then stated mildly, "As you wish." With that, Alex unexpectedly released the hilt of his sword, and the illusory demon sword floated beside him. He then pressed his palms together before his chest. Glass mirror. Arthur, unwilling to allow him such comfort in casting, unleashed several dragon flame bombs. Upon seeing this, Alex realized, resisting the dragon breath had already consumed considerable energy. He could not employ the illusory realm again, lest his mind be compromised. Furthermore, the lock of illusion might not withstand the might of the powerful dragon flame bombs. Now, it must be this way. Suddenly, a glass-like mirror materialized 5 meters before Alex. However, the dragon flame projectile that struck this place did not shatter the mirror's surface. Instead, it seemed to penetrate into an unfathomable abyss, sending ripples cascading across the mirror. Subsequently, another glass mirror emerged behind Alex, causing all dragon flame projectiles to exit through this mirror and strike the distant ground behind him. The violent sound of an explosion reverberated through the forest once more. What on earth is this technique? Arthur exclaimed in frustration. Alex remained silent, abruptly pressing his palms against the ground and kneeling there. Meanwhile, the surroundings of Arthur suddenly became exceptionally bright as countless glass mirrors appeared out of thin air, encasing the fiery Arthur in a vast glass cage. Rising to his feet, Alex grasped his sword and stepped forward, intending to enter the mirror before him, uttering, "Thousand leaves." Mirror slash. Not far away, Anthony exclaimed, "This is bad," and shouted to his companions to take action. With that, he unleashed a long-prepared tornado, sweeping forward with great force. Lena promptly followed, enhancing the tornado with her ice magic. Meanwhile, Stone had already begun to gather energy before the tornado was released, an unceasing cyclone swirling around him. Anthony exerted all his effort to maintain the tornado's straight trajectory, swiftly reaching Alex's side. The icy tornado stood 3 meters tall, rendering Alex's glass mirror incapable of allowing it to pass through. Lock void. The tornado was obstructed, erupting violently, unleashing a tempest and an icy roar. Yet none could breach the lock void, forming an ice wall that obscured Alex's view. Seeing this, Stone stomped the ground and charged forward with incredible speed, nearly matching the pace of the fiery Arthur. Suddenly, a dazzling sun appeared before the ice wall. Power Emperor, dawn! With a thunderous shout, an overwhelming sound erupted as the ice wall shattered instantly. Alex turned his head in disbelief, watching in awe as the extraordinarily radiant fist hurtled towards him. With another muffled thud, Alex was sent flying, but before he could rise, he desperately hurled the illusory magic sword into the glass mirror before him. At that moment, Stone was powerless to intervene. In an instant, Alex vanished from the sight of the others. Stone collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and was helped up by the arriving Kim. Strangely, there was no sound of him crashing into the giant tree, leaving Anthony filled with uncertainty. Yet, he had no time for deep contemplation, as Arthur's anguished cries echoed nearby. Within the glass cage, Arthur was contemplating an escape when he heard the sounds of battle outside. Suddenly, the illusory magic sword shot forth from one of the glass mirrors. Arthur raised his sword to defend himself, but the illusory sword struck and flew into another mirror. Then, the illusory magic sword emerged from the mirror behind Arthur at an even greater speed. Arthur barely managed to evade it, yet the magic sword again passed through the mirrors. Before Arthur could regain his composure, the illusory sword was upon him. This back and forth continued, with the magic sword accelerating, weaving through the mirrors like countless black threads, forming a dense web of sword trails. Arthur, unable to evade, was struck by countless blades. The sound of the demonic sword slicing through the air sent a shiver down his spine, exacerbating his agitation as he lay wounded. Meanwhile, Anthony and the others rushed to the front of the glass realm, having exhausted every possible means yet failing to shatter even a single pane of the glass mirrors. The strongest among them, Stone, had already succumbed to exhaustion and fainted, slumped over Kim's back, with tears streaming down her face. Lena tirelessly unleashed her magic against the glass mirrors, joined by Aprili. Anthony clutched his head, straining to devise a solution. Time seemed to stretch infinitely, each moment feeling like an eternity, while the tension in the atmosphere escalated with every passing second. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from within the glass realm. Fire dragon. Explosive flame slash. Everyone looked up in alarm. A deafening explosion reverberated, accompanied by a torrent of heat and steam bursting through the cracks of the glass mirrors. Aprili swiftly yanked Lena away from the mirrors. Then, they heard a chilling laugh. "Ha ha, at last, I've got you." It was Arthur's anguished laughter. Subsequently, all the glass mirrors slowly shattered into a cascade of shimmering fragments. Arthur emerged before them, gripping the Emperor Dragon tightly, with another sword, the fallen demonic sword. Illusion, lying beneath his feet. He continued to laugh, his body trembling violently with mad glee. Lena hesitated, wanting to approach but stopping in her tracks, covering her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks once more, for she beheld Arthur in a woeful state. The once enshrouding crimson flames had extinguished, revealing a body marred by wounds, tattered clothing, and an unbearable suffering. The phrase blood-soaked scarcely sufficed to capture Arthur's current condition. It appeared that the regenerative powers of the dragon's body were not without their limits. Slowly lifting his head, Arthur grimly smiled and declared, "I have returned, my friends. Where's that scoundrel?" Before Lena and the others could respond, a cold voice called out from a distance, "Right here." The group turned in astonishment, witnessing a sight that filled them with despair. It was Alex. He slowly raised his right hand, and at that moment, the illusion, previously pinned to the ground by the Emperor Dragon, shattered into glass and ultimately vanished into nothingness. With a fierce grip, Alex summoned illusion once more. Yet, he appeared breathless, slightly hunched, with crimson staining his lips, no longer the sharp figure he once was. Despite his immense power, the dragon's breath and dawn had undeniably taken their toll on him. Lena, Anthony, and Aprili turned to shield Arthur and the unconscious stone behind them. Arthur, too, noticed the fainted stone, his eyes glistening with warmth. "Stand aside. I shall fight," Arthur declared stubbornly, dragging his battered body forward, his bloodied hand resting on Anthony's shoulder. "Arthur, don't overexert yourself. We are here for you," Anthony urged anxiously. Arthur forced a bitter smile. "I am still not strong enough. If only I could awaken the second form of the fire dragon battle body." Then, Anthony whispered, "Arthur, have you forgotten your promise to Dean Fred? The hunting expedition is merely 6 days away. How can one engage in a desperate struggle now? What shall we do with the remaining days?" I refuse to face defeat again." Arthur gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes yet refusing to fall. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for the sacrifices made by his father, for the expectations of Old Red, and for the trust placed in him by his companions. The normally gentle Anthony suddenly shouted, "You have not lost, Arthur. You have not lost. Why do you place such importance on fleeting victories and defeats? Your defeat today is but a stepping stone to victory tomorrow." Arthur abruptly lifted his head, meeting Anthony's gaze. "I shall grow stronger." Chapter 47. Escape from peril. Seeing that Alex had not yet taken action, Anthony realized there was still room for negotiation. He then instructed the robust April to support Arthur. Surprisingly, April accepted Arthur's weight without a hint of complaint, and Arthur, no longer attempting to appear strong, allowed himself to be aided by the valiant woman. At that moment, Anthony gazed at the 2 crests in his hand, contemplated his words, and stepped forward. Despite having previously devised a plan, Anthony had not anticipated such an outcome. It was indeed a miscalculation, and he wondered if the crests still held any allure for the exchange student. He then spoke in a measured tone. "Regarding the events that transpired earlier, I shall refrain from excessive commentary, for we were merely acting in self-defense. Had we possessed surplus crests, we would certainly have relinquished them. Otherwise, we would not find ourselves in this predicament. Your actions have been solely driven by the desire to acquire all the crests. Now, we are still willing to surrender the crests in exchange for our right to depart. What say you?" Noticing that Alex remained silent, Anthony continued, "Your situation is not particularly favorable, and we still have 4 capable members, ready for battle. Should a confrontation ensue, it would not be a prudent choice for either of us, especially since the hunt has only just begun. Would you not agree, my lord?" Anthony concluded his remarks with 2 questions, his tone slightly firmer, yet expertly measured. Seizing the opportunity of his verbal assault, he took another step forward and extended the crests. Alex continued to remain silent, offering no response nor accepting the crests, merely locking eyes with the weary Arthur. This left Anthony feeling quite disheartened, as he understood that even with the exchange student injured, victory was far from assured. Although their prior collaboration had managed to wound Alex, it was merely a sneak attack. Thus, only Arthur was capable of facing him directly, and his current condition was dire. At that moment, Alex slowly advanced, causing Anthony's hand to tremble slightly. Yet he did not withdraw, keeping his arm extended. Other members were about to step forward, but were restrained by Anthony. Subsequently, Alex released his grip on the sword, which fell towards the ground but did not touch it. Instead, it vanished back into the void, disappearing from sight. Witnessing this, Anthony felt a wave of relief wash over him, exhaling softly. As Alex accepted the crest, he suddenly spoke. "Arthur, wait until you grow strong. I, Alex, shall come to find you." Upon hearing this, Arthur mustered his strength and detached himself from April's shoulder. He then made a concerted effort to stand upright, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and declared solemnly, "Very well." With these words, Alex turned and departed, the glass mirror shimmering before him. Just before entering, he glanced back slightly, thinking to himself, "Grow stronger, Arthur. Defeat me, kill me. If I must perish at the hands of a peer equally as powerful, those scoundrels shall not torment my parents any longer. Oh, how I long for liberation." With that, Alex boldly stepped into the mirror, vanishing from sight. Anthony, witnessing this, slumped to the ground, taking deep breaths. Lena hurried forward to assist Anthony, saying, "What a disgrace. Why don't you give it a try, Miss Lena?" Anthony retorted, speechless. At that moment, Arthur steadied himself against his sword, struggling to remain upright, and softly murmured, "I am sorry, my friends." "What are you saying? If not for you, Miss Lena and Miss April would have faced disgrace," Anthony consoled. This time, Lena refrained from mocking Arthur. She wiped her tear-streaked face and said, "What was that saying?" "Ah yes, it makes sense." With that, Lena perked up, smiling as she declared, "Arthur, you are now a great hero. The hero who saves the damsel." Arthur took a deep breath, gazing earnestly at the unconscious stone on Kim's back, his heart tightening. He then looked at Anthony, Lena, and April, and sincerely expressed, "Thank you, my companions." At this, Anthony felt considerably lighter and replied with a smile, "Arthur, speaking like that makes you seem sentimental." He then moved to support the struggling Arthur. After taking hold of Anthony's shoulder, Arthur remarked, "In the end, I owe it all to you, my cunning strategist. In truth, I am uncertain as to why Alex so readily spared us." Anthony pondered aloud. "Perhaps it is because heroes cherish one another," Arthur replied, returning to his essence with a smile. It appeared that Arthur's fighting spirit had returned. Injured yet undeterred, you still cannot silence your boastful tongue. Lena laughed. At that moment, the typically reticent Kim surprisingly spoke up, "I am sorry." The assertive April followed suit, sincerely adding, "I am sorry." Lena concealed her smile, letting out a slight huff. Arthur, being trapped beneath the boulder, was oblivious to many of the events occurring outside. He inquired, "What is it? Why the sudden shift in tone?" Anthony interjected, "Let us not dwell on that for now. We should find a safe place to camp. You and Stone need rest." The astute Anthony skillfully diverted the topic, seemingly unwilling to disclose the unpleasantness that had transpired earlier. After several intense battles, they finally found a moment of respite, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. However, fatigue swiftly enveloped them. Anthony chose to navigate against the wind, allowing him to anticipate any forthcoming dangers. Soon, they discovered a vast tree hollow, spacious enough for all to enter with room to spare. Moreover, the location of this hollow was exceptionally concealed, sheltered from the gusts. This filled Anthony with profound relief. Subsequently, Arthur dried the hollow of the tree, while Kim assisted in clearing away the tangled roots within. Once everyone settled down, Arthur gazed sorrowfully at the still unconscious Stone, a wave of melancholy washing over him. "What kind of leader am I if I cannot even protect my own brother? Stone is merely exhausted. He will awaken by morning, though he will still be unable to move independently," Anthony reassured. "Today, I was too reckless. Had I coordinated with you sooner, perhaps the situation would have been much improved." Arthur sighed. "I see that with your penchant for seeking attention, it will not be easy for you to change." Lena began her teasing again. Indeed, that remark surprisingly came from Arthur himself. In truth, Arthur was not merely showing off. He feared for the safety of his cherished friends. Anthony then inquired, "Arthur, how is your injury? I see your wound has already scabbed. Given the amount of blood you lost, it is quite rare to find someone as lively as you," he remarked. Arthur replied, "The wound has closed, but full recovery will take some time." At that moment, Lena curiously asked, "Arthur, what is this so-called dragonfire body of yours?" Upon hearing this, Arthur gazed out at the sky, obscured by the colossal tree canopy, and sighed deeply. "It is a legacy from my father." Anthony recalled various memories of Arthur: the dragon language, the ring gifted by Heinrich, the headmaster of the Imperial Academy, and Arthur's impassioned words during battles. He also remembered the shocking events from 15 years ago. Suddenly, Anthony gained clarity. He looked intently at Arthur's smiling face, burdened with thoughts. "You have endured much, Arthur, my prince." Without thinking, Anthony patted Arthur on the shoulder, leaving him bewildered. Arthur then expressed, "That exchange student, Alex Veit, is exceptionally strong. His magic and techniques are quite peculiar." "Veit?" Anthony snapped back to reality, instinctively adjusting his glasses. "Only now do I realize. He seems to belong to the Lost Clan, the royal lineage of the Nopal Empire." "Royal lineage?" Arthur narrowed his eyes. In a certain sense, Arthur himself was once of royal blood, the royal family of the Ro Empire. Chapter 48. Conversations by night. As night deepened, the forest grew dark, with the moon casting dancing shadows, the sounds of insects and beasts echoing, and the trees swaying. Being spring, the night was still somewhat chilly. However, Arthur and his companions dared not light a bonfire, fearing further peril. Fortunately, Anthony had thoughtfully packed some warm blankets in his magical storage ring. Exhausted, Arthur fell asleep early, while Stone remained in a deep slumber. Later in the night, Apoly volunteered to keep watch, leaving the hollow, while Kim, concerned for Apoly's safety outside alone, followed her. At this moment, the only wakeful individuals within the hollow were Anthony and Lena, who huddled under their blankets in a corner. Due to Anthony's caution, he had refrained from placing any sunstones within the hollow. In the shadowy grove, even the moonlight filtering through the treetops could not penetrate. Thus, although Anthony and Lena sat in close proximity, they were unable to perceive one another, surrounded solely by darkness. Anthony spoke softly. Lena, yes, I'm awake, Lena replied, equally quietly. Are you curious about Arthur's origins? Anthony inquired tentatively. Of course. He speaks the dragon tongue, possesses such remarkable magical abilities, and has been involved in so many peculiar events. Who wouldn't be curious? Yet whenever I ask him, he just brushes it off with laughter. I truly wonder where this insufferable leader comes from, Lena expressed with dissatisfaction. In the darkness, Anthony pursed his lips, hesitating for a moment before saying, Actually, I have come to know his true identity. However, I am uncertain whether I should disclose it. Despite the impenetrable gloom of the grove, Lena accurately located Anthony's forehead and playfully mimicked Arthur by giving him a light tap. What could possibly be so secretive, little Anthony? Do you dare to have secrets in front of your lady Lena? She chided. That's not what I meant. I have no secrets from you. However, Arthur's identity is of great significance. A moment's carelessness could bring him considerable trouble, immense trouble, Anthony remarked as he rubbed his forehead. Of great significance? Is it related to what Dean Fred spoke of? The matter of the secret dragon language? Lena asked, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her head in the crook of her arms. Anthony gathered his thoughts and continued. I feel that Dean Fred is already aware of Arthur's origins. Otherwise, he would not have urged us so earnestly. Lena, growing impatient, pressed, what exactly is Arthur's background? Little Anthony, could you please be more straightforward? All right, I shall speak. I know I cannot keep anything from you. But after I tell you, please do not harbor any resentment towards Arthur. Anthony replied with a hint of exasperation. Resent him? Why would I resent him? Just because I often bicker with him doesn't mean I dislike him, Lena dismissed lightly. Do you know why your family fell into decline? Anthony still refrained from directly revealing Arthur's situation. Is Arthur's matter connected to this? And you are already aware of my family's circumstances, aren't you? Although Lena was frustrated with Anthony's slow pace, she remained patient, explaining. The state has persistently coerced the major families to provide resources and gold for 12.5 years to repay the debts owed to the Alpivore Empire. My family has suffered as a consequence. Although the state promised various conveniences, the continuous confiscation has left us in dire straits, leading to our gradual decline. Many prominent families have faced similar fates in recent years. You should understand this better than I, Anthony countered, but do you know why the state has amassed such debts? Little Anthony, that is obvious. It is due to that foolish monarch. In his desperation to save his son, he sold out the entire nation. You keep asking me questions without answering mine. What exactly are you trying to achieve? Lena retorted, exasperated. Due to the decline of her family, Lena has witnessed its gradual deterioration since childhood. She has observed the relentless efforts of her grandfather, the clan leader, and her father through the years, which fills her with indignation whenever the topic arises. At that moment, Arthur, who was lying nearby, suddenly turned over, facing the darkened hollow of the tree. Anthony glanced over nervously, but his worries were alleviated when he heard Arthur's voice calling out. Within the hollow, unbeknownst to anyone, Arthur had opened his eyes, staring intently into the void of darkness, lost in his own thoughts. Anthony exhaled deeply and remarked, because Arthur's father is the very tyrant you speak of. What? Lena gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Instantly, a wave of complex emotions surged within her heart. The increasingly aged visage of her grandfather, Arthur's playful laughter, her father's overburdened demeanor, and Arthur's brave defiance all flashed before her eyes, intertwining with the family's fortunes over the past decade and the month she had spent in close proximity to Arthur. These vivid images and emotions overwhelmed Lena, causing her profound distress. She buried her head deeper in her arms, for she held a strong trust in Anthony's judgment and, having witnessed various peculiarities around Arthur, she quickly accepted this revelation. With a tone tinged with disbelief, Lena said, I never imagined that the prince, scorned by the nation for 15 years and derided by me for over a decade, could be him. Lena, do not blame him. The fault does not lie with Arthur, Anthony said, at a loss for how to comfort her, resorting to this statement instead. He sighed deeply, his heart heavy. Lena rubbed her face against the crook of her arm as if trying to erase something, then lifted her gaze toward the shadowy figure of Arthur, now indistinguishable in the darkness. Yes, I cannot blame him. He was just a babe back then, Lena murmured to herself. Silence followed, an enduring quiet enveloping the darkness, with only the sound of breathing echoing softly within the hollow. Suddenly, Lena sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "I refuse to care." With that, she tossed the blanket toward Anthony and declared defiantly, "No matter who Arthur is, in my heart, he remains that insufferable prince, the steadfast friend who stands up for others, and the heroic savior." Arthur, upon hearing this, slowly closed his dry eyes. None could see the smile of happiness that graced his lips. Lena then approached the entrance of the hollow, hands on her hips, gazing out at the forest, through the faint moonlight filtering into the cave. Anthony could only make out her silhouette. The voluminous robes of a sorceress enveloped her petite figure, her cascading hair illuminated by the ethereal glow, captivating Anthony momentarily. Time seemed to stand still. After a considerable pause, Arthur's voice grew louder. Anthony shook his head, chuckling softly to himself, realizing she truly is still that headstrong little Lena. Without turning back, Lena huffed, "Little Anthony, what are you laughing at? I never said I liked Arthur." Anthony forced a smile, initially unable to see anything at all. He adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and shrugged, saying, "I never claimed you liked Arthur. That was your own assertion." "Humph. This young lady finds it quite dull and wishes to venture out for a stroll. Moreover, I intend to bring back those two rascals, ding-na." With that, Lena exited the tree hollow. Anthony shook his head helplessly, muttering to himself, "Such a hard-headed yet tender-hearted girl. She is clearly concerned about Ipuli and Kim being worn out, wanting to switch them out for a rest, yet speaks in this manner." He then leaned against the inner wall of the hollow, gazing into the darkness and murmured, "Little Lena, you have someone you fancy. Alas, it is not me." Chapter 49. The amethyst-scaled python. Due to the collective exhaustion of the group and the duty of rotating night watch, they did not awaken until the sun was high in the sky. Although Stone had regained consciousness, he remained in a state of extreme weakness. Even the invigorating beast jerky could not compensate for his severely depleted strength. Arthur, looking rather disheveled, had recovered considerably and apologetically patted Stone on the back, saying, "You've endured quite a bit, Stone." "Arthur, what are you saying? A companion is meant to fight side by side." Stone stubbornly attempted to sit up, but lacked the strength to do so. Arthur chuckled, "Well said, Stone." He then assisted Stone in straightening his posture. "Look at your current state. You resemble a beggar," Lena teased, glancing at Arthur, whose half-exposed rear was visible beneath his tattered clothing. Given that Arthur had endured numerous slashes from the Thousand Leaves mirror cut, maintaining his attire in such a condition was indeed fortunate. "That was merely my athletic form yearning for some sunlight. You wouldn't understand," Arthur retorted, slightly embarrassed, before turning to Anthony and asking, "Military strategist, do you have any spare clothing in your storage ring?" Anthony pondered for a moment. "I do have some, but they may not fit you well. Just bring them out." "Anything is better than what I'm currently wearing," Arthur replied impatiently, eager to avoid more of Lena's mockery. After the group had dined and packed their belongings, they departed from the tree hollow, continuing their hunting expedition. By now, they had fully entered the territory of the Nashi tree grove, with no more diminutive trees in sight. The day was bright, and even filtered through the massive tree canopy, the sunlight bestowed a long mist warmth upon them. Lena, observing Arthur who was frequently adjusting his robe, remarked, "This wizardess robe truly gives you a skirt-like appearance, quite impressive." Since Anthony only had a spare wizard's robe and no other garments. Coupled with his height of merely around 1.60 m at the age of 15, the tall Arthur looked rather comical in the robe, which resembled a dress. Arthur's brow twitched, and he chose to remain silent. Surprisingly, Ipuli did not join Lena in teasing Arthur, but instead walked alongside Kim, who was carrying Stone at the rear of the group. Initially, it was Arthur who insisted on bearing Stone. Yet he did not anticipate Kim's stubbornness in refusing to yield, which resulted in Kim continuing to shoulder the burden of the weakened Stone for the day. "Today, we must refrain from hastening our pace, for our team is currently not in the best condition. Furthermore, tomorrow, the hunting group, composed of the official students from the Imperial Capital Academy, will commence their operations to capture students bearing the Academy emblem. Though we possess no emblems at present, this will ironically work to our advantage by tomorrow," Anthony analyzed as he walked. Indeed, the strategist's words ring true. After tomorrow, Stone shall regain his mobility. We might seize the opportunity to profit amidst the chaos. Arthur nodded in agreement. After a moment's contemplation, Arthur continued, saying, "Once we acquire more than 2 emblems, we might engage in even grander ventures." "How so?" Anthony inquired curiously, and Lena shared his intrigue. "By fishing," Arthur proclaimed, believing himself to be quite profound. "You mean to say, we would use the ability of the official students to sense the emblems to ambush those who come to plunder?" Anthony exclaimed in astonishment. Precisely. Arthur exaggeratedly nodded. Anthony adjusted his glasses, lost in thought for a moment, before stating, "Perhaps there is indeed feasibility in this plan." He then gazed at Arthur, who was leaning against the sturdy trunk of the nashi tree, contemplating. The Imperial Capital Academy would not leave its hunting participants without a means of escape. Thus, the teams of official students would not exceed 5 members. If we were to conduct a surprise attack, Lena and I could create a chaotic diversion, while Arthur could inflict significant damage, alongside the highly mobile stone providing support. Although the strengths of Evelyn and Kim remain uncertain, they still contribute to our combat capabilities. This plan is executable. Suddenly, as Arthur rested his hand against the tree trunk, he felt a violent tremor accompanied by an unsettling hissing sound emanating from above. Evelyn, standing at a distance, was the first to discern the situation above Arthur. She shouted loudly, "A snake! It's a snake! Arthur, quickly take cover!" Arthur regarded the warrior woman with an indifferent expression. "A snake? What is there to fear? Honestly, such a robust physique of yours seems to be of no use, making a fuss over nothing." Just as he finished speaking, Arthur felt a dampness on his shoulder, as though something had fallen upon him. Turning his head to look, he touched it and pulled out several glistening, sticky threads. What is this? So sticky and disgusting." Evelyn continued to stare intently above Arthur, urging, "Such a thick snake." "Arthur." Anthony also noticed the unusual occurrence and swiftly retreated, glancing upwards. "Arthur, run quickly. It's the beast known as the purple-scaled python." "Purple-scaled python?" Arthur shook his hand and looked up. He discovered a gigantic python, as thick as a round bar table, coiled around the sturdy trunk of the nashi tree, poised to strike at him. At this moment, the python was no more than 5 meters from Arthur's head, seemingly ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. The creature was adorned with enormous diamond-shaped scales that appeared exceedingly tough and heavy, its solid body undulating on the tree trunk, exuding a primal sense of power. Arthur was momentarily mesmerized, mumbling, "Wow, it truly is a snake. However, this snake is far too thick." Lena was infuriated by Arthur's dazed and indifferent demeanor. In a fit of frustration, she unleashed several ice spears, aiming to draw the attention of the purple-scaled python and to slow its movements with frost. Bang, bang, bang. The ice spears shattered upon impact, eliciting a low growl from the serpent as it shook its massive head. The python then reared up, its gaze fixed on Lena with palpable hostility, its violet-slit eyes brimming with malice. It appeared that this simple magic had inflicted no damage upon the creature, but had instead provoked its wrath. Suddenly, the enormous python launched itself from the branches, hurtling towards Lena. Gasps erupted from the onlookers. Arthur, being the closest, could not allow this beast to harm her. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, timing his strike perfectly, and cleaved the serpent's head with tremendous force. The clang resonated as the python's head was violently severed and fell to the ground. Yet the residual energy caused the head, along with the massive body, to glide uncontrollably toward April and Kim, uprooting tree roots and sending dirt flying. April and Kim, undeterred by the approaching serpent, seized the moment, leaping onto the python's head before landing safely on this side, rejoining their companions. Arthur glanced at the colossal serpent and shook his hand, which had gone numb from the impact, turning to Lena and inquiring, "Are you all right, my lady? How can you even ask that? If you had moved sooner, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Lena retorted angrily. "I had no idea that the serpent April mentioned would be this enormous," Arthur replied helplessly. Meanwhile, the struck purple-scaled python violently rolled over, raising its head once more, its eyes gleaming with even greater malice as it spat a foul, crimson substance at Arthur and his companions. Arthur, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this a joke? I struck with all my might, and it seems entirely unharmed?" Lena scoffed, "Not entirely. At least you've left a white mark on its scales." Before Arthur could respond, another unexpected occurrence transpired. The sturdy nashi trees surrounding them began to tremble violently. Arthur looked up and turned around, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. "We're surrounded again," he muttered, "but why at again?" Chapter 50. The Catastrophe of the Python. Arthur, momentarily dazed, began to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He paused, realizing, including the one from earlier, that's a total of 16 purple-scaled pythons. We cannot fight. The purple-scaled python is inherently robust, its scales exceptionally tough. And now, with so many of them, Anthony remarked, scanning their surroundings. "I know we can't fight." Lena snapped, clenching her fists, bracing for an unexpected turn of events. Arthur, growing anxious, wondered aloud, how could so many purple-scaled pythons appear at once? "I thought they were solitary creatures." "Spring has arrived," Anthony replied absently, his focus entirely on their perilous situation. At that moment, 15 purple-scaled pythons, coiling around the nashi tree trunks, slowly slithered down to the base, each raising its head. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, cascading down and reflecting off their scales, casting a soft purple glow. As if the warm sunlight had transformed into an ominous hue, the group stood back to back, on high alert, the atmosphere decidedly bleak. Arthur exclaimed, "What spring? Who invited you to recite poetry?" Anthony, visibly anxious, replied, "It is the mating season. Thus, the male snakes have gathered, awaiting the arrival of the serpent matriarch." Suddenly, a chill gripped Anthony's heart, his tone growing more urgent. "We must leave immediately. The purple-scaled serpent matriarch should be nearby. If she appears, we are doomed." Apollyon echoed his panic. "How do we escape? The nashi trees surrounding us are infested with purple-scaled pythons." At that moment, the hisses of the pythons grew more frantic. Arthur, observing the situation, identified the sturdiest nashi tree and bellowed, "It's now or never. Follow me." Without hesitation, he sprinted forward. All the purple-scaled pythons turned their attention to Arthur, with the one recently struck flying into a frenzy, slithering rapidly across the ground, its massive, writhing body crushing the roots beneath. It seemed intent on eliminating the audacious little creature that dared to provoke it. The group, seeing this, immediately followed Arthur in a desperate dash. "Anthony, Lena, block that giant python," Arthur shouted. Without a moment's hesitation, Anthony and Lena sprang into action, unleashing a flurry of spells. "Roar of the tempest," they proclaimed, as a storm surged forth, laden with countless blades of wind. "Fireball," they called, condensing their magic into a blazing orb. A radiant sun barreling forward. The howling winds and searing flames shattered the tranquility of the forest, forcing the solitary python to retreat, its anger escalating as it rubbed its head against the rough ground. Clearly, Anthony and Lena's formidable magic had inflicted considerable pain upon the serpent. Arthur remained resolute, his gaze fixed ahead, leaving his comrades to guard his back. "I will carve the path." In his flight, Arthur ignited a crimson flame in his left hand, applying it to the blade of his enchanted sword, the Dragon Emperor. Instantly, the black iron-like blade transformed into a vibrant red. "Come forth, fire," he shouted. In that fleeting moment, the fire element coalesced upon the sword's edge, bursting into a fierce blaze. Arthur reached the thickest nashi tree, where a python coiled, raising its head and unleashing a furious hiss. Undeterred, Arthur leapt high, bringing down his flaming sword in a powerful stroke. Explosive slash. Upon contact with the enchanted blade, the flames concentrated explosively, erupting into a fiery spectacle that sent flames soaring into the sky, scattering debris in all directions. The python, startled by the explosion, hesitated momentarily before launching itself straight at Arthur's head. At that instant, Arthur had expended all his strength in a single strike, leaving him unable to defend against the impending attack. The stench of the serpent's breath filled his nostrils, and the sunlight was eclipsed by the massive head of the python. Just as Arthur braced himself to withstand the serpent's assault, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder, as if someone had stomped down hard. Then, a figure appeared above him, directly confronting the serpent's head. Then came a sultry roar, fist technique, great crumbling mountain. A relentless punch struck the underjaw of the violet-scaled python, producing a dull thud as the serpent's head was forcefully tossed aside. As the flames dissipated, a massive pit appeared in the ancient tree, its interior charred black. The great tree began to tilt slowly, the sound of splintering would echoing through the air. At that moment, Arthur realized that it was the valiant warrior, Apolly, who had come to his rescue. Just as he was about to speak, Apolly interrupted him with a fierce exclamation. "No thanks needed. By the way, I haven't even mentioned how heavy you are on my shoulders." Arthur replied with a wry smile. At that instant, the python lunged again, its head darting towards them in an alarming flash. Both Arthur and Apolly were taken aback. The serpent's jaws gaped wide, revealing its crimson fangs. Suddenly, its mouth snapped shut. Witnessing this, Lena cried out, "Arthur, I'm fine. Damn it, now I'm drenched in saliva," Arthur exclaimed, using the broad sleeve of his robe to wipe the sticky moisture from his face. Apolly, on the other hand, steadied her pounding heart, taking a deep breath. It turned out that the sheer weight of the violet-scaled python, coupled with its ferocious force during the attack, had hastened the collapse of the giant tree. Consequently, the serpent's body, coiled upon the tree, was pulled backward as the tree fell, causing its head to be yanked away. Thus, when its maw snapped shut, it lacked the strength to strike Arthur and Apolly, merely showering them with a spray of saliva. Apolly deftly evaded, but Arthur was not so fortunate. The colossal nanishi tree, after crashing into two other massive trees, fell with a thunderous roar, accompanied by the python's anguished wails. With the path now clear, Anthony and Lena regrouped with the others while fending off their foes. "You all go ahead. I will block the way," Arthur shouted. He instructed Kim, who was carrying stones, to climb atop the fallen trunk, followed by Lena, Apolly, and Anthony. At that moment, the violet-scaled pythons hastily descended to the ground, glaring at them with predatory intent, their hissing sounds creating a disconcerting chorus. Seeing this, Arthur returned his sword to his back and thrust out both hands. Phoenix Tail. Upon uttering the incantation, a barrage of fireballs erupted forth. However, Arthur did not target the snakes directly. Instead, he aimed at the ground before the serpents, with all the fireballs striking the exposed roots of the trees. Consequently, the roots ignited, forming a narrow wall of fire. Although the flames lacked the intensity to harm the python's tough hide, being cold-blooded creatures, the snakes were still repelled by the heat, hesitating and writhing in place. The ensuing agitated hisses rose and fell, drawing attention. Arthur then climbed onto the massive trunk on the ground, catching up with his companions. He lamented, "The Imperial Academy has truly lost its mind, allowing such a formidable beast as the violet-scaled python to dwell in the hunting grounds." Apolly replied, "Isn't this part of the assessment? This is hardly an assessment. This is evidently a persecution of the new recruits, a blatant and unadulterated oppression. And you? That kick you just delivered was excessively harsh," Arthur exclaimed in indignation. "Humph, kindness mistaken for foolishness," Apollyon retorted, dismissing Arthur entirely. At that moment, Anthony interjected, urging them to cease their quarrel as they had not yet escaped danger. Although the beast, the purple-scaled python, possessed a diminished intellect, it was uncertain how long even a rudimentary wall of fire could deter them. If the serpents chose to encircle them, their speed would prove inadequate to evade them. "We must seek refuge in a safe location," he advised. Suddenly, a bone-chilling and ferocious roar reverberated throughout the forest, sending the wildlife into a frenzy as they scattered in chaos. Anthony, following the sound, exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad. It is the mother serpent." In an instant, the forest erupted with cacophonous sounds, the crackling of branches and the tumult of fleeing creatures. The treetops swayed violently, shedding leaves as if some primordial beast were rampaging through the woods, drawing ever closer to Arthur and his companions, casting an ominous shadow over the once sunlit afternoon. "Run," Anthony urged urgently. As the wind swirled around him, he scattered it beneath their feet. With no time to ponder, Arthur and the others began to sprint desperately along the fallen tree trunk. The towering tree, now on the ground, loomed impressively. The group resembled squirrels atop a pine, barely noticeable against its grandeur. At this juncture, they had traversed halfway along the trunk when, suddenly, a tremendous force struck the log, causing it to splinter and crack, creating a gaping fissure nearly 2 meters wide. The violent shaking caused Lena and the stone-laden Kim to lose their footing and plummet into the chasm. As Kim fell, he instinctively spread his legs apart, bracing himself against the sides of the gap, managing to stabilize himself while also catching Lena, who had fallen alongside him. Yet, Kim was already on the brink of exhaustion, gritting his teeth to endure. Observing this, Arthur regained his balance and immediately bent down, extending his arm into the crevice. However, Kim and Lena had fallen too deeply, and Arthur's reach was insufficient. The others also leaned over, striving to rescue Kim, the stones, and Lena. Suddenly, a frigid gust swept past them on the tree trunk. As Arthur turned to look back, his pupils dilated in horror. What a sight it was, a serpent's head, as massive as a small hill, reared high, obscuring the sky. Its core glistened with a sanguine hue, swirling in the air. The serpent's vertically slitted azure eyes, akin to the size of Arthur's own body, constricted as if attempting to scrutinize the minuscule beings before it, with its gaze betraying a brutal nature. The enormous and formidable scales had turned a deep blackish purple, and merely gazing upon them revealed their impenetrable strength. Yet, the head was marred with scars, the remnants of battles against formidable foes, or perhaps other beasts of equal prowess. This creature was known as the mother of the purple-scaled serpents. Once more, Arthur and his companions found themselves ensnared in a dire predicament. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Academy, within the corridor chambers, Vice Dean Al gazed at the colossal crystal sphere floating in midair, and with a forceful strike of his hand, he exclaimed, before the hunt, "We have already sealed all the purple-scaled pythons within the caverns." The moment the serpent horde mobilized, I sensed that something was amiss. Now, even the serpent matriarch has appeared. By heavens, who dares to disrupt the selection order of the Imperial War Academy? Dean Heinrich, with his hands crossed upon the Lingji table, revealed only his aged yet profoundly wise eyes. In a grave tone, he remarked, "It appears that a powerful figure is present in the hunting forest." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "This individual does not seek to undermine the Academy's selection. Rather, they harbor alternative intentions." Alternative intentions? Are you suggesting Arthur is in danger? Someone wishes to kill Arthur? Vice Dean Al exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it seems that aside from the king and ourselves, there are others within the Empire who are aware of Abner's son returning to the capital. Heinrich spoke with a tone laden with gravity. He then promptly commanded, "Al, hurry. With your speed, you should be able to make it in time. We cannot allow the heir to perish here." In an instant, the room was illuminated by dazzling lightning, and the sound of thunder roared. Soon after, Vice Dean Al vanished from the premises, leaving only the old dean behind. He lowered his hands, gazing out of the window, murmuring, "Who is it? Who wishes to slay Arthur?" His brow furrowed, as if a thought struck him. Could it be the council? To extinguish a crisis and preserve their power, they would dare to act against a child. These old fools are becoming increasingly muddled. Back in the hunting forest, Arthur. "What should we do?" Anthony asked anxiously, as this situation had surpassed his comprehension. "Damn it. I will draw the Serpent Matriarch's attention while you continue to rescue the others." With that, Arthur rose, facing the massive head of the Serpent Matriarch directly. The Serpent Matriarch inclined her head, gazing at her plaything before her. Arthur, sword at the ready, returned her gaze. Yet before Arthur could make a move, the gargantuan head of the Serpent Matriarch slowly retreated, sunlight once again illuminating Arthur's face, though he felt not a shred of warmth. Suddenly struck with realization, Arthur shouted, "Quick, pull Lena and the others out. The Matriarch intends to crush us." Anthony had already begun his actions before Arthur had even finished speaking. He gathered a vortex of wind in his spring breeze hand, and then hurled it into the depths of the crevice. Suddenly, Kim felt the storm raging beneath him. He retracted his feet, allowing the wind to propel his body. However, the weight of the three individuals was too great, and Anthony's hastily conjured wind magic could not fully lift them. Carrying stones and pulling Lena, Kim ascended a short distance, yet the wind soon lost its strength, leaving them still some distance from the exit. Seeing this, Kim gritted his teeth and stepped towards the opposite wall, shifting diagonally upwards. Just as he was about to plummet, Arthur's sword was thrust forward, and Kim seized it with a fierce grip. "Hold on, Kim," Arthur shouted. With a fierce roar, Kim unleashed his strength, swinging the sword. The three of them soared through the air, landing on the ground, where Kim gritted his teeth in determination, gently placing Lena down, before crouching while clutching his right arm. Just moments ago, Kim's right arm bore the weight of three individuals, only to be violently jerked by Arthur, dislocating it in the process. Had it not been for Kim's unwavering spirit, he would have released his grip long ago. Observing this, Apollyon expressed concern. "Are you all right, Kim? Let me carry the stones." "I'm fine, just run," Kim replied, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Arthur, seeing that everyone had managed to escape, swiftly turned back and noticed that the Serpent Matriarch had completed her gathering of power. He shouted, "Jump." Subsequently, he led the group in a leap from a nearly 5-meter-high log. Anthony, in a hurried manner, once again employed wind magic, striving to slow their descent as much as possible, directing more of the wind towards Kim and Lena, who were burdened with stones. They landed relatively safely. Yet Kim's expression was far from pleasant. Despite Anthony's winds, the burden of carrying an injured person from such a height still weighed heavily on his body. Before the group could regain their composure, a thunderous crash erupted behind them. Countless wooden fragments rained down from above, leaving them no time to catch their breath. After Arthur forcibly took the stone from Kim's back, they resumed their frantic escape. They had barely sprinted 200 meters when the rampaging Serpent Matriarch struck the fallen Nahashi log once more. The log, unable to withstand the relentless assaults, had a section violently ejected, hurtling towards Arthur and his companions. The rolling log crashed and thudded, shaking the ground beneath them. Arthur intended to turn back and shatter the oncoming timber, but Anthony halted him, warning that such a massive and fast-moving log would spell certain doom for Arthur at the slightest misstep. Spotting a sturdy Nahashi tree not far ahead, Anthony shouted while running, "Take cover behind the tree." The group felt as though their legs were no longer their own, racing with wild abandon. As the log was mere meters away, they reached the Nahashi tree, with Apollyon being the first to take shelter, followed closely by Kim and Anthony. Upon noticing that Lena was still nearly 10 meters behind, Arthur abruptly turned back, sprinting to her side. He swiftly scooped her up and pressed her against him, making a sharp turn to escape. At that moment, the enormous log was right on their tail. With a resounding crash, the log trembled violently, splintered wood flying in all directions, dust swirling in the air, and a deafening roar filling their ears. Arthur waved away the swirling dust with his left hand, taking a deep breath. That was close. Really close. At this moment, still nestled in Arthur's embrace, the petite Lena shyly uttered, "Put me down." Chapter 52. The Gateway of Spirits, put me down. Lena shyly insisted. Huh, what? Arthur responded, still panting heavily from the earlier ordeal, having entirely overlooked Lena nestled in his arms due to the tense situation. Seeing that Arthur remained unresponsive, Lena attempted to wriggle free. Unexpectedly, her body slipped downward, landing her upper half directly into Arthur's grasp, followed by a soft gasp. Only then did Arthur realize that he was still holding someone. Yet, he seemed oblivious to Lena, instead reflecting, that was truly a perilous moment. As Arthur gradually regained his composure, he sensed the softness in his hands, and in a daze, he exclaimed, "Lena, what is it that you are holding? It feels so soft." After saying this, he playfully squeezed it. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted, startling everyone around them. "Ah, you shameless scoundrel. Perverse rogue, let me down this instant." Lena, with her eyes shut tight, flailed her arms and kicked her little feet in a frenzy, shouting at Arthur. Taken aback, Arthur instinctively released his grip, and Lena tumbled to the ground, her face covered in dust, rendering her quite adorable in her disheveled state. Amidst her tears, Lena continued to curse, "Woo-woo. Arthur, you absolute jerk, you big idiot." Arthur, bewildered, raised his hand to inspect his palm. Imitating his earlier action, he squeezed again, and his face flushed crimson. "No, it can't be. I didn't mean to." Anthony swiftly helped Lena to her feet, but to his surprise, she merely wiped her face and then dashed back into Arthur's embrace, randomly punching and kicking him. The stone on his back foolishly inquired, "What on earth did you do, Brother Arthur?" The sweat on Arthur's brow increased. Seeing this, Anthony quickly interjected, "Stop fooling around. The danger is not yet over." At that moment, the ground trembled violently, as if a colossal force were tearing through the earth. "Run!" Arthur shouted. And without a second thought, he scooped up the slow-moving Lena. Unintentionally or not, this time he cradled her not by the waist, but by her chest. The group resumed their desperate flight, but within 100 meters, a thunderous roar erupted behind them, followed by the cracking of trees. None dared to look back. The uneven terrain, with roots sprawling and the ground undulating, made their escape treacherously difficult. Even with all their might, they could not run very fast. "Damn it, are we going to die here?" Arthur bellowed. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. The stone of light protection, but then a chill gripped his heart. For using the stone meant elimination. Was he to return just after leaving Binning Village? How could he face Old Man Reed's disappointed gaze? How could he confront the memory of his deceased father? How could he bear the shame of his clan's lost name? The turmoil within Arthur's heart entwined his emotions, igniting a fierce and tumultuous spirit within him. He glared fiercely, gritting his teeth, resolved, "I will not be defeated. I shall not perish. No way. Absolutely not." Arthur shouted defiantly. Unaware of Arthur's inner turmoil, Anthony panted heavily as they ran, insisting, "Of course not. The stone of light protection issued by the Imperial Academy is of the lowest grade. It certainly cannot withstand the might of the Serpent Mother." In that instant, the tremors of the ground intensified, the sounds of trees snapping echoed in their ears, and the rolling earth even swept around their legs. The Serpent Mother was right behind them. Arthur shouted urgently, "Anthony, catch Lena. April, you take the stone." Without heeding the desperate pleas of his companions, he sent the two away while he boldly turned back. Fire Dragon, battle form. The supernatural crimson flame erupted and enveloped him once more. The demon sword, Imperial Dragon, responded to the fire's call, its blazing red blade half revealed. From the depths of ancient blood coursing through his veins, an overwhelming majesty surged forth. Coupled with Arthur's unwavering resolve, the atmosphere became unparalleled. Before him, a colossal beast loomed just 50 meters away. The serpent matriarch, taken aback by the sudden change, momentarily hesitated. The earth she coiled upon surged towards Arthur, due to inertia. With a swift motion, Arthur swung his sword, parting the dust and igniting his vision. Though the serpent matriarch felt a flicker of surprise, instinct compelled her to submit. Yet, the crimson flames before her appeared far too insignificant. With her intellect, the serpent matriarch concluded, this entity posed no threat to her. Consequently, she opened her gaping maw, unleashing a furious roar to assert her dominance. The frigid breath of her violent exhalation, akin to an avalanche, bore down upon Arthur. Despite the serpent matriarch's palpable fear, she could not extinguish the fiery blaze surrounding Arthur nor the fervor within his heart. Arthur stood resolute, half-crouched with sword in hand, proclaiming passionately, "Dragons soar." The world shall bow. Suddenly, the flames enveloping him surged like oil ignited by the wind, reaching 3 meters in height. The serpent matriarch was once again taken aback. In an instant, the crimson flames contracted sharply, coalescing around Arthur's skin as if donning a fiery red armor. Arthur roared once more, causing his ill-fitting magical robe to explode. His red-hued, lithe form stood defiantly against the heavens. His tousled crimson hair danced with an unseen breeze. Seeing the flames suddenly diminish, the serpent matriarch, unwilling to delay, surged forth. Her massive head collided with the ground like a mountain, unleashing a powerful gust. A thunderous crash ensued, shaking the earth, sending soil and broken trees spiraling into the air, slowly expanding outward. At this moment, Lena and her companions had sprinted hundreds of meters away, turning back to witness the unfolding scene. However, the hopeful hearts of the crowd sank at the sight, their sorrow too profound for words, especially for Lena. With tears held back, Lena declared, "No, Arthur will not perish. It was the same last time, and it shall be so again." Just as Anthony attempted to offer reassurance, a fleeting red figure emerged from the dust, indistinct yet captivating. Instantly, their eyes brightened. Suddenly, the red figure burst forth from the dust, racing towards them with incredible speed, leaving a trail of charred earth in its wake. In the blink of an eye, the figure was upon them. The onlookers gasped. This figure was none other than Arthur. Why have you not yet departed?" were the last words he uttered before losing consciousness. Lena and Anthony rushed to catch him as he began to fall. Upon closer inspection, Arthur's fiery armor had disintegrated, his skin cracked and devoid of color. His pallor was alarmingly sallow, and his once vibrant red hair had turned as brittle as withered grass, prompting Lena to cover her mouth and stifle a sob. Anthony gritted his teeth and urged, "This place remains perilous. We must leave." With that, he hoisted Arthur onto his back and continued their flight. Little did they know that just 2 days into the hunting forest, 3 had already sustained injuries, and Arthur lay unconscious. In mere moments, the swirling dust in the distance was swept away by the wind. The serpent matriarch re-emerged, astonished to find that she had failed to capture her prey, allowing the insignificant creature before her to escape in the wake of her own assault. In a fit of rage, the serpent matriarch coiled and thrashed violently. The serpent's tail, more robust than the mighty Nana's tree, swept through the air with ferocity. Several colossal trees, treated as mere vessels for venting frustration, splintered and fell, sending up clouds of dust. From the perspective of the serpent matriarch, being toyed with by mere ants was utterly intolerable. She must eliminate them swiftly. Her enormous eyes brimmed with brutality. Subsequently, the serpent coiled itself, raising its head high to survey the distance. In an instant, it spotted the fleeing group of the cloud falls. A savage roar reverberated across the land once more. At this moment, Apollyon had taken it upon himself to carry the towering Arthur, while the injured Kim once again bore the weight of a stone. Anthony, possessing a more fragile physique, found his pace too slow while carrying Arthur, necessitating this division of labor among the wounded. Nevertheless, even with this arrangement, their speed remained painfully sluggish. As the ground trembled once again, even the usually composed Anthony succumbed to despair, for in the face of such overwhelming power, all cunning strategies seemed futile. He remained silent for a lengthy spell, blindly leading his companions in their flight. Yet, the thunderous sounds of shattering trees and rending earth grew ever more pronounced behind them. Suddenly, Apollyon, running ahead, cried out, "There are people ahead." Upon hearing this, Anthony abruptly raised his gaze and, indeed, spotted 2 figures several hundred meters away. Adjusting his glasses mid-stride, he exclaimed in delight, "It's the exchange students from the Elven clan. We are saved." Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Would these 2 extend their hands to save them? His thoughts drifted to the events of the freshman gathering, chilling him anew. At that moment, the 2 elves also discerned the desperate Cloud Falls group and the menacing approach of the serpent matriarch trailing behind. Instead of fleeing from danger, they boldly approached. This filled Anthony with unexpected joy, but the serpent's rapid pursuit loomed ominously, less than 500 meters behind. For a creature of such immense size, that distance could be traversed in mere breaths. The group, already exhausted and with 3 wounded members, faced a dire predicament. Yet hope glimmered before them, regardless of the futility. Everyone summoned their strength to sprint once more. Suddenly, a fierce and blood-scented chill surged upon them from behind. Though the air was frigid, sweat dripped down every brow. Anthony felt despair mingling with unwillingness, for hope lay so tantalizingly close. Could death truly be imminent? He cast a sorrowful glance at his fleeing companions. Lena merely gazed at Apollyon, who was carrying the unconscious Arthur, whispering a wish for their next life. May I still meet you, my prince. Kim, burdened by the stone, lamented deeply. If only I were stronger, perhaps I could save all our comrades like Brother Arthur. The serpent matriarch suddenly lifted her head, her colossal form casting a shadow that enveloped them all in the specter of death. The soil and splinters churned up by her serpent scales fell like rain, striking the ground with a resounding thud, akin to the call of the reaper. The serpent's malevolent eyes gazed contemptuously upon the ants below, knowing that with a single blow, they would be reduced to mere fragments. Behind them, the gates of the underworld had swung wide open. Chapter 53. Dismayed, the shadow of death loomed ominously behind the crowd. Yet the light of hope glimmered before them. Indeed, it was light. Although Anthony and his companions were still some distance from the two elves, a melodious and gentle tune, reminiscent of a soft whisper, reached their ears, instilling a profound sense of tranquility within their hearts. This song, seemingly frail, eclipsed the thunderous sound of their heavy breaths, allowing them to momentarily forget the ominous presence of death trailing behind them. A sudden lightness enveloped Anthony and his companions as the elven maiden gracefully advanced, humming a melody from the forest, her form radiating a faint, ethereal glow. For a brief moment, the tension that had gripped them melted away, their eyes transfixed solely on this transcendent light. Meanwhile, the serpent matron, upon hearing this enchanting melody, fell into a momentary stupor, her massive head swaying as she hesitated to strike. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the serpent's lantern-like eyes flared with ferocity once more. The elven maiden, Sarastynit, urgently called out, "Light of the forest, heart of life, I beseech you to have mercy on your child. With the utmost sincerity, I implore you. I implore you." Upon uttering these words, magic surged forth. At that very moment, the serpent matron's head descended with the force of a collapsing mountain, a deafening sound breaking the stillness and jolting the crowd awake. The tremendous impact reverberated through the hunting woods, sending Anthony and his companions sprawling to the ground as they shielded their heads and curled into themselves, desperately evading the rain of splintering wood that fell like a torrential downpour. Amidst the chaos, Lena struggled to crawl towards the still unconscious Arthur, using her own body to shield him. Anthony, filled with shock and gratitude, could not help but glance back. What he beheld was a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. The colossal head of the serpent matron was ensnared by a towering wall of trees, fashioned from several Nanashi trees. As the serpent writhed violently, splinters cascading down around it. At that moment, the serpent matron caught sight of the tiny creatures that had dared to look back, and with an enraged roar, she seemed to be consumed by humiliation. Her struggles intensified. "Quick, rise. This wall of trees cannot hold the serpent matron for long," Anthony urged. Seeing this, April hastily crawled to Lena's side, helping to support Arthur, while Anthony joined Kim in propping up the stone. The group pressed onward, and at that moment, the elven maiden Sarastynit and her companion, Elii Ilrin, arrived. The strikingly handsome Elii spoke not a word, setting aside past grievances to assist the two girls in supporting Arthur. Meanwhile, Sarastynit boldly approached the serpent matron, speaking in a language that Anthony and the others had never before heard, her words imbued with gentleness. Yet, the serpent matron responded with a frenzied roar. Sarastynit, regaining her composure, furrowed her brow, yet her voice remained enchanting. "The serpent matron is utterly enraged. I cannot persuade her." The elven race, bound to the forest as their home and life as their faith, possessed an innate affinity for communicating with the myriad spirits and beasts dwelling within the woods. Elii, burdened with his elegant longbow, inquired, "What then shall we do?" Unexpectedly, the gentle Salister responded succinctly, "Run." Upon hearing this, Anthony and the others were utterly dismayed, faced once again with the prospect of fleeing for their lives. Yet, astonishingly, Salister did not follow the others in their escape. Instead, she turned back again. Kneeling on one knee, she clasped her hands together and closed her eyes in prayer, saying, "Spirit of the trees, may you return to the earth and revive once more." Suddenly, the serpent mother exerted tremendous force, struggling to create a gap. She thrashed about, putting the tree wall in grave jeopardy. Anthony could not help but lament. Ultimately, death is inescapable, and now two innocent members of the elven race find themselves in dire straits. Before anyone else could respond, a somewhat languid voice echoed from the sky, leaving everyone in shock. "Who says you will die?" Just then, a clap of thunder followed. Everyone turned to see a figure atop the towering tree wall, with disheveled silver hair, facing away from them as he gazed down at the serpent mother. Lena was the first to exclaim, "Vice Dean Al?" With his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, Vice Dean Al did not turn around. He spoke coolly, Apologies, students. I arrived late. Then, his tone abruptly turned icy, tinged with malice, as he addressed the serpent mother below. Did I permit you to emerge? Upon hearing this, the serpent mother violently recoiled, retreating back behind the tree wall. Now facing Vice Dean Al, she hissed in a tone that betrayed her fear, which left Anthony, Lena, and the others even more astonished. Was this truly the terrifying purple-scaled serpent mother that had rendered them powerless, forcing them to flee for their lives? Seeing the serpent mother still present, Vice Dean Al sneered. It seems your grotesque visage is about to accumulate a few more scars. With that, he extended his arm, and a sudden flash of lightning struck his right hand. When the light faded, a colossal sword had materialized in Al's grasp. To be precise, it was a magical sword. The hilt bore two independently standing blades, each as wide as a palm, standing parallel to one another. Lightning crackled between the blades, forming a web of electricity, while at the base of the blades lay a brilliant blue magical stone. This was none other than the sword that had accompanied Al in countless battles. One of the 10 most powerful magical swords in the Hermon Continent, the Reversal. The moment the serpent mother beheld this sword, her fear intensified. With a mournful cry, she fled in a panic, her speed astonishing. However, Vice Dean Al did not pursue her. Once the tremors subsided, he turned back. Al then noticed that, aside from the 2 Elven exchange students, the others were still in a state of shock. This left him feeling exasperated. Lena, unable to believe her eyes, exclaimed, the purple-scaled serpent mother was scared away? She then nudged Anthony, whose glasses had slipped to the tip of his nose. But he remained unresponsive for a long while. The still motionless stone's eyes were filled with excitement, and he marveled inwardly. Now, this is a true powerhouse. The Vice Dean Al stood against the tree wall, gazing at the unconscious Arthur, deep in contemplation. If the assailant wished to eliminate Arthur but was reluctant to act personally, what would they do now? Would they bide their time for another opportunity? Or, Al narrowed his eyes, his mind swiftly concluding, humph, if they seek to conceal their identity. Upon realizing their plan has faltered, they would certainly be engaged in destroying the evidence. Turning to the 2 Elven exchange students, Al addressed them. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I hope you 2 young friends can keep an eye on our country's student. Yet, before the 2 could respond, Al vanished in a flash of thunder and lightning. Elia Ilrin expressed his dissatisfaction. In the Low Empire, both the young and the old are remarkably unreasonable. After saying this, he glanced at Arthur, who lay beside him. It seemed the events that transpired during the freshman gathering had not escaped his memory. At that moment, Anthony adjusted his glasses back on his nose and stepped forward earnestly. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. Without you, the consequences would have been dire. Chalice smiled and replied, You must be Anthony Percy. I remember you. Since we exchanged names earlier, we are now friends. There is no need to mention gratitude again. Besides, it was Lord Al who truly averted the crisis, not us. It appeared that the elven race was not as aloof as they seemed, but rather quite amiable. Anthony continued, If it were not for you, we would not have been able to hold out until Vice Dean Al's arrival. We shall forever remember this kindness. With that, Anthony performed a particularly formal gentleman's bow. The others looked at Chalice and Elia with gratitude as well. Once everyone had composed themselves, Anthony gazed towards the direction in which Vice Dean Al had departed, contemplating. The fact that Vice Dean Al arrived to assist the students during the hunting trial indicates that the emergence of the purple-scaled serpent has transcended the boundaries of the trial. Then, a sudden flash of insight struck him. Or could there be other unforeseen developments? Subsequently, Anthony found himself unconsciously glancing at the still unconscious Arthur.